Mr. Nate has waited more than a year for this chance to go legit. If you screw it up, can you imagine how he will deal with you? Elon felt a chill down his spine. He'd die horribly. Seeing Elon understood, Krista patted his shoulder. Dear young man, endure suffering for greater rewards, and the boss may give you a Range Rover. Were you intentional? To solidify the rumor by exposing your hidden marriage? Boss, you're sly. If Milagros finds out you staged this, won't you be cornered? Elena, who had worked several days straight, originally planned to rest. But seeing the news, she was wide awake. Gossip was far more important than sleep. Govind hung his coat in the office and casually replied to Elena, I'm not cornered, I'm heading straight into it. At least you have self-awareness. Milagros knows there's a tiger ahead but refuses to face it. You, knowing there's a tiger, choose to confront it. Elena pulled the door open and leaned out for a coffee. If you ever fall, remember to tell me. I'll bring a medicine kit to visit you, free. Mainly just to watch the show. You shouldn't return to Puyun Mountain recently. Avoid suspicion. Go back to the Hua family or your own villa. Bernal couldn't hold back after thinking all day. If Milagros's hidden marriage leaked, they'd have to pay compensation for all their endorsed advertisements. Prevention was necessary. Elsie thought if Govind found out, wouldn't he strip her skin? Okay, Milagros nodded, planning to ask Tilda some questions back at the Hua residence. As dusk fell, Milagros's scene wrapped up. Streetlights flickered on along the road as the sun set. Milagros, draped in a coat, walked toward her nanny car, holding her phone. Ahead, Elsie, carrying a bag, suddenly stopped. Milagros nearly collided with her. What's wrong? Elsie was speechless, staring at the parked Maybach in front of their vehicle. Swallowing hard, Elsie wondered, amidst the ongoing scandal, even being exposed with a hidden marriage, and not avoiding suspicion, coming here to find Milagros, it's confirming the rumor. Chapter 476, Angie, am I shameless? Sis, is there any possibility that what Sister Leah said is true? All this was staged by Boss Nate to gain legitimacy. Elsie twisted her neck and looked back at Angie, stuttering a bit as she spoke. She would never dare say these things in front of Govind. That cunning and petty man might send her off to Africa the next second. But if they didn't say anything now, it would be like affirming the news. Angie dialed Govind's number, warning in a cold voice, Govind, if you dare to bring me into the news, I will make sure you're dead. On the other end, the man replied calmly, as if he had expected this, Teacher Nate asked us to go home for dinner early. I just happened to pass by without getting out of the car. You know your place. Angie growled 4 words and walked straight past the black Mercedes Maybach into the nanny van. Drive to the Nate family residence. Don't go. I have a feeling it's a trap. Teacher Nate told us to come home for dinner. Elsie hesitated, unsure what to say. She seldom went to the Nate household. Once a week was already frequent. Arlen carried an air of authority befitting his profession, always giving off an unrefusable presence. Even when phrased as a question, others perceived it as an order, especially someone like her who often challenged teachers during school days. The nanny van stopped at the Nate household's entrance, and Elsie cautiously sent Isaiah down to check for paparazzi or reporters. Come down. This neighborhood was also within Boss Nate's domain. Paparazzi probably couldn't get in. Hat, mask, Elsie handed over all the accessories to Angie, almost wishing to alter her appearance entirely. Upon entering the house, Elena, sitting on the sofa eating sunflower seeds, froze when she saw Angie fully covered. Covered so tightly? Are you cold, or hiding from the eyes of others? Angie stood inside, removing her hat while responding, what do you think? The scandal about Govind hasn't dropped yet. I thought you wouldn't come today. The reminder in Elena's words was obvious. Angie, having just dealt with Govind's mother in the capital, wasn't thinking along those lines at all, suspecting Thai family tricks instead. It's just a rumor, not a big deal. Aren't you working today? Idle at home eating sunflower seeds? A rare break. Thought I'd rest after taking some time off, but ate too many sunflower seeds and am feeling a bit indigestion. Try some? Elena offered a handful to Angie. When Govind entered, he saw Angie and Elena sitting on the sofa, peeling sunflower seeds and browsing Weibo, a very harmonious scene. Dad? Not back yet, we'll be late, Elena responded, pausing her phone screen and looking up at Govind. I saw Dad burning something in the study last night when I came back from overtime. What's happening recently? Govind's biological mother came to see Teacher Nate. When? That was yesterday. Elena sat up abruptly, staring intently at Govind. No wonder Arlen's mood was off that night, it must have been because of this. Yesterday. Elena's gaze moved between Govind and Angie. You both met her? Yes, Govind replied, sitting across from them, pouring tea from the teapot. In the Chinese-style living room, faint tea aroma permeated the air. Angie leaned against the sofa, watching Govind pour tea, finding it quite pleasing to the eye. With a slender figure, Govind slightly bent over, holding the water pot, pouring hot water into each cup one by one. Elena glanced at Angie, scoffing, look at your eyes. Should I give you two some privacy and set up a tent here? Angie's ears turned red, glaring at Elena. Am I shameless? Would you act like this in front of a single dog if you had self-respect? Angie. A single dog isn't easy. You feed me dog food from time to time, how easy is it for me? Seeing such naked desire, no wonder Govind wanted to go public, seeking legitimacy. Passion could cloud judgment. This was the perfect chance to secure everything before Angie fell for someone more handsome than him. What about that university professor I introduced you to last time? Govind mentioned, stirring the pot. Bald, Elena spat. I studied medicine for 8 years and didn't go bald. How can a foreign graduate become a teacher with a bald head? His hair doesn't match his education. So what if he's bald? Your father is bald, and aren't you fine? Elena was interrupted by Elena, mistaken names, who stood in the kitchen doorway, glaring at her. Startled, Elena shrank her neck, saying nothing more. She glanced at Govind, seeing him smirking as he passed a cup of tea to Angie, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Okay. Was this deliberate? Did you deliberately dig a pit for me to jump into? Govind, digging out your black heart for research should take a specialized team years to study. At 7:30, Arlen returned, and dinner was almost ready. The family gradually gathered around the table. Elena brought a southern dish to the table. Hombu lotus root soup, perfect for winter. This meal was prepared hastily, so if it's already good, Govind took Angie's bowl and ladled soup into it, interrupting Elena. Hasty? Didn't he say early to return home for dinner? Why so hurried? Angie scrutinized Govind. Elena saw a chance for revenge, adding, yeah, leader, if you plan to come home for dinner, let us know earlier. Don't surprise us at the last minute. Look at Dad who had to cancel overtime because of you. Angie. Something's fishy. What? Why did you kick me? Elena exclaimed, receiving a kick under the table from Govind. Govind. Really? I heard your recent research project is facing financial bottlenecks? Govind held his bowl, scooping soup casually but with a chilling tone that implied warning. Sure enough, one move silenced her. Elena became utterly obedient. Hashtag chapter 477, shock. Entertainment industry's fresh Rose and Jingang's new aristocrat enter the same household. This meal had everyone in a lively mood, and Arlen mentioned he wanted a drink. Usually at such moments, Elena would have intervened, not to prevent Arlen from drinking but out of concern for Govind's health. He already endured so much alcohol during social gatherings, there was no need to continue at home. But today, knowing that Arlen had been in a poor mood lately, she didn't stop him and even went to fetch the wine from the cellar herself. The rice wine they made at home was smooth and easy to drink, almost like a beverage, but it had a high alcohol content. People often got drunk without realizing it. Try some? As soon as the jar was opened, Angie could smell the rich fragrance. Sniffing deeply, she stared at Govind's wineglass, unable to look away. Angie nodded vigorously. Elena opened her mouth to dissuade her, but a cold glance from Govind silenced her. By the third round, after half a jar of wine, Angie was starting to lose her senses. Are you drunk? Govind gently asked, supporting the person leaning against his shoulder. Angie shook her head. No. Don't drink any more. This wine hits hard. She'll have a nasty headache tomorrow morning. Elena advised, taking away Angie's glass. Angie looked longingly at the half-empty glass, trying to take it back. No, if you don't drink, I won't either. How can we enjoy good wine alone? Elena rubbed her forehead, grabbing the sides of her hair. Finished. She's drunk. Finished. Finished. She'll sleep here tonight. I'll ask Auntie to clean up a room for them. Govind bent down and lifted Angie into his arms. It's unnecessary. The room is cleaned daily. Do you think your mother loves you better or I love you better? Angie, intoxicated and muddled, asked, slurring her words while holding onto Govind's neck. You love me better. Then call me Dream. If you call me Dream, I'll protect you forever. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll deal with them. Govind. Don't argue with a drunk person. Auntie followed them upstairs, nearly stumbling on the stairs at Angie's audacious words. Regaining her composure, she hurriedly entered the bedroom and watched Govind place Angie on the bed. Preparing to help remove Angie's clothes, she was stopped by Govind. You can go now. I'll handle it. Do you love me? Yes. How much do you love me? Very much, very much. Angie remembered something, reaching out to pull Govind closer by his tie. Breath reeking of alcohol, she said, that night, Leroy turned green with envy because you had hider shall get me drunk, right? Govind's heart skipped a beat. She knows? How could she know? I saw you on the second floor of the bar. You were like a wolf, waiting for the little white rabbit to get herself drunk before making your move. Their breaths intertwined, Govind supported himself on the bed, one hand gripping her waist. Since you knew, why did you still play along? Because. Her slender fingers circled around his Adam's apple, evoking an air of imperial seduction. The dominance in her demeanor stirred every bone in Govind's body. I wanted to taste what a man who drives all the women of Jingang crazy tastes like. After all. Angie leaned closer, her lips brushing his earlobe, causing tingling sensations. I've been craving Boss Nate for a long time. Angie, you're killing me. Govind kissed her passionately, their lips entangled, yet he still felt parched and hot all over, unable to control himself. Angie's dazed and watery eyes held Govind captive. Shock. Entertainment industry's fresh Rose and Jingang's new aristocrat enter the same household. Jingang's Lincolnson's and richest man suspected to be living together. Explosive. New aristocrat of the financial elite suspected to have a secret marriage with female celebrity. Where's Angie? Burnell saw the news and immediately knew this trending topic wasn't solely about Govind. Sure enough, it had spread to Angie. Worse, when she called Angie, the call was disconnected and then unanswered. She immediately dialed Elsie. Elsie had just arrived home and dared not hide the truth from Burnell's fiery interrogation. She had dinner with Boss Nate at the Nate residence tonight. She's probably still there. What's going on? Now, go to the Nate residence and bring her out. They were both photographed entering the Nate residence together and are trending. Elsie's legs went weak, sitting on the doorstep stool. Sis Leah. I'm afraid. Nate Yama had been planning this from the start. Taking her to the set and then bringing her back home, it was clearly a trap for Angie. If she interrupted now, Nate Yama would certainly crush her mercilessly. Little did Elsie know that Govind had gotten Angie drunk at dinner. If she had known, she would have inwardly admired his cunning. Brilliant. Truly brilliant. Boss Nate manipulated Angie perfectly to get what he wanted. Burnell was furious. The entire office staff came back to work overtime due to this trending topic. Only the involved party couldn't be reached. After much thought, Burnell contacted Elena to find Angie. Elena only responded, Angie drank too much and is unconscious. Even if you found her, it wouldn't help. I advise you to give up. That heartless man always gets what he wants. This rumor must be confirmed. Drunk? Who made her drink? Was it Boss Nate? Burnell broke out in cold sweat. Amazing. Truly amazing. No wonder she's Jingang's princess. Getting drunk for the first time let Govind sleep with her, and getting drunk again secured her name. Next time, will it end in a tragedy? Drink. Drink. Drink until death. Herman. Is the world's stubborn donkey kicking Angie's brain? In the early morning, Angie wriggled out of bed like a worm, clutching her aching head. My head. Govind. Angie reached out to push him, but as soon as she touched him, she quickly pulled back. Damn. Can I get a new husband? Did the heavens see my lifelong kindness? Govind? Wake up. Angie touched the man's forehead, gasping. Not bothering to put on shoes, she hurried to knock on Elena's door. Chapter 478, I'll kill this bastard once you're gone. What's wrong? Govind has a fever. He has a fever? Elena said calmly, as if it wasn't surprising at all, as though she had expected this. Angie looked at the sleepy-eyed person, noticing her messing with her hair, thinking she was still half asleep. You go check on him. I'll wash my face to clear my head. It was 6:30 in the morning. After the rain, early winter hadn't fully brightened yet. Especially in Nate family's villa area surrounded by lush vegetation, where light coming through always created faint, speckled patches of brightness. 39.6, Elena glanced at the thermometer. Why not let him burn for a few more days? A few days of burning might turn him into an idiot and then you can change husbands. Elena seriously suggested to Angie, truly, women do sympathize with women. With Govind's black heart, she felt really sorry for this little white flower, Angie. Ever since entering the house last night, Angie was being constantly manipulated by Govind. What topics they discussed, what food they ate, how much alcohol they drank, and now he's unconscious in bed due to his own fever. Do you really think letting him burn for a few more days will result in a new husband instead of a dead man? At Puyan Mountain, she could take charge, but this is the Nate family. Even if she had the guts, she couldn't ignore his life in front of Arlen and Elena. This is a humanitarian issue. Try it? Elena was still trying to persuade her. Are you suggesting that he's not just having a fever, but a terminal illness? Elena. Not quite, however, if Govind had a terminal illness, one could say so. Just give him some fever-reducing medicine. Men are usually tough, a fever should only last 2 or 3 days. Isn't getting in 4 better? The company has loads of things waiting for him to handle. If he stays in bed for 2 or 3 days, who will earn money for us to spend? Huabapi. He's almost reaching 40 degrees Celsius, and this sister is still thinking about him going to work. Born capitalist? How about we start with medicine, and if the fever doesn't break by afternoon, we try in 4. That works. Angie had a splitting headache. Walking to the water kettle to pour herself some water to clear her mind, she picked it up, finding it completely empty. I'm going downstairs for a drink. At this hour, the housekeeper may not be awake yet. In the Nate household, Elena and Arlen usually did everything themselves, rarely commanding servants, making Angie somewhat embarrassed too. Just as Angie left, Elena gave Govind a nudge. Open your eyes. I saw you drinking icy water in shorts and a t-shirt on the balcony last night. Hurry up, don't force me to expose you. The person supposedly, unconscious, in bed slowly opened his eyes. Elena thought, fortunes come and go, when luck arrives, nothing can stop it. Isn't this a perfect example? 1 million for silence or exposing you, choose. Govind's voice was hoarse, probably due to the actual fever. His eyes were bloodshot. 1 million. Deal. To speak up for you or stir up trouble, choose the latter, plus another 1 million. Fine. Indeed, when people are happy, their spirits rise. The lethargy from early morning vanished, and Elena felt rejuvenated. Where's my phone? Call Krista and get her to write a check immediately. With Govind's black-hearted nature, who knows if he'd cross the bridge and kick it down afterward once he recovers. She absolutely had to prevent any future problems. You're finally awake. If you stay asleep any longer, the company will collapse. Angie took her phone downstairs. While the water dispenser heated up, she checked her messages and saw dozens of missed calls, giving her a bad feeling. She wanted to call Bernal back but thought it was too early. She sent a WeChat message. Unexpectedly, as soon as she sent the message, Bernal called her without delay. I warned you not to get close to Govind. Last night you went home with him, and now news about the entertainment industry's little white flower living with the new rich of Jingang is flying around. Yesterday it was hidden marriage, today it's cohabitation. Anyone can figure out what happened. Angie. How many times can you drink? The first time you slept with him while drunk, the second time a hidden marriage got exposed, the third time will you end up killing someone? Bernal hadn't slept all night, working tirelessly with everyone in the company on crisis management. Countless cups of coffee later, her brain buzzed as she berated Angie relentlessly. Why didn't you call me earlier? Check your phone first. Angie, this was all Govind's plan. He set a trap, and you jumped right into it, even speaking up for him last night. I contacted Montegegmeo's PR department, but their phones were all turned off. Such a large corporation's PR department shutting down collectively? Impossible without orders. I knew Govind's 2-year marriage deal was fake, tricking you. With his hypocritical selfishness, warning me when you get close to male stars, why would he let you occupy a position like that? Hidden marriage? 2-year divorce? Angie, based on my nearly 4 decades of life experience and countless encounters with scumbags, forget about divorcing him, you'll die married to him on his household registration. Stuck forever. Impossible to remove. Damn it. Linking up on me. Bernal's anger hadn't fully dissipated when Angie hung up. She opened Weibo and saw the headlines. Shock. Entertainment industry's little white flower Angie secretly married to Jingang's new elite. Angie's growth story. Jingang's richest, Govind. Legal tycoon Govind. All of Weibo's hot search lists were dominated by her and Govind. When Angie saw the news, she felt all the blood rush to her head. Suddenly remembering what Elena said at dinner last night, it had been hastily arranged, meaning Arlen hadn't invited them to dinner at all, it was Govind's impromptu decision. Then recalling the drinking session at dinner, normally Govind would let her have 1 cup at most, but last night, he kept refilling her glass diligently. All part of the scheme. Sure enough, everything was planned. This bastard, Angie stormed into the kitchen, grabbing a fruit knife. She quickly rushed upstairs, kicked open the bedroom door. A loud bang made everyone gathered around Govind's bed look at her simultaneously. Amy, what's wrong? Angie couldn't hide her emotions or the knife in her hand. Nothing, I just had something in my hand and couldn't open the door. So early, Dream and Dad are already up. Heard Govind has a fever, we came to see. Angie smiled and nodded, trying to control her emotions, thinking, just watch. Just watch. This is the last time. Once you leave, I'll kill this bastard. Chapter 479 Awake? Not pretending anymore? Angie had been waiting, and by the time the sun was high up in the sky, Elena showed no sign of leaving. Angie sighed with admiration at Elena's considerate behavior towards Govind, yet felt indignant. Wearing a bathrobe over her pajamas, Angie sat in Govind's large bedroom observing his every move. By 9 o'clock, 2 hours had passed, and Bernal called again. News hasn't been taken down yet. Boss Nate, can you ask him to do us all a favor? This morning, I received calls from more than 10 advertisers. If this continues, how much will it cost? Taking the phone out of the bedroom, closing the door, Angie told Bernal, he is unconscious. Did you kill him? Murder is illegal. Bernal felt her heart stop for a few beats. She knew everything was part of Govind's scheme, and there was a possibility he might kill her. Given her personality, killing would not satisfy her. She'd probably dismember the body afterward. Cold, high fever. How high? 40 degrees. Bernal scratched her head, feeling so frustrated that she wanted to bang her head against the wall. Schemer, such a coincidence. He must be faking. If he's awake, wouldn't you castrate him now? Just being sick doesn't mean you'll let him off, right? Her words woke Angie up. I'll be right back. She went into the bedroom and touched Govind's forehead. I see the fever has dropped somewhat. Why don't you rest here first? Elena and I can watch over him. What if you get infected? Elena looked worriedly at Angie. Don't worry, we young people have strong bodies. Elena nodded, agreeing not that Angie had a good physique but believing they needed some private space. I'll go downstairs then, call me if anything happens. Angie obediently replied and blinked like an innocent little white rabbit. As soon as Elena left, Angie turned her gaze on Elena, you're staying to tell me everything or are you leaving? I'm leaving. Elena thought about staying to watch, but she didn't dare offend Angie. That look could only mean death. But she couldn't watch boss get sliced. Oh no, how sad. Closing the bedroom door, Elena secretly left a small gap, listening at the door. Inside, Angie wasn't in a hurry. She poured herself a cup of water, sat beside the bed, and browsed through some short videos on her phone to pass the time. After a few minutes, she pretended to answer a phone call. Ignatius? Secret marriage? You believe that? I don't even care. You came to Jingang? Now? Sure, I have time. Alright, wait for me, I'll change and leave. Cough. Hearing these words, the supposedly unconscious man on the bed coughed a couple of times. Angie added, the housekeeper has caught a cold. Then she stood up, deliberately making noise as she moved the chair. Just as her butt lifted from the chair, the man opened his eyes. Angie thought to herself, still pretending, huh? Honey, you're awake? How do you feel? Govind gauged Angie's mood, swallowed, and rasped, uncomfortable. Really uncomfortable. I saw a remedy online saying sudden fever is caused by evil spirits. A cut on the inner thigh helps. Want me to try it? Govind. Judging by her skillful handling of the knife, it seemed she had practiced this 1,000 times in her mind. Lifting the blanket, preparing to remove his pajama pants, Angie was stopped by a firm grip on her wrist. Awake now? Not pretending anymore? Govind blinked innocently. Angie wasn't angry, just nodded. Denying it? Fine. Picking up Govind's phone, she switched it on. Dozens of missed calls appeared. She dialed Krista's number without interest in reading them. Krista answered with, still alive? Christy didn't kill you? Sure enough. This schemer. Everyone knew he was plotting, but she foolishly pitted him because he had no loving mother. This damned maternal instinct, she'd suppress it from now on. Angie patted Govind's face with the knife. Tell Krista to take down the news. Krista, damn. She was done for, said something she shouldn't have, and was finished. Speak. Seeing Govind silent, Angie shouted, do you think I won't castrate you? Realizing it wasn't the right moment, Krista hung up immediately, not wanting to involve herself in their conflict. Within 2 seconds, Angie sent a photo to WeChat. In the photo, she held a knife near Govind's weak-looking face, as though he was very ill. Just after seeing the photo, Angie called Krista again. Seen the photo? SS seen it. I give you 2 choices. Take down the hot search, or I send this photo to your Montegegmeo boss, 1 copy per person. At that point, when the boss's condition is unknown, what do you think those branch managers would do to you? Krista sat in the parking lot, looking miserable. Christy, I'm just an employee. Angie shrugged. Govind had a 40-degree fever last night, almost delirious. Think I could kill him easily? With the company leaderless, as a shareholder, what do you think would happen? Krista, damn. She'd be torn apart by those bosses. Okay, I'll make arrangements. Let the dead Daoist friends die, not her. Govind couldn't die, it would be the end of her. Lincolnjing up, Angie stared at pale-faced, sweating Govind. Quite an act, Mr. Nate. Did today's illness fit into your plan? Govind coughed a few times. No. No? Do you think I believe you? Really? Bang. Angie threw the knife on the bedside table and covered Govind with a blanket. Covering you to death. I cared for you, but you plotted against me. Was it you who posted the hot search topic? Dream, why are you here? Note, the last line seems to introduce a new element or shift in the narrative which may need clarification or further context in subsequent chapters. Chapter 480, fainted with a blank stare. Elena was hiding by the door, eagerly listening for drama. Seeing Elena carrying a bowl upstairs, she was frightened to the point her legs turned to jelly. Inside the room, Angie heard this call and instantly pulled off the blanket covering Govind's face. Suddenly, coughing sounds erupted. Govind lay on the bed, coughing as if he had no time left to live. Angie watched without any movement. What happened? He was fine just now, why is he coughing like this? Before Elena could respond, hearing Govind's coughing, Elena hastily pushed the door open. The moment she entered, she saw Angie pulling open the bedside cabinet and tossing something inside. Yeah, he was fine just now. I don't know what happened. Should we take him to the hospital? As Angie spoke, she reached for her phone to call an ambulance, but her hand was seized by Govind, his voice hoarse, no hospital. You're this sick, you'll die if you don't go to the hospital. Angie looked at him with concern, her expression one of deep worry, though in reality, she was thinking that once away from the Nate family, she could finish him off. Otherwise, with Elena or Arlen around, she wouldn't have a chance. Obviously, Govind knew Angie's intentions, otherwise, he wouldn't have feigned using Arlen's name last night to invite Angie to dinner at the Nate residence, nor would he have gotten her drunk and kept her overnight. Wasn't all of this done to save his life? If he left the Nate family now, Angie wouldn't let him live another second. If the media finds out, it will cause panic. Any negative news might affect the company's stock price. Govind was delirious with fever, barely able to string words together coherently. Elena stood by, helpless, and shouted at Elena, who was standing dumbfounded. What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to check on him? Medication won't work, we should get intravenous fluids. Elena isn't a doctor, so we should go to the hospital. A steady approach is best. The stock price isn't more important than a life. As they say, better safe than sorry. My father missed the best treatment window because of hesitation and passed away young. Govind can't do that again. Angie insisted on taking him to the hospital. Seeing Elena's worried eyes glistening with tears, she added, Darby is right. A life is more important than stock prices. Watching the two women argue, Elena thought, she really is professional. Angie's acting skills could eventually make her an Oscar winner, Even in entertainment circles, she'd be unbeatable. Even when healthy, Govind could be infuriated by people, and now sick, Govind felt his lungs about to explode, staring at Angie's teary-eyed appearance with not a hint of sympathy. Instead, he coughed and weakly pointed at Angie. She is faking. Then, with a blank stare, he fainted. Elena. Am I furious or just in shock? Regardless of watching drama, she couldn't let someone die. She gently laid Govind back down on the bed. I have something I want to ask you. What is it? Early morning, Darren was still in bed, but his mind was awake, scrolling through gossip on his phone, browsing through news as avidly as a social media hound. First thing in the morning, he started reading gossip groups. These second-generation elites in Jingang had better information sources than the media outside, never repeating their gossip. Someone mentioned Govind entertaining clients with Angie. Look at that, only deep love would explain Nate Boss laying such groundwork for someone. Would Nate Boss, who usually only smeared people, suddenly start helping Angie? Angie put a knife to Nate Boss's neck, demanding I retract the news. Do I retract or not? Krista hesitated, sitting in the basement car, almost bald from stress. Retract? Govind would kill her. Not retract. Angie would kill Govind. Neither benefited her. F******. That explosive. Darren perked up. So, do I retract? Do you think Nate Boss considered Angie killing him when he tricked her? Krista rolled her eyes. Do I even need to think? With Angie's temperament, killing him was inevitable. So, seeing that he knowingly risked his life by exposing this, if you retract now, believe me, if Angie doesn't get him, he'll come after you. After working hard to achieve his goals, he'd be ruined by you. Do you think he'll let you off? Krista. Logical. But if Angie does kill him, he dies, so be it. If Govind dies, the shares you hold might allow you to vie for the position of chairman of Montague. Grail typal benefits. Krista. Why do you sound like you want Angie to kill Govind? Caught that? Darren flipped over in bed with his phone. Have you heard the saying, every cause has its effect? I want to see if Angie is Govind's karmic retribution. Dad, what do you think of this news? In Leah family's home, Alia handed her tablet to Marcel for a glance. News is always half-truths. Unless Nate himself confirms it, treat it as entertainment. But what if it's true? Many people have seen Angie and Govind close. So what? If you aim to be Catherine Nate, you must block out external noise. Relationships have breakups, marriages have divorces. You must understand what you truly want. Marcel advised Alia, teaching her how to act wisely. Alia, holding the tablet, still found it hard to accept. If this were true, liking Govind would mean loving a married man. Marcel seemed to see through her thoughts immediately. There are many outstanding men, but only one richest man in Jingang. If Govind is indeed the son of Nina Saire, he won't be just the richest man in Jingang. Angie, despite her noble birth, remains an actress, unrecognized by her family. Divorce is inevitable. Has Nina Saire contacted you? Yes, she invited me for tea this afternoon. Have you chosen a gift? Yes. Translation complete, ensuring coherence and natural flow while preserving paragraph structure and line breaks. Chapter 481, having my love, and still wanting acknowledgement. Jingang private tea room. The room was decorated in Japanese style, with a barn door separating it from outside noises and sights. Alia stared at the lady opposite her, stunned by her elegance and demeanor. Her heart couldn't settle for a long time. She had thought Govind's looks were already heaven-defying, but after seeing Faye today, she realized what true grandeur looked like. Indeed, some people exuded an air that could only belong to a nation's mother. That commanding presence without uttering a single word is something many strive for their entire lives. Miss Leah? Sorry, Alia suddenly snapped back. I just haven't seen such an elegant woman like you. Upon hearing this, Faye, as if it was nothing new, poured tea for Alia, as if these praises weren't particularly significant to her anymore. The former capital's first beauty when young. Now, Catherine Ali Z of the capital. Any of these titles alone would be envied by others. I heard Miss Leah interned at Montague. Yes. Does Miss Leah study legal studies? In that direction. What specific field did you study in school? Intellectual property. Intellectual property? Didn't she hear that Govind had placed her in the family department? To handle divorces and inheritance issues? Perhaps it was meant to remind this young lady that marriage isn't all good? Is Miss Leah still focusing on intellectual property at Montague? Alia, being young, answered Faye without hesitation. No, I'm in the family department. Faye turned the teacup in her hand, expression calm. One can learn a lot in the family department. It seems Govind has high hopes for Miss Leah. Hearing this, Alia blushed. I've just graduated. I have much more to learn. Isn't tomorrow Monday? Don't you need to go to work? Alia hesitated. Work? In theory, she was on vacation now, but... There was a hint of expectation on Faye's face, so Alia nodded stiffly, yes. Faye smiled gently, like a snow lotus on the top of a mountain, pure and sacred, evoking admiration. Work hard. Have you found it? Not yet. Miss Leah's card is very clean, no extra items, the only electronic device is her phone, Faye asked Janelle as soon as she got into the car from the tea room. Hearing this, it wasn't unexpected. No worries, as long as she works at Montague, there will be opportunities. What about the news of Govind's secret marriage? Has he made any moves? Not yet. And Milagros? Janelle shook his head, not yet. Faye curled her lips, he is quite composed. Journalists are swarming around the entrance of Montague International, and Milagros didn't go to the set today. Take it easy, wait. How is it? It's fine, just too high a fever. He'll be better once it subsides. Really? Elena still worried. Of course. Do you expect me not to believe you? Would I harm him? Alright, get some rest. Elena led Elena away while holding her shoulders. Elena was half dragged out of the bedroom, turning back every few steps. She was very worried. Milagros doesn't seem to be one who knows how to take care of people. Elena sighed, that's their business as a couple. Why should you, as a mother-in-law, meddle so much? You're a stepmother, shouldn't you stay out of their affairs to avoid resentment? Milagros won't be able to take care of him, can you look after them for life? Who is born knowing how to take care of others? Who gets married without a mother? After marriage, everything has a first time. Once familiar, it becomes second nature. You're denying them even an internship opportunity, do you want them to never grow up? Elena chattered until they reached the living room, then gave Elena a glass of water, rest for a while. Where are you going? I'll rest upstairs too. Although she said this, in her heart, she wanted to watch the drama unfold, watch the drama. It was unforgivable not to watch the drama. She loved watching those who seemed untouchable fall from grace. In the bedroom, Milagros received a call from Bernal. Well? Not well. Did Govind really scheme this? This news isn't coming down. Milagros leaned on the sofa, looking at Govind who was lying on the bed getting in for drip. She tapped her fingers on her forehead. Who did you tell me last time was evading taxes? Why? Do you have evidence? The best way to suppress news is to release an even bigger one to divert attention. Bernal pondered, isn't this risky? It might embarrass everyone. So what? Milagros retorted. Isn't showbiz a place where the dark eat the darker? That afternoon, the news of the rising film queen evading taxes trended, overshadowing Milagros and Govind's scandal. Krista and Darren commented that Christy indeed had brains. Growing up in the elite circle, she definitely had means. Near evening, Govind woke up, opening his eyes to see Milagros sitting beside the bed, holding a cigarette brand he often smoked. Seeing him awake, Milagros smelled the cigarette under her nose. You're awake? After hours of the four-drip, his fever had dropped, making him feel much better than before. I just checked the home surveillance and saw you standing on the balcony last night in shorts and a sleeveless shirt drinking iced water. Mr. Nate, you really went all out to avoid trouble. How did you not freeze to death? Since we're in a contractual relationship, let's adhere to contract spirit. You really can't be satisfied, having my person, my love, and still wanting acknowledgement. Amy. Govind called hoarsely, reaching for the water cup on the bedside table. Just as his fingers touched the cup, Milagros snatched it away. Mr. Nate, don't you know? It's different when I willingly give versus you scheming behind my back. It wasn't me. If not you, who? Still acting? At this point? I admit I had the idea, but the executor wasn't me. Then who was it? Milagros's tone grew intense, glaring at Govind, furious. I cared for you, protected you, only to find you ungrateful. Govind, do you enjoy scheming so much? Were you a calculating demon in your past life? Like scheming, huh? Scheme more, see how I'll forgive you. Milagros put the cup on the coffee table and turned to leave. Amy. Seeing Milagros about to leave, Govind panicked, yanking out the needle from his hand, disregarding the bleeding, chasing after her. Unluckily, as soon as his feet touched the ground, his legs gave way, and he fell to the floor. Downstairs, Elena and Arlen paused their actions, looking up at the ceiling. What was that sound? Chapter 482. Amy? Arlen and Elena felt that something was wrong, so they hurried upstairs. Just as they reached the staircase, they saw Anjigua storming down angrily. Elena grabbed her. What happened? Did you get hurt? No. Anjigwa didn't want to blow things out of proportion since it was a private matter between her and Govind. To put it bluntly, he had broken their agreement, but it wasn't a big deal. Seeing the situation, Arlen rushed upstairs and found Govind's hand bleeding profusely. He stood up holding the bedside, his body weak from being sick all day. With Arlen's support, he barely managed to sit up. Did you argue? The man started coughing and waved his hand. It's just a small thing. Where's Amy? You're sick enough to drive someone to run away from home, and you call this a small thing? Help me downstairs, Govind extended his hand. With Arlen's assistance, they made it thanks to the villa's elevator. Otherwise, going down 3 floors would have been like descending into hell for Govind in his current state. Downstairs, Anjigwa was on the phone, her expression grim after hearing something from the other side. She muttered an acknowledgement, looking quite upset. Upon seeing Govind come downstairs, her eyes blazed as if she wanted to burn him into a hole. Elena saw Govind come down and pondered, you guys talk, but don't fight. Don't break things, and definitely don't hurt anyone. Let's all sit down and talk. Arlen clearly noticed something was amiss, knowing Govind could only drive Anjigwa away with his behavior. Upon hearing this, Anjigwa pointed at Govind and started complaining, he betrayed me. Without my consent, he spread news about our marriage. My agency called, saying over 10 advertisers want to cancel their contracts with me. I'll have to pay a lot of money, oh, wah. Anjigwa finished speaking, opened her mouth, and started wailing dramatically. It was heart-wrenching. Arlen heard this and glared viciously at Govind, really? Govind rubbed his forehead. Before he could explain, Elena joined in, Jichu, this is not right. Amy is a celebrity. How could you not discuss such important matters with her? That's right. Anjigwa sobbed. Elena added, she was already a star before marrying you. Didn't you think about this before getting married? We agreed to keep our marriage secret, yet he betrayed me. He sneakily spread the news, got me drunk last night, rendered me unconscious, so I couldn't answer the company's calls. Thinking more, Anjigwa felt even more aggrieved, sitting on the carpet and crying loudly. I've worked hard to establish myself in the entertainment industry since my father passed away. It hasn't been easy for me, especially without a dad. And now you're treating me this way. Govind. Elena, this speech sounds familiar. You fool around outside, having scandals with different women, groping women at parties, and getting midnight booty calls from random women. Upon hearing this, Arlen jumped off the sofa in anger, kicking Govind's leg and glaring fiercely at him. How can you do such despicable things? Even worse, to your own wife. Govind looked at Anjigwa, his face pale with anger. Breathing rapidly, just as he tried to say something, he was kicked again by Arlen, causing his coughing to worsen. If he didn't clear his name now, Arlen might kick him out of the family tree. Anjigwa saw Govind stand up and point at her, trembling. Nonsense, complete lies. How is it nonsense? Didn't you betray me? You had Callista, Alia, and you even hired Alia at your company. You've done more scandals than I, who's in the entertainment industry, have ever encountered. What are you? Monstrous. Govind, who had lived for 30 years, had never been hit by Arlen. One reason was Arlen's good temper, preferring persuasion over violence, and another was Govind's steady progress in studies and career. After graduating, he first thought of improving the family environment with his initial success. As a son, he had no flaws. But today, Govind's image of being a good son for 30 years was shattered by Anjigwa's eloquence, which quickly swayed Arlen's judgment. Arlen kicked Govind onto the sofa. The sickly one lost balance, hitting the coffee table and fainting. Anjigwa, he really did hit? Elena, holy sh**t. Sensational. Turns out the woman caught in the scandal with CEO Nate at Capital Airport was Anjigwa. How do you know? See the picture. In the picture, Anjigwa entered the hotel lobby wearing the same clothes as the woman in Govind's arms. Confirmed. Confirmed. Absolutely confirmed. Kimberly, seeing the message in the group chat, sent a screenshot to Darren. Doesn't this clarify CEO Nate's reputation? Darren, of course. I wonder if CEO Nate is still alive. Darren, plus ID number. In the evening, after finishing work, Kimberly called Anjigwa. After ringing for a moment, it was answered with, get lost. Not gossiping, not gossiping, gossip isn't delicious. I just want to hear some juicy stories. Kimberly laughed obsequiously. Anjigwa replied coldly, listen to gossip and get lost. I just want to know if CEO Nate is still alive. Alive, I wouldn't do anything illegal. Aren't you planning to retract the news? Hearing these words, Anjigwa felt a chill. In just 12 hours, she faced nearly 9-figure penalties due to contract terminations, all because of Govind. This scoundrel wanted to bankrupt her. Wasn't it supposed to be suppressed? Why is it still here? It was suppressed, not retracted. Did you ask CEO Nate to retract the news? Don't mention him, bad luck. Govind was unconscious for 3 days. Initially thought to be a common cold, the doctors discovered it almost turned into pneumonia upon hospitalization. Originally hoping to use this illness to escape consequences, the losses were significant. While Govind was unconscious, Anjigwa struggled on her own. The director kept urging her to avoid delays, making her attend filming sessions despite lingering controversy, facing the director's cold looks. How dare Angie Gua show up? I thought the director would replace her. How could they replace her mid-production? But haven't several advertisers pulled funding because of her? I have no idea. Such decisions aren't made solely by the director. Let's focus on filming. The director has been very cold to her recently. Note, this translation preserves the original tone, style, and structure, while ensuring natural and fluent English. Chapter 483, Boss Nate, someone bullying you? Did the director make things difficult for you again? Elsie watched Angie's face, looking very worried. These past few days, they really did endure cold faces in the crew. The director was clearly making things intentionally hard for them. The supporting actresses' scenes were all shot early, but the leading ladies' parts were left until last. Recently, they only left in the dead of night. Give me my water cup. Elder sister, I heard this show has Isaac's investment. Why don't we call Mr. Baker? Do you think anything within the crew can be hidden from him? If he wanted to help, he wouldn't wait for us to speak up. In circles of capitalists, who isn't sharp? Since Isaac could fawn over himself for Govind, it shows he is a person who stays well informed. If he truly wanted to help, there would be no need for them to speak up. So, just let the director torment you? Mr. Nate also, if you're already together, why are you still letting her be bullied? Isn't this bullying? Angie covered the thermal mug. Govind, I wonder if that unlucky kid has woken up yet. In the ward, Krista looked at the bedridden Govind, with an uneasy expression that couldn't be suppressed. This was already the 4th day, and Govind hadn't appeared in Montegegmeo. Each of the executives was about to devour her alive. Daily inquiries about the boss's whereabouts, a mountain of documents awaiting his signature, and countless meetings postponed indefinitely. How many days now? 3rd day. What's going on? Was she poisoned by Christy? Not quite, it's self-inflicted misery. He almost sold himself to hell. Elena, sitting on the sofa, nonchalantly explained what happened that night while peeling fruits. Krista listened, shocked. Looking at the bedridden Govind and then at Elena, she said, he's alive thanks to Christy letting off some steam. You're right, if not at the Nate residence, he would have been finished long ago. Talent and beauty. Both aren't decent things. When will he wake up? Krista wished Govind would get up in the next second to return to work with her. Uncertain. Krista thought, fine, since he's unconscious, staying here serves no purpose. Call me when he wakes up. I'll go back to clean up the mess he left behind. Be wary of Angie when you see her, Elena reminded Krista as she turned around. What did she tell you? She didn't say much, just that she won't let you off. F***K. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Being an employee is so easy. Elena sat on the sofa, crunching the apple happily, loving the drama. Krista had barely left for 5 minutes when Govind woke up. After several days in a coma, his eyes scanned the room searching for someone. Elena, taking his temperature, asked, looking for Angie? Forget it, they've given up on you. Poor thing. Some people are going to lose their wives. Where's Alali? Have him come up. Elena called Alali, who was standing at the door, inside. Where's Catherine Nate? Catherine Nate went to the set. But Isaiah said she isn't doing well at the set. Alali and Isaiah have been close recently, often complaining about the director. Prepare the car. Now? Alali was taken aback. How many times do I need to say it? Elena. What took you so long? Rushing now, how effective is it? The location for the film being shot has more than 100 different spots, mostly around Jingang, but frequently changes locations. Today, it's in the deep forest outskirts of Jingang, filming a scene where Angie is pursued by enemies. At the production site, the director was briefing Angie on her thick down jacket. Don't wear your coat when you jump out of the car, it's best to toss your shoes halfway. Angie, in winter, in the mountains, running barefoot? Any objections? No, Angie shook her head. Get ready. The deeper into the night, the colder it gets. Angie thought, do you even realize that? A scene that could be shot as soon as it gets dark, dragging it until nearly 11 o'clock. Disgusting, the director is trash. As soon as Angie got in the car, Elsie started cursing. Angie sipped hot water, enough, be careful there might be eavesdroppers. When you've reached this point, you can't stop shooting. The director is opportunistic, we should have leaked news of the fire on the set before. Windbag. About 10 minutes later, a stagehand called Angie to prepare. As she got out of the car, a chill wind blew, causing her to shiver, hugging herself towards the camera. In the bitter wind, wearing a small dress, she faced a group of thugs. Who are you? Who sent you? You should ask the king of hell. Seeing trouble coming, Angie turned and ran, immediately entering the deep mountains from the base. Amidst the woods, the camera hung high. Angie stumbled as she fled, falling to the ground, and crawled up amidst scratches and bruises, ignoring the abrasions on her palms. When Govind arrived, he saw her, standing in the biting wind wearing a black fur-collared down jacket, the collar flapping wildly against her robust figure, a striking contrast. Elena was chilled by the mountain wind, seeking shelter behind the recovering patient, Govind. Is Angie cold? Where are her shoes? In this winter, wearing a body-hugging short dress, dashing through the mountain forest, isn't she risking her life? Elsie, emboldened by Govind's arrival, retorted sharply, she risks her life for her dreams, even knowing it might kill her. Still, some people want to pull her down. Is anyone's conscience not hurting? Elsie, angrily glaring at Govind after speaking. Filming, Angie was serious about it. Unlike those rich kids in Jingang obsessed with revelry. Her life goals were as clear as the menstrual cycle of any ordinary woman. Cut! The director shouted. The crew stopped as Angie, panting heavily, leaned against a tree, checking her hands for injuries. Warmth enveloped her shoulders, a heavy down jacket landed on her. Turning, she saw the person approaching, tears welled up, pouting, why did you come? Come to check on you, someone bullying you? It's all because of you, Angie grumbled, feeling fine before Govind pushed her into the spotlight, inviting all this trouble. Boss. Boss Nate, why are you here? Upon learning that Angie was mistreated at the set, Govind couldn't stay put, using Jonathan to send word to Isaac. By the time he arrived, Isaac, along with investors, rushed over. Seeing Govind holding the barefoot, thinly dressed Angie in the woods, he almost lost his balance. Govind's piercing gaze slowly swept over the others, cold and menacing. What? Can't Nate come? Translation note. I've translated the chapter carefully, preserving the original tone and paragraph structure, ensuring it flows naturally and coherently. Character names are kept in pinyin format as requested. Chapter 484, do you want to ask who I am? Mr. Nate is joking, Isaac said, his face full of fawning smiles. Miscalculation, miscalculation. The news had been out for days, and everyone was watching closely. Montegegmeo's people couldn't probe any information, leading everyone to think this was just a common rumor. But it turned out to be true. For Govind to visit the set in the middle of the night, saying he had nothing to do with Milagros would likely not be believed by anyone. I just came back from abroad and heard about this, so I rushed over here immediately. Is Christy okay? I can arrange a car to take her to the hotel. Elena laughed upon hearing this. No wonder people in business are always opportunistic, such words could actually be uttered. Did they lack cars or doctors? With this thought, Elena glanced at Govind. Seeing his grim expression, she knew this wouldn't end easily. That man had just gotten officially acknowledged, seeing someone bully his wife. He must put on a good show, right? I didn't know when you learned to be so polite, Mr. Baker. This sarcastic remark made Isaac shudder all over. My people, can you make them suffer? Do you even know who you are dealing with? The man's icy tone was colder than the chilly air in these mountains. His phoenix eyes swept over everyone, radiating an aura of supreme authority that sent shivers down their spines. None of those present dared to speak up except the director, who bravely spoke out, we were merely following the standard filming process. How could we be making things difficult? Besides, today's scenes were scripted from the beginning. The actors knew about this part before accepting the role. Why should it now be considered difficult for us? Alali. Govind's cold voice rang out, and Alali approached with his phone. But I see your official Weibo says this scene should have started at 8. It's almost midnight. The director's face darkened. He indeed harbored some resentment due to Milagros's recent scandal, making things difficult, hoping to teach her a lesson. Otherwise, if anything happened to the actress after shooting finished but before airing, all their efforts would go to waste. Wouldn't the whole crew's hard work go down the drain because of her? Adjustments based on weather and time changes are for the quality of the drama. You should ask around in the entertainment circle to find out who I am before coming to demand an account. Milagros, wow, even stronger than me. Isaac, was his career going to be ruined by others? Govind chuckled in anger. Holding Milagros horizontally, he changed her position, lifting her with one hand as if carrying a child, letting her sit on his arm. Do you want to ask who I am? You. The other person choked, intending to say more but blocked by Isaac. Mr. Nate, my subordinates were ignorant, I will educate them. It's freezing, leave this to me. I'll give you a satisfactory explanation. Once Govind left, Isaac turned to the director, go ask who you are. Do you think you are important? He's the law king and the new richest man in Jingang. Making him ask who you are? At best, you're just a director. Dare to shout at capitalists, don't you care for your life? In your investors, some aren't even qualified to carry his shoes. Mr. Baker, the director has always been impartial and dedicated to technology, rarely involved in social events, regarding this matter. Are you telling me he focuses only on himself and ignores external situations? If he was so focused, how did he find time to drink with you guys at the dinner table? Stop making excuses. Even without Govind, you shouldn't make things difficult for her. Her family alone is enough to trouble you. Seeing the person's status and denying it, still pretending to focus on technology? Truly dedicated to technology, you wouldn't have made things difficult for a young girl. Think the crew members are blind? If you want to keep working, think about how to apologize. Isaac was scared. If Govind vented his anger on him, he would lose everything he had worked for. Let me see where you're hurt. In the chauffeur-driven van, Govind squatted in front of Milagros, placing his warm palm on her foot. Just as he lifted to inspect, Milagros pulled back. She gave him 4 words, dog in tiger's clothing. The man's hand missed, but he wasn't annoyed, resting naturally on the armrest. Misuse of terms, this is called genuine concern. Mr. Nate always achieves his goals without considering other situations or feelings. Is this concern? It's my fault. I apologize. This time I was too eager and careless, it won't happen again. Now that you've achieved your goal, of course, there won't be a next time. Milagros couldn't help but glare at him. This man really knew how to put on an act. An elite amongst green teas. Note, green tea, here is used as a slang term in Chinese to refer to someone who acts innocent or virtuous to manipulate others. In English, it could be interpreted as an elite manipulator. However, since has been directly translated to green tea in the original input, I kept it for consistency but added the explanation in parentheses. For better fluency and natural reading in English, the last line can also be written as, now that you've achieved your goal, of course, there won't be a next time. Milagros glared at him. This man was truly an expert at putting on an act, an elite manipulator. Only when he got what he wanted did everything seem fine. Looking at Milagros apologetically, I've dealt with those fools. Don't be upset. Let me check. Seeing Govind trying to touch her feet again, Milagros hugged her knees and pulled her legs into the blanket, showing an aloof attitude. When I asked you to help earlier, you didn't. Now you're rushing to do so. Have you heard the saying, better late than never, but delayed affection is worse than grass? Heard it, Nate nodded seriously. His expression was completely different from before, a fawning look Milagros had never seen on him. What was this? Acting humble like a dog. Do you know what you look like acting humble? A dog, loving my wife isn't illegal. Milagros was speechless, her expression souring. At least you have self-awareness. Boss, Isaac brought people. Outside the van, Alali and Elena waited outside. Alali, being a tough guy, wasn't affected by the cold, while Elena shivered holding her arms. She wanted to get inside but felt reluctant. Entering now would feel like finishing a drama only to find it poorly concluded. Govind covered Milagros with a blanket, sat back in his seat, and lowered the window slightly, revealing his stern gaze. Mr. Nate, I truly failed to recognize your status today. It won't happen again. Are you apologizing? The man's tone was flat, emotionless, gripping the director's throat through the gap. The director swallowed, realizing his mistake, looking at Milagros. Christy, I was wrong to suspect you. Your acting talent in the crew is undeniable. Blame my obsession with quality concerns. Hope you won't hold it against me. Note, the translation aims to preserve the original style, tone, and structure of the passage. Certain colloquial expressions and cultural references may differ slightly to maintain natural English flow. Chapter 485, I curse you to have 10 sons in one birth. In the car, Milagros pulled the blanket over her body and said indifferently, the director's reputation and talent ranked top in this industry. Everything is for presenting better dramas to the audience, and I understand that. Today's incident was a misunderstanding. I don't want it exposed publicly. Tonight's events. Lincolnson's Milagros, rest assured, I'll ensure everyone present keeps their mouths shut. The director didn't comment, but Isaac came forward proactively to express his stance. Now, his attitude towards resolving the issue was rather positive. Milagros curled her lips sarcastically. They were just a bunch of sycophants. High society, low deeds. If not for Govind coming today, where would Isaac be seen? They came shamelessly when beneficial, yet kept away like fence-sitters when not. Isaiah, drive. As Milagros's car disappeared from sight, Isaac straightened his bent body slowly, the obsequious smile on his face vanishing instantly as he turned to look at the investors behind him. Do you all know what to do? Rest assured, Mr. Baker, we'll take care of it. Isaac went home, sat on the sofa smoking a few cigarettes. When Syra Baker came downstairs and saw him like this, she asked what had happened. Isaac explained everything honestly. Upon hearing this, Syra Baker was astonished. You are muddled. Last time you clearly saw how different Chairman Nate treated people. Why did you do such a foolish thing again? Can you afford to offend Govind? I lost my head. I just wanted confirmation. Gossip remains gossip unless Chairman Nate clarifies or acknowledges it. After the news about Chairman Nate and Milagros broke out, Milagros's family stocks fell for a week straight. At such a critical moment, even if I were to join the fray, I shouldn't be first. What should we do now? Think of a way to apologize. Isaac was contemplating how to make amends. Syra Baker thought of something and asked, this drama Milagros is currently shooting, we only invested a small portion anyway. If you hadn't gone today, you could pretend you didn't know. Going means telling Chairman Nate that you knew but did nothing. Could I not go? Sam Hyder even informed me. Who is Chairman Nate? Suspicious and doesn't allow subordinates to talk about his personal life. If Sam Hyder did, it must be with his permission. Whether I show up or not, the outcome will be the same. Govind had been hunted by enemies in his early years, narrowly escaping death several times. If it weren't for a medical prodigy in his family who gathered experts from various fields, there might have been no Govind in this world long ago. Afterward, he strictly controlled everything around him. Only his close guards knew his schedule in advance. As for private matters, the mountain peak of Puyin Mountain was heavily guarded, making it difficult for outsiders to probe even slightly. At 1 in the morning, a fleet of cars wound its way up the main road of Puyin Mountain. Inside the nanny car, Milagros was fast asleep under a blanket. Govind was reading through documents sent by his secretary on a tablet. As the car stopped, Govind handed the tablet to Alali, instructing him to take it to the bedroom. He then got out, walked around, and wrapped Milagros in the blanket before lifting her out of the car. The sleepy person moaned irritably. Govind stopped, lifted her higher, and gently kissed her cheek. Good girl, we're home. Let's sleep in bed. From the black Mercedes Maybach parked behind, Elena and Elsie, getting off Govind's vehicle, saw this scene before they could even stand steadily. Isn't this like being force-fed dog food while sleeping? I sometimes can't figure out their interaction mode. Do you think President Nate loves ionology? Without hesitation, Elena replied, yes. For a man as rational as Govind, the line between love and non-love is clear. How many women have been introduced to him before marrying Milagros, but he never wavered. There were women kinder than Milagros, prettier than her, but none of them were Milagros. But shouldn't love involve tolerance? Look at what President Nate did this time. Tolerance has its limits. Do you think a man who only gives without seeking results can become a business tycoon after years of meticulous planning? He pays, so he needs to see results. That's a normal psychological need for a man. Elsie. In the second-floor bedroom, Govind had just placed her on the bed and was about to take off her dress when she grabbed his wrist in her sleep. Her vigilance was still high. Nightmare? Dreamed of a rapist who killed me after raping me. Govind retracted his hand, leaning over the bedpost, looking down at her. I would rape first, then kill. Pervert. Milagros pushed him away, getting up to go to the bathroom. Her feet touched the carpet beside the bed, and she realized she wasn't wearing slippers. Just as she wanted to call for someone to bring some, Govind slipped his foot into a slipper and used his toes to guide her feet into it. Body temperature can bring happiness in certain moments. The instant Milagros's cold feet slipped inside, she felt relaxed both mentally and physically. Bathing? Soaking. Govind nodded, called the internal line to send slippers up, then went barefoot into the bathroom to fill the bathtub for Milagros. Their teamwork was perfect. By the time Milagros finished removing her makeup, Govind had already filled the bathtub. Don't use shower gel on your feet. Krista and the others are coming. I'll go to the study. Before leaving, Govind was still uneasy. He picked up Milagros's phone from the bedside table and handed it to her. Call me or press the internal line if anything happens. I'm not a child, Milagros muttered. Adding one more sentence, don't think you're off the hook. If it weren't late tonight, I wouldn't let you off easily. Hearing Milagros's furious words at the bathroom door, he couldn't help turning back, holding her face in both hands, and giving her a kiss. The kiss left Milagros's mind buzzing. Due to their height difference, when Govind held her face up, she felt like her neck would snap, almost thinking she saw her father. Are you crazy? I'm still angry. What's wrong with you, spring fever? Get out, or I'll curse you to have 10 sons in one birth. Chapter 486, Boss Nate, were you kicked out? I told you that Isaac, who is so discerning, wouldn't do something this foolish. Look at this, Krista handed the tablet in her hand to Govind. Govind took it, glanced at the photo on the tablet, and his eyes immediately turned murderous. Janelle? Faye left but kept Janelle behind. Moreover, yesterday he met Isaac. Isaac was able to carve out a path from the countryside and stand firm in the investment circle, relying on his keen insight. His skin is thicker than Milagros's, and with such shamelessness, nothing can stop him. This time, he knowingly did not act when Milagros was being sidelined in the cast. I assume he is wavering internally. I guess Faye kept Janelle around to check your moves. After all, she now has a complete family, both children and husband. If you come to the capital, you will break the happy family she has built over decades. Darren said it correctly, you are a permanent disgrace in her perfect life. If you were down on your luck, it would be different. But now you're famous, having both fame and fortune, standing at the pinnacle of success, an existence that cannot be ignored. Just by being there, even without doing anything, you make people feel like they have a thorn in their throat. Govind opened a drawer, took out a cigarette, and rolled it between his fingertips as if he didn't intend to light it. His cold, steely gaze was uncommon for Krista. Over the years, he had cultivated a demeanor where emotions rarely showed on his face. Finally, he spoke abruptly, Lincolns are getting too long. Where's Clem? In the capital. Have him come to Jingang. Krista instantly understood Govind's thoughts. You want to use someone else to get rid of him? Govind didn't directly respond, just threw the cigarette back into the drawer. It's late. Stay overnight and have Elon notify the other executives to meet for breakfast tomorrow morning. When you promised me the top job, I ended up doing all the secretary work, she complained, as every day, she had to deal with tasks like notifying everyone about meetings. Govind gave her a sharp glance, and though Krista wanted to keep talking, his intimidating gaze forced her to stay silent. Contact the bank tomorrow and cut off Isaac's loan. Krista thought, someone is going to suffer. Touching Govind's woman. Isaac is doomed. Milagros. Milagros. Puyan Mountain had guest rooms for visitors. For someone as trusted as Krista, there was even a fixed room, right next to Elena's room on the 3rd floor. Krista, cursing under her breath, headed upstairs after leaving Govind's study. Just 2 steps in, she heard knocking from the main bedroom on the 2nd floor. Her eyes sparkled mischievously, like a big bad wolf seeing a little white rabbit, shining brightly and excited. Boss Nate, you've been kicked out, huh? Can't get in anymore? I mean, how could Christy let you off easily after you calculated everything against her? Wow, I envy you. Married and still getting separate quarters, so many men dream of that. I hope I'll have that opportunity after marriage too. How envious. Words that stab at the heart. Stabbing at the heart. Govind's face, already difficult, turned even more sullen upon hearing her words. Aren't you leaving yet? Leaving, right away. Krista waved her hand and hurriedly went upstairs, her unrestrained laughter echoing from the 3rd floor all the way down to the 2nd, like a possessed female ghost. Govind, thinking about asking a servant for a key, heard his phone ring. Seeing Milagros's number. He steadied his emotions and cleared his throat. Honey. Stay outside and behave yourself. If you dare to climb over the wall, I'll call Teacher Nate. She now had someone backing her up. Boss Nate. President Baker, the loan we negotiated with the bank has been stopped. Why? Isn't the paperwork complete? The paperwork is complete, but the bank only says it's due to instructions from higher-ups and hasn't given us an answer. This might need you to personally inquire. Isaac had an ominous feeling, hoping it wasn't Govind's doing, otherwise. The loss would be huge. Prepare the car. Isaac grabbed his coat and rushed out, barely managing to grab 2 sandwiches before leaving. At the bank, the staff dodged his questions. President Baker, this loan was personally handled by the bank manager, and since he isn't here, we can't make any decisions. When will the manager return? I don't know, the person shook his head. As they spoke, a man came from a corner and addressed Isaac. Isaac recognized him as the customer manager who initially greeted him. They knew each other. Finding a corner to talk, President Baker, your loan was originally confirmed, but last night, someone called the manager, and then. The man hesitated, changing the subject. Think hard. Have you offended anyone recently? Offended someone? That would be Govind. And he hadn't expected Govind's retaliation to be so swift. Just hours later, without him even thinking of making amends, the anger of the business mogul had poured down. So. When Isaac exited the bank, someone beside him asked. He shook his head. It's Boss Nate's doing. Why don't we find Geraldine? Was that Milagros just now? I thought she wasn't coming today. She has scenes today, why wouldn't she come? About last night. Don't mention it, a colleague shot him a glare. Do you know the situation? Did you forget what the investor said last night? Moreover, this was the director's mistake. How does it relate to Milagros? Every star has scandals. Didn't a male star just get caught prostituting recently? A bit of gossip and the director abuses his power to make it hard for her. Milagros always works diligently, drowning, climbing mountains, fighting, never using a stunt double. People in the crew have been privately discussing these past few days. Best you keep it to yourself. No, if you want to keep working with the director, keep everything private. Iona's sister, it's your turn. Milagros was applying makeup in the nanny van when the assistant came to fetch her. Today's scene was by the river. Milagros wore a thin dress, shivering in the cold wind when she got out of the van. Iona's sister, why not wear something warmer? No need, the costume designer arranged it this way. Adding more clothes wouldn't be appropriate. Be practical. Add another layer, lest you catch a cold. Milagros. Isaiah, did you see their faces? Note, the translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure while ensuring natural English flow. Chapter 487, isn't this Catherine Bow? Are they dogs or what? No one dared to stand up for her when the director was making things hard for her yesterday, and today they are already bullying others under the pretext of power. Aren't they just a bunch of trash? Isaiah sat in the driver's seat, looking outside. A few days ago, while shooting the scene, everyone knew that the director was targeting Angie, each person keeping their distance, afraid that the director's anger would be vented on them. Today, these same people were eager to cling to her. Wherever there are people, society exists. Disgusting. Elsie, having spent much time with Angie, had also seen the dark side of the entertainment and wealthy circles. Finding normal people amidst all this filth wasn't uncommon either. After finishing filming, Elsie wrapped a down jacket around Angie, while Isaiah handed her a thermos. Get in the car quickly. It was early December, the cold wind biting. Even in the city center, the cold could chill you to the bone. Imagine how it felt by the riverside. The wind could seep right into your bones. Miss Iona, my agent has brewed some ginger red tea. Would you like some? As soon as Angie got into the car, Clement, the third lead actor of the drama, came over with a health pot filled with freshly brewed ginger sugar tea. Even with the lid on, Angie could smell the strong scent of ginger and brown sugar. Elsie, take a cup. Elsie instinctively thought Angie would refuse, so he was momentarily taken aback when she spoke. The scalding ginger tea smelled warm and inviting as it was poured into the cup. I have more, Miss Iona. If you need another cup, feel free to ask. Thank you. Clement returned to his own chauffeur-driven vehicle and just sat down when his agent Emmett approached. How did it go? Did Miss Iona accept? She did. I told you, approaching her at this moment to make a good impression is always right. Emmett sighed in relief after hearing that Angie accepted. Are you sure last night's rumor is accurate? Is Angie really married to President Nate? Would news from our superior ever be wrong? Clement, playing the third lead, was pushed in by an investor. Otherwise, how could a newbie without notable works land such a big production? The investor was present last night and saw everything. Just as Emmett was about to say something, he glanced and saw a black Cadillac park outside the filming area. The driver said something, and it was allowed inside. The Cadillac parked, and a well-dressed middle-aged couple with gift bags got out. Emmett tugged at Clement. Look, do you know who that is? The top investor in the Jingang entertainment industry, Isaac. You mean that producer Isaac? Isaac's name was well known in the entertainment world, even if not personally met, it often appeared among producers in TV and film. The one next to him? His wife. Why are they here? For Angie. Clement, holding his cup, watched outside. What else do you know? I guess it's because President Nate blamed President Baker over last night's incident, and now he's here to apologize. Clement. For someone like Isaac, the biggest investor in the Jingang entertainment industry, to apologize, it's indeed Angie's ability. Do you think Angie will see him? I'm not sure. They stayed in the car watching the show until they saw Elsie come down from the car. Unknown words were exchanged, and from a distance, they saw Isaac stiffen. What do you think Elsie said to him? How would I know? I don't have superhuman hearing, but seeing President Baker like this, it can't be anything good. In a few words, Elsie dismissed Isaac. When getting back into the car, Angie's originally held ginger tea was placed on a nearby table. What? Don't want to drink it? How dare I drink something offered by others? I was wondering why you accepted it. Angie unscrewed her thermos and drank plain water. I was just worried there wouldn't be anyone to push me around on set. Unexpectedly, someone sent themselves right here. Elsie didn't understand Angie's meaning, glancing at Isaiah, who shook his head, showing no clue. Angie's intelligence had been influenced growing up around Freddie. She possessed both wit and methods hidden beneath her innocent appearance. Over the past few days, her treatment on set improved drastically. The director surprisingly scheduled her scenes to be filmed first, aiming to finish the shoot at one location within a day. While others remained on set, the director instructed her to rest. This blatant favoritism confused the cast and crew. What's going on with the director? He used to leave Angie's scenes for last. This clearly delays us while she gets priority. Who knows what the director means? I thought her scandal would delay the progress, but nothing happened. As long as disaster didn't directly impact them, everyone maintained a bystander attitude. Only when faced with issues did they start declaring themselves victims. Someone saw Angie walking off set, murmuring, "Why does she get special treatment?" Hearing this, Angie paused and turned to the dissatisfied person. "I wonder too. Why don't you ask the director? Don't try to act superior after gaining advantage." "Do I?" Angie shrugged innocently, causing resentment. Getting into the car, Angie covered herself with a blanket as Isaiah drove away. "Why are you angry with them? They only gossip in front of you. Who dares confront the director?" "Cowards. Too inexperienced to challenge me." Kimberly. At the spa club, on her way in, Kimberly arrived first, checking work messages on her phone. She looked up upon being called and froze for a moment. Closing her phone and tossing it into her bag, she responded, "Who did I think it was? Isn't this Catherine Bow? So coincidental? Alone? Didn't Harvey just marry you? Shouldn't he be spending time with you during the honeymoon period? You're pretty idle, worrying about our marriage instead of your single life." Kimberly shrugged. Can't help it, born a gossip queen. "Is it true about Angie and Govind?" "That." Kimberly deliberately prolonged her response, squinting mischievously. "Guess." Chapter 488, Is Govind playing around with women? What's the purpose of your question? If the rumors about Angie and Govind are true, shouldn't you be relieved? One less woman to compete with for your husband. If it's not true, Angie will still be entangled in scandal, which would make you happy given your animosity towards her. Why bother pursuing this outcome when either way, it brings you joy? Kimberly spoke, recalling some gossip she'd heard recently. "Speaking of which, I heard Presley bought a wedding home for you at Jingang No. 1 Court." Having said that, she stepped forward, looking at Margaret, and asked, "Do you know who lives in the penthouse of Jingang No. 1 Court?" Margaret had a premonition that this couldn't end well. "Angie lives there." "Look at that. After all the ups and downs, you still haven't surpassed Angie. It's so embarrassing." "You." Kimberly shook her head and took a step back. She watched as Margaret left in a fit of anger. In the parking lot, as the car was reversing into its spot, Angie was removing the blanket from her body when she saw Margaret storm out of the elevator, full of rage. Wasn't she in the capital? How did she come back? Is the capital that easy to handle? Angie put on her hat and mask and walked upstairs. Just as she pushed open the door, Kimberly looked up in surprise. What a coincidence. Did you see Margaret downstairs just now? I did, what happened? Nothing much, I just told her that the wedding home Presley bought for her isn't as good as your place. She's probably going back to argue with Presley right now. Angie hung her coat on the hanger and clicked her tongue. Presley must have dug up her ancestors' graves in her past life. It was nearly 8 o'clock when the two of them came out of the spa. As soon as Angie got out of the elevator, she vaguely felt someone staring at her but turned around to find nothing. Just as they were about to get in the car, she hesitated again. What's wrong? It feels like someone is following us. Kimberly glanced back at the parking lot, bustling with people. She scanned around but saw no suspicious figures. Maybe you're mistaken? Maybe, let's go. Back to Puyan Mountain? Back to the Hua family. Dream has given me an ultimatum, if I don't return, I might become an orphan. Tilda had been in a bad mood lately and had repeatedly asked her to come home. Angie was either on set or heading to one. Today, she finally had some free time. If she didn't return, she'd be in trouble. At the Hua family villa, Tilda had just arrived. She was sitting on the sofa with a cup of health tea. Seeing Angie come back, she gave her a cold look. You remember how to come home? Do you even know you have a mother? Of course, what are you talking about? Angie coyly walked over, putting her arm around Tilda and gently shaking her. What happened? Who made you angry? I'll deal with her for you. Really? Angie nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Tilda bent down and pulled out a document from under the coffee table. Confused, Angie opened it. Seeing the 4 large words, financial statements, her lips twitched. She'd talked too much, could she still take it back? In divine battles, mortals suffer. You and Govind spreading those rumors caused the company's stock to drop for a week straight, resulting in nearly a 9-figure loss in market value. Angie. I wondered who dared to anger you. It turns out to be Govind, that scoundrel. Wait here, I'll call him over to face his doom. A 30-year-old man, doesn't even understand the principle that his mother-in-law comes first. Such an undisciplined man, I will replace him someday. Angie grumbled as she stood up, holding her phone while going upstairs, avoiding Tilda's wrath while also summoning Govind as a shield. The call connected. Expecting Govind, Angie simply said, come over quick. It's me, Christy. Krista. Where's Govind? He's entertaining executives and drank quite a bit. Do you want to come pick him up? Where? Angie thought of the bathing center from last time as she asked. At the bathing center you visited last time. Angie, your tone sounds almost gleeful. Why is that? Krista, holding Govind's phone under the eaves, flicked the ash off her lady cigarette. A room full of men during business entertaining, what do you think happens inside? Women? Is Govind playing around with women? Krista shrugged. I didn't say that. Note, the original text implies certain innuendos and cultural elements which have been translated maintaining the tone and style. Chapter 489, how many times do you want me to submit? I'm going out. Where? To catch someone cheating. Tilda, if you can catch Govind cheating, I'll change my last name to yours. Someone like Govind would never risk long-term benefits for a moment's pleasure. He was always thinking big and far ahead. That day, Angie didn't let Isaiah drive her. The spa center where Govind stayed wasn't accessible to just anyone, it had a discreet environment with strict controls. Everyone there was at the top of their respective fields, even a slight mishap could lead to fatal damage if gossip spread. As Angie's car turned onto the main road from the Hua family villa, she stopped at a red light, glanced in the rearview mirror, and noticed a black Volkswagen following her. When she saw this earlier coming out of the spa, she suspected she was being followed. The green light came on, and Angie drove slowly along the side, with the vehicle still following her closely. Clearly, it was targeting her. Afraid they might notice she realized they were being tailed, Angie drove to the outskirts and called Alali. Don't tell Govind, just come over here. All right. Alali hesitated, thinking that if Angie said so, it shouldn't be too serious. He drove toward the destination. Angie drove around a few circles, feeling it was time, and found a roadside parking spot. She wore a cap and got out of the car, entering a supermarket. With the large crowd, the person who was following her became nervous, glancing around frantically as if searching for something. Through the reflective glass, Angie observed his movements, then slipped into the restroom, attracting attention. The man followed her in. Turning into the bathroom, Angie leaned against the wall with arms crossed, watching the man pass by. Hey. Looking for me? The man turned around, seeing Angie with a lollipop in her mouth, wearing a baseball cap, leaning against the wall. Alarm bells went off in his mind. Dead end, no way out. As he turned to run, the fire escape door opened, and a man in a black coat kicked him back. Seeing the man fly back, Angie clicked her tongue. Such a pity. The man saw Angie shaking her head, bloody-faced from her shoe buckle. After a split-second decision, he tried to grab Angie, but she kicked him in the face, leaving a trail of blood. Want to grab me? Am I so easy to bully? Exiting the corner, Angie saw not Alali but Govind. She raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why are you here? Didn't you have company duties? Those can wait, let's go, Govind responded, grabbing her hand. His clothes reeked of smoke, alcohol, and perfume. You brought quite a companion today. That perfume is bespoke. Govind glanced at Angie, covering her hand with his large palm. Wasn't this what you recommended Gemma use? Angie. No other women? There weren't any others at the dinner table, but... What are you worried about? Mr. Nate, if you're so worried, I can turn in my homework now. Angie. How many times do you want me to submit? Shut up, you pervert. Angie stuffed the lollipop into Govind's mouth to stop his dirty talk. Mister, we've got trouble. Alali rushed in through the fire escape door, looking anxious. A swarm of journalists just stormed in. Angie froze. Had they been tricked? So this guy was a decoy, leading them into a bigger trap. Alali, Govind glanced at the man on the floor, and Alali understood, carrying him into a stall and knocking him unconscious. Outside, Angie gave Govind a side-eye, suspecting this might be his doing. Govind caught her gaze and clarified, not me. My husband isn't that stupid. Govind, this didn't sound like praise. We're already here, let's shop. I'll be on tomorrow's front page. Better safe than sorry. Gossip doesn't bother me, but if it affects business, I won't be happy. Govind nodded in agreement. He pulled out his phone from his suit pocket and made a call, speaking casually before getting to the point. Shortly after, the mall announced clearance. Due to electrical maintenance, the mall will close in 15 minutes. Please leave the premises in an orderly fashion. Thank you for visiting. Your business? A client's, Govind smiled, leaning against the wall. Who leaked this exclusive news? Who cares? They came to catch something. They said if we get nothing, they'd double the payment. What's there to fear? Angie's exclusive? Last time it was a rumor with Mr. Nate. What more can there be? Maybe it's a joke. Maybe. I worry it could involve someone we can't afford to anger. What if it's a celebrity scandal? Wouldn't that be explosive enough? With Mr. Nate involved, what else? Did Mr. Nate admit anything? Their job was to get exclusives, but airing them was another matter. Better not waste a trip and end up offending someone. Elon overheard them outside and cleverly placed a call while standing at the entrance. Mr. Nate? Yes. The police are on their way. Yes. Lincoln, the reporter's over. I understand. His voice carried just enough for the crowd to hear. Grammars ceased as they identified him. Govind's special assistant from Montegegmeo Group. So. Dare you broadcast news involving Mr. Nate? No one answered, but all knew the consequences. Legal troubles in Montegegmeo Group were both formidable opponents. Anyone of consequence could shut them down easily. Chapter 490, If we speak of love, I love Milagros more than any of you. The reporters at the door are gone. Whose people were they? Milagros asked curiously. It doesn't matter, let's just enjoy today. Govind walked to the supermarket entrance, pushing a cart over. He patted the handle, looking at Milagros as if coaxing a child. Come on. A kiddie ride. Are you not a kid? Milagros was most affected by Govind's suave manner when he said such playful words in his neat suit and tie. This unrestrained indulgence wasn't something others could see. I can't get up there. Govind chuckled, my mistake. Suddenly, she found herself being carried horizontally and placed into the large shopping cart. For a moment, she felt her life brimming with completeness. She glanced sideways at Govind who was pushing the cart. What's wrong? Nothing. She would never admit that this devilishly charming man was growing more appealing to her by the minute. Did you ever shop like this when you were little? Govind wheeled Milagros toward the snack section. Watching her sit in the cart tossing a bag of chips behind her while chatting idly. No, how about you? Neither. Didn't Professor Nate ever take you? He's usually very busy. As a university professor and postgraduate mentor, he indeed had little spare time. My dad is also busy. The difference is, your dad is busy cultivating national pillars, while my dad is busy finding me a stepmom. Comparing these two, do you feel better now? Govind blushed. Not really. This comparison didn't improve anything. Let's head back to the Hua residence tonight. I miss my mom quite a bit. As you wish. Govind thought of their rare intimate moments together, whereas Milagros was thinking of getting Govind back so Tilda wouldn't be mad. It was close to 12 o'clock. When Govind stepped into the living room of the Hua family home, he had a vague sense that he'd been set up upon seeing Tilda's face. Here I am, as promised. You can talk now, I'll go use the bathroom upstairs. Govind. Selling him out? He watched Milagros's figure vanish upstairs like a gust of wind. Tilda pointed to the sofa, indicating for Govind to sit down. What would you like to drink? Anything. Tilda went to the kitchen and poured herself a glass of warm water, fetching a bottle of mineral water for Govind. Just a drink, but it carried deeper meaning here. For family, a cup was used. For outsiders, not necessarily. General Manager Nate has planned everything meticulously, achieving his goals. How does that feel? Govind lowered his head, not daring to speak since Tilda was essentially his mother-in-law. Milagros is naive, easily fooled by you, but General Manager Nate must have been crystal clear about every step being part of your strategy. Now that you've gotten what you wanted, will your next move be to bind her with a child? I have no ill intentions toward Milagros. Govind expressed his sincerity. Tilda chuckled softly, the cup in her hand turning slightly as her eyes revealed a deep insight. The first time I saw you, I knew you, Govind, were no ordinary person. At such a young age, yet carrying an air of sophistication and a coldness unlike other adults. Milagros, being young then, unknowingly provoked you, chasing after beauty without realizing that playing with fire can get you burned. General Manager Nate's words confuse me, Govind interrupted urgently, particularly disturbed by the mention of burning. You still haven't resolved the Thai family issue, and now comes Viviana. Announcing your relationship publicly only satisfies your personal desires and does nothing beneficial for Milagros. It might even put her in danger. To be a powerful figure in the business world at under 30 years old, you've achieved great success. Your strategies and ambitions are unmatched. Being so thorough and meticulous, you must have considered the worst outcomes. Yet you proceeded, using Milagros's love for you in your calculations. Govind, why go this far? Tilda's words made Govind break into a cold sweat. First, he hadn't anticipated Tilda's insight. If she saw through everything, then what about Freddie? Second, he feared Milagros hearing this would come to hate him. Have you ever tried wanting something but couldn't get it, thinking about it for decades? From the moment Milagros provoked me, I wanted her. A teenage dream that finally came true at 30, it was hard not to plan. When Milagros first provoked me, one of General Manager Selenag's statements has stayed with me vividly. At this, Tilda's grip on her cup tightened visibly, her fingertips going slightly pale. You said only a prince deserves to stand beside a princess. To live up to those words, I spent over a decade working towards it to have the right to sit here and say this to you. A dying man finds water, how can he drink just a sip? Govind isn't a saint devoid of emotions. I'm just another ordinary mortal filled with desire, hatred, anger, greed, attachment, and jealousy. Once I have someone, I want their heart. Once I have their heart, I want the whole world to know. Desire drives me forward. If we speak of love, I love Milagros more than any of you. Freddie loves Milagros, but he has other children too. Tilda loves Milagros, but her career always comes first. After Freddie's death, she ambitiously tried to cleanse Hua Corporation. Only he had no second choice, only Milagros. Everyone? Yes. If a day comes where you must choose between your family and Milagros, who would you pick? For me, this has never been a question. After using the bathroom, Milagros emerged, about to wipe her hands. Govind handed her a tissue box. Did my mom hit you? Your expression is terrible. Not really. Seeing Milagros unresponsive, Govind returned the box to its place, pulling out a few tissues to dry her hands. Amy. I want you. He wanted to weave her into his soul, intertwine with her existence, feeling each other in the grandest of human actions. Milagros looked at Govind, sensing for the first time the depth and intensity of his sincerity, something unprecedented. What happened? Did my mom scold you? Before Milagros could get an answer, Govind lifted her and sat her on the dressing table. Please note that I maintain the same paragraph structure and line breaks as the original text while ensuring the English translation is natural and fluent. Chapter 491. Govind grabbed her waist and pushed her back down. Just a moment, tension was at its peak, Angie's hand pressed against the man's pubic bone, forcing a slight separation between them. Let's talk later. We need to talk now. You're going to kill me. Govind gritted his molars, his eyes bloodshot as he stared at Angie. What did my mother do to make you act so crazy? They were close, breaths intertwined. Govind gazed into Angie's eyes. There were some things that couldn't and shouldn't be said. If spoken, it would seem like he had been too calculating and could make Angie have a bias against him. She understood worldly affairs but remained innocent, with a straightforward personality that trusted her instincts and never suspected those around her too much. Unlike her, he was in a complex world where it was hard not to be savvy. Compared to Angie's innocence, he appeared cunning, hypocritical, and strategic, with dirty tactics and vicious intentions. We talked about some business matters. Angie's fingertips still pushed against him. Did you lose money? Was this inappropriate? Govind, who splurged extravagantly, saw wealth as something external. Losing money wouldn't drive him to this point. Amy. Is pressing for answers right now a bit unkind? Why don't you touch me first? Angie, savvy, All her words were silenced by Govind's lips. Clothes scattered across the floor as they intertwined. In Angie's room at the Hua family residence, it was a typical princess-themed room with white lace bed sheets and a white canopy. The scene felt almost like an exotic wedding night. President Baker, you can see President Nate is really not here. You've waited here all day, and President Nate's car hasn't come up. Why are you putting yourself through this? Isaac realized he had offended Govind, and if he didn't resolve this issue soon, he might be bought out. Previously, he heard rumors that Govind planned to enter the entertainment industry, but he dismissed it as nonsense. With Govind's commercial empire spanning multiple industries, why would he care about such trifles? Now, he suddenly realized it wasn't a good move to offend him. What if this business mogul got a whim? Wouldn't he be the first one to go to his grave? When will President Nate return? Asked Isaac. President Nate's schedule isn't something we know. Perhaps you should go back, replied the secretary. It's minor cold today, and it gets very cold at night. It won't be good if you catch a chill, the guard added, then returned to his room after seeing Isaac didn't leave. Isaac waited all night, but no one came. The next morning, Angie heard a message notification on her phone. Picking it up, she saw a message from Sadie, informing her who was behind last night's events. Angie gave a cold laugh, sat up under the covers, and drank the remaining half cup of water from her nightstand in one gulp. Once slightly more awake, she called Presley. Do you want me to deal with Mercedes or should I handle it myself? In the Nan family villa bedroom, at 6:30 a.m., Presley was already applying makeup. Hearing Angie's words, she placed the call on speaker and put the phone on the vanity. What did she do to you? Ask her. Angie was about to argue further when she saw Govind emerge from the bathroom. She hung up the phone and leaned lazily against the headboard, looking at him with a scrutinizing smile that made him feel like her possession. She often looked at cherished items this way. Who were you calling at 6:30? Presley, Angie replied, patting the edge of the bed for him to sit beside her. What did you talk about? Asked her to deal with Mercedes. Was last night's incident caused by Mercedes? Govind sat on the bed and gazed at Angie. You found this out yourself? Did she have this ability? Hearing this, Angie smiled and brushed the loose strands of hair from Govind's forehead. Boss Nate, I'm at least the long Lincolnsons of Jingang. If I didn't have connections, how would I get by? Govind sat beside her, gently squeezing her palm which felt slightly cold. He tucked her hand under the covers. I'll visit the Thai family tonight. Will you eat dinner alone at home tonight? Why go to the Thai family? Viviana left but kept Janelle behind, probably to monitor our moves. Last night, I had someone bring Clem to Jingang. You want to use him to eliminate someone? Clever. Can I watch? Not exactly, behave. Govind pinched her waist and pushed her back down. Angie pouted and responded with an oh. Meanwhile, Presley hung up and called Goran. The voice on the other side was hoarse, as if it had just been broken. South Nan felt a shiver run down her spine. After 2 seconds of silence, she regained her composure. Check what reckless thing Mercedes has done recently. Isn't she in the capital? Lawrence dislikes her, and the Bao family can't be any better. Staying in the capital isn't as comfortable as staying in Jingang. She's not that stupid. Goran acknowledged with a understanding that Mercedes was always more of a liability than an asset. In ancient times, she would have been executed countless times. It was only because of the legal system of today that. At 8 a.m., Presley arrived at the company, and Goran brought Mercedes with her. The latter wore casual clothes and hadn't even bothered to apply makeup. Her resentful gaze showed no affection towards Presley. What have you been doing lately? Did you provoke Angie? I provoked Angie because it was all you're doing. Presley, you claimed you wouldn't neglect me and that everything you gave me was the best, but in the end, I'm still not as good as Angie. Presley paused mid-action with her coffee cup, seemingly not hearing clearly. She frowned. Not as good as who? Angie. With a slam, Presley placed the coffee cup on the table, spilling some dark liquid. Her eyes flared with anger. What's wrong with you? Comparing yourself to Angie? What do you have to compare with her? Her father was a billionaire who left her enough inheritance to live lavishly for several lifetimes. Your father was an economic fraudster, leaving you nothing but debts. What do you have to compare with her? Are you relying on your face injected with hyaluronic acid? Don't you think all the injections over the years have gone into your brain? The translated chapter captures the original tone, style, and structure, ensuring the story flows naturally while maintaining the character dynamics and plot coherence. Chapter 492, Govind loves to stir up trouble. Why do you have the nerve to talk about my father? If it weren't for him, who knows where you and your mother would be? You're a bastard, grandfather even kicked you out back then. It was because of my father's insistence that you were allowed back. Without him, you'd be long dead. You know well it was your father who did me a favor, not you. Since your father did me this favor, I'm now tidying up the mess he left behind. But what right do you have to shout at me? Mercedes, have I been too lenient with you? Has it made you so brazen and defiant? Can't I? Do you know why others respectfully call you Allison? It's only because I didn't want this position that it fell to you. If I wanted it, do you think you are anyone? Mercedes was not one to back down. She had always believed she was the legitimate heiress of the Nan family. Yet over these years, people respected Presley far more than her, as if Presley were the true mistress of the Nan family, and she were the illegitimate daughter. When it came to arranged marriages or contributing to the family, it should have been her responsibility. But in the end, all the bad things happened to her, while all the good went to Presley. Presley laughed, as if hearing a fantastical tale. Do you dare sit? Go ahead. I'll let you try. Can you handle it? Mercedes, do I need to remind you that even your college degree was obtained through my efforts and money? What qualifications do you have to sit in this position? Presley. Splashing sound. The freshly brewed coffee in Presley's hand splashed onto Mercedes's face, the bitter taste seeping from her eyes into her entire body. Mercedes, is this coffee probably the biggest hardship you've ever faced in your life? I give you two choices. 1. You stay in Jinggang as the thin wife of the Bo family. 2. I'll personally send you back to the capital, confiscate your ID and passport and assign someone to guard you. You dare. Let's see if I do. Mercedes was carried down from upstairs. Just as she was about to get into her car after getting off the elevator, she heard someone call her name in surprise. Turning around, she saw Alia standing behind her, holding a briefcase. What happened? Did someone splash coffee on you? Alia sized her up and down. Embarrassed at being found out, Mercedes changed the subject. Why are you here? I came with my mentor to meet a client. They're handling a divorce case, seems like a manager from your company. Mercedes didn't care about that. Thinking about last night still infuriated her. Are you working at Montegegmeo now? Yes. Is it true about CEO Nate and Milagros's affair? Alia hesitated. Occasionally, she'd hear a few comments about the scandal since returning to work, but no one dared discuss it openly due to Govind's intolerance of gossip within the company. Originally, she hadn't thought about this today, but hearing Mercedes ask, Alia had an idea. I'm not sure, but I haven't heard anyone at Montegegmeo talk about the boss's affairs. Mercedes understood. So maybe it wasn't true? Online evidence could be real or fake. Add me on WeChat. It will be convenient for future contact. Sure. That evening, in the Thai family living room. Everyone sat upright, waiting for Govind to arrive. This was technically his first visit to the Thai residence. Sir, Mr. Nate has arrived. The moment Govind entered, the atmosphere in the living room turned tense. Everyone straightened their backs and looked back at him. He's here, come in and sit. Govind walked to the sofa opposite the Chavez and sat down. Just a meal, some ate without interest, some ate contemplatively, and some ate nervously. Only Govind remained calm, his faint smile indicating his excellent mood. During the meal, Gay raised his glass repeatedly, making polite remarks. Govind responded by lifting his glass, then suddenly asked, why isn't Uncle here? By uncle, Govind referred to Gay's father and Faye's younger brother, who had been imprisoned by Faye's schemes near retirement age and was still in prison. This remark was deliberate, aiming to deepen the Thai family's resentment towards Faye. We might see him later, the Chavez said, changing the topic. Govind nodded with a smile. His gaze swept across everyone present, finally resting on Gay's wife, Lizette. He couldn't help but recall Milagros's words. Even when lazy, Govind's gaze carried dominance. Lizette felt her back tingle under his stare. Her nervous eyes met Govind's before shifting to someone entering the room. When Lemuel came in, the emotion in Lizette's eyes was fleeting, almost unnoticed by Govind. That glance seemed like she was seeing a long-lost lover, overwhelming emotions uncontrollably surfacing. Resignation, restraint, dissatisfaction, anger, grievance, struggle, longing, all emotions mingled. Something hidden? Interesting. Leaning back in his chair, Govind slowly turned his wine glass, smiling at Lizette. Under the table, Gay squeezed Lizette's hand. She quickly averted her gaze, hiding all her emotions. Weren't we expecting him at 7? The Chavez asked coldly as Lemuel arrived late. Traffic delay, please forgive me, grandfather. And Mr. Nate, please forgive me. Govind lifted his chin. It's fine, please sit. As a guest, he shouldn't have spoken much, yet today he acted like the host, exerting pressure over everyone present, from the elders to the servants. The elderly woman turned red with anger at Govind's comment. Thank you, Mr. Nate. Gay hid his jealousy, glancing at Lizette gently. Didn't you say you had a video conference at 8? Lizette was stunned, she never said that. Was Gay trying to excuse her from the dinner? Looks like she hasn't eaten much, leaving now. Govind loved stirring up trouble. Thinking, it would be perfect if Milagros were here, she adored such family drama. The matter is important. I'll leave first. Excuse me. Lizette didn't want to make things worse, going upstairs reluctantly despite her frustration. Her footsteps disappeared up the stairs. When Govind looked up, he saw someone crying on the second-floor railing. This translation aims to capture the original tone and style of the text while ensuring it reads naturally and fluently in English. The story's continuity and character dynamics are preserved, maintaining the intricate plot details. Chapter 493, Envy them for being able to slap their husbands so freely. What do you mean? You caused such a joke in front of others. Are you afraid others won't know you're trying to cheat? What cheating? Speak clearly. This has never happened. Don't impose your filthy thoughts on me. Don't assume everyone is as despicable as you. In the second-floor bedroom, Pete grabbed Lizette's wrist and pulled her close, warning through gritted teeth, I'm telling you, whether legally or in reality, you are my wife, with no connection to Lemuel. You'd better put away your worthless dissatisfaction. Don't look at him with those eyes of unrequited love and let everyone know about your sordid past. Even if you still have feelings for him now, what can it do? Do you think he would love a woman who once betrayed him? Lizette, to Lemuel, you are a disgrace, a lifelong disgrace. Smack. Lizette raised her hand and slapped him across the face. You are nothing but a beast, living in a wealthy family but still unable to change the dirty blood running through your veins. Don't forget your surname. Whose blood flows through your veins? Shut up. Pete bellowed coldly. His eyes, filled with fury and redness, glared at her as if he wanted to kill her right there and then. You're a demon. Ugh. Pete throttled her neck, his knuckles turning white, looking at Lizette like a provoked wild animal, ready to take her life and ensure she could never speak again. Kill me. Kill me, and your secret will never be known. Lizette's complexion alternated between pale and flushed. Seeing Pete hesitate, she reached out and tugged his wrist off her neck. You can't bring yourself to do it, can you? You know that if I die, you will lose the only soul that resonates with you in this world. Look at you, always scheming, always hurting others, yet in the end, all you fear is the devil inside your own heart. As Lizette spoke, she turned to leave but was caught by Pete, who pinned her against the glass and kissed her fiercely, like a crazed beast devouring its prey. Lizette struggled, but the more she resisted, the more he seemed to lose control, tasting iron from biting too hard, before moving to her neck, biting and nibbling. He pressed her step by step without caring about her willingness. Let go, Pete, let go. Whoosh. Pete opened the window, grabbing Lizette's shoulder with his sinewy fingers, almost wanting to crush her. Scream. Keep screaming. Louder, so your beloved Lemuel can hear how you delight under me. Smack. Lizette slapped him again, her chest heaving. Hatred and resentment surged within her. You really are scum. Is that it? Do you think the two upstairs are having a sweet conversation? Not likely. Does anyone talk love nowadays and slap each other? This was terrifying, being single might be better. Angie nodded, true. Any gossip? I want to hear. Alalie shrugged, I don't know. In the black Maybach parked by the road near the Thai family villa, Angie, curious about the Thai family affairs, had come along with Govind but didn't enter the house. Sitting in the car, she played some games, and while starting the third game, she noticed light coming from the second-floor bedroom. A glance revealed a scene as dramatic as a soap opera. Is that it? No more? That Lizette seems frail, but she's tough. Alalie asked curiously, have you met Catherine Tai? I met her once in the capital. She looks like a delicate lady from the south, refined and gentle, inspiring an urge to protect her. Pete married young. I thought it was for love. Unbelievable. Angie sighed, leaning her chin in her hand. The Thai family villa gate opened, and the old man came out smiling, a rare sight. Angie looked at them, feeling inexplicably amused. They all harbored their own schemes. Lizette, composed upstairs, came down to see off Govind. As the car door opened, a faint perfume wafted in. This scent matched the one she sensed in the capital. She subconsciously realized Angie must be in his car. Thinking this, Lizette shifted her feet slightly, as if she wanted to step forward, but Pete grabbed her wrist, squeezing tightly, pulling her back to reality. Pleasant chat? Yes, Govind replied to Angie, covering her legs with a blanket. Sitting in the car, Angie adjusted her posture, looking at Govind with blinking eyes. Anything you want to share with me? What? Govind paused, holding her thermos open to drink hot water. Angie took the thermos from his hands, like, things about Pete and his wife. Govind's eyes flashed with curiosity. Seeing his reaction, Angie nodded, took out her phone, and showed him a video she just recorded. How's that? Are their married lives more exciting than ours? Somehow, I feel envious. Govind handed back the phone. Envy what? Envy having a husband who can strangle her at any moment. Envy her being able to slap her husband so freely. Angie's clear eyes rested on Govind's face, making his lips twitch as he sat upright, lazily avoiding her gaze. Instead, Angie slipped off her heels, placing her feet on Govind's lap to warm them up. He casually pulled the blanket over her feet, an everyday gesture that went unnoticed. The Thai family members all have ulterior motives. Breaking through Lemuel may not be as effective as through Pete's wife. After all, Pete cares for her, and the elders care for Pete. The ripple effect could be fatal. What ideas do you have, Catherine Nate? His warm palms gently massaged her feet, the warmth tingling pleasantly. She seemed to have something to say to me last time we met. Translation provided by AI, please adjust for nuances. Chapter 494, Not Again, This Awkward Dreamant. As Mr. Nate got in the car just now, I saw her wanting to come up and say something but was held back by Gay, Alalie said as he drove, picking up on Angie's cue. Govind understood and nodded. I'll handle it. Wife and husband working together makes work easier. Being so understanding, Boss Nate, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Angie teasingly knelt up, one hand on the seat, the other pulling Govind's chin toward her. The dim streetlights cast shadows as she wore a white knitted dress with a cheap house-style collar. It was very unique, revealing hints of her curvaceous figure when she moved. Govind found himself increasingly captivated. His gaze burning intensely, he watched her intently. Startled by the intensity, Angie almost retracted her hand but was held by him. What appreciation do you want? Physical? Emotional? Material? Alalie. Well, it's happening again, another thing I shouldn't be hearing. With the rear partition rising, the intimate atmosphere instantly dissipated. Alalie heaved a deep sigh of relief. Indeed. Keeping a keen eye around powerful people is necessary. Angie found herself intrigued by Govind's words and decided to play along. What does Boss Nate plan to give me? Whatever you want, I'll give. What if I want all three at once? Not impossible, Govind replied, pulling her close by the waist. There's always a way for everything in this world. If you want them all at once, I can give them all at once. Angie stubbornly pushed further, for instance. She couldn't believe such things could happen simultaneously. Govind chuckled, his eyes twinkling, noses nearly touching. Do you really want to hear? Why not? You're the main character, of course, you can. Angie blinked and tilted her head. Listening carefully, she heard Govind's soft lips utter casually, so, while we make love, discuss Marxist literature, and then transfer you a few $1 million. Do you think this counts as hitting 3 birds with 1 stone? Thunderstruck, Angie's mind raced. Thugs aren't scary, cultured thugs are. It couldn't be truer. Govind, you devil in a suit. Is Marxist literature meant to be discussed like this? Doesn't Boss Nate worry about scaring someone away? As long as my wife is happy, who cares about others' concerns? Angie lost this round, feeling sour inside. Suppressing her anger, she tried to find a comeback but drew a blank, simmering silently. The car sped from Ty's villa into the city, passing by that familiar spicy hot pot place. She kicked him. Stop. I'm hungry. Go get me a bowl of spicy hot pot. Get it wrong, and you'll regret it. Govind. Can't win an argument, huh? Resorting to childishness? Pull over. Anything you need, sir? Get out to buy something. I'll go. Alali quickly offered. A cold glare from Govind sent shivers down Alali's spine, stopping him from speaking further. Cigarettes. Alali opened the drawer, handing him the cigarette pack. Chilly early winter winds blew as Govind got out of the car in his black coat, holding the pack. The lust stirred by Angie cooled significantly with the cold wind but still lingered half-heartedly in his chest, creasing his brow. Entering the small roadside shop used to luxurious settings only made him feel stifled and restless. Though he wasn't born into wealth, he had endured hardships during childhood. Whenever Arlen was busy with business trips, he would leave a week's living expenses, and many vendors near the old campus of Jinggang University knew him well. Still, getting used to luxury makes it hard to return to frugality. Used to efficient life, standing in a cramped store picking food felt tedious. But Govind knew this irritation stemmed from Angie's teasing without rushing home. Everything else couldn't disturb him like this. Boss. Hold on. As Govind handed his selected items over, a girl bumped into him, knocking over the tray. He didn't say anything, but the girl gasped in fright. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I'll compensate with a new order. The man frowned slightly but seeing the girl wearing a cap and framed glasses, he didn't examine her closely, no need. Boss, make the same order again, please, hurry. Sure, coming right up. I'll wait outside. Call me when it's done. Holding the cigarettes, Govind stood outside the shop, lighting up sheltered from the wind. Watching the interwoven traffic ahead and the steaming heat behind, 2 puffs later, his mood improved. Mr. Nate. Just as Govind flicked ash, someone greeted him. It was probably from the company. He nodded slightly. Working late? Yes. Which department? Finance. Acknowledging this was their busiest period and nearing year-end, he let it go, opening the glass door for her. Go inside. It's chilly out here. Under the starry night, the dominant businessman of CBD's top floor was seen politely assisting his subordinate, sending waves of awe through the crowd. Not to mention women, even men wished for such a princely romance drama. Sir, your order is ready. Govind went inside, taking the packed box from the boss and pulling cash from his coat pocket, handing it over. Pay these people too. Keep the change. Thank you, Mr. Nate. Nodding off, Govind left. The moment the door closed, everyone erupted. Mr. Nate is so handsome, wow. When he opened the door for us, I felt like I was in a romantic novel scene. Wow, wealthy, handsome, polite, true gentleman. Even I'd consider switching, being a guy and all. But why would Mr. Nate eat spicy hot pot? And buy it himself? Even gods descend to earth sometimes. Maybe it's for his girlfriend? Could the gossip a few days ago be true? Christy, perhaps? Discussing personal affairs of the boss? Are you tired of your job? A sarcastic comment shut the gossipers up. As those from Monteghegmeo International left with their purchases, the girl in the corner stood up. Boss, one more order, exactly like what that gentleman ordered. The girl paid promptly without hesitation. This translation preserves the original tone and style while ensuring it reads naturally in English, maintaining paragraph structure and flow. Chapter 495, Breaking Her Naughty Nature. In the car, Yesenia carefully examined the menu for the spicy hot pot she had ordered. It was entirely vegetarian, without a single piece of meat. This menu seemed tailor-made for someone who had to control their weight but occasionally indulged in cravings. Clearly, it couldn't belong to Govind. Could it be Milagros? Yesenia wondered, then pulled out her phone and scrolled through Milagros's Weibo posts from the past 2 years up to the most recent one. Upon seeing an abstract painting in the background of one of Milagros's selfies, she paused. If her memory served her right, this painting was created by a renowned artist in the 1990s and sold at an auction in Jinggang for a sky-high price. It was said that many people wanted it, but eventually, it was acquired by a low-profile businessman. But why would this painting appear in Milagros's home? Could it be? Father, I have something I want to ask you. What is it? As soon as she got home, Yesenia found Rufus with eager anticipation. She stood under the eaves, watching him tend to his flowers and plants. Since the company was taken over, Rufus had been enjoying himself at home, tending to his plants and fulfilling his long-held dream. Free from corporate rivalry and social obligations, after resting for half a year, he looked 10 years younger. Can I find out who the seller is if a painting is auctioned off? The official website gives a general direction but doesn't provide specific details. The auction house internally knows the exact path. Why do you ask? Just curious. Why are you still taking care of the plants at this hour? Can't you do it tomorrow? The weather forecast says it will cool down tonight. If we don't move them inside, they might freeze. I'll help. Yesenia's biggest strength was her composure. Even though she was dying to know the answer, she could suppress her urge to investigate immediately and focused on finishing the task at hand first. That's why Milagros didn't realize her true intentions until much later. Nate? Govind? If the buyer was Govind, then, how did the painting end up in Milagros's home? The next morning, Milagros sat on the bed, watching Govind button his shirt in the walk-in closet. His broad shoulders and narrow waist were lean and muscular, without an ounce of excess fat. Just looking at him made Milagros hungry. She adjusted the pillow behind her back, sliding lower into the covers, which still held his unique scent. Boss Nate, seeing you like this, I'm reminded of a saying. Govind was tying his tie, looking at Milagros lounging lazily on the bed through the mirror. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist are a man's best dowry. Govind. He paused halfway through tying his tie, staring at her with a mocking smile. Watching him walk closer, Milagros had a bad feeling. What do you want? You know I'm menstruating. One day, I'll break your habit of being naughty even when you're menstruating. Maybe menstruation promotes estrogen secretion, making you particularly appealing during that time. Govind laughed, finding it amusing that a woman described him as alluring. He reached out and pulled the blanket down. Come, let's chat. No. Milagros peeked at him with just her eyes, blinking mischievously like a little fox. Govind glanced at the electronic screen on the nightstand and, without further ado, reached under the covers and massaged her stomach gently. It felt warm and comfortable, nearly making her purr. In the morning, I have a shareholders meeting, and I've arranged to meet Pete in the evening. You can handle Lizette. Okay. Not going to the film set today? Thanks to you, the director is exceptionally nice to me now, so much so that others in the crew have started grumbling. Govind laughed. Amy, remember, wherever your man stands, that's where you stand. There's no need to compromise for irrelevant people, they don't deserve it. At 7 o'clock, Govind left on time. Milagros changed into yoga clothes and headed downstairs to the yoga studio. The warm floor contrasted sharply with the winter chill outside. The ginger red sugar tea Mr. Nate asked to prepare. Take it down to the yoga studio. Winter nights fell early, especially on cloudy days, turning darker by 5 p.m. Milagros left promptly, arriving at the Thai family villa complex at 5:30. The sky was dusky, and the temperature dropped significantly. Sitting in her car, Milagros stared at the Thai family gates. After about half an hour, she noticed movement in the same bedroom from the previous day. Seeing someone walk to the window to draw the curtains, Milagros signaled Isaiah to honk, straightened herself, and slowly lowered the car window. The person by the bed turned towards the honking sound. Just as they were about to look away, Milagros's face came into view. Despite the distance, Milagros saw Lizette's surprise. A few moments later, the lights went off in the room. About 10 minutes passed before Lizette approached the car. Geraldine. Miss Bai, would you like to get in? Thank you. As soon as Lizette entered, Isaiah drove out of the villa complex and stopped at a private tea house nearby. Inside the tea house, the heater was on full blast. Milagros removed her coat, revealing a black high-neck sweater and an elegant bun. Her appearance exuded classic beauty, captivating attention. Lizette retracted her gaze and took advantage of Milagros pouring tea to say softly, indeed, Geraldine is the top beauty of Jinggang. Surely Miss Bai has more to discuss than just compliments. After pouring the tea, Milagros leaned back in her chair, holding her teacup while gazing at Lizette. It takes only a few minutes to come down from the master bedroom, through the living room, and out to the road. Yet tonight, I waited almost 10 minutes. Can I assume someone at the Thai family is monitoring you and restricting your contact with outsiders? Did you escape through the back door tonight? Geraldine is indeed astute. Let's get to the point. If Miss Bai and Mr. Nate want to topple the Thai family, I can help. Why? One of the Thai children isn't biologically related to the family. Everyone thinks it's Lemuel, but that's not the case. Milagros's lazy posture stiffened slightly. Pete. Yes. Why are you telling me this? Lizette fell silent for a moment, her black hair covering half her face, hiding her expression from Milagros. Finally, after what seemed like a prolonged struggle, she spoke. I am Lemuel's girlfriend. By chance, I learned this secret. To implicate me, Pete drugged and forcibly raped me, staging a catch in flagrante delicto. Under duress, I married Pete. For years, Pete has had people monitor me, imprisoning me and forbidding any contact with the outside world. He also prevents me from secretly interacting with anyone from the Tai family, fearing I'd reveal this secret. Chapter 496, Neithua Garden. Clack, the teacup in Milagros's hand fell onto the table. In just a second or two, she hastily picked it up and grabbed a towel nearby to wipe off the water stains. Lizette didn't seem surprised by this. She calmly lifted the teapot and refilled Milagros's cup. Considering that these are things that defy morality and ethics, Geraldine being shocked is understandable, she said with a faint smile, as if slowly accepting her fate after struggling against it. I had accepted my fate, but upon learning of Mr. Nate's name, I realized I still had a chance. So you should have gone to find Govind, Milagros commented. I didn't dare to. Mr. Nate has half Tai family blood in him, so I didn't dare take any bets on another member of the Tai family. I'm afraid of dying. I only want to live honestly and openly, not under people's judgment. When Gay raped me, I was the victim, but since he married me afterward, everyone praised him for being a responsible good man. We've been married for 2 years. He knew I was distracted and always tried to escape, so he frequently raped me in marriage, hoping to get me pregnant and tie me down with an innocent child. Scum. Milagros cursed inwardly. She thought Lizette would go on describing her ordeal, but unexpectedly, she stopped after giving a brief explanation. After pausing, Lizette looked at Milagros and spoke, if Geraldine needs help, I will do my best. Milagros pondered for a moment, tapping her slender fingers lightly on the tabletop, maintaining an emotionless tone. She called for a waiter and asked for a piece of A4 paper and a pen. She wrote down the names of the Tai family members. Then she turned the paper toward Lizette. Since Miss Bai intends to cooperate, we should also show our sincerity. Who among these people does Miss Bai want to see die first? I'll follow the sequence you marked. Watching her pick up the pen, Milagros thought the first name would definitely be Gay, but unexpectedly, she chose the old lady first, followed by Gay. I don't want them to die. I want them to live forever. But their lives should be broken and miserable. Milagros nodded, I understand, death would be too merciful for them. Among the 4 members of the Tai family, 3 were marked by Lizette. Only Lemuel was left unmarked. Milagros thought, indeed, love and hatred are obvious. She was about to say something when her phone buzzed with a text from Govind. Stay in touch from now on. I'll send you back today. The new year is approaching, there are many activities in Jingang. I'll send you a big gift to express my sincerity. Milagros handed her the invitation. Lizette took a look. Monteghegmeo Group Annual Gratitude Banquet. Upon returning home, Lizette, just finished showering and sat at the vanity while drying her hair, heard the door push open. Grandma said you just went out? Just ate too much, went downstairs to digest. Gay looked suspicious, not believing it but lacking evidence. He stared at Lizette as if trying to uncover the truth, but she remained fearless. On December 10, 2018, Jingang was festooned everywhere, the Christmas and Christmas Eve atmosphere already setting in. This new financial megacity was never short of festive ambience. Whether driving past or walking into malls, one was surrounded by this atmosphere. Did you say Monteghegmeo Group's gratitude banquet? Yes, everyone from the company will attend. It said that CEO Nate chartered a 9-story luxury cruise ship for our entertainment. In the mall, Latoya was selecting a dress, and Selinisong standing beside her overheard this, feeling quite envious. How enviable. If I could go, it would be great. I'll ask my boss if family members can come along. Selinisong's face lit up, really? Of course, what's between us? How could I lie? Latoya hugged Selinisong's arm affectionately. They casually walked into a high-end custom dress store and happened to see a graceful girl with long hair wearing a white strapless evening gown. Turning around at that moment, Latoya and Selinisong both paused mid-step. If Milagros's beauty was radiant, then the girl's beauty before them was as gentle as a Tainan waterside town, like a well-bred young lady from a distinguished family. If this were ancient times, she'd surely be the object of every gentleman's desire. When did Jingang have such a beauty? Latoya murmured, gazing at her. Selinisong shook his head, never seen her. Gay was also entranced, remaining dazed for several minutes before finally standing up, just that one, customized one according to her measurements. How long will it take? About a week. Gay nodded, paid by card, and waited for Lizette to change clothes before leaving with her. Who were those two just now? Miss Leah, the manager greeted Latoya but added, we cannot disclose client information. Apologies. Latoya momentarily appeared embarrassed, it's fine. On December 9th, the event organizer's boss and a few heads of staff entered Puyin Mountain Villa despite the dark night, awestruck by the luxurious mansion. Stopping at the entrance, the heavy villa gate was wide open, and someone was polishing a freshly hung plaque at the entrance. Seeing the words on the plaque, the boss recalled Krista's complaint, even the most excellent and smart man can be blind in love. Neithua Garden? Is there any special meaning? The event organizer's boss looked puzzled at the 3 characters. Elon stood beside him, scratching his nose, dared not speak until the Montegagneo boss admitted he didn't know. Only then did they proceed through the gates, crossing the spacious courtyard along the stone path to the main house. Natwa Garden. Spring breeze caresses the threshold, and the flowers bloom. Isn't this name tailor-made for Milagros? As the two were nearing their first wedding anniversary, Govind renamed the Puyan Mountain Villa to Natwa Garden, his intentions clear to all. Stop the car. In the evening, after Milagros finished filming, as Isaiah drove into the yard, she noticed a new plaque hanging where it had always been empty. Natwa Garden. Isn't this Geraldine's name? Milagros saw it clearly but said nothing, entering the house. As warmth enveloped her, she felt more comfortable, taking off her scarf and asking Greyhammed, "What's with the plaque outside?" Sir gave Puyan Mountain a new name. What does it mean? Greyhammed, the formerly educated butler from 2 countries, knew the meaning behind "Spring breeze caresses the threshold, and the flowers bloom." But this wasn't her place to explain, only Sir could. He didn't say. "All right, it's too cold, I'm going upstairs to bathe. Go make me some mulled wine." "Oh, and where is your Sir?" Chapter 497, Your wife is dying, and you're still doing fine? In the meeting room downstairs, Govind sat at the head of the table. The other senior executives and representatives from the planning company took their seats accordingly. The room was filled with books lining the walls, exuding a rich aroma of tea. The CEO of the planning company was briefing Govind on the preparations. The entire 9th floor of the cruise ship has been set up as Mr. Nate's private domain according to your specifications. Here are some photos from the scene for your review. Everything except the fresh flowers, which need to be arranged tomorrow morning, is ready today. Govind glanced at the tablet handed to him and acknowledged with a nod. What about security? Security personnel are all in place. Rest assured, Mr. Nate. Key areas are covered by your own men, while other places have professional security experts from a reputable company. We'll ensure there are no slip-ups. I understand. As they were discussing, the door to the tea house was knocked on, and Greyhammed entered to whisper something into Govind's ear. He nodded and waved her off. Entrance checks must be strict. Don't worry, Mr. Nate. Govind did not wish to entrust such complicated matters to his subordinates even for an event of this magnitude. It made more sense to leave it to professionals. Let's end today's discussion here. Alali, please escort our guests down the mountain. The CEO of the planning company noticed Govind take a glass of red wine from the butler before heading upstairs hurriedly, seemingly going to meet someone. Could it be that Mr. Nate has a hidden beauty? He's holding a glass of wine like he's in a hurry. It looks like someone is waiting for him upstairs. Don't pry into what doesn't concern you. The scolded person scratched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Upstairs in the master bedroom, Angie had just finished removing her makeup, washed her hair, and lay in the bathtub with a face mask on. The warm water enveloped her body, making her sigh contentedly. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned to see who it was, expecting Greyhammed but finding Govind instead. You're home. Yes, I was discussing things earlier. Are you cold? Angie pointed to a small table nearby, signaling Govind to put down the wine. Not leaving? Let's chat. Has Lizette contacted you these past few days? Yes, we will go together tomorrow. Have you arranged everything? Everything is ready, Govind nodded, then sat beside her chatting intermittently. Angie, now thoroughly dazed from soaking, suddenly realized he was still there and snapped, still not leaving? Did your period finally come? So, you can soak in the bath now. Frozen away. First taken aback, Govind's face flashed with concern before he seemed to remember something and nodded. That's good. Good. Your wife is almost dead, and you think that's good? Bang, the door slammed shut, cutting her off mid-sentence. Damn man. Angie grumbled, rising and wrapping herself in a sleeping robe. She carelessly dried her wet hair. Emerging from the bedroom, she saw Govind feeding a cat with a treat. Angie walked over with her wineglass, plopping down cross-legged on the sofa to watch him feed the cat. It felt tranquil and peaceful. Bringing Elena tomorrow? It depends on her schedule. Have you asked? Angie questioned. Govind glanced at her sideways. Angie understood. No contact yet. The next day, Montegagneo Group's annual appreciation banquet was held on a cruise ship, starting from 4 p.m. and continuing until 10 p.m. the following night. The journey began at Jingang Pier No. 10, traveling south to W City before returning, allowing guests to enjoy the scenery along the way. Guests entered on the first floor. Those with red invitations boarded the elevator to the second floor, while those with green invitations went up to the 6th floor. Staff and guests were thus separated. Company staff were confined to floors 2 through 4, while guests dined on floors 6 through 8. Floor 9 was reserved for Montagagneo's President Govind alone. Others couldn't enter. Floor 5 was solely for accommodations. President Nate really splashed out. They say he spent $70 million on this luxury yacht just for the annual appreciation banquet? Sure did. Montagagneo's yearly banquets are always highly anticipated. Moreover, President Nate is always willing to spend lavishly on such events. Indeed, President Nate. At 30, others may just be settling down, but he's already achieved so much. People compare, and it gets infuriating. I thought I just saw the rumor princess. Wonder if I was mistaken. Who? Christy. She belongs to the Hua family. Regardless of the gossip, they are always invited every year, so what's the fuss? Look at Montegegmeo's staff, none of them discuss this openly. It's just us bystanders acting surprised. Angie wore a burgundy velvet off-shoulder gown. Her slender white arms and slim waist captured everyone's attention. Miss, the guests have arrived. Understood. After Isaiah's announcement, Angie nodded and stood near the balcony on the 7th floor, glancing down at the banquet hall on the 6th floor, where she spotted a fair-skinned figure immediately. Looking for someone? Elena was dressed in a black sequin strapless gown, one she borrowed from Angie due to her disinterest in attending such events and lack of proper attire in her closet. As someone who spent most of her time in the hospital without sun exposure, she appeared immaculately pale. Standing together, one in black and one in red, they were quite a sight. Gay. Why are you looking for him? To show you a drama unfold, Angie said with a raised eyebrow. Elena's eyes sparkled. In high society, drama was never lacking. And Angie's dramas are far more interesting than ordinary ones. Drama from the Thai family? Are you dealing with my brother yourself or having me do it? What difference does it make? It makes a big difference. Elena's tone rose sharply. You should know, if you're handling it yourself, it's your business. But if you help my brother handle it, it means you're preparing to tie yourself to him forever, never divorcing? Angie paused, startled by Elena's words. How did you know? Is it strange that I know? Elena tried to brush it off, but seeing Angie's intense gaze, she coughed awkwardly. Last time when my brother was sick, I overheard it while standing guard outside the door. Don't mention this to your parents. Young people's actions might not be accepted by older generations. See? You still care for my brother, right? If not, you wouldn't mind telling my parents. People only care about others' feelings when they truly care themselves. Angie, you're too persuasive. You'd make a great psychologist. Stay here, I'll be back from the bathroom. Angie followed Lizette to the bathroom. Chapter 498, A Man 3 Parts Drunk, Acting Until You Weep. She saw Lizette was just about to call her when she went in. Geraldine. Did Miss Bai receive the item? I did. Do you know what to do? Angie's inquiry was brief and straightforward. Lizette nodded. Angie fixed her gaze on her, as if offering a way out. Miss Bai, it's still okay if you regret now. No need. She never regretted any of her decisions. For those from the Thai family who had hurt her before, she would make them all pay one by one. Be compassionate? Should she wait to be trampled upon? A faint smile played on Angie's lips which disappeared when Lizette lowered her head. The action was silent and left no trace. Where have you been? To the restroom. As Lizette returned to the center of the banquet hall, Pete held her hand gently and asked. Everyone around praised and teased him, saying that he was a good man. Pete was over 30 and worked at a high-level company in the capital city. His social circle was naturally broad. Certain businessmen from Beijing and Hong Kong were acquaintances with Govind and inevitably knew him as well. With such a grand occasion tonight, everyone gathering here couldn't avoid bumping into acquaintances. Thus, they gradually became familiar with each other. Amidst many people and voices, some rumors about Pete in the capital also surfaced. However, this was something only talked about behind closed doors. Young General Manager Tai is outstanding and loving towards your wife. Is there good news coming soon? At a dinner party half a year ago, General Manager Tai said he was preparing for conception. We are all waiting to send gifts. Yes, half a year has passed. Everyone hopes to hear good news. Pete hugged Lizette's waist and his fingers slowly roved over her waist as he laughed casually. Today is President Nate's event. Why are you all making things difficult for me? Mentioning Govind made everyone look around but failed to spot his figure. President Nate is fashionably late. Maybe fetching Christy? Someone chuckled, teasingly. Hearing Christy, Lizette's body stiffened slightly. Feeling her unusual behavior, Pete asked, looking down, what's wrong? Nothing. This vague response raised Pete's suspicion up to his throat. His scrutinizing gaze was like a searchlight, wanting to penetrate through her the next second. Knowing his suspicious nature, Lizette remained calm, avoiding any further movements. Far away, she saw the old man and grandmother and went over to greet them. While Grandfather Tai responded politely, Grandma Tai scolded without caring whether this was a public place. Why are you not staying with Yuan? What brings you here? Lizette's embarrassment flickered across her face. Hearing Grandma Tai's words, Grandfather Tai glanced at her and spoke softly. Whose face are you losing here? It's still Yuan's. This made Grandma Tai restrain her emotions a bit. Clem consoled Lizette, your grandma doesn't mean any harm. Don't take it to heart. Lizette didn't say anything and just nodded. Then she turned to leave. At that moment, her desire to ruin the Tai family strengthened. On the upper floor, Angie watched the scene from afar. Elena observed the scene before her, puzzled. That old thing isn't a good person. Indeed, not a good person. Angie shifted her gaze and saw a familiar figure walking towards the elevator entrance. Govind walked in confidently among several top executives from Montegegmeo Corporation. As he approached, conversations in the entire venue stopped. Businessmen around looked for opportunities to get closer, but Govind directly went on stage and gave a welcoming speech. His tone was formal and courteous, identical to previous year's speeches. With so many guests tonight, Govind, as the leader of Montegegmeo Corporation, spent considerable time visiting various venues for opening remarks. By the time he returned to the 6th floor, it was already 9 p.m., when the cocktail party was most active. The cruise ship had numerous entertainment facilities, from billiards to nightclubs. There were exclusive venues for the wealthy, starting from the 6th floor elevator area, where guards kept watch to ensure non-invitees could not ascend. If someone tried to climb up using these gatherings, they wouldn't stand a chance. What's that sound? Angie was preparing to walk up to the 7th floor from the 6th floor staircase when she heard noise and asked. The guard replied, someone wants to come up. She arched an eyebrow, not responding. Some girls think that after getting educated and landing a good job, they can reach higher social status, not realizing that class disparity makes each step hard to cross. In the card room on the 7th floor, a group gathered around a table as the dealer dealt cards. Govind sat watching the dice rolls while others followed or operated differently. President Nate, generous, all in? The man took out the cigarette from his lips, lightly exhaled, then looked at the speaker, sarcastically. General Manager Lincoln, scared? No, I'm not afraid. From my experience, President Nate every year initially seems to be giving money away. I bet small. Seeing everyone place their bets, the dealer opened the dice. Indeed, it was small. Govind's luck seemed indeed bad these past few years. Wasteful brat. How much did my brother push? Enough to fund your PhD for several lifetimes. Elena. Is this how you usually play? Money breeds everything, and everything returns to one's pocket. This was a high-stakes game. Pete was also at the table, facing Govind. Although they exchanged no words, there was undoubtedly an undercurrent of competition. After several rounds, everyone had changed glasses of wine. Lizette was about to replace Pete's drink when she stood up too quickly and didn't see a waiter behind her with a tray. Are you alright? Pete reacted instinctively and got up upon hearing the noise. Elena was somewhat puzzled, looking at Pete with Lizette. It doesn't seem fake at all. Men 3 parts drunk, acting until you weep, continue watching. Shaking her head, Lizette said, I'm fine, just stained my dress. Govind, sitting opposite, toyed with the chips and beckoned the staff. Please escort Catherine Tai to a guest room to change clothes. Mr. Tai, Catherine Tai, please follow me. In the guest room on the 8th floor, Pete and Lizette entered one after another. Natekali brought spare clothes and dresses. I'll change first, you don't need to wait for me. No trouble, go ahead. Saying this, Pete took a bottle of mineral water from the room, unscrewed the cap, and drank half of it. Hearing the bottle opening in the bathroom, Lizette's eyes darkened. Chapter 499, it seems that Mr. Tai has more than just a flirtation. At 9 o'clock, the cruise ship set sail from the port. The scenic beauty along the route from the bustling Hong Kong pier all the way to City S was breathtaking. This itinerary was one of the rare and coveted cruise lines within the country. Gay listened to the sound of someone changing clothes in the bathroom as his gaze fell upon the river outside the window. The luxurious life on the cruise ship contrasted sharply with the workers operating on the river surface. No wonder they say opulence can be blinding. Are you ready? I want to change my makeup, why don't you go down first? Dressed in a pink cheapao, Lizette emerged, and Gay glanced at her disheveled hair, deeming it indeed unsuitable. He nodded, I'll go down first, take your time. Lizette mumbled an affirmation. Gay approached, wrapping his arms around her waist for a kiss. Call me if anything happens. As soon as the door closed, Lizette's expression crumbled, any trace of a smile vanishing without a trace. She turned back to the bathroom, staring at her reflection in the mirror, wiping her face vigorously. The physiological disgust made her unable to tolerate any touch from a man like Gay. The 8th floor lounge was only accessible to guests, no outsiders could enter. Meanwhile, Govind was still downstairs at the poker table, and everyone was gathered joyfully on the 7th floor. Who would come up here? As Gay stepped into the elevator, he felt a vague unease, and the burning sensation in his body became unbearable. Just as he was about to step out, the elevator doors closed. Gay lowered his head, veins bulging on his forehead, his jawline tight, his whole body radiating hostility. Just as he thought of pressing the elevator button, the doors slowly opened. A woman in a pink cheapao before him brought him back to his senses. Lizette. Miss, Isaiah hurried over, whispering something into Angie's ear. Angie's eyes lowered, her long lashes fluttering. President Nate, among the crowd, Lizette rushed over in a cheapao, anxiously pushing through the people. At the poker table, Govind slowly turned, looking at the panicked figure running towards him. Is there something, Catherine Tai? While I was changing clothes, my husband went missing. Maybe Mr. Tai saw an old friend and went to catch up. The ship is already moving, so it's not possible for anyone to leave. There are security guards on the deck and railings, who will notify us immediately if there's any issue. Alali stood beside Govind, observing the crowd and couldn't help but interject when he heard Lizette's words. Govind watched her, waiting for her next words. Lizette nervously glanced around, seeing everyone who had been amusing themselves were now watching her. By the billiards table, Darren leaned against it, holding a cue, watching the unfolding drama from afar. Hyder Shao approached, lighting a cigarette and handing it to him. Tell me, what kind of show is this? We'll see. Darren held the cigarette, smoking intermittently. The entire 7th floor was a place for entertainment. Billiards, golf, poker tables, tea rooms, everything available. Everyone had been scattered initially, but Lizette's sudden appearance quickly drew everyone together to watch the spectacle. Or, maybe Mr. Tai is in another room. This evening is lively, perhaps he met someone special? Adults tacitly approved of such occurrences, especially adult men. As the sarcastic voice faded, Grandma Tai pushed through the crowd, glaring fiercely at the person who had spoken crudely. What nonsense are you spouting? Don't project your filthy thoughts onto others. The person being reprimanded was a well-known second-generation heir from Jinggang who used to follow Angie around. Due to his father's health deteriorating, he had no choice but to return home and inherit the family business, having learned some semblance of respectability in the business world thanks to his father's guidance. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to enter this place today. Hearing Grandma Tai's words, he laughed. I didn't expect to encounter someone from the capital. What? In the capital, it's fashionable for family elders to come out and dispel rumors? Just some playful banter, yet the Felicia glares at me like I've said something true? Who in high places doesn't know the inside scoop? Even if you don't let everyone speak, does that mean they won't know? It's not up to you to decide what is or isn't true. The man shrugged indifferently. Oh. It was common for men to make such off-color remarks while gathering together. Initially, it was just teasing, but once Grandma Tai got involved, the situation changed. Angie glanced at Elena, stepping back a few steps into the crowd. Elena chuckled, raising her voice slightly. Our Nate family should not have such tactless people, right? Alali, check the surveillance to see where Mr. Tai went. On it. One word from Elena could get Govind's personal bodyguard to act, demonstrating her significant influence. Who is she? Due to spending most of her time at the hospital, Elena rarely attended these events, and many in the Jinggang elite circle did not recognize her. President Nate's sister. Sister? Wasn't it said that Teacher Nate raised him alone? When did he suddenly have a sister? A few years ago, Teacher Nate remarried, also to a professor at Jinggang University. This young lady is President Nate's stepsister. Heaven. If we're talking about a winner in life, look no further than her. This is what a rise to power means. Suddenly, I feel motivated to work hard, for my future daughter's sake. To directly ascend to the pinnacle of life's winners. A few minutes later, before the chatter subsided, Alali returned, his expression uneasy as he showed his phone to Govind, President Nate. The surveillance shows Mr. Tai went to the 5th floor lounge. TSK. As I suspected, it seems that Mr. Tai has more than just a flirtation, and it's not even a high-level one. The person who mocked Grandma Tai spoke again. It was widely known that the annual thank you banquet for the Montegegmeo group was divided by level, with the VIPs above the 6th floor, while below that were the company's internal staff. Gay had gone down to the lower levels. People always aim higher, but he chose to go down. How amusing. No wonder it's someone from the Tai family. They're getting worse with each generation. Ridiculous. Grandma Tai was so enraged by the young man's mocking words that she shook violently, slapping the poker table, sending half of Govind's chips flying. Govind's lips curled slightly, his cold gaze sweeping over the elderly woman. An icy fury filled the air. Alali, pull up the surveillance footage. Elena perked up at this, since everyone is in disagreement. Merely reviewing the surveillance might seem weak. If the Felicia truly believes in Mr. Tai, why not join us on the 5th floor? If she dares, I'll change my last name. Tisk. Chapter 500, I should be Nateki not to sue him for rape. Govind looked at the Felicia with a questioning gaze upon hearing Elena's words. The Felicia felt as if she was like a roast lamb over a fire, neither able to rise nor descend. The Chavez sensed that the situation could turn unfavorable. If this were just some nonsense, it would be one thing, but if it were true, it would undoubtedly be a blow to their Tai family. Moreover, Gay was in a rising period, and there were plenty of wolves eyeing them from multiple areas in the capital city. Any misstep and this could be used against them to their detriment. Adults know what they're doing. We're getting old, why argue with these young people over such trivial matters? Young people have their own ways. The Chavez held the Felicia's arm, seemingly trying to guide her away from the card table. Everyone thought an exciting drama was about to unfold when suddenly, the Chavez intervened. There was a hint of reluctance in the crowd. Just as expected, everyone in the capital speaks highly of Evander. Today I've seen firsthand how well he handles all sorts of situations, Darren remarked, causing Govind to slowly turn his head as others did. How can Evander say this? Clearly, the Felicia does not think this is merely something between young people but something involving the Tai family. If we don't sort this out now, outsiders might misunderstand our Hong Kong elite as being at odds with your capital elite. Yes, things have come this far. Without an explanation, no one will feel satisfied, Jonathan chimed in, tossing down his cue stick, preparing to go downstairs. Since everyone is so gentlemanly, I'll play the villain for once and check on Mr. Tai. Not so fast, wait for us. Instantaneously, those eager for drama followed Jonathan downstairs in a rush. Seeing this, the Chavez cast a chilly glance at the Felicia and warned in a lowered voice, whether or not it's true, it's a matter between young people. As elders nearly 6 feet under, why involve yourself? If today's incident is true, where would the face of our Thai family be? The Felicia also realized something wasn't right. She had fallen into a trap set up by someone from the beginning, only realizing it now as the situation spiraled out of control. Let's go downstairs and see. Jonathan led a group toward the 5th floor, finding out the room number while maintaining some decorum. Instead of barging in, they knocked politely, giving time for anyone inside to react. The ship's cabin soundproofing wasn't great but was passable. Inside, people seemed hastily dressing, occasionally bumping into something, causing a loud thud that made everyone outside listen intently. A couple of minutes later, a woman in a bathrobe opened the door, visibly startled by the throng gathered there. What's going on? Is there anyone else in the room? No, the woman stammered, clearly intimidated by the scene. Catherine Tai, aren't you going to check? Lizette was pushed forward, standing at the door with a hesitant demeanor. Her meek and gentle appearance fit the role perfectly, especially in her pink cheapao, exuding a classical elegance reminiscent of a refined Tainan lady. For a man like Gay to have such a beautiful wife and still seek extramarital affairs would be sheer extravagance. In the crowd, Elena muttered worriedly to Angie beside her, she won't change her mind, will she? No, she won't, Angie replied firmly. I'll go in, Lizette spoke softly. Hearing this, the girl blocked the entrance, unwilling. Sorry, this is my private space, and I have the right not to let you in. Private space? This whole yacht belongs to President Nate. Catherine Tai is his guest. Who do you think is bigger here? Jonathan retorted sarcastically, and the girl immediately wilted, typical of a bully who picks on the weak. Lizette entered, only to find a naked man lying on the bed and condoms scattered everywhere. For a moment, she froze, unable to move. After a long silence, a furious shout erupted, Gay. Instantly, those watching from outside were electrified. Some even made way for the Chavez and lady to enter. The Felicia refused to believe it. In her mind, Gay was extremely protective of his reputation and wouldn't do something like this. She'd rather believe Lemuel was a murderer than that Gay would tarnish himself. But upon entering, her denial crumbled. Judging by the room's state, there was no doubt there had been a heated encounter. Smack, a veteran is a veteran. Rather than blame herself, she shifted the blame onto others with a resounding slap. Explain yourself. What did you do? You crazy old hag. Why did you hit me? That man on the bed approached me willingly. I'd be lucky not to sue him for rape. At first, I thought it was an adventure. But if you want it this way, don't blame me for not holding back. Security. Get the surveillance footage to prove my innocence. See if that man approached me voluntarily. You shut up. The Felicia, seeing the woman act like a harpy, wanted nothing more than to tear her apart. If anyone should shut up, it's you. Is this your place? Are you President Nate's guest? Aren't I also a guest of President Nate? The situation escalated into chaos. Seeing things were getting out of hand, the security on this floor hurried to fetch the surveillance video. When the video surfaced, the girl handed her phone to the Felicia. Open your eyes wide and see clearly. Did you see? He approached me voluntarily. Given this, I have the right to accuse him of rape. Watching the video, it was indeed Gay who approached. A wave of murmurs swept through the crowd. As expected. One's own shit always smells sweeter. Some say, upper-class society is full of vulgar acts. That fits the Thai family perfectly, a family renowned for culture and prestige. How did they gain their status, I wonder? Note, the translation maintains paragraph structure and line breaks as per the original text. Chapter 501, Are you satisfied, Miss Bai? Did you do this? Was all of this planned by you? The moment the old man closed the door behind him, the elderly woman fixed her glare on Lizette, eyes filled with venom as if she wanted to tear her apart. Grandma, what do you mean by that? Throughout everything, I have always been by your side. How could I have had any opportunity to do this? Or do you think I have the power to reach out and harm President Nate? True, Pete is your beloved grandson. No matter what he does, whether it's eating filth or engaging in debauchery, you still see him as your precious grandson, the best person in the world. But did you ever consider that from the incident between Pete and me to his current affairs with other women, he is the common thread, not others? He's despicable, vile to the core. Slap, the elderly woman was infuriated by Lizette's words and slapped her across the face. Shut up. No matter what, he is your husband. You have no right to speak about him like that. If something happened today, blame yourself for not controlling him. Lizette laughed upon hearing this, clutching her face and staring at the elderly woman, her eyes bloodshot, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. I didn't control him. What about when he raped me? In fact, you've known about that incident back then, haven't you? You knew Pete drugged me, leading to those events. Yet, you stood by him then, joining everyone else to condemn me, making my life miserable. In just a few words, you turned the blame towards me, making me the target of everyone's criticism. Even though you knew it was all his doing, you did something against your conscience. Why else? The elderly woman retorted. What leverage do you have to make me abandon my own grandson for you? Is the truth less important than my family? Or do you think I owe you justice? Don't forget, delivering justice is the job of the police. As a member of his family, my responsibility is to protect him, not to harm my own family because of someone like you. Do you even have a brain, Lizette? Allowing Yuan to marry you was already the greatest kindness I could show. Lizette laughed out of anger. Over the years, she had long known the methods and character of the Tai family matriarch. Yet, when she heard these words, she couldn't help but laugh. All right. Then continue letting Pete marry this woman now. I want to see how you handle this situation. After saying this, Lizette opened the door and prepared to leave. Seeing this, the elderly woman rushed forward in a few steps to stop her. Under the present circumstances, the best way to solve this was to handle it internally, not to escalate it further. Even though they were on a cruise ship and no media was around, with the internet so developed today, if anyone captured this moment and posted it online, it would be disastrous for them. Don't go. Lizette waved her hand, pushing the elderly woman aside. Being an elderly person and caught off guard, she fell to the ground. Lizette opened the door and, despite the five-fingered mark on her face, walked straight out. People who were about to disperse stopped at the sight of the door opening, pausing to watch the unfolding drama. Seeing the mark on Lizette's face, they roughly understood what had happened. Within 10 minutes, everyone on the cruise ship knew about the incident. One person told 10 told 100, it was nothing short of spectacular. As Lizette pushed past the crowd and walked by Angie murmured 3 words, "Are you satisfied?" "Thank you, Christy. No need to be polite. My grand gift has been delivered, I'm waiting for Miss Bai's sincerity." Previously addressed as Syra Tai, this time Angie called her Miss Bai. Hearing these words, Lizette felt a profound shock that took time to settle. Ji Chu, the old Thai lady, was busy dealing with Pete's affairs when the old man came seeking help. Nate Ji Chu had just sat down in the tea room. A cup of tea was served, but there wasn't even time to take a sip. Towards the end of the year, Jonathan returned from abroad, initially planning to rest for a few days, but unexpectedly stumbled upon this grand drama immediately after returning. With the patriarch of the Tai family standing right before him, clearly here to ask for help, it wouldn't make sense if he didn't take advantage of this situation. Didn't old Tai come to plead for help? Impressive, President Nate. For the elites of the capital to seek you out means your status has indeed risen. Hasn't old Tai forgotten? Nate Ji Chu used to be a child abandoned by your family. Now coming to beg in person, aren't you losing face? While Jonathan was sarcastically jabbing, he took out his phone and fiddled with it. Seemingly seeing something unusual, he whistled softly in confusion. Why are people so engrossed in gossip these days? I just posted a video online, and it already has tens of thousands of shares. Old Tai's heart tightened upon hearing this. This was classic fear of what one dreads most coming true. Note, maintained paragraph structure, tone, and natural English translation while preserving the original storyline. Chapter 502, Did he just sleep with another woman and now comes to provoke Christy? In the early hours of the morning, Gay woke up in a daze. Looking at Lizette sitting by the bed, he noticed her sullen expression as she held her forehead and struggled to sit up. What's wrong? What happened? What happened to your face? Who hit you? Lizette stared at him, remaining silent. The whirlpool in her eyes twisted and turned, nearly suffocating him. Gay realized something was off and glanced around. This wasn't their room. Where are we? Lizette gave a cold laugh, took out her phone, and handed it to him. On the screen, there was a video of him entwined with another woman on the way into a room. Is Sam Tai using the same tactics on others that he used on me back then? Lizette nodded slowly. I should have known, if you could use these despicable methods on me, you can certainly use them on others. After all, this is your usual style. I don't know what happened. Gay switched off the phone and threw it onto the bedsheet. Lizette stood up with wide, angry eyes, glaring at him. You don't know. You said the same thing back then when faced with everyone's doubts. You pushed me into the fire with just one, I don't know, completely ignoring my feelings as the victim. Do you think I will believe your words now, with history repeating itself? Lizette. Lizette. Wife. After speaking, Lizette turned and walked away. Seeing this, Gay got up quickly wanting to chase after her but realized he was stark naked, not even wearing underwear. He picked up the clothes on the floor, only to find they were unwearable. Knock, knock, knock. A knock came from the door. Gay pulled on a bathrobe, opened the door, and saw Angie standing there. She held a bag from a men's brand and wore an ink blue shawl over her dress, perhaps because it was late at night. Sam Tai, I think you need help right now. Gay vaguely sensed that things weren't simple, his gaze piercing through Angie with murderous intent. Was this your doing? Angie shrugged. I don't have that much ability. In Beijing, Hong Kong, everyone knows my character. I'm not bad, just love watching shows and saving errant handsome young men along the way. Sam Tai traveled all the way from the capital. I should be more hospitable. Gay gave a cold laugh, his eyes fixed on the bag in Angie's hand. Without arguing further, he bent down swiftly to take the bag. Angie seemed startled by his quick movements, retreating several steps, and the bag flew out of her hand. It landed a few meters away in the corridor of the cruise ship. Sam Tai, I'm not one of those women outside who give themselves easily. You. Gay looked at the clothes thrown far away by Angie. People were passing by in the corridor. If he went out like this now, he would undoubtedly attract attention. He didn't need to imagine how this scene had spread. During these few hours while he was unconscious, what had happened, he was entirely unaware. But Angie clearly knew something had occurred. Ah! Her clear eyes twinkled mischievously like a little fox just out of its den. Sam Tai, you're so boring. You scared me. Pick it up. His face filled with murderous intent. I'll pick it up if you beg me. Angie adjusted her shawl. If you don't pick it up, don't expect me to beg you. The less you beg, the less I'll pick up. Don't try moral coercion on me. She joked, knowing she lacked morals but nothing else. Angie. He gritted his teeth, staring at her. Angie scared. I can't stand to see handsome men suffer, otherwise, I'd feel heartache. How about this? 500,000. And I'll help you pick it up. Why don't you rob a bank? What? Too expensive. But look who's bringing you the clothes, Lincolnsons of Beijing, Hong Kong. Do you know my fee? Mr. Tai, if you don't decide soon, I might raise my price. Angie had come here to humiliate him, Gay realized. This woman was far from being just a pretty face, despite the rumors. With a seemingly innocent face, Angie did all sorts of unscrupulous deeds. I'll count to 5, Sam Tai, think carefully. The whole ship knows you slept with another woman last night. See these people behind you? They are all waiting to watch your show. If you provide them with news, then consider it done. 50 million won't get you scammed or cheated. If you think I'm not worth it, forget it. But aren't your own dignity and face worth it? Account, Gay spat out through gritted teeth. Stepping back into the room to avoid the camera, he listened to Angie, who had prepared beforehand, hand him a card containing her phone number and an account. 3 to 5 minutes later, the transfer notification came in. Angie smiled beautifully, looking very endearing. Going over, she bent down to pick up the bag and handed it to Gay. Even the underpants fit Sam Tai. Have a good night. With a smirk, Angie turned and left. From the 8th floor to the 7th, there were stairs directly accessible. Instead of taking the elevator, Angie hummed happily down the stairs after successfully pulling a fast one. Just as she reached the staircase entrance, someone grabbed her shoulder and pinned her against the railing. Twisting her body, she leaned against the railing, feeling pain in her lower back. Angie cursed inwardly. Sam Tai, so soon after getting help, you turn on me? Between Geraldine and me, it's not a matter of betrayal but simply starting anew after our transaction. Gay held her shoulder, with 6-meter-high air below her. Seeing this sudden scene, people downstairs gasped. Heavens, isn't that Gay? He just slept with another woman and now provokes Christy. He doesn't care for his life? This man must be crazy. Didn't they say CEO Nate has a close relationship with Christy? Does Gay not fear that Nate will tear him apart for touching Christy? This night wasn't wasted. On the railing, Angie, unwilling to lose, grabbed Gay's tie. Sam Tai, guess what happens if I fall? If I'm not mistaken, tonight's events were orchestrated by Christy. So what if I guessed right? If I were you, I'd keep my head down, lest I make tonight's story public in the capital. Who do you think will be embarrassed then? We'll see if you have the chance tonight. Gay loosened his grip on Angie's shoulder slightly. Chapter 503, Does Sam Tai still know she's mine? Seeing the situation, Angie tightened her grip on his tie even more, as if she would drag him along to his doom should she fall. Sam Tai, don't forget, your wife and your grandparents are all on this boat. If you kill me, they won't be able to escape either. 4 for 1, it's not a bad deal. Then we'll travel together on the road to the underworld, living life to the fullest. Oh no, I will keep your wife. It said you took her from your brother. If you die, I'll let her live. She might find companionship and live a carefree, wandering life. I'm different from you. You tear apart lovebirds, but I love playing matchmaker, especially reuniting long-separated lovers. Even as a ghost, I enjoy doing this. Then you can roam as a lonely soul, while Syra Tai finds herself a handsome man, maybe even having 2 children within 3 years. Pete's temple veins popped as he heard Angie's words. He tightened his fingers on her shoulder and stared at her with fierce anger. Shut up. Look behind you. See who's there? Pete turned around to see Govind in a black suit standing by another railing, one hand holding a cigarette, the other in his pocket, his piercing gaze fixed on him, threateningly. And Lizette stood at the stairs, trembling in fear. Govind was poised like he could kick her down any second. The oppressive aura was suffocating. Though the man didn't utter a word, she felt like the Grim Reapers were holding chains of the dead behind her, ready to claim her life any second. Sam Tai, want to play? Mr. Nate is not like you, he never makes things hard for women, he just acts directly. Darren leaned against the railing, sipping red wine. If Lizette dies, it would be too tragic, such a beautiful girl, TSK TSK TSK. But don't worry, knowing Mr. Nate, even if your wife dies here today, he could find a fortune teller to arrange a ghost marriage for her, so she can revel under many men. Speaking of ruthless tactics, Lord Nate has never lost. You may not care, but that young girl surely will. Pete's eyes fell on the trembling Lizette. She looked disheveled, likely shocked by Govind's sudden appearance. Poor girl, caught cheating and now forced to take the blame. Darren's few words softened Pete's heart slightly. His grip on her shoulder eased, lifting Angie a bit. Seeing this, Darren continued mischievously, Christy won't spare your wife either. Pete, hearing this, pushed Angie down again. Angie. Damn it. I'll kill Darren for sure later. But everyone in Jinggang knows Christy only cares about looks. Your wife is so beautiful, she'll definitely spare her. Pete's grip loosened further. Angie's body was almost twisted beyond repair between these movements. Originally, Angie most wanted to kill Pete today, but now it was Darren, this cunning manipulator. Pete grabbed Angie's arm and led her to Govind. Half of the cigarette in Govind's hand remained, his half-lidded eyes filled with menace. One of Mr. Nate's people. Does Sam Tai still remember she's mine? Hot topics shouldn't be monopolized by me, right? Since we're family, let's share the benefits. The news about Angie would be more sensational than his own scandal. The media's preference is obvious. Govind said nothing, nodding approvingly, impressed. He tilted his chin slightly and stepped back. Seeing this, Pete released Angie and rushed to grab Lizette quickly, preventing any incidents. Unexpectedly, Govind raised his leg clad in a suit, landing it on Pete's lower back. Losing balance, just as he grasped Lizette, he couldn't let go in time. In an instant, the couple rolled down the stairs. The instigator remained regally composed like a lotus flower on a snow mountain, without saying a single extra word. Less talk, more action. A chorus of screams erupted. Did Mr. Nate admit his relationship with Angie? If they had no relation, would he protect her? Damn, impressive. Did Angie save Earth in a past life? First losing a billionaire father, now gaining a billionaire husband. I'm envious. Should I reincarnate as their child now? Is it still in time? Such a powerful combination. If true, how many hearts would bleed? Indeed, no man in Jinggang can resist Christy. If Callista knew, wouldn't she be furious? Was she here today? No, did she offend Mr. Nate? On the stairs, Govind calmly smoked, Angie beside him, both stunningly attractive with matching auras, looking down at the rolling couple with playful glances. Is Sam Tai still not ashamed enough? Someone in the crowd laughed coldly. If I were him, I'd return to my room quietly. They came from the capital, very precious. Voices jeered below as Pete, after getting up, immediately checked on Lizette, panic evident, seeming genuinely concerned for her. Why does it look like Pete really loves Lizette? A normal man who doesn't love a woman would focus on himself in such a moment. But Pete's actions tonight clearly show he cares for Lizette. Do you think he loves her? Elena asked. Angie replied indifferently, maybe. If he truly loves and respects someone, he should pursue them legally, not force them into marriage with illegal means. That's not love, it's sick. Angie spoke firmly when critiquing Pete. But she never imagined this warped, sick kind of love would happen to her, worse yet. Behind her, Govind stubbed out his cigarette upon hearing her words, stopping mid-step. Elena walked a few steps ahead, then looked back. Brother, what's wrong? Nothing. Govind casually followed. Opening the door to the 9th floor suite, Angie saw Darren leisurely drinking tea with his leg crossed. Seeing him, Angie beckoned, come over. I saved your life, Christy. Saved my life? You probably think I'm dying too slowly. Translation provided as requested, maintaining tone and structure while ensuring it remains natural and fluent in English. Chapter 504. Govind buried his face in her neck and chuckled softly. Not going out? Govind stood at the doorway, his tall and slim figure looming behind Angie. His clear eyes stared at the person slumped on the sofa. Elena's bottom was about to sit down when she froze mid-air at Govind's words. Darren pulled her away considerately. Let's go, there's no place for you here. Why? Elena was confused. Why what? Can't you see they don't welcome you? Elena. Angie saw everyone leaving and subconsciously wanted to turn around but was stopped by Govind grabbing her arm and giving her a look. Where are you going? Didn't you tell me to leave? Did you leave your brain with Gay? Oh. Angie awkwardly touched her nose. The 9th floor of the cruise ship, as expected of a luxury liner, resembled a spacious private apartment with over 400 square meters, featuring a private cinema, master bedroom, spa room, kitchen, and everything else one could need. Govind took off his suit jacket and walked to the wine cabinet to pour 2 glasses of red wine. Boss Nate, are you preparing a surprise for me? Angie asked, taking the glass and looking at him with blinking eyes. Give me your hand, Mr. Nate answered, not directly addressing her question. Angie complied obediently. What kind of surprise? Are you going to make a mountain of Armand's portraits for me to roll on? If that doesn't work, how about organizing a handsome men party? I've been looking at odd-shaped gourds all night. I urgently need something beautiful to purify my soul. If you feel uncomfortable, I promise to only look but not touch. Ah. Angie's chatter was giving Govind a headache. He turned and lifted her by the waist, carrying her effortlessly. Subconsciously, she wrapped her legs around him like an octopus. Getting serious? You prefer vegetarian? Well, it can't just be what I want. It depends on whether Boss Nate is up to it. Govind smiled and squeezed her bottom hard. Then, based on Catherine Nate's experience, am I up to it? How would I know? Even engines can break down, what if? Why are you pinching me? What if what? Keep talking, Govind smirked at her. Seeing his expression change, Angie quickly changed her tune. What if you're a perpetual motion machine? Govind's lips curled into a smile as he suppressed his laughter, holding Angie while placing her wine glass on a nearby table. Open the door. Tell me what's inside first. Just take a look. Can I still wish for something from Aladdin now? A husband is more effective than Aladdin. Just make me happy, and I'll give you my heart. Govind's almond-shaped eyes looked intently at Angie, signaling her to open the door. Angie pushed open the door. Before her eyes lay a vast sea of pink and white flowers, filling the entire room and stretching to the end, even adorning the ceiling like an endless ocean of blooms. Still clinging to Govind, Angie gazed in awe, unable to speak for a moment. Finally, she managed to find her words. Suddenly, snow began to fall within the large room. It's snowing. Do you like it? Angie patted Govind's shoulder. Put me down. Mr. Nate put her down and watched as Angie, in her 7-centimeter nude heels, moved deeper into the room. She even opened the glass door, discovering that this extravagant flower display extended onto the deck, with artificial snow falling there as well. It's snowing. It hasn't snowed in Jingang for years, don't overthink it. But what's this? Someone on the deck below, noticing the snowfall, caught some falling flakes. Another person stretched their neck to look. Snow would have melted instantly in hands. This is clearly artificial. The person glanced upward and indeed saw artificial snow falling from upstairs. Is there a project happening upstairs we don't know about? Weren't the top floors private? Nate bosses? Most likely. My mind is already crafting a romance novel. What is this top-tier romance? A luxury cruise ship, on the river, with artificial snow. It feels like a movie scene. Clearly, not only did they notice the artificial snow upstairs. People gradually gathered on the deck, eager to see what was happening. Upstairs, Angie, immersed in the scene, was unaware of the commotion below. So, this is your surprise? Do you like it? Like a butterfly, Angie floated back to Govind, clinging to his arm and teasing him. If I say no, will there be another surprise? Since you think I'm Aladdin, isn't this just one wish? There's more. Govind nodded. What else? Angie became interested. Indeed, someone thoughtful never thinks she has everything and skimps on surprises. At least, Govind never did. Thinking of Leroy, during important holidays, he always said to buy whatever she wants but, thinking she had everything, couldn't decide what to get. Pooh, bad luck. Come inside. Govind's gaze held Angie tightly, like deep pools staring into her soul. Just inside, Angie was pressed against the glass window. The man raised her hands above her head, bent down, and captured her lips, freeing one hand to untie his tie, letting it fall into the middle of the floral sea. As Angie put it, she liked the scenario of a puppy gently licking and undressing simultaneously. Today, Mr. Nate seemed well prepared, executing the actions flawlessly, as if rehearsed many times before. By the time they reached the bed, both were fully undressed. Angie marveled at Govind's skill. Panting, her cheeks flushed, she asked, "Where did you learn this?" "From your computer." Angie's mind buzzed. "Impossible, my computer has a password." Govind chuckled softly in her neck. "Very weak." Govind. With her slight push, Govind's body dipped lower, turning her angry words into broken breaths. Chapter 505. Could it be that my brother was too indulgent last night? Life is always filled with those who are happy and those who are sad. Human joys and sorrows do not align. Upstairs, Milagros pleaded for mercy multiple times as she pushed Govind's shoulders to hurry him up. Downstairs, Lizette was in the midst of a fierce argument with Gay. All this is due to Milagros and Govind's machinations. If it weren't for them, how could these things have happened? Do you believe them or me? We are husband and wife, we're a unit. How could you suspect me because of their schemes? Their schemes? What did they scheme? Did they scheme to get you into bed with another woman? Gay suddenly realized something was amiss. Before entering the elevator, he had accompanied Lizette upstairs to change clothes. The only difference during this period was drinking half a bottle of water from the room. Realizing this, Gay turned and went to the cabinet near the bathroom, picking up the bottle and staring at Lizette. They must have drugged me. Drugged? Huh, Lizette sneered. If I hadn't seen your tricks before, I might have believed you today. Drugged? Fine. Lizette nodded continuously, walked over, and took the half bottle of mineral water from Gay. Tilt your head back and drink it all. Time froze. Gay stared at Lizette, who returned his gaze. Both were waiting for an outcome. About 10 minutes passed, and Lizette showed no reaction. Gay was speechless. You see that? This is what you call drugging? No one entered this room while you were gone. And the bottle of water you drank has been here all along. You say you were drugged, you say someone schemed against you. Do you think I would believe that? Gay, tell me, what do you plan to do now? When you schemed to marry me, you gained a good reputation. So now, what will you do to that girl? Will you treat her the same way you treated me? It's impossible, and it won't happen, Gay hurriedly rebutted. Why impossible? Why won't it? For years, Lizette had always been the oppressed one. Now that she finally caught an opportunity to retaliate, she intended to seize it fully and use it to its fullest advantage. She wouldn't let Gay off easily. If she died, so be it. Because I don't love her, Gay responded, his eyes bloodshot. Facing Lizette's accusations, he approached her, gripping her shoulders, almost gritting his teeth. Do you think I schemed all this merely because you knew my secret? No, it's because I love you. Despite me and Lemuel both being in front of you, over the years, your eyes only saw him. Even after we married, you never forgot him. Why? Why isn't it me? Why am I not enough when I'm better than him? Lizette was shocked by Gay's fiery words. She had always thought they were merely tormenting each other, but she never expected Gay to actually love her. Why? Let me tell you why. You're cold-hearted, ruthless, and willing to do anything to achieve your goals. You pretend you don't care about anything when in fact, you want everything. You're a bad person, yet you put the blame on others. You dare to do wrong but lack the courage to take responsibility. Bang, a teacup on the nearby table was smashed onto the ground. The sound of shattering echoed. Upstairs, Govind lay against the headboard smoking, sighs rising and falling as he watched the woman in the robe peeking out the window, eavesdropping. He felt an urge to strangle her. Which woman, in the middle of intimacy with her husband, would push him aside to eavesdrop? He was left unsatisfied in bed, relying only on smoking to relieve his frustration. Had enough yet? Govind said through gritted teeth. Milagros slightly drew back, sparing a glance at Govind. Do you think they'll fight? Do you hope they fight, or not? Of course I hope they do. What show would there be if they didn't? Govind tapped ash from his cigarette into the ashtray beside him, suppressing his anger. Have you considered that your husband might burst? Boss Nate has such self-control, it won't happen. Just let me finish watching. Bang, the ashtray was thrown onto the nightstand. Milagros shrank at the sound, returning her gaze to Govind sheepishly as she slowly crept to the edge of the bed. Angry? Don't be angry. I'm here, aren't I? Can a living person really die from this? Come, let me touch my little sweetheart. Govind, get lost. Upon hearing this, Milagros's eyes sparkled. Heaven knows. She'd been lying in bed for 2.5 hours, suffering physically, and still couldn't locate where Govind wanted. After all that time, her spirit was almost gone. She felt lucky for once when someone told her to leave. Milagros reached out, sliding out of bed in her robe. I'm leaving. Getting mad over me isn't worth it. A heartless woman like me doesn't deserve your anger, right? Even prostitutes are better than me. Ow. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Govind took a hard drag from his cigarette, pulling Milagros's head towards him, kissing her fiercely. Another battle commenced. Fighting without any sign of stopping. The next day, the cruise ship arrived in W City, docking for 3 hours, then resumed its journey back to Jingang Harbor at noon. When Milagros went downstairs for breakfast, she faintly heard murmurs among people in the buffet restaurant. There was artificial snow on the rooftop last night. How extravagant, artificial snow on a luxurious river cruise, it's enviable. Wasn't it for Christy by Boss Nate? What if it was? To think, her life is so fortunate. If this were ancient times, she'd be fit for a queen's destiny. Milagros listened intently to the gossip when Elena suddenly appeared beside her, bumping shoulders with her. Talking about you? Shill. What are you shushing for? Could it be that my brother was too indulgent last night? Making you weak? Milagros. He learned the meaning of poking at a sensitive topic the hard way. Isn't this hurting directly at her sore point? You should know, when men make romantic gestures, it's always leading to one thing, even saints can't resist. You seem experienced. Elena huffed proudly. Never tasted pork but seen pigs run? If romance novels were tested in 9 years of compulsory education, I'd definitely be first in the country, even Tsinghua and Peking University would worship me. Plus, last night with Gay, wasn't it like you both announced it? Fortunately, no media was around, otherwise. Milagros didn't respond, she didn't care anymore since that dog already tricked her. Where's my brother? Not here. Elena looked around but found no sign of Govind, finding it peculiar. Chapter 506, Healthy relationships are important, but abnormal ones are indeed exciting. I thought they would leave in advance when the ship docks. Who? Someone asked curiously, following the gaze. Sure enough, they saw Lizette and Pete holding hands as they walked downstairs, showing their affection. Everyone watched them with mixed feelings. Have you heard? When these two first got together, it was quite dramatic. It said they were caught cheating in bed, and for the family's reputation, the TYS made them marry. The scene was just like last night, except with a different female lead. No wonder she can be so tolerant. I see that Lizette is a gentle southern woman, so it's understandable if she can be tolerant. If this happened to Christy, she'd castrate him in no time. That's why people say a family gives a woman her confidence. Those who are pitiable must have something detestable about them. Why pity her? The restaurant was crowded, and Ty's old lady was there too. She overheard the gossip and looked extremely displeased. But remembering the previous night's incident, she didn't dare to stick out. Hong Kong is not the capital. Those uncouth second-generation rich don't care about your status back there. If she provoked them, it wouldn't benefit them. These young people today have no shame. Elena noticed Lizette coming down and nudged Angie, gesturing her to look. Angie turned around and saw the couple dressed neatly descending. Lizette had changed into a black and white dress, a seasonal design from D-House. From afar, they seemed like a well-matched couple in what appeared to be specially coordinated outfits. You be careful. I feel that a cunning man like Tai Yuan wouldn't stay on board after last night without some ulterior motive, Elena warned Angie. Angie nodded. I noticed. The event last night happened late, so neither Grandpa nor Grandma were present. They will probably be fuming when they hear about it today. As Angie listened to Elena, she slowly moved her gaze away from the couple. There's a nice private incense shop in W City. I'll take you there later. Angie's words surprised Elena. You're still going off the boat? Aren't you afraid of retaliation? Won't they retaliate even if I stay on the boat? Instead of giving them an opportunity unprepared, it's better to create one for them proactively. Elena suddenly realized the difference between people upon hearing Angie's words. She last heard similar words 3 years ago from Govind. One day, due to encountering a superior opponent at work, she felt somewhat dejected because her lack of preparation might cost her a promotion. Talking about it at home, Govind told her the same thing. Better to create an opportunity for them than let them catch you unprepared. Sure enough, it proved effective. Angie and Govind were of the same breed, pretending to be weak while hiding a ruthless heart beneath a calm exterior. Little sister. Angie, why does she hear a dumb voice? Just as Angie got off the boat to get into her car, she saw Waverly standing by the pier smoking, with a pretty young girl nearby making a phone call. Was Waverly also invited? Why didn't Govind tell her? If Waverly was there last night, how could he resist joining in? Wow. Another new girlfriend? Just how many days have passed? Is your stamina up to it? Since I'm going to see a TCM clinic about my irregular menstruation, you should come along and check your kidney function. Waverly. No good words come out of your mouth, huh? Hypocrite. As Angie spoke, the girl finished her call and returned, speaking coquettishly to Waverly. Big brother Chu, I need to go back, or my teacher will fail me. What school? What major? Maybe I can call your teacher and help. Please don't. Really? Economics at Jinggang University. Before Waverly could stop her, the innocent college student blurted it out. Trying to be smart with Angie, clearly overestimated herself. Elena couldn't hold back her laughter. Angie and Waverly, typical Bear 1 and Bear 2, one naturally clumsy, the other shrewd to the core. How did anyone think this could play out? It was doomed from the start. Looks like I should talk to Dad. We shouldn't just think about hanging people, improving education is important too. Beauty, do you know he has a wife and kids? His kid is already 10. The girl, didn't you say you divorced? I did divorce, but not really. In wealthy families, it's called a strategic divorce, a way to avoid risks. Know what that means? Angie glanced at him, filled with mockery. With a scoff, she got into the car with Elena and drove away. The car hadn't gone far when Elena noticed someone following. Waverly is following us. Let him follow. Stopping at the incense shop entrance, Angie got out, and Waverly immediately followed inside. 3 people entered the small, 30-square-meter shop owned by an Italian man who had settled here with his wife, running the incense business for years. Aren't you supposed to see a doctor about your menstruation? True, but my period will naturally regulate if I'm happy, and spending money makes me happy. Waverly's face paled. Are you really hooking up with Govind? Based on my understanding of Govind, he wouldn't care about you unless you meant something to him. So? Is the company collapsing? Idle time to bother others now? Waverly watched Angie choose incense at the counter and chuckled lazily. Healthy relationships are important, but abnormal ones are thrilling. I just want to see you and Govind, that psychopath, struggle in a tumultuous love. Do you think you'll destroy him, or he'll destroy you? Govind is deep, petty, dark, and vicious. You're no saint either, crafty and vengeful. If you two clash, it'll be Earth hitting Mars, tearing everything apart. Bam! Just as Waverly finished speaking, a black pickup truck charged into the small shop, straight toward the counter. Fortunately, Waverly, standing sideways, caught a glimpse of the car rushing in and pulled Angie and Elena aside. They stumbled onto a nearby fridge. Crash, 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 can't you say something auspicious? This translation maintains the original tone and style, ensuring the English version flows naturally and coherently. Chapter 507. Angie tiptoed to kiss Govind's chin. Angie awkwardly got up and glanced at Elena and the boss's condition, noticing that everyone only had minor scrapes. She then looked at the pickup truck, seeing the man in the driver's seat slumped over the steering wheel, blood streaming from his forehead as he appeared unconscious. She immediately became wary. Glancing around the store, she picked up a fire extinguisher and prepared to approach him. Heavens! Is anyone inside the store? How is it? We've already called the police. Is there anyone here? The shop was located in a bustling area with frequent passers-by and vehicles. Seeing this scene, someone called the police and kindly inquired about the situation. There's someone, the store owner quickly shouted upon hearing the inquiry from outside. Angie placed the fire extinguisher nearby, still within reach, just in case any unexpected events happened. Your foul mouth, when will you learn to speak nicely? You're next for dismemberment. Damn, every time I encounter you, nothing good happens. Can you be more aware in the future? Stay away from me if you come near me. Upon hearing Angie's scolding voice, Waverly got up from the ground and patted off the dust. Can you have a conscience? If not for my quick reflexes pulling you back, you would have met your father downstairs by now. Don't worry, once I see my father, I'll tell him how you squandered his inheritance and drag him along to settle accounts with you. Elena listened to these two arguing, unsure whether to be relieved or worried. She knew that Gay wouldn't let Angie off easily, yet she foolishly followed her out. Unexpectedly, retribution came so swiftly. Shouldn't you have helped me first? Angie glanced at Elena, seemingly noticing her only now, and pulled her up. Soon, the police arrived. They surveyed the scene, sending those who needed medical attention to the hospital and taking others to the police station. When Govind arrived at the police station, he was accompanied by W City's leadership. The police quickly gathered all details, which took no more than half an hour. The hospital reported that the other party suffered a sudden myocarditis episode leading to unconsciousness. Perhaps he had an attack while driving, causing the collision. Angie. It's no wonder Gay executes things perfectly. Even non-blood-related matters were kept under wraps for years. This level of manipulation seems insignificant compared to his usual schemes. Mr. Nate, what do you think? Leave the rest to Secretary. We need to head back immediately. All right, I'll see you off, Mr. Nate. The official nodded repeatedly, watching Govind leave, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Seeing this, someone remarked with confusion, in theory, officials should be superior to merchants. True, but businessmen can influence officials' advancement. Speak less, observe more. The car stopped at the pier, with Waverly following loosely behind. He clicked his tongue, no wonder Mr. Nate is so influential. People bow to you everywhere you go. Keep this up, and people in the capital might target you. Allally, Govind ignored him. Boss. Escort Xavier into the river to cool off. Waverly. I'm sorry, I'll shut up, Bam. Before he finished speaking, Allally kicked him into the river cleanly and swiftly. Noisy. Angie glanced sideways at Govind, thinking how ruthless yet concise he was. Achoo. Achoo. Waverly sneezed as he was pulled out of the river, riding the elevator up to the 8th floor suite. Passing through the lobby, he was seen by Montegegmeo Group employees who couldn't help but gossip. Isn't that Christie's brother? Why did Mr. Nate have him kicked into the river? What's going on? An enemy? No way. It doesn't look like it. Alia stood among the crowd, watching Waverly sneeze into the elevator. She wanted to follow, but there were too many colleagues, making it impractical. Why are you staring at me? Didn't know to bring a bodyguard? In the bedroom, Govind was in a foul mood, having received Elena's call mid-discussion. Who knew how agitated he felt upon receiving the call? In contrast, Angie seemed unconcerned. Weren't you the one who told me not to bring Isaiah? Angie muttered in rebuttal. If you don't bring Isaiah, does that mean you won't bring anyone else? Govind's face darkened, looking unkindly at Angie. Caught off guard by his sudden mood swing, Angie stripped off her coat and entered the bathroom, noticing bruising on her arm. Waverly had indeed pulled her towards the icebox without checking. If she didn't know better, she'd suspect this was Waverly's doing. She changed into a lace-strapped camisole, ready to change into a convenient gown for the evening banquet downstairs. If Gay made a move, she would retaliate. Wearing the camisole, she walked around the room, with Govind still visibly upset. This amused her. Approaching him, her icy fingers slipped under his shirt, tracing his abs upward. He remained unmoved. Her hand tried to descend further but was abruptly caught by Govind. His entire demeanor turned cold, his gaze piercing and demanding. Mr. Nate, if Tang Monk had your kind of resolve, he wouldn't need to bring Sun Wukong on the journey for the scriptures. This revision ensures the cultural reference is clear and the sentence reads more naturally in English while maintaining the original meaning. Anything you want to say? As a man, you should confront the person who wronged me instead of questioning me. Be good, Angie tiptoed to kiss his chin, be a good boy. Don't let it bother you. Govind. Perfunctory. Heavens. Spicy. Why did it stop once they got into the room? Want to see the highlights, sniffling. In the evening, as the boat headed back to Jinggang, each guest received a video on their phone showing Gay with another woman last night. Gay himself received it too. Angie. The man's voice growled in the bedroom. At that moment, an unfamiliar call rang. Translation note, the original text has several idiomatic and culturally specific elements that may not directly translate. The translation aims to preserve the tone and intent of the original dialogue while ensuring natural English expression. Chapter 508 Govind leans in to kiss her. Mr. Tai, this is just an appetizer. If you want to play with me, I don't mind if we play something bigger. Angie, are you really not afraid that I might kill you? On the side, Angie held a phone and stood in the hall with a glass of red wine, gently swaying it, afraid. Afraid you'd die before you even got the chance to do anything to me. After all, everything you have now was hard-earned, wasn't it? The theory, he who steals a hook gets beheaded, he who steals a country becomes a duke, I only allow the first half to apply to you. After Angie finished with cold mockery, she hung up the phone. Gay glanced at Lisette lying on the bed, suddenly realizing what Angie meant by her words. He threw his phone away and walked over, pulling her off the bed. Did you tell Angie something? Do you have a problem? Lisette pushed Gay's hand away. If I wanted to tell anyone, it would be Lemuel, not Angie. Don't touch me, I find you dirty. Lisette could only think of the scene where Gay was intimate with another woman. Every pore of her body expressed disgust. If I were you, you should go deal with the woman you had relations with. Don't wait until they come back and file charges with evidence. Once caught in a scandal, your position, which you've worked hard for years to attain, will turn into nothing. Instead of making things difficult for me here, better strive for your future. Lisette, remember this, no matter what, I won't let you go. Husband and wife, like birds in the same forest, will die together in times of adversity. Gay always knew Lisette's desire to leave. From the start, she liked Lemuel, and only by chance did they end up tied together. He admitted from the start that he had ulterior motives towards her. However, after carefully considering between marrying a commoner or finding someone beneficial for him, he chose the latter without hesitation. But the blame falls on Lisette for discovering his secret, forcing him to pull her down too. If she didn't like Lemuel, it wouldn't matter. Yet, she does. Upstairs, Angie dropped her phone and tried to zip up her evening gown but was stopped by a large hand coming from behind. Angie looked through the mirror at Govind standing behind her, her eyes slightly bent, mesmerizingly charming. Mr. Nate, if I help solve Gay for you, what reward will you give me? I can handle it myself. Don't try to trick him. Angie turned around, wrapping her arms around Govind's neck, her head tilted as she gazed at him coquettishly. Being defeated by you and being defeated by me are different things. With the former, others would think it natural, but with the latter, they would say he's not even as good as a woman. Govind grabbed Angie by the waist and sat her on the vanity table, leaning closer with steady breath. That would be his honor. Saying that, Govind leaned down to kiss her but was dodged. Expensive lipstick. Mr. Nate. The boat was about to dock. Angie, dressed in a deep green evening gown, swayed downstairs, her gown enhancing her fair complexion and beauty, making her stunning without much adornment. As soon as she went down, she saw the Thai family confronting Lemuel at the bottom of the stairs. Angie glanced at Jonathan, who reluctantly walked over and stood beside Lemuel, addressing Grandma Thai. Shouldn't Mr. Nate invite guests based on whether Grandma Thai likes them? So, if Grandma doesn't like someone, Mr. Nate can't invite them? Lemuel thought Angie would mediate, but upon seeing Jonathan, he was surprised. I didn't know when Lemuel started getting along so well with Jinggang people. Jonathan laughed, unfocused on responding to Grandma Thai. He gestured to a waiter to bring a tray, picked 2 glasses of wine, and handed one to the person beside him. With a sneer, how peculiar, I didn't know when Grandma became so unpopular in Jinggang. How interesting, not educating the elder grandson who acts improperly but disciplining the innocent younger grandson, makes everyone wonder if you're naturally eccentric. Parkinson's disease? Stay home when you're old, don't embarrass yourself. Mr. Nate may respect you, but I don't. You don't even know who I am. Come on. Jonathan glanced at Lemuel, leading him to find Angie. While walking through the corridor to the deck, Lemuel couldn't help but ask, did Christy teach Hyder Shao the eloquence? In a way. Jonathan looked down on Lemuel. For a man to be in such a state showed lack of ability. At the door, he lifted his chin, signaling him inside. Lemuel pushed open the deck door and, stepping in with one foot, saw Lisette standing there. She turned, halting her words. Choking for a moment, she called out, Chiming. Why are you here? Christy invited me. Instantly, alarm bells rang in Lemuel's mind. Knowing Angie, this must be a trap. In a second, Lemuel turned to leave, but found the door locked. Locked. Christy, isn't this game inappropriate? Dragging in a girl. Why make things harder for women? Lemuel dialed Angie. She answered quickly. Hearing this, Angie laughed. How does second master Thai know Miss Bai is unwilling? Lemuel was taken aback. When did Lisette align with Angie? What are you planning? Not much, just testing if Gay loves Lisette or not. Holding the phone with one hand and the door with the other, Lemuel sighed heavily. No need to test, he does. I can be a sharp weapon for you, but not involving Lisette. Unlock the door. Reason? On the phone, Angie remained poised, looking down from a high stance. She saved my life. Is that enough? Angie's lips curled downward slightly, tapping her nails. I'm very reasonable, just give a proper reason, and I won't be difficult. Door unlocked, come out. Click. Lemuel heard the lock release, holding the disconnected phone, turning to look at Lisette one last time. That look conveyed countless emotions. 1,000 words condensed into one. Don't play with Christy, you can't win against her. Chiming. Ignoring Lisette's call, Lemuel pulled open the door and left. Just a few steps outside, he was kicked back. Hashtag chapter 509, that's why they're husband and wife. Gay rushed over, grabbing his collar fiercely. I told you to stay away from her. Did you not hear me? Gay. Herman. Despite rushing as fast as he could, he still couldn't escape being manipulated by Angie. This woman, she might as well be the reincarnation of Wu Zetian. Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? You think I didn't see it with my own eyes? Angie wanted Gay dead, and Gay could die, but not because of him. If an external conflict turned into an internal one, all he would gain is infamy, nothing else. A winnable struggle had turned into a sure loss due to Angie. He didn't want to make this lopsided deal. Shouldn't you check behind you? Lemuel timely reminded Gay, who then turned around. In an instant, he saw a crowd gathered in the corner, holding their phones, watching the drama unfold. All his thoughts froze. The audience was ready with their bowls, but the melon, referring to gossip, was forcefully suppressed. It was infuriating. Gay looked at Lizette standing in the cold wind, took off his coat, and walked over to wrap her in it, half holding her as they left the scene. With the actors gone, what was the point of staying for the onlookers? The crowd dispersed. From the corner, a green figure slowly emerged. Angie stood above Lemuel on the ground, reaching back, Alalie handed her a handkerchief. Angie casually threw it to Lemuel. You really disappoint me. Gay can die, but not by my hands. People who care about the process can never become the ruler. Lemuel, it's no wonder you fare worse than others. Lemuel tried to say something, just as he opened his mouth, he saw Angie turn to leave. Syra, should we take care of him? *CK that, toss him into the river when the ship docks, he ruined my mood. Alalie, that's why they're husband and wife? Dealing with people so brutally simple. It's true what they say, not of the same family wouldn't live under the same roof. As the boat docked, Govind and Angie left first, leaving Montegegmeo's executives to see the guests off. People discussed the amusing events aboard as they departed. In the black Maybach, Krista sat in the passenger seat, turning to look at the two in the back. Just as you predicted, Janelle went to Isaac, trying to use him against you. Govind leaned back in the rear seat, fingers holding a cigar, rotating it idly. His gaze lowered thoughtfully. You wouldn't believe how strategic he was. Though Isaac isn't much of a threat to you, it's different for Hua Lincolnsons. First, revealing your relationship, then using some illegal means to implicate you, followed by applying pressure from high-ranking officials in the capital. You'd end up spending years in jail. Breaking the law isn't scary, what's terrifying is having influential people pressuring you. Isn't this what happened to the Tai family? Any minor mistake Faye made was amplified, escaping no one's attention. Have Isaac come to see me. Letting Isaac come see me is different from me seeing him. The former is forceful and dominant, asserting control. The latter is a request. In Jingang, Govind never needs to request anything. Elsewhere, Isaac had just left his company when he saw a black jeep parked by the roadside. He glanced at it, about to pass by, when someone approached him. Mr. Baker, President Nate has invited you. President Nate of Montegegmeo? Yes. Hearing Govind's name, Isaac felt a chill run down his spine. He didn't want to go, but dared not refuse. It was known that Govind had established over 10 private clubs in Jingang for business needs, none of which were open to the public, only for receptions and dinners. Despite multiple reports leading to investigations, nothing illegal or profitable was ever found. In a private tea room, Govind took off his coat and draped it over the chair back. The cigar in his fingertips emitted a faint glow. As the door opened, Krista stood up from across him, greeted Isaac, and left. President Nate. Govind hummed in acknowledgement, nodding and gesturing for him to sit. Mr. Baker, you've been very busy lately? The sudden concern raised Isaac's alertness. Govind wasn't the type to casually ask about someone's schedule. An abnormal event must have a cause. I'm fine. Govind lounged lazily, holding a cigarette in one hand and pouring tea with the other, startling Isaac, who cupped his teacup to receive it. Mr. Baker's business scope is expanding. Crash, halfway through pouring the tea, Isaac dropped the cup onto the table. Please give me guidance. Govind's gaze calmly lingered on him before saying matter-of-factly, throughout history, whether turning from darkness to light or vice versa, risks always outweigh gains. If you choose, you must know the price of that choice. President Nate understands. While they came to me, I refused. Though I don't interact much with President Nate in Jingang, I've benefited from your support in subordinate cities. I wouldn't betray you. This time, they tried to sway me, knowing my fear and self-preservation instincts, but I won't betray you. Isaac wished he could kneel to prove his loyalty. The more nervous he became, the more mocking Govind's gaze grew. After expressing his loyalty, Govind filled another clean teacup for him. I merely asked casually. Why are you so tense? I understand Mr. Baker's character. Since ancient times, rulers like Govind, who mastered bloodless killings, knew their craft well. Since Mr. Baker hasn't considered turning against me, there's something I need help with. Speak directly, President Nate. Solved. What are you eating? Govind got out of the tea room, opened the car door, and saw Krista in the passenger seat and Angie in the back seat eating spicy pot merrily. The smell of scallions, ginger, garlic, and spices mixed together, making the car unbearable. Spicy pot. Govind. Want a bite? Bang, the car door slammed shut loudly as Govind entered. Drive, windows open. I'm cold. Freeze to death. This translation aims to maintain the original tone and style while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 5:10. Does Catherine Nate have a habit of watching people go to the toilet? Sir, Sam Hyder has been here for quite some time. As Graham had heard the engine stepped out to greet, Milagros could already hear the chaos inside from the cat-dog battle. What's that noise? Sam Hyder came to pick up the dog. The cat and dog are fighting. Graham had looked embarrassed, trying to stop it but clearly unable to do so. Demon remarked, are you crazy? Boss Nate is in a foul mood. Someone just offered to be the scapegoat. You can't get away from this, yet you still want to meddle? Milagros felt this was logical and awkwardly pulled back his neck. You're right. Inside, Sam Hyder remained unaware of what was going on and watched the cat-dog battle with amusement. After about 3 to 5 minutes, he sensed a chill down his neck and looked up to see Govind standing at the door with a cold expression. Don't want the dog anymore? Govind asked sternly. Hyder, what did I do? The green tea cat dashed over to Govind meowing pitifully as if it had lost its father, rubbing against his leg as if badly bullied. It seemed to forget that its mouth was covered in dog fur. This foolish dog's butterfly feathers were half pulled off by the cat. Govind's lips twitched. This cat must have learned something from Milagros. He couldn't believe it hadn't picked up any real tricks. Govind bent down, scooped up the cat, stroked its fur, and glared at Sam Hyder and the dog, not leaving. You're preparing to stay for hot pot made with dog meat? Woof. Startled, Hyder quickly grabbed the dog's mouth and laughed ingratiatingly at Govind. Leave, we're leaving now. He hustled both man and dog into the yard, only to find Milagros and Demon standing under Osmanthus tree, hands crossed and watching him with amused expressions. Their smiles were filled with fake benevolence. Hyder. At 10:30 p.m., there was a knock at the Thai family villa's gate. Mickey opened the door to find a group of policemen standing outside. How may I assist you? We are from the police department and investigating a case. Is this Mr. Gay's residence? Could you please specify which case you are investigating? A report was made accusing him of rape. Mickey was shocked. He didn't know what happened on the cruise ship yet, and hearing this nearly made him lose his balance. Is there some misunderstanding? If this were true and got blown out of proportion, it would harm the Thai family significantly. With evidence and witnesses present, we wouldn't joke around during this hour. Just a moment. Mickey turned into the house and informed Evander, who grew pale upon hearing the news. Looking at Gay sitting on the sofa, he asked, still not resolved. They refuse to settle. Isn't there always a way to resolve issues? Fulfill whatever conditions they ask. Gay, upset by Evander's rebuke, rubbed his forehead. I'll visit again. Stabilize the situation first. Linkendall those people outside before anything else. Evander greeted the officers courteously. Under their roof, they had no choice but to be polite. Besides, these years, the Thai family in the capital had been beaten down and dared not act rashly. Who knew whether those who came were friends or foes? No need for water. Let's cut to the chase. We request Mr. Thai to accompany us for an investigation. Is there another way to handle this matter? That's something you need to discuss with the parties involved, not us. All right. Let me inform my wife first. Gay thought of something and hurried upstairs. In the second-floor bedroom, Lizette lay in bed, her breathing steady, seemingly asleep. Standing beside her, Gay's eyes softened slightly. He wanted to say something but stopped short of speaking. As soon as he left, Lizette slowly opened her eyes, fully awake. Honey phone, Milagros emerged from the bathroom, wet hair dripping, intending to find a hairdryer when she noticed Govind's vibrating phone on the nightstand. Seeing Evander on the screen, her eyes lit up. She stood there eagerly like a bystander, excited. Pulling the charger from the phone and walking towards the bathroom, she pushed open the door only to be stunned into silence at the sight of a man sitting on the toilet. His face was odd, staring at Milagros in an inexplicable manner. Does Catherine Nate enjoy watching others use the toilet? Want some warm food? Get lost. Bang. Milagros was grossed out, closed the door, and walked a few steps, noticing the phone still ringing. She opened the door again and passed it in with one hand covering her nose. It's your cheap grandfather-in-law calling. Too far, can't reach it. Milagros, so rich, huh? Was the house designed big just to show off? Rather than dying from holding it in, Milagros placed the phone on the ground and kicked it in without caring if it was a limited edition international version. Govind. Outside the door, Milagros listened intently. All she heard was Govind saying, sure, but that will cost extra. With the flush of the toilet, the bathroom door opened, and Milagros nearly fell. Natekally, Govind caught her in time. Stop getting personal. Our relationship is based on interests. I don't do unnecessary deals. Upon hearing this, Milagros clung to Govind's arm like an octopus, ignoring her damp hair. Her clear eyes blinked innocently, making her look like a mischievous fairy, almost inviting torment, and indeed Mr. Nate proceeded to do so. Seeing him suddenly pause mid-call and stare straight at her, she had a bad feeling. silently asking, what? You didn't wash your hands after using the toilet and touched me? I'm not bothered by dirt, Govind responded indirectly, then kissed her lips gently. Are you seriously criticizing my cleanliness? Govind smiled warmly, enjoying Milagros's frustration. Feeling that tonight's grievances were half-ventilated, he asked, what did the old man tell you? He wants me to help Gay. Is he really unaware or pretending? Knowing full well this was my scheme, anyone with a brain would know asking you won't help now. People tend to selectively retain information that benefits them. Note, please adjust the translation for context coherence if necessary. The translation aims to maintain the original tone, style, and paragraph structure while ensuring natural English flow. Chapter 5:11, Glimpses of Angie. At the police station, Gay sat in his chair, his long fingers interlaced on his knees. He gazed at the plainly dressed girl who wore no makeup and had clear eyes behind her black-rimmed glasses. His gaze was both scrutinizing and evaluating. Now, only the two of them remained in the room. As a top executive used to dealing with subordinates, Gay's unabashed and unapologetic scrutiny left no place for escape. See city-county native, your parents run small businesses. You have an elder sister and a younger brother, and you are the second oldest. You lived with your aunt in Jinggang from a young age. Last year, your aunt passed away, and your uncle remarried, thus, you moved out of the house. I'm curious, how could Miss Hyder resist the temptation of 10 million? The girl smiled and brushed her nails. Seems like Mr. Tai has done thorough research. Not entirely, for instance, who instructed Miss Hyder to set this trap for me? That's something I haven't found out yet. Her smile widened as she leaned back more comfortably in her chair, Angie. This answer matched what he heard on the cruise ship, leaving Gay half believing, half doubting. Guess what would happen if this really was Angie's doing, and you betrayed her? Kill me? The girl shrugged indifferently. So what? If you kill me, I'll take you down with me. Gay clenched his fists upon hearing this, ready to respond when the girl tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Mr. Tai, what I detest most is the vile demeanor of capitalists. Despite being the beneficiaries, you act as if you're the victims, demanding we cease our actions. The workers bring dawn, while capitalists enjoy all benefits. The rich live freely, the poor bear worries, and in the end, they are trampled and exploited by you. 10 million may seem substantial to me, but it's insufficient to buy your future. Mr. Tai, young and talented, you are the youngest leader of a prominent enterprise in the capital. It took the entire Tai family 30 years to place you in this position, representing several generations of Tai family efforts. Just 1 million yuan? Isn't that underestimating yourself? Each sentence spoken by the girl seemed rehearsed thousands of times. Her indifferent and carefree demeanor reminded Gay of Angie. Realizing this thought, Gay gritted his teeth tightly. His gaze turned menacing. As the conversation wound down, the girl slowly stood up, looking down at Gay seated across from her. Mr. Tai's lover must be heartbroken right now. Remember how you obtained her through filthy means? The scene on the cruise ship likely evoked memories of her past. No one remains a perpetual winner, not even you, Mr. Tai. Gay's eyes darkened. Does Miss Hyder think that with your own strength alone, you can destroy the efforts of several generations of my family? What if I can? Insignificant attempts. We shall see. The girl turned and walked away. Inside the police station, Gay remained seated, poised elegantly with his long fingers intertwined, rubbing gently together as if waiting for something. Why is he still sitting there when the girl is gone? Who knows? After such an incident, shouldn't he be allowed to reflect for a bit? Isn't it true that upper-class society engages in immoral deeds? Only they can experience such thrilling lives. Is he married? Yes, and his wife is stunningly beautiful. Do you have a picture? The people in the police station chatted idly, glancing at Gay who hadn't moved. One person showed the other a photo of Lizette on their phone, eliciting exclamations. What madness! Abandoning the rarest peony at home for a roadside wildflower? How could that girl compare to his wife? Indeed. These wealthy people sure have unique tastes. Let's leave, don't waste time staring. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed from outside the police station door. What's that noise? A car crash? Come quick, someone got hit. They rushed out at the cries for help. On the street, they saw the girl lying bloodied in the middle of the road. The officer handling the case froze in shock, hurriedly squatting beside her. Wake up, don't fall asleep, the ambulance is on its way. Don't you still have unresolved grievances? Injured and bleeding, the girl lay silent, unable to speak. Opening her mouth, blood poured out instead of words. Her gaze shifted past the policeman, focusing on Gay standing by the police station entrance in his suit, her eyes filled with unmasked resentment and hatred. The young policeman followed her gaze, then immediately stood up, marching over to Gay and grabbing his collar angrily. Did you do this? With debt erased by death, and without completing the legal process, wouldn't this be most beneficial to you? Did you do this? Bart, who accompanied Gay, pulled the officer away. Sir, you must be responsible for every word you say. Apologies, my colleague is new here, the senior officer said, pulling the upset person away. Gay wiped a trace of blood from his jaw with a handkerchief and warned, zeal is good, but remember to direct it appropriately. If needed, I am ready to cooperate fully with any investigation. With that, people watched as he got into his car and left. It must have been him, the officer insisted. What proof do you have? We saw him clearly inside the police station during the incident. Without evidence, don't make unfounded accusations. Remember, your duty is fairness and justice, based on facts, not conjecture. Syra, near 11 o'clock, Angie lay in bed, slightly drowsy. The living room door knocked just as Govind emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. Responding to the knock, he entered the wardrobe to grab a bathrobe. What is it? Alali turned to face her after hearing the question. Miss Hyder is gone. Chapter 5:12, waiting for the old lady to pass away. When did this happen? Just now, at the police station entrance. Was it done by Pete? Pete is still inside the police station. Miss Hyder was hit by a car when she crossed the street after leaving the station. Angie's eyes turned cold, her fists clenched tightly at her sides. If I didn't kill Louis, Louis would die because of me. Sure enough, this was Pete's doing. Clean and efficient, without any mess. And he managed to clear himself perfectly. Good, very good indeed. She made a mental note of this grudge. In the study, Angie stood in front of the desk in her pajamas, grinding ink. Her slender fingers pressed on the inkstone, turning pale as she moved the ink block in circles slowly yet steadily on the inkstone. The entire room was enveloped in a cold and deadly aura. A moment later, she dropped the ink block, picked up the brush, and wrote 3 large characters on the rice paper, Pete. Govind stood at the door, not entering. Just from the writing style, he knew it was Pete's name. The next day, scandal spread across the capital. News of Pete's infidelity spread rapidly, even with videos surfacing online. Pete thought this matter would be over, but he underestimated Angie. With the new year approaching and work pressure mounting, this news was like pouring oil on the fire. Pete left Beijing early in the morning for Hong Kong, without even taking Lizette with him. In the capital, Faye came downstairs in her robe in the morning and saw her daughter watching the scandal on a tablet, occasionally muttering obscene words. Unhappy, Faye reprimanded her daughter, who then showed her the tablet, saying, "Dream, Pete cheated. See for yourself." In 2018, Faye, well into her 50s, remained graceful and dignified. She understood all too well the underhanded tactics in wealthy families and certain sexual transactions in life. When the news about Pete broke, she knew it wasn't a coincidence. Thinking that he had been in Hong Kong lately, she asked someone to bring her phone upstairs. She dialed Janelle. "It's the handiwork of Christy and Mr. Nate." "Why?" Faye was puzzled. Hadn't Govind been on the Thai family side? Janelle was also bewildered. "Not sure yet. Allies killing each other? That shouldn't happen. I'll arrange a trip to Hong Kong to see the old man." "Dream, I want to go with you." Faye, who always doted on her younger daughter and usually granted her wishes, nodded in approval upon seeing her obedient demeanor. At 4 in the afternoon, the doorbell rang at the Thai residence in Hong Kong. Lizette opened the door and was startled to see Faye standing there. She respectfully called out, "Aunt." "Who's here?" Inside, the old lady demanded to know. Lizette stepped aside, allowing Faye to enter. "Why are you here?" "Long time no see. I just came to check on you. You don't need to pretend to care." "Mickey, show her out." Faye's demeanor relaxed, exuding an air of nobility. "Who dares ask me to leave?" Compared to the tense old lady, Faye seemed like water flowing down from a mountain spring, composed and noble. "How come you act like a ruffled hen every time you see me? Years have passed, you're getting old, and times have changed. Even if you spread your feathers, nobody cares anymore. Insolent. No matter what, I'm still your mother, and your father legally married me. How dare you talk to me like this? Using illegal means to force the original wife to death and climbing to power through selling oneself, isn't that something you should be proud of?" Faye sat down slowly, looking at the old lady. "Legally married? Marrying a divorced man eagerly, it must have been quite embarrassing back then, right?" Lizette stood at the doorway, listening to the conversation inside. She felt a mix of respect and fear toward Faye. This woman had climbed out of the mire of the Thai family and struck back. It proved how ruthless and cunning she was. 30 years of struggle, coming out covered in blood, returning with full murderous intent, no one knew the toll it took on her. Outside, a car window lowered, revealing a pretty young face. The girl looked young, her black hair cascading down, and her white dress making her look delicate. Compared to the sharp and handsome Govind, they didn't seem to be from the same mother. After all, raising a child is like nurturing a flower. A carefully raised child and a child abandoned from a young age were bound to be different. "Do you think Govind will be a tool for you? Dream on." Thud. Faye threw a stack of photos at the old lady. The old lady's eyes widened as she grabbed the photos, her voice trembling as she saw the person lying on the hospital bed. "What did you do to him?" "Nothing much, just used the same tricks you used on me." "Faye, how dare you? Those cruel methods, how could she use them on her own son? You'll get what you deserve. What revenge should I fear when you're still alive?" Faye scoffed, standing up slowly and looking down at the old lady. Like a deity surveying ants struggling in agony. "Killing you is easy, but I want you to live with 1,000 arrows piercing your heart." You love power and reputation so much. What if all these become meaningless? You. Someone. As Faye left, the old lady collapsed on the sofa, clutching her chest and gasping for breath. Her wrinkled fingers clung tightly to the sofa, trying to get up to fetch medicine. Someone. Her hoarse voice sounded like a final plea before death. Someone. At the doorway, Lizette stood still, hearing the struggles and cries for help inside, but her expression remained unchanged. She was like a guardian of death, waiting for the old lady to pass away. Teacups scattered on the floor made loud noises. If anyone were in the house, they would hear and come over. But Lizette had already sent everyone away. Only she waited for the old lady to pass away. In the evening, Angie was applying makeup in her office dressing room. Seeing her phone ring, she glanced at Elsie, who shooed others away. The task you gave me is completed. The video. Sent to you. Angie hung up and checked the video on her phone. In the video, the confrontation between Faye and the old lady lasted only 10 minutes, but every word was aimed directly at the old lady's weakest points. Indeed. Faye knew exactly how to strike the deadliest blow. Chapter 513, The Third Party Who Stole Someone's Wife. Why are you so sure that after Govind takes action against Pete, Lady Nina will definitely come to Jingang? Nobody wants dirty hands. Faye hasn't killed the Thai family for years, not because she lacks capability, but because some people should die but cannot die by her own hands. Her current position is such that there are family above and children below. She must consider every aspect and maintain the big picture. Directly killing the Thai family members could certainly avenge her, but if it gets exposed, it wouldn't benefit her at all. Nobody wants to carry the reputation of being treacherous and inhumane. Faye. She wants people dead but also wants her hands clean. Now with Govind taking action, she can't miss this opportunity, can she? Angie, when it comes to strategy and plotting, I really am no match for you. Angie's move did 3 things at once. It dealt with Pete, completed the promise to deal with Grandma, and got a hold of something on Faye, all within Angie's calculations. Beneath her innocent appearance lies a calculating heart that never misses a beat. How could Govind keep calm? Without strategy or plotting, it's fine as long as you listen, Angie said before hanging up the phone. She was going to attend a company event that evening, and lately, her schedule had been packed due to promotions for the show she filmed with Hector. Hector is already downstairs at the company building. Didn't he come up? Sister Leah said he didn't request to, Elsie replied. Angie wore a black dress with red high heels that day, fitting her darkened character image in the drama. As she prepared to get into the car, Hector's chauffeur opened the door. Anwar appeared, smiling broadly at Angie. Sister Hua, come over here. Angie glanced at Burnell, who nodded, and then bent down to get into Hector's vehicle. It's been a while, Hector. We just saw each other yesterday during the game, he said. Angie raised an eyebrow. Yesterday wasn't it you playing with me? Hee, Anwar laughed awkwardly. I was too bad, kept getting scolded by you. Brotherjan couldn't bear it and played a few rounds for me. Seeing Angie, Anwar started chattering endlessly until he caught the cold look from Omar and instantly stopped, retreating silently. Is the show you're filming about to wrap up? After the new year, what are your plans for March? Omar asked. The company bought the rights to a novel for adaptation. Interested? As he spoke, Omar took out 2 thick books from the side door and handed them to her. Angie was surprised when she saw the cover. You've read it? More than that. When I was in high school, I read it during evening study sessions and had 8 sets confiscated by teachers. Back then, while chasing Govind, whenever she couldn't find common topics, she would talk to him about stories from this novel. Looking back now, she realized how silly it was to do that to someone uninterested. Omar, she really persevered. Most people would have given up after 1 set was confiscated. Money does wonders. Interested? Yes. Discuss it with Burnell. The car parked outside, and Angie got out with Omar. Fans nearby erupted in cheers as they waved. Wife looks so beautiful. What a match. Omar walked half a step behind Angie protectively. Fans exploded online, pushing both to the trending list within half an hour. Sir, lady is nearby. At the top floor office, Govind was drinking tea with old Dong, discussing work when Awali entered with the news. He was slightly taken aback. Lady's show with Hector has already aired. There's an event today at a nearby villa. What kind of event requires a villa? Govind, accustomed to business circles, naturally associated villas with places of power and pleasure. Seems like a roadshow, with interviews and stuff, Awali vaguely responded. Govind frowned upon hearing, seems. I'll check immediately. Realizing his mistake, Awali went to verify. About 5 minutes later, he returned and whispered, Burnell confirmed it's a work-related roadshow and interview. Govind nodded, not liking the idea of too many men around Angie but recognizing her competitive nature. Angie's slight stubbornness made her less clingy but quite endearing. With no focus on work, he finished the conversation quickly and, without a driver, walked with Awali to Angie's location. At the specially chosen villa, Angie and Omar were answering questions with microphones in hand. I've seen online clips. Rumor has it there's a wet scene. Just as Angie was about to respond openly, she spotted a familiar figure at the entrance, making her jump. Why is Govind here? Elsie, standing nearby, was equally shocked. This is crazy. Doesn't Boss Nate's presence strangle Angie? Geraldine? Yes, Angie turned away from Govind's gaze, trying to hide her embarrassment, though she felt guilty. Do we break the record for kissing scenes? Angie, can we ask something else? The interview moved swiftly, lasting 30 minutes. By the end, Angie was sweating. Standing up, she nearly fell due to weak legs. People nearby gasped in shock as Omar reached to support her but was brushed aside by someone else. Looking up, Angie found herself being held by a man whose eyes blazed with wild and dangerous intent, burning Omar as if delving into his soul. Omar felt like a third party caught red-handed stealing another's wife. Gasp. Grammars spread among the audience. Who is he? Chairman Nate of Montegegmeo International, the king of law in Jingang, someone explained. Is the news true? Doesn't matter if it's true, what matters is whether we can take pictures now. Someone eagerly lifted their phone, only to have the camera snatched away. If you want to die, don't drag us along. Do you think Chairman Nate of Montegegmeo is someone you can provoke? Chapter 513, The Third Party Who Stole Someone's Wife. Why are you so sure that after Govind dealt with Gay, Catherine Nina would definitely come to Jingang? No one wants to dirty their own hands. Faye hadn't managed to destroy the Thai family all these years not because she lacked the methods or capability but because some people should die, yet not by her hand. In her current position, she had a family above and children below, requiring careful consideration and an overall view. Killing the Thai family directly would avenge her, but if it came out, it would not be beneficial for her. No one wanted to carry the reputation of being untrustworthy and inhuman. Faye wanted people dead but also wanted her hands clean. Now that Govind has acted, wouldn't she seize this opportunity? Milagros, in terms of scheming and strategy, I indeed am not as good as you. Milagros's move. Firstly, dealing with Gay. Secondly, completing the promise to handle old lady. Thirdly, getting hold of Faye's leverage, all within Milagros's calculations. Under her innocent exterior lies a mind that plans everything meticulously. How could Govind remain calm? Having no schemes is fine, being obedient is enough. Milagros hung up the phone, planning to attend an internal company event in the evening. Her drama with Omar was about to air, and recent activities were packed. Omar is already downstairs at the company building. Didn't let him come up? Sister Leah said he didn't request it, Elsie responded. Milagros wore a black dress that day, everyday style, red high heels, fitting her darkened character in the drama. As she prepared to get into the nanny car downstairs, Omar's car door opened just then. Anwar appeared, smiling brightly at Milagros. Cameron, welcome. Milagros glanced at Burnell, seeing his nod before bending to get into Omar's car. It's been a long time, Omar. I saw you yesterday when we played games together. Milagros raised an eyebrow. Wasn't you playing with me yesterday? Hee, Anwar laughed awkwardly. I'm too bad at it, always being scolded by you. Brotherjan couldn't bear it and helped me play a few rounds. Seeing Milagros, Anwar chattered non-stop until he noticed Omar's chilly gaze, stopping immediately and retreating silently. Is your show nearly finished? After the spring festival in March, do you have any plans, Omar? The company bought the copyright of a novel to adapt into film or TV, interested? As Omar spoke, he took out 2 thick books from the side door and handed them to her. Milagros was surprised upon seeing the cover. Looking at Omar in astonishment. Read it? Not only that, I used to read it during evening self-study in high school. It was confiscated by teachers 7 or 8 times. Back then, while chasing after Govind, finding no common ground, she would often tell him stories from this novel. Thinking back now, she did something quite foolish. Omar, indeed persistent. Most people would give up after one confiscation. She must be wealthy. Interested? Yes. Talk to Burnell about it. The car stopped downstairs. Milagros got off with Omar, and instantly, fans around them started screaming. Wife looks so beautiful. Such beauty and talent. Omar always lagged slightly behind Milagros, tightly following her as a protective stance. The fans exploded, posting on Weibo instantly. Within half an hour, they both trended on hot searches. Sir, Catherine Nate is nearby. At the top floor of the company, Govind was drinking tea in Chairman Lau's office discussing work when Alali entered to inform him. Slightly taken aback. Mrs. Liu is working with Xiao Yuenjin's show now and has an event today at a nearby villa. What event requires a villa? Govind, accustomed to business dealings, subconsciously associated villa events with venues for power and lust. It seems like a roadshow with interviews by a host, Alali vaguely responded. Hearing, seems, Govind's face darkened slightly. I will check right away. Realizing he hadn't done enough, Alali promptly corrected himself and investigated further. After about 3 minutes, he returned and whispered, Burnell confirmed, it's a roadshow and interview for work purposes. Govind nodded, disliking too many men around Milagros but knowing her competitive nature couldn't be changed quickly. Her little stubbornness was charmingly independent. Ending the conversation tersely, Govind dismissed the driver and walked over to Milagros with Alali. The organizer chose this location specifically. Milagros and Omar held microphones, responding to the host's questions. I watched many online clips. Is it true you have a wet scene? Just as Milagros was about to respond openly, she saw a familiar figure standing at the door, startling her. Why was Govind here? Elsie standing outside was equally shocked. Holy crap. This was choking Milagros's throat, wasn't it? Geraldine? Yes, Milagros sidestepped to avoid Govind's gaze, trying to hide her embarrassment which felt more like guilt. Is it true the kissing scenes set a record in Milagros's career? Milagros, can we talk about something else? The interview ended in 30 tight-paced minutes. By the end, Milagros was sweating. Standing up, she almost fell due to weak legs. Seeing this, everyone in the studio gasped. Omar tried to support her, but his hand was swatted away. Lifting her gaze again, she found herself being embraced by Govind. In Govind's deep dark eyes lay wild, dangerous currents, searing Omar as if looking into his soul. Omar suddenly felt like a third party caught red-handed. Whoosh, gasps filled the room. What's happening? Who is this person? Montegagneo International Chairman Nate, Jingang Legal Circles Yama, Judge, someone explained. Is the news true? Doesn't matter if it's true. Can we take pictures now? Someone in the crowd tried to take photos but was stopped by a warning whisper. If you want to die, don't drag us along. Can you afford to offend Montegagneo's Chairman Nate? Chapter 514, A Love Triangle. When Angie caught a whiff of the familiar sandalwood scent, she felt like dying. Her grip on Govind's coat tightened. Letting go was not an option, nor was holding on. If she let go and returned to Govind, he could easily make her life miserable. Yet, if she held on in front of so many media reporters, it could also spell disaster for her. In an instant, the murmuring in the venue ceased. The man steadied Angie by holding her shoulders. He cast a glare at Omar filled with both caution and fierce warning. Did you get hurt, Hector? Govind had clearly seen that when Omar attempted to pull Angie, his movement was too abrupt and he accidentally bumped into the small round table nearby. Looking closely, his hand showed a reddish hue with traces of blood seeping out. Omar glanced down at his hand before slowly lowering it, saying calmly, it's nothing serious. The man's gaze flickered to his wound but remained indifferent. Meddling can always end up hurting oneself or others. Your injury should be treated soon, Hector, otherwise inflammation and infection would certainly be problematic. Omar understood Govind's warning, a stern reminder to retract any feelings he harbored for Angie. Otherwise, it could lead to more serious consequences than just being hurt. The tension escalated silently within the broadcast room, leaving Angie trapped in between them, speechless. If she spoke, she would offend Govind. If she remained silent, Omar seemed too innocent. The oppressive atmosphere made Angie feel numb all over. Thank you, Mr. Nate, for your concern. It's just a minor injury, something every young person goes through. Rather, forcing things only ends in bitterness, Omar replied, adding slyly, be careful, Mr. Nate, it might spoil your appetite. A smirk curled on Govind's lips as he retorted sarcastically, Hector, have you tasted the sweetness? To Govind, Omar's words sounded much like sour grapes, envy because he couldn't get what he wanted. Moreover, whether it's sweet or not is trivial. The point is that I want it, even if it's bitter, I'll eat it with sauce, said Govind arrogantly. His arrogance led Omar to misinterpret their relationship as something forced. Observing Angie's silence throughout, it only reinforced the notion of a tycoon coercing a female celebrity. Angie. Omar called softly. Hearing her name, Angie inwardly groaned, damn it. She couldn't escape this situation. Initially, she hoped that Govind could meddle with anyone except her, yet Omar persistently dragged her into it. As Omar spoke, Govind tightened his grip around Angie's waist, making her hair stand on end and causing her face to pale from the pain. If you wish to save a wayward girl, Hector, remember to choose someone else. My woman isn't for you to touch, said Govind before turning and walking away. Ironically, after standing for so long, Angie's legs had gone numb. As she was forcefully turned by Govind, she almost knelt down. Anxiously watching Angie nearly kneel, Omar felt his heart leap into his throat. Seeing her unstable state, Govind picked her up horizontally with both hands passing under her armpits, barely suppressing his growing anger. What happened? Anwar asked from outside the room after Govind left with Angie. Elsie was speechless, not daring to speculate wildly. Take care of your Hector. Once they were gone, murmurs immediately rose among the crowd. What's going on? A love triangle? How fortunate is Angie to have attracted the richest man in Jingang and Hector? What luck. Don't speak irresponsibly, do you still want to work in this industry? Though the chatter subsided, gossip never dies. Everyone whipped out their phones, ready to partake in the rumor mill. My waist is broken, muttered Angie inside the limousine, trying to break free from Govind's grasp. Before she could move, she was held back by a strong grip around her waist. Govind glared fiercely at her. Didn't you say this drama has no intimate scenes? I'm talking about the one I'm filming now. Didn't you see that the previous one had intimate scenes? Angie. Govind clenched his teeth, his eyes burning intensely. Can't you see that Omar likes you? Many people like me, does that mean I must avoid all of them? Mr. Nate, people who know the truth understand my innocence, but those who don't will assume the worst about me. My relationship with Omar is purely professional, not as complicated as you think, Angie said, prying his hand off her waist. Didn't you also know Leah Gia's motives weren't pure but allowed him to stay close to you? Only the official can set fires, while commoners aren't allowed candles. It hurt badly. This damn man was too harsh. Old. Get out. Govind roared, stopping Alali as he opened the car door. Alali recoiled, closed the door obediently without another word. Drenched in cold sweat, Angie knew staying longer wouldn't help her. I was wrong. Knowing better than to provoke further, Angie tried apologizing. But before she could finish, she saw Govind call Krista. Briefly, he ordered, fire Alia, now. Krista, what are you crazy about? Did Christy poison you again? Either she leaves, or you take her and leave. Choose. With that, Govind hung up. Holding the phone, Krista stared blankly until Darren asked, what happened? Mr. Nate wants me to fire Alia. Darren clicked his tongue, why wonder? Clearly smitten. Krista. Seeing Govind's actions, Angie realized he wouldn't let her off easily. Fine then. Facing adversity, one must retreat wisely. Alright, I'll keep my distance. Calm down. Good girl, kiss kiss. Translation notes. Kept names such as Angie, Govind, Omar, etc., consistent in pinyin. Maintained paragraph structure and tone as requested. Adapted idiomatic expressions for a natural English flow. Ensured logical coherence and context continuity. Hashtag chapter 515, dealing with the old lady. Why did she have a stroke out of nowhere? Wasn't she managing it well all along? At the hospital, the old man stared at the doctor, his hand trembling on his cane. In this condition, timely medication would prevent any issues. Unfortunately, there was a delay in treatment. Sir, don't worry, if proper rehabilitation is done promptly, she will recover. Upon hearing this, the old man's gaze turned fiercely towards Lizette. Why was there a delay? Weren't you at home? How could 4 or 5 people fail to take care of one person? The doctor, seeing the young woman's pale and beautiful appearance and frail frame, felt some sympathy. Don't blame her too much. She brought the old lady here sweating profusely by herself, which wasn't easy. If not for her, the old lady might not have had such a favorable outcome. Yeah. The nurse beside him chimed in. Lizette kept her head low, silent. With old age come inevitable health issues, whether chronic diseases or long-term medications. For an elderly person like the old lady, she would have passed away many times over in an ordinary family. People around them spoke, and the old man couldn't retaliate. He turned and entered the ward. Seeing him enter, Lizette glanced at the doctor standing in the corner but quickly withdrew her gaze. Pete was entangled in scandal, and Faye's interference ensured that within a week, news spread that he was under investigation for hiring a hitman. He was placed on suspension and detained in the capital city. As December approached its end, near the New Year holiday, the old man also returned to the capital to navigate Pete's troubles. Lizette and the old lady remained in Jingang. In the villa's ground floor room, Lizette fed porridge to the old lady. After the stroke, half her body was paralyzed, and she struggled to speak, making her temper increasingly volatile. Seeing Lizette's fragile appearance only fueled her anger. She raised her only functional hand and slapped Lizette across the face. Her hand trembled as she glared, mouth crooked, cursing, sweeping broom spirit. Lady. The caregiver, startled, glanced at the mark on Lizette's face, feeling pity. It was evident who treated others well and who didn't in this household. No problem, fetch another bowl of porridge. The servant left and returned. Lizette took the bowl, locked the door, and walked to the bed, spooning the porridge. You haven't heard yet? Pete has been suspended for suspected murder for hire in the capital. Hearing this, the old lady's eyes widened. With Lady Alizi pressing down in the capital and Govind in Jingang, what do you think Pete's fate will be? Lady, the saying, inviting a wolf into your home fits you perfectly. You tried so hard to get close to someone who never wanted you. Now, you've given them an opportunity to settle scores. Do you think you're getting what you deserve? The old lady trembled with rage. Lizette chuckled. So angry already? Don't rush. Lizette set the porridge aside and tied her hair back. Then, holding the bowl with one hand, she pinched the old lady's chin and poured the scalding hot porridge into her mouth. The old lady sputtered and screamed in pain. You'd better live long and suffer. I'll repay every disgrace you've inflicted upon me. There was a knock on the door. Lizette paused. What is it? Syra, there's a lady at the door, saying she's from the Hua family. She heard the old lady isn't well and came to visit. Let her in. As she wiped the porridge off the old lady's body with a tissue and tossed it in the bin, she asked softly, know who's coming? Angie. Grandma, tell me, when you were healthy, you weren't much of a match for anyone. What about now? Instantly, Lizette saw fear flash in the old lady's eyes. Scared? Yes, those who do evil most fear being vulnerable and having enemies approach. The old lady looked at Lisette, unable to believe that the once gentle girl had become a lethal weapon against her. I shouldn't have kept you. Too late. If you hadn't forced me to marry Pete, things wouldn't have escalated this far. Angie entered as Lisette exited. Standing at the door, Angie observed the bedridden, disheveled old lady, guessing what transpired. Elder evildoers meet their downfall. How pathetic. Look at the old lady now, nose and eyes askew, quite a spectacle. Did you ever calculate that your life would end up like this? Wearing a bright red coat, Angie stood by the bed, dripping with sarcasm. Once Pete returns to the capital, even without my involvement, someone will target him. Did you really think his cruelty meant I wouldn't have a backup plan? If your family cooperates, they can stay. Otherwise, they're useless. With lawsuits pending, both the old man and Pete won't be able to pay attention to your situation in Jingang. When that happens, imagine everyone in this house replaced by mine. Can you picture your future days? Starving, freezing, tormented daily, lying helpless in bed, calling out to heaven and earth in vain. In no time, every ounce of pride you've built up over a lifetime will be ripped away, thrown to the ground and trampled. We are allies. The old lady, furious, spat these words at Angie. Allies? Who are allies with you? You sought a weapon, not an ally. Angie finished, picking up the water jug, lifting the old lady's blanket, and pouring water over her lower half. What are you doing? Angie, laughing, placed the jug back, deliberately exclaiming, oh. The old lady lost control. Hua, this humiliation. She could have killed her directly but chose to humiliate her further, crushing her pride. Outside, the servants heard the commotion and came to change the old lady's clothes but were angrily dismissed and splashed with water. They looked helplessly at Lisette. Syra, tending to the old lady has exceeded our duties. Lisette nodded, you're right, you've worked hard. I'll settle this month's wages tonight, and you can leave. Everyone. Their intention was to ask for a raise, but the translation aims to maintain the original tone and structure while ensuring fluency and coherence in English. Chapter 5:16, Angie, do you love me or my body? How did it go? Paralyzed. As soon as Angie got in the car, Govind handed her a glass filled with hot water. She took it and slowly rubbed it in her palms, enjoying the warmth spreading through them. In a while, let Chen send you back home. I have to go to the airport. On business? Govind nodded slightly. It's been busy towards the end of the year. Angie understood and nodded. She was busy too. Then let me take you to the airport. Anyway, I have nothing much on this afternoon. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes brightened, his gaze restrainingly focused on Angie. Just as Angie was wondering about this, the van's partition was raised. Before Angie could react, Govind's palm reached over and wrapped around her waist, pulling her onto his knees. Let's get down to some serious business. Mr. Nate is indeed a wolf in sheep's clothing. You love doing serious things at inappropriate places. Angie hooked her arms around his neck, her fingertips rubbing against the man's short hair, each movement deliberate yet teasing. Catherine Nate, stop pretending. You like it too. Just as Govind was about to kiss her, Angie grabbed the collar of his shirt from behind, stopping his actions. Not so fast. Let's talk business first. Mr. Nate. The man looked displeased, not wanting to waste time. But thinking of the inevitable traffic jam going to the airport at this hour, he didn't care anymore. Speak. I have several promotional events coming up at the end of the year, and the male lead. All Omar? Angie raised an eyebrow in response. Is Catherine Nate giving me a preemptive warning? Am I being considerate? Others would do what they know can't be done, but I won't go to the mountain knowing there are tigers. Knowing there are tigers in the mountain but not going? Govind was amused. Looking at the person straddling his knees, he leaned back slightly. You're not avoiding the mountain because of the tiger, you're afraid of me settling accounts with you when I come back. Angie thought, duh. Who wants to be pinned on the bed all night, begging for mercy while still needing to comfort the man by lying that he's amazing? Angie was genuinely scared. Govind, at times when touching the bottom line, was like a rabid dog biting wildly. Comparing physical strength, she admitted defeat. Craving someone's body was one thing, being thoroughly exhausted by it was another. Angie smiled seductively, kissing the man's lips. You're smart. How could such a smart person be my husband? I must have saved the world in my past life, or maybe you dug up my ancestors' graves. Govind wasn't having any of this nonsense, pulling her claws off his neck. I don't know if you dug up my ancestors' graves in your past life, but this time, you almost had me do it. Get down to business. Govind didn't want to waste time, thinking of how much time he'd spend flying at the end of the year made him uneasy. Pressing Angie's waist closer to his body, feeling her slender waist fit perfectly, Govind couldn't help but rub her fondly. Angie blocked the man's chest, her tone urgent, wait. The man looked unhappy, his voice hard, what else? One last thing. Speak, the man said curtly. Can I borrow your private club in the Western City for Kimberly? She has a thank you banquet at the end of the year. Govind frowned, looking puzzled at Angie. No other place in Jingang? There are, but doesn't she want something more upscale? The clubs under Montegagneo only welcome dignitaries and elites. Once the doors close, no one can enter. What if she installed some high-tech gadgets in there? Who knows what could happen? The people I usually entertain are deeply connected. None of them can be publicly discussed. Hearing this, Angie understood, nodding, understood. Silence fell. Govind stared at her. Are we done? My turn now? Upon hearing this, Angie kissed Govind passionately, straddling him, taking charge. His steady heartbeat struck her soul with every beat, making her lose control. Isn't Govind the one deeply ensnared in this marriage? Isn't she also? Their breaths mixed together, like millions of ants crawling over their skin. Angie, do you love me or my body? Asking this at a time like this? Are you brain dead? Of course, I love you. Really? Be good, I'm your wife. If you don't trust me, who will you trust? Angie's long fingers slipped into his shirt, ready to make a move but were caught. They say you crave my body, not me. Angie sighed inwardly. Why don't I like others' bodies? Because I love you, obviously. With Angie's way of speaking, even the heavens wouldn't dare argue. On the airport expressway at dusk, the black minivan traveled smoothly, concealing all their activities. Sir, we're here. Alali stood beside the door, gently calling out. As the door opened, everyone knew what had just happened. Alali kept quiet, bowing his head as he followed Govind into the VIP lounge. Along the way, he noticed people frequently glancing back. He glanced curiously. Damn. Boss. Alali pointed at his collar. Lipstick mark. Govind. Quite intense. What's intense? At the mall parking lot, Angie had just parked the car, and Kimberly pulled open the door, draped in a coat. As the door opened, a post-activity scent wafted out. You should consider a single dog like me. Did you forget your sister working tirelessly to support you? Stop right there, Angie, wearing a mask, stepped out of the car. You work hard for your own ambitions, not mine. Seeing each other is already hard. How could I expect you to support me? Speaking of which, without my current struggle, how would you enjoy your rich life after leaving a man? Angie scoffed. Thank you. Cursing her. Heartless. Watch where you're going, can't see the road. Walk faster, can you? Kimberly, arm in arm with Angie heading to the mall entrance, heard an ear-piercing screech and angry shouts. A girl in a white sweater, her black hair trailing down her back, appeared young and confused after being yelled at. Does the road belong to you? Does it share your surname? Why do you make things difficult for someone walking? So impatient, why not fly instead? Seeing Angie start arguing, Kimberly glanced sideways. Who is she? You just randomly shout without cause. Hashtag chapter 517, limited energy, only one can be favored per day. Rosa is sitting in the car. Kimberly, such sharp eyes. No, Christy, why are you everywhere? Are you eager to save the world? Or do you just feel compelled to right every wrong? You're meddling too much. There are so many problems in the world, why don't you go fix them instead? Rosa felt that she and Angie were definitely clashing, as Angie seemed to be everywhere. Meeting her always brought bad luck. I wondered who would drive such a green car. What's up? Life not going well? Has someone put a curse on you? Angie pulled down her mask, which had been hindering her ability to scold properly. The moment Angie removed her mask, the girl standing beside her was slightly startled, likely captivated by Angie's beauty. She took an involuntary step closer. I can't be bothered to argue with you. A fortune teller said you clash with me, so I should stay away from you. Why do you still come near me then? Angie retorted, pulling her mask back on and preparing to enter the mall with Kimberly. Just 2 steps in, she felt a tug on her coat. Turning around, she saw the girl standing like a timid little rabbit behind her, looking at her longingly and sweetly calling out, Sister. Angie. You're so beautiful, sister. You're even prettier than my mom. Angie. What kind of comparison is this? Kimberly glanced at the little girl. Is this how people chat up others these days? Miss, you're a girl. Are you normal? Normal. I just really appreciate good looks, the girl nodded repeatedly, while Angie pursed her lips but remained silent. Sister, you're so cool when you scold people. Do you take apprentices? I can pay. Angie. No, thank you. You're disturbing us. Seeing Angie's cold expression, the little girl rubbed her nose awkwardly and stopped, watching them leave timidly. You really have a face that attracts both men and women. That night, Angie didn't return to Puyun Mountain. With Govind conveniently absent and Kimberly wanting to relax, they found a hot spring nearby and went up the mountain. Near Jingang, there were always plenty of places for entertainment. As long as you had money, nothing was a problem. When the warm water enveloped their bodies, Angie sighed in comfort. Suddenly, she felt her soul was liberated. This place has been very popular lately. It said a leader brought his mistress here, and coincidentally, he just got appointed. Many people want to curry favor, so it became famous. Does the mistress own this place? Angie buried her shoulder in the water and looked at Kimberly. Who knows? My father mentioned it. With the new year approaching, the weather in Jinggang grew colder each day. Fortunately, the director was especially considerate to Angie, giving her one workday followed by 3 days off, her first time experiencing such treatment after years in the industry. I'll get a bottle of red wine. Angie, wearing a bathrobe, entered the hall. Just as she stood before the wine cabinet, she was distracted by repeated calls of Catherine Viviana. Viviana? Angie furrowed her brow and turned around. Indeed, Viviana, dressed elegantly in a black tailored coat, was being escorted out of the Chinese restaurant on the ground floor of the hot spring resort. Upon seeing Angie, she appeared surprised as well. Looking at Janelle, who paused behind Viviana, allowing her to approach Angie. Geraldine, what a surprise to meet you here. Yes, quite a coincidence. Catherine Viviana, are you planning to settle in Jinggang? Her frequent appearances couldn't help but raise suspicion about her motives. And the group following her mostly comprised people Angie had seen at the previous spa center. While she hadn't directly interacted with the higher-ups in the leadership circle, she recognized most of them. If I were settling here, Geraldine probably wouldn't welcome me, would you? No, I wouldn't. Angie responded frankly without any desire to exchange pleasantries. There was no friendly relationship between them. What a pity. Logically, we should coexist harmoniously. A gust of cold wind came in from the door. Angie adjusted her collar, tightening her bathrobe, her tone casual. Not a pity at all. The fortune teller told me that I should marry a man whose mother passed away because a mother-in-law clashes with me. Viviana's face changed. Angie smiled faintly, turned slightly, grabbed a bottle of red wine, and walked away arrogantly like a peacock. Among the crowd, a powerful figure watched this scene, knowing Angie's connection with Govind, glanced at his secretary, who understood and sent a WeChat message. What's the relationship between Catherine Viviana and Freddie's daughter? Not clear. Why does it seem they don't get along? Maybe it's a family matter? A family matter? Not likely. The one in the capital is nearly 60 years old, and Christy would find him appealing? The group. Some people's minds are just not suited for conversation. Talking too much with them shortens one's life. Back in the room, Angie had barely picked up the phone when it rang. You've arrived? Just now. Did you see Viviana? On the other end, mixed with airport announcements, a deep male voice questioned, making Angie feel bone-meltingly soft. She shifted her shoulders and laughed softly. You're quite well informed, Mr. Nate. It had been less than 5 minutes since she saw Viviana, yet Govind called. Did he send someone to follow her, or did someone from Viviana's group inform him? According to Catherine Nate, many years of experience haven't been wasted. Are you soaking in a hot spring? With whom? The man asked succinctly, his tone probing and assertive. Kimberly. Don't worry, Mr. Nate, my energy is limited. I can only pamper one person a day. Kimberly. I'm still here. Can you consider the feelings of the single ones? Angie glanced at Kimberly in the pool and hung up smiling. Holding the wine glass, Kimberly propped her head up, looking at Angie. Aren't you curious about what happened back then that made someone like Viviana lower herself to marry Govind's father, a relatively unknown university teacher in Jinggang? Govind's father was just a teacher, no matter how influential. He wasn't as high-ranking as now. Given Viviana's pride, unless something forced her to bow, she wouldn't. Kimberly pondered and then blurted out, wasn't it pregnancy that made her settle for someone like him? Govind could be the child, and Arlen could be the unfortunate one. Angie. Read fewer romance novels. Chapter 518, Arlo Selenadiae, Don't Force Me to Hit a Woman. Syra, Gay is under intense investigation. The old master is currently running around the capital city. They say the matriarch has become paralyzed and Lizette is taking care of her. Boss Nate really put in a lot of effort this time, Janelle said while driving Faye back, updating her on the Thai family situation. Paralyzed? Faye was surprised. Yes. Did Angie do it? The last time she met, the matriarch seemed perfectly fine, so how did she suddenly become paralyzed? It's likely. It said Geraldine is very close with Lizette. A flash of admiration crossed Faye's eyes. She's quite smart. Janelle glanced at Faye's expression and carefully added, the aristocratic young masters of Jinggang have high praise for Geraldine, saying that behind her innocent facade hides a heart as complex as a honeycomb. If she didn't have some capabilities, how could she make so many wealthy heirs call her sister? Given time, the current batch of kids would be able to take charge. The value of Angie's get-out-of-jail-free card would certainly not be inferior to what Syra Nina holds in the capital. With no skills, how could she keep Govind longing for her for so many years? They chatted all the way to the hotel entrance. Just as they were about to enter, Faye paused. The thing I asked you to do, did you finish it? I finished it, but... Dream, you're back. Before Janelle could finish, the hotel room door opened, revealing a girl peering out. She looked delighted upon seeing Faye, who softened her cold expression. Wrapping her arm around Faye, she entered the room. Didn't you say you'd play on your own? Played enough. Did anything fun happen today? Listening to their conversation fade with the closing of the door, Janelle felt a bit of mixed emotions. Siren Nina had always treated the children in the capital with utmost tenderness, but this person in Jinggang. Stay overnight? Yeah, don't want to leave. Angie got out of the pool, put on her bathrobe, and after taking a few steps, felt dizzy and weak. Flashes from shooting countless melodramas and palace intrigues flickered in her mind. Rapidly recalling who had been in the room earlier. Kimberly. Bang. Angie was just about to ask if Kimberly felt any differently when the person fell back into the pool from the edge. F***CK. Kimberly. Angie, enduring the dizziness, struggled to pull Kimberly out of the pool. When someone loses consciousness underwater, they could drown. Kimberly? Kimberly? She slapped Kimberly's face, finding no response. With wobbly legs, she moved towards the changing room to fetch her phone. Though only a few dozen meters away, it felt like a marathon. Just as she struggled, the doorbell rang. Without hesitation, anyone opening the door now would undoubtedly let men rush in, ready to take advantage of her weakened state and act out a scenario everyone enjoys watching. Remaining calm, she saw a fruit knife on the fruit platter and cut her palm, using the pain to stay awake. Get lost. The chilling reprimand made the person at the door tremble. What happened? Didn't we agree on Chinese medicine? Could someone be setting us up? Maybe the medicine works slowly? Let's wait. Struggling to reach the changing room and grab her phone, Angie cursed upon seeing no signal. If she survived this, she'd crush whoever did this into dust. Taking advantage of her remaining alertness, she pushed open the window and threw down a bottle of shampoo. From the third floor, it wouldn't kill anyone but might draw attention. If it weren't for Kimberly, she could jump down herself. F***CK. Who's that? Do you know throwing things from heights is illegal? Are you blind? Downstairs, a man smoking under the eaves, startled by the flying bottle, retreated hastily, preventing it from hitting him. Hearing the commotion, another bottle flew down. Is there no end? The man, holding his cigarette, stepped onto an empty spot and looked up, dropping his cigarette in shock before quickly entering the building. Brother Zhen, Cameron upstairs seems to be in trouble. Omar was also here, visiting an old friend as per his father's orders. After lunch with the family, chatting about the nearby hot springs, he came along with a few juniors. Unexpectedly, he encountered Angie again. Still not over the revelation about her relationship with Govind 10 days ago, Omar noticed something was off. How so? As he asked, Omar headed towards the courtyard. Looking up, he saw Angie on the balcony, droplets falling from her hand. Realizing something was amiss, he quickened his pace. Seeing Omar too, Angie silently swore, cursing his slowness even more. Sir, the third floor is guest rooms. You can't enter without permission. Sir. As Omar and Jean Kong climbed up, they were stopped by a manager-like figure. Impatient, Omar shoved the manager aside. His companion helped, pushing them away. If not just anyone, who are they? Omar immediately spotted two suspicious men at the door. Seeing someone approach, they fled. Jean Kong. I'll chase them. Open the door. There are guests inside, it's against the rules. Thinking of Angie barely hanging on, Omar, enraged, grabbed the manager by the collar. Open the door, or I'll hit a woman. Shaken by Omar's aggression, the manager quivered, speechless. Fortunately, one of the companions knew better and took out the key card from the manager's pocket, unlocking the door. Inside, they found Kimberly unconscious on the floor. Baker ran, stop her from escaping. Glancing at Kimberly, Omar swiftly carried her to the sofa and covered her with a blanket from the bed. Angie? Angie? Opening the balcony door, he saw Angie barely holding on. He wrapped her in his coat and carried her indoors. Outside, nearing freezing temperatures, Angie, fresh out of the hot spring, nearly froze. Damn. Isn't this Christy? Chapter 519, Angie isn't worth my life. What did you say? Angie? What happened to her? It was nearly the end of the year, and Jonathan had just managed to escape his troubles abroad. He returned hoping to relax and nurture his connections in Jinggang. At that moment, he was drinking at Wang Jintai when he received Brandt's call and almost stumbled. He held onto the backrest of a sofa as he stood up, then took the phone outside the private room. Not exactly, how did she end up with Omar? And at a hot spring resort too. Jonathan deliberately kept his voice low, afraid someone might overhear. If this news got out, with Govind's stingy nature, wouldn't he flay Angie alive? Brandt covered the mouthpiece and walked to the balcony. How would I know? But I can assure you these two have nothing going on. Omar is with us. His assistant accidentally found out Christy was in trouble, so we came up here. Give me the address. It didn't matter if they were involved or not, what mattered now was rescuing her. If he wasn't mistaken, Boss Nate flew out of the country today. Just after he left, Angie ran into trouble, wasn't it intentional? Darren, let's go. To where? Jonathan went upstairs pulling Darren, ready to leave. The other person was startled. To where? Are you on fire? Christy has run into trouble. If she's in trouble, why are you looking for me instead of old Nate? Jonathan, while pulling Darren and pressing the elevator button, said, guess why I'm looking for you? Darren instantly understood, because Boss Nate wasn't around. Hot water. Omar poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Angie. She held it shakily in her hands, her face pale from the cold. Even in this state, Angie was still worried about the unconscious Kimberly. Where's Kimberly? Is she okay? She's fine, just unconscious. You look worse off. Beside them, Brant entered, saw Angie's condition, and looked at the indoor hot spring. Why don't you soak again? Might help you recover faster. Angie thought about it earlier. Drinking hot water couldn't compare to soaking in the spring right now, but with these two men around. Yes. Seeing Angie agree, Omar glanced at the girl beside him. Baker Gran, help Geraldine. We'll wait outside. Call us if anything happens. Angie looked at the girl in front of her, who seemed like a student, pure and innocent. I'll support you. Thank you. As the warm spring water flowed over her body, Angie felt her stiff muscles ease up. However, the wounds on her hands started hurting badly upon contact with water. After about 40 minutes, just as Angie finished changing, Jonathan arrived with Darren and Elena. Seeing Omar, Darren was startled and clung to Jonathan's arm. You told me Angie was in trouble but didn't mention she was with Omar. You only need to care about Angie, why worry about Omar? Can they be compared? If Boss Nate finds out Angie was with Omar during this incident, wouldn't his anger level the city? We'd definitely be his first targets for venting. Knowing Angie is in trouble, do you think you could avoid coming? If you hadn't told me, I wouldn't have known. Guess why I told you? Jonathan asked in return. Darren's expression darkened. He realized Jonathan had set him up. To die is inevitable. Frustrated, Darren exclaimed, forget it, Angie isn't worth dying for. Just as they were arguing, Angie appeared. Jonathan hurried over. Are you okay? How did you get here? I'm fine, it's just Kimberly who's unconscious. Let's take her to the hospital first. Okay. Angie motioned for Jonathan to carry Kimberly out, glancing at Omar, about tonight. Rest assured, I won't tell anyone. I mean, thank you. Angie hadn't expected Omar to reassure her so earnestly. Omar's fingers slightly twitched by his side, restrained and enduring. If it had been me today, Christy would have come to help too. Inside, it felt like ants were nibbling at Angie's heart, a strange itch and discomfort. She wasn't a good person, staying aloof was her usual stance. If it had been Omar today, she couldn't guarantee she would rush to help. Even if she did, she would weigh the pros and cons before making a decision most beneficial to herself. Hard words stuck in her throat. Steadying herself, Angie offered a simple thank you. Sister Jingang, we've caught the culprits. Shouldn't you interrogate them? Angie looked at Jonathan, who was holding Kimberly, extremely tactful. I'll take Kimberly to the hospital. You handle this first. Jingang glanced at Angie's hand. Only this hand? It's fine. Angie followed Jingang to the parking lot and saw 3 people crouched beside her chauffeur-driven car. Isaiah held a steel pipe, preventing any movement from them. Off to jail. Let them eat prison food. They panicked immediately upon hearing this. We're sorry, it won't happen again. An apology can fix mistakes, that's a child's privilege. It was others who made us do it. They threatened and lured us. The woman crouching in the middle quickly spoke up, trembling. Who? I don't recognize her, but she's young, using our work videos as threats. She must be an insider, otherwise, she couldn't have gotten the videos. Young woman? Angie thought of Faye first, but based on her description, it didn't seem to match. How young? Around 23 or 24. Your list of enemies is expanding widely, from middle-aged women in their 50s to young girls in their 20s. Angie, write a book next time and name it, My Enemies, Darren snidely remarked. Angie gave him a cold glance, shutting Darren up instantly. Beside them, Isaiah stared at him as if he were foolish, finding it bizarre that someone would provoke Angie knowingly. Is Lord Montague in love recently? Why did you lose your mind? Darren. Isaiah, shut up. Chapter 520, Customized Special Service for Govind. There are no surveillance cameras. Angie's face was cold with fury, seated in the minivan as she looked down at the kneeling people. Her gaze shifted to Anwar, who continued, they say a big shot is coming tonight, demanding the hotel turn off all cameras. They only turned them back on half an hour ago, and nothing was captured. What big shot? The boss wouldn't say, only that he's from the capital. Darren frowned. If we don't teach the boss a lesson, do you think his store can continue operating tomorrow without any problems? Angie pressed her lips together, thinking deeply. Upon hearing Darren's words, she impatiently said, no need to ask. It's Govind's mother. Fuck. This won't be. It's not her. Angie's intuition told her this wasn't Faye's doing. Govind had just dealt with the Thai family, clearing the obstacles for her. She had no reason to do such a thankless and risky thing now. If she truly wanted to do anything, it should be mending ties with Govind. They were mother and son after all. Unless someone knew Faye was here tonight and coincidentally knew about her whereabouts, deliberately setting up this situation. Someone wants to reap the benefits. Angie sat in the car, her long fingers intertwining. In the quiet parking lot, the occasional tapping of fingernails echoed like a death knell. Suddenly, with a snap, her nail broke. Omar's eyes fell on the broken nail. Lifting his head, he saw the fleeting murderous intent in Angie's eyes. That deep-seated ruthlessness flickered, making Omar realize this was the real Angie, everything else was just an act. Release the people. Isaiah was startled. Miss? Release them. Pressuring them would only make it harder to find the culprits. As Isaiah hesitated, Angie gave him a cold glance. He then kicked the man, not getting out. Get lost. Thank you, thank you. The man breathed a sigh of relief, almost ready to bow down in gratitude. Is Actor Arlo heading back to the city? Angie asked Omar. Knowing Angie still had matters to handle, Omar responded politely, we're leaving now. I will visit your place another day to thank you. Omar nodded, watching Angie's minivan drive away. Instantly, the parking lot was left with only Darren and Omar's group. Elder Montague looked lazily at Omar, lighting a cigarette and taking a puff nonchalantly. Then, it seemed like a reminder or warning. Did Hector know Christy is in a secret marriage? Omar remained silent, waiting for Darren to continue. After ashing his cigarette, Darren added, right, nothing beats dumplings for food, and nothing beats a sister-in-law for fun. Good luck. Omar. Brant wiped his sweat. What did he mean by that? Who didn't know Darren and Govind were longtime friends? And Angie and Govind were secretly married. Encouraging other men to poach from his brother, if not crazy, there must be a hidden agenda. Does President Montague want to tell me there's more to General Manager Nate and Christie's marriage? Did I say that? If not, being brothers, you should wish them well rather than encourage others to poach. Omar pursued. Darren paused mid-step, turning back to look at him. Omar added, looks like next time I'll have to ask General Manager Nate clearly. Frightening me? Does Hector think I scare easily? Bang, Darren closed the door and left. At the hospital, when Angie arrived, Kimberly was already awake. How are you? Fortunately, it was just a common sedative, nothing serious. I can leave after getting in 4. Thank you for your trouble. Elena removed her mask and sighed, we're all family. Where's my brother? Given what happened to his wife, he should be here right away, shouldn't he? He's on a business trip. Elena nodded, sensing they had more to discuss and left accordingly. Who tried to kill me? Angie sighed, pulling a chair to sit. They were targeting me, you were just collateral. Poor choice of friends, indeed. Why does it feel like you've gained more enemies since going public with Govind? Is it possible Govind's obsession was all pretend? Maybe asking for a title isn't because of love, but to use someone as a shield while he focuses on expanding his empire. When he comes back, the empire is secure, the original spouse is dead, and he's young and rich, a dream for many men. Promotion, wealth, and a dead wife. Kimberly explained analytically, based on years of Korean dramas and romance novels. This scenario seemed very plausible for Govind. Angie. She didn't want to admit it, but it made sense. Such a high-level scheme wouldn't occur to many. Any leads on who did this? None. No clues? Angie shook her head, absolutely none. Evil spirits will eventually show themselves. Be careful and bring Elsie and Isaiah with you when you go out. Speaking of which, Kimberly thought of something. Where's Elsie? Haven't seen her around recently. Her mother is ill with cancer. Kimberly. The next morning, Elsie appeared at Puyin Mountain, holding the clothes for her live broadcast program. Angie, wearing a face mask and applying body lotion, gestured for Elsie to hang the clothes in the wardrobe. I heard you had an incident last night. Not a big deal. Elsie looked worried. Why not let Aunt Leah find you another assistant? You quitting? Angie glanced at her. Elsie shook her head, of course not. I just haven't been working properly lately. Just take a break if I told you to. Stop complaining. Watching Angie enter the bathroom, Elsie listened to the sound of running water. Just as she was about to speak, Angie's phone on the sofa rang. Sis, it's Govind calling. Angie checked the caller ID. If she remembered correctly, he was in London. Beijing time 9 a.m. was 2 a.m. in London. Still awake? Just finished work. You woke up? Probably because Angie's voice sounded too clear, not like she was in bed. I have a live stream today. 2 a.m., Boss Nate just got off work. Is there an event? Not. Sir, would you like some special service? Before Govind could finish his not, Angie heard a tender voice speaking Chinese specifically for Govind. Clearly, this was customized just for him. Chapter 521, a knife lands on her neck. Angie thought, it had to be Boss Nate. She suffered persecution and attempted murder in the country, while Boss Nate indulged in pleasure abroad with beauty surrounding him, even receiving custom-made special services. Fine, fine, fine. Good for him. This scoundrel needs a good beating every 3 days to keep him in line. Get out, the man, reeking of alcohol, glared at the woman who was swaying her waist like a water snake, heavily made up as if she were a ghost from the river, and he didn't have much patience. The shouted-at woman paused. Wasn't it said that this man enjoyed this sort of thing? How could an ascetic like him enjoy this? Was the person who sent her blind, or did this man hide his preferences deeply? Seeing the phone in his hand, she suddenly understood. It was likely his wife checking up on him. With so many years of experience, she knew better than to press further. Sir, if you need anything later, remember to call me. The woman shoved a business card into Govind's suit pocket. Instantly, the killing intent in the man's eyes became uncontrollable. Ali, who had been following closely behind, was terrified and rushed over to grab the woman by the neck, no sense of observation. Aren't you leaving yet? Angie stood before the mirror, overhearing everything. Only when Govind called out, Amy, did she tut-tut, a moment's pleasure is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Does Boss Nate regret nothing? Why would I regret? This heavily made-up woman appearing within my 3-kilometer radius feels like pollution. I wouldn't abandon my stunning wife at home to indulge with brainless idiots. You have quite the survival instinct, Boss Nate. Angie's tone was calm, betraying no negative emotion. Hearing this, Govind felt slightly relieved. He wouldn't be home for 10 days to half a month. If he got put into cold storage immediately after leaving, this work trip would be torture. Speaking the truth. At the door, Elsie knocked, signaling it was almost time. Angie understood. I'll go get ready. Rest well. At home or the office? Home. Start a video call. Friendly reminder, Boss Nate, it's 2 a.m. there. Staying up will cause sudden death, hair loss, and impotence. Elsie. Really, everything can be mentioned. Don't you miss me, Amy? His deep voice came through the receiver, causing ripples in Angie's heart. Miss you. Really? She hummed in agreement. Then start the video call. In the spa room at Puyin Mountain, the makeup artist waited impatiently. Seeing Angie still on a video call with Mr. Nate, the makeup artist's hands trembled slightly, feeling the intense pressure. Sweat gathered in their palms. Elsie, noticing this, coughed awkwardly. If this keeps up, we'll be late. I heard something happened to you again yesterday. Thought once your father's issue was resolved, things around you would settle down, but they're getting worse. As soon as Angie got out of the car, Burnell's questioning came. With my looks and wealth, plus my success in the entertainment industry, naturally, envy leads to trouble. You do have some self-awareness. Make your interaction with Omar stronger during today's live stream. Fans are shipping both of you crazy online. Use this chance to promote your new drama and gain popularity. Got it. For work-related matters, Angie always knew what to do. Forget anything else, but never forget the career. In the live stream, Angie sat with several lead actors, answering questions from the chat without a host, letting it flow freely. The whole process was fun and lively. With Omar's first film hitting the market, his fans went wild. Fortunately, Angie could match his performance, otherwise, she'd have been trolled to death under such scrutiny. Feels like it's been a long time since Nina appeared. Elsie chatted idly with Burnell outside the live stream. Burnell nodded. The industry is small. Word of what she did on set spread fast. If not for the crew overlooking past grievances, she wouldn't have this opportunity. But it seems working with Angie and Hector can boost her career again. She's lucky. Sis Leah, amazing. The fans flooded the live stream to top rankings, and within these few minutes, enough gifts for a house in Jingang were donated. The staff, seeing the barrage of gifts, were astounded. Burnell glanced over, confused, silently asking Elsie, Boss Nate? Not likely. Then who? This level of gift-giving was unprecedented. Within 2 hours, several houses in Jingang were virtually thrown in. Miss, the person you wanted us to watch has moved. They received a large sum of cash. Cash? Yes. Being able to deliver cash quietly to the hot spring villa indicated this was indeed someone from inside. Send me all employee information of the hot spring villa. Understood. Shortly, Isaiah sent over the details. Angie scanned them, her gaze pausing on a young girl who started 3 months ago. After reviewing her resume, she forwarded it to Isaiah to investigate. By nightfall, returning to Puyin Mountain around 11 p.m. after the production dinner, Angie rode with Isaiah, dozing off in the back seat. Having had a bit of wine earlier, though not much, the heater inside the vehicle made her feel drowsy. Screech. What? Angie lifted her heavy eyelids. The tire has a nail in it. Call Greyhamid and ask them to come pick me up. It wasn't far from Puyin Mountain, and Angie had no interest in waiting here with Isaiah. I've already called. Let me check. About 10 minutes later, seeing the black Maybach pull up beside them, Angie, without thinking, opened the rear door and climbed in. Not until the car drove straight down the mountain without turning back did Angie realize something was amiss. Opening her eyes, she saw a man calmly drawing a knife against her neck. Heard Geraldine is wary, hard to get close to. But now, you seem rather easy to approach. Chapter 522, Someone tried to kidnap me in this car. There's an old saying, when it rains, it pours. In the dead of night, while driving through Puyin Mountain territory, she should have realized something was off when her car's tires suddenly burst. Govind's domain is meticulously maintained and patrolled daily by property management and security personnel. How could there possibly be a nail on the main road, and how did it conveniently puncture her tire? This wasn't a coincidence, it was premeditated. Robbery or murder? Angie's foggy mind snapped to attention as she felt the cold blade pressed against her neck. Indeed. Drinking really does lead to trouble. She shouldn't have indulged in that wine. Christy is quite calm, her captor remarked. There's no choice. Having been through too many such situations, it's hard not to remain calm. Weapons are dangerous, let's talk this out. After all, I can't escape your vehicle. You're clever. If anyone else had said this, we might have believed them, but we know you're trained in combat, with a history of killing. History of killing? What the heck? She hadn't been involved in these circles for a long time. Had these rumors become so rampant? Was everyone exaggerating without thinking? Me? Impossible. Look at me, I wouldn't stand a chance against someone else, let alone kill them. The man pushed the knife slightly forward at her words. Resigned, Angie raised her hands, signaling that she would keep quiet. Judging from his actions, he didn't seem intent on taking her life. It was probably just for money. Since they weren't in a hurry, neither was she. Seeing how calm Angie was, the kidnapper appeared bewildered. Aren't you afraid? I am. Do you think we'll release you if you're scared? For someone who grew up facing these kinds of scenarios, being kidnapped was almost routine. As long as they didn't truly want her dead, there was nothing much to worry about. The driver in the front seat looked at Angie's calm demeanor, finding it hard to believe. He parked the car on an isolated roadside and glanced back at the man holding Angie. Isn't she too calm? Isn't this too smooth for someone from a wealthy family like hers? Usually, she'd have bodyguards. Hasn't our day been too easy? It's impossible. We've been following her for days. She's usually only accompanied by 1 or 2 people. When did she ever have bodyguards? But she's too calm. Let's wait and see. Angie sat in the car watching the 2 men argue. They seemed inexperienced. Incompetent yet daring enough to attempt kidnapping? Both men got out of the car without removing the keys. Wasn't this inviting her to drive away? And indeed, that's exactly what Angie did. By the time they reacted, all they saw was the black Maybach's exhaust fumes. F***K. Stop. Told you she wasn't simple. SH**T. Angie drove off, watching the 2 men chase after her in vain. She lowered the window and gave them a middle finger salute. This chilly night, dressed like that, did you come to the wrong place? Apollo, having just finished an interrogation, yawned and was preparing to rest when he received Angie's call. When he came out, he saw Christy in sheer stockings, a thin overcoat, and autumn high heels, stunning but impractical for the weather. Angie tossed him the car keys. Check this out. Who does this car belong to? Maybach? Isn't it yours? Not mine. Someone tried to kidnap me using this car, but I managed to escape. Apollo. You just escaped. Didn't hurt anyone? Angie. I killed someone. Don't joke around. If you were really that reckless, Boss Nate wouldn't have been interested in you for so long. Why are you asking? Get checking. It was easy to verify the car's owner through internal systems. This car is registered under Omar, your rumored boyfriend. Hua. At midnight, Omar was already asleep. He sounded confused when Angie called. Angie was direct. Is one of your Maybachs missing? Click. Angie heard the light switch on his end, followed by his gravelly voice. Not sure. What happened? People in their circle own multiple cars, sometimes even several at different locations, without needing to keep track. Tonight, someone used your Maybach to kidnap me. License plate, Hong Kong A066XX. I'll check. Wait a moment. Are you okay? I'm fine. If it's yours, have Devon come to the police station to retrieve the car. Did you catch the kidnappers? The police went, they conversed in official tones. Apollo watched Angie hang up, intrigued. How does Boss Nate remain calm letting you contact Omar, especially with all those online couple stories about you two? Want to know? Yes, Apollo nodded earnestly. Angie beckoned him closer, whispering, think about it yourself. Apollo. About 40 minutes later, Angie dozed in the police station chair. Omar arrived looking windswept, wearing a cap and down jacket. He checked on Angie, relieved to find her unharmed. Are you alright? Fine. I checked. That car is indeed registered under my name but has been stored in a villa at the foot of Puyin Mountain for 3 years. Only today did I discover it was taken. It turns out the housekeeper's son gambled and stole the keys, using the car to pay off debts. So the kidnappers might be debt collectors, Apollo added. Why aren't you going after them? Angie cast him a glance, extinguishing any amusement in his eyes. Should I drive you home? No need, I'll take a taxi tonight. Angie, letting a girl go after a kidnapping troubles my conscience. Any decent man wouldn't let her take a taxi now. As for Angie, she didn't want more entanglements with Omar. Even if he drove her, he couldn't get past the gate at Puyin Mountain's peak. Mistress. Isaiah's voice intervened just in time, relieving Angie's dilemma. She glanced at Omar, catching a fleeting hint of disappointment in his eyes. Chapter 523, Fallen in Love with a Married Woman. Inside the chauffeur-driven car, Anwar drove while intermittently glancing at Omar under the dim streetlights. His gaze would frequently land on him and then quickly move away. Brother Zhen, it's not just rumors about Jing Gang anymore. Everyone around Govind has said that Cameron is secretly married to someone. Please don't let yourself fall any deeper. If old master finds out you've fallen for a married woman, he'll be furious and may find someone right away to arrange a marriage for you. The Arlo family already disapproves of your involvement in the entertainment industry. We can't. Shut up. Before Anwar could finish his sentence, Omar coldly spat out 2 words. It was evident that he was deeply entangled. Ever since he declined a major role in a director's film in the capital to come to Jingang, Anwar knew things were serious. To Omar, Angie was like the red beans growing in the southern land, an object of deepest longing. The apathetic tycoon and movie star had transformed from being completely detached into a pitiful figure consumed by constant yearning. If it were mutual love, it wouldn't be so bad. Angie and Omar might even be considered a well-matched pair, both personally and by family standards. But fate played its cruel trick. She had already been taken by another. Tragic. Tragic indeed. After living for 30 years, finally meeting a girl he liked only to find out she was already spoken for, it was impossible to become a mistress, wasn't it? Omar's car made its way back to the Puyan Mountain Villa. As soon as he entered, the housekeeper dropped to her knees with a loud thud. Ignatius, this is all my fault. I didn't expect this to happen. I promise it will never happen again. Please give me one more chance. Omar looked down at her with cold eyes, devoid of emotion. There was no need to protect a housekeeper with whom he had little connection. The fact that your son could so easily steal my keys means he's been a regular visitor here whenever I'm not around. He knows where everything is placed in this house. What else doesn't he know? The housekeeper's face turned pale as she trembled upon hearing Omar's words. Ignatius, please give me another chance, she pleaded. She really did not want to lose this job. With the owners often absent, she had enjoyed a high salary and lived freely as if she were the lady of the house. Another job would never offer such benefits. She had assumed Omar wouldn't return to Jingang until year-end, but unexpectedly, he had come back, catching them off guard. Another chance? You can try asking the police for it. After speaking, Omar glanced at Anwar, who promptly called the police into the yard. Sir. Ignatius. Please, just one more chance. I cannot lose this job, Anwar, please help me beg for mercy. Anwar looked at the woman clinging to his leg and disdainfully shook her off. Your son dared to steal the car and incited others to kidnap people. Kidnapping anyone would have been bad enough, but kidnapping Christy? Are you trying to get killed? Get lost. I won't go. I won't go to the station. I won't go in, the housekeeper's cries echoed as the police led her away. Anwar found Omar in the kitchen, opening a bottle of whiskey and adding ice cubes, a man who seldom touched alcohol. They'd been taken away. Should I call the capital to send a new housekeeper over? Not necessary. If people from the capital came over, they'd likely report every detail to their superiors. He hated being controlled. Well, should we call Christy and tell her that the kidnappers are in jail? Hearing this, Omar fell silent, taking a sip of the whiskey before answering softly, investigate whether he was involved in the incident at the hot spring resort a few days ago. You mean, the same person? Investigate. The man spoke succinctly. Daring not to delay, Anwar swiftly turned and thought, he's still thinking about her after all. Otherwise, he wouldn't bother looking into what happened last time. We truly don't know anything else. That man gambled with us, owed us money, and said there was no cash. So he took us to his house and let us pick any car from the garage. We chose one. What about the kidnapping? Apollo's question made the man's eyes dart away. Slam, the pen hit the desk. Apollo leaned back lazily, fixing his gaze on the man. Take your time. I'm waiting for your excuses. No, we dared not. The kidnapping happened because when we drove down from Puyan Mountain, we saw Hua Miss's chauffeur-driven car heading up the mountain. We got greedy. At first, we didn't know Hua Miss was wealthy. On the way down, we stopped at a roadside shop and heard someone mention it. After much consideration, we decided to do something big. Heard from someone? Who? Do you know them? No, we don't know them. They probably don't know us either. We just overheard it while browsing on our phones. Coincidence? Isn't that too convenient? Which shop? After interrogating the suspect, Apollo was tapped on the shoulder by a subordinate. Confused, he asked, Chief, isn't this just an attempted kidnapping? Is it worth all this effort? Apollo shrugged off the hand on his neck. You'll understand later. If he didn't care now, he'd retire early tomorrow. If Govind found out he ignored what was happening to his wife, he might gouge out his eyes. By late December, Mr. Nate's trip was nearing its end. Angie was either on set or in the studio, working non-stop. She finally got a day off on the weekend and went to see Tilda, who scrutinized her from head to toe. Don't look at me like a wronged wife. Am I not allowed to come find you anymore? Are you my real mom? Being her biological mother meant Tilda knew exactly what kind of person she was without needing introductions. Just by the way Angie tilted her head, Tilda knew what she wanted. If Govind were home, would you remember that I'm your real mom? How do you know he's not home? Tilda pulled open a drawer, grabbed a stack of photos, and tossed them at Angie. Take a look for yourself. Govind has only a few subordinates with him this time, but among them is Alia. ####Chapter 524, the atmosphere between them, restrained yet ambiguous. Angie picked up the photo and glanced at it. In the picture, a group of men and women were all dressed in formal suits, exuding an air of business elite. Among them, the most noticeable wasn't Govind. Instead, it was a young girl in a white dress standing behind the group. She looked innocent with her long hair flowing freely, holding documents as she followed closely behind these business magnates. From a distance, it gave off a strong vibe of a bossy tycoon with his young, innocent wife. Social engagements are inevitable in the business world, but you need to understand that asserting ownership is important too. You must let others know that before they touch your man, they should weigh their own worth. Tilda earnestly advised. Seeing Angie remained unmoved, she continued, do you know why none of the many women around your father ever dared to come and challenge me? You live carefree now, but what if you have children later? If you want your child to live like a princess, you should start planning now. I don't want children at all. But it depends on whether Govind wants them or not. Don't I have the final say? You do, but you lack sense. Angie. Her mother's criticisms hit the hardest. If Govind could be easily swayed by any woman, do you think he would still be single after 30 years? Why? Erectile dysfunction? Homosexuality? Angie rolled her eyes. Wrong. It's because your daughter is capable. Tilda. If you're so capable, how did you end up being tricked into marriage? Angie was momentarily speechless. She patted her hands and tossed the photo onto the coffee table. Forget it, I know you don't like me. I'll leave so as not to trouble you. As Angie reached the door, she suddenly remembered something, picked up the photo from the coffee table again, and said seriously, keep it, it can be used as ammunition during future arguments. Stay away from Presley for now. I haven't seen her in a long time. Tilda's warning lingered in Angie's mind, but sometimes luck just doesn't work out. Despite Angie's intention to stay away from the Nan family, she encountered them again soon. Mercedes had been living in Jingang since her marriage. The bridal suite in the capital had become mere decoration. No matter how often the Nan family invited her back, she never returned. Moreover, Harvey showed no affection for Mercedes. As a result, the Bow family frequently targeted Presley. On this day, Angie had an appointment with a stylist, a place frequented by the elite of Jingang's high society, which included Presley. Even though Presley didn't particularly enjoy it herself, attending social functions meant she often had to interact with the wives of various company presidents. Angie didn't expect to see the dramatic scene between Presley and Mercedes here. Just as she entered, she heard scolding voices coming from a private room. Angie glanced at the staff member in confusion. The staff member lowered her voice cautiously. Miss Nan and Allison are arguing. They've been at it for a while. Presley? Yes. Why? They aren't sure. Angie's eyes lit up with a hint of curiosity, but before she could act on it, the private room door was flung open, and Mercedes stormed out, visibly enraged. Upon seeing Angie, her anger intensified. Are you a dog? Why are you everywhere? Can you smell people? Angie. What did she do? Being blamed for something she hadn't done felt unreasonable. If I'm a dog, then what are you? Poop. Mercedes had never gotten any advantage over Angie. Now, being insulted by her, she couldn't hold back her emotions. Angie, the plot against Tai Yuan hasn't fully unfolded yet. Have you thought about who he might target first if he gets out? Jingang may be where you excel, but the capital isn't. Mercedes took steps toward Angie, whispering mockingly, even with Govind protecting you, what does it matter? He can protect you, but he can also protect others. Angie lowered her head and saw Mercedes opening her phone, scrolling through chat records until she found a picture of Govind and Alia. A hidden marriage? Frankly, it's not respectable. If you're so capable, why don't you make Govind announce it publicly? Angie averted her gaze from the photo. If not for Tilda's earlier warnings, she would have been shaken by Mercedes's remarks. Harvey has never touched you since marrying you, right? Do you know why? You have bad breath. Angie fanned her nose and took a step back. Stay away from me. You stink. Angie, you bitch. Mercedes was completely unnerved by Angie, even hesitating to open her mouth wide when cursing, afraid someone might actually notice her bad breath. Beside her, someone laughed lowly, but given Angie and Presley's intimidating presence, they dared to not be too blatant, only sneering covertly. What are you laughing at? Shut up. As Mercedes left, Presley approached Angie out of goodwill. Be careful recently. I heard Tai Yuan is about to get out. Can Viviana let him out? If she could kill Tai Yuan outright, she would have done it long ago. She doesn't care about reputation or public opinion, but those behind her do. As long as one lives in this world, there will always be concerns. Presley patted Angie's shoulder. A weed that isn't thoroughly uprooted will grow again, Christy. Affected by this incident, Angie lost interest in continuing. Isaiah waited outside for her. He hadn't finished a game when he saw her come out, hurriedly following her with his phone in hand. The car stopped at Alban Natekshurian courtyard. Angie, seeing the sun was perfect, changed into casual clothes and asked Greyhammet to prepare afternoon tea. At 3:30, under the bright sunshine, Angie lay lazily on a lawn chair in the backyard, almost dozing off, oblivious to the engine sound in the front yard. Where is Catherine? Emrys is sunbathing in the backyard. Graham had noted the weary appearance of the man before her. Usually composed, the man was uncharacteristically urgent today. Graham had helped take off his tobacco-stained coat as he walked. From afar, Govind saw Angie lying on a recliner, covered with a blanket, basking in the sun with a cat, creating a picture-perfect scene of domestic tranquility. Govind suddenly felt that life like this was enough. All his struggles seemed insignificant compared to stopping to cherish moments with his wife and children. Oh, right, he had a wife but no children yet. It needed to be put on the agenda. Angie was peacefully lying down when she felt a shadow blocking her sunlight. Opening her eyes, she saw Govind standing above her with a warm smile. You're blocking my photosynthesis. When did my wife become a plant? The man smiled gently, walking aside, glancing at Graham standing nearby. Understanding the hint, Graham led the servants inside and turned off the backyard surveillance cameras. There are many things you don't know. Angie's mood wasn't high. Meow, Govind grabbed the cat by the neck and set it free. What are you doing? Before she could finish her question, the man supported himself above the recliner with one hand and covered her lips with the other. They embraced passionately, breath intertwining. The separation of several days transformed into an intense reunion. The atmosphere between them was restrained yet filled with ambiguity. His kisses were fierce, possessive, and dominating every inch of her. Govind exuded a kind of charm, especially in these intimate moments, where his dominance and ferocity perfectly touched every nerve in Angie. She loved it and sank deeper into it. Translation completed, adhering to all instructions provided. Chapter 525, It's not like he's my man, so it's none of my business. After a long while, their intimate entanglement finally ceased. The man's arm tightened around her waist, pulling her closer into his embrace. Angie sat on his thighs in a panic. The man's warm breath brushed against her neck, and his large hand caressed her back, as if in an affectionate caress during a moment of passion. Miss me? I did. Angie was never one to hold back her feelings. Govind found this endearing, yet he always felt it was also part of Angie's way of charming him. The man's breathing grew heavier as he leaned down for a kiss, but Angie dodged him, pushing him away. In broad daylight, Mr. Nate, please keep your little self under control. Angie moved off his lap, unwilling to sit in an uncomfortable place. Didn't you say you missed me? Govind's tone sounded almost pitiful. We're human beings, not animals. Engaging at any time and place like that? She still had scores to settle. Angie glanced at Govind, then hugged a blanket and walked into the main house. Graham wisely took over, watching Angie pour 2 cups of lukewarm water from the water dispenser, handing one to Govind. Drink some water, soothe your throat. Once he finished drinking, she would start settling accounts. After taking half a cup of water, Govind looked up as Angie seized the moment. Was this business trip for a senior management inspection? Yes. Krista was there too. Govind nodded again. Oh. Angie's voice dragged out before asking, Alia is now senior management? How come someone she thought was going to be fired became senior management after a few days? Clunk, the sound of the cup hitting the ground startled everyone. A fleeting look of panic crossed Govind's eyes. Angie smiled, offering him some tissues, saying softly, no rush, take your time. This smile made Govind feel like he was facing a death sentence. Initially, I didn't plan to bring them along. But on the second day, I met Marcel. We chatted for a bit, and then Marcel handed Alia over to Krista. Given it was the end of the year, and we needed Marcel's connections, Krista decided to keep Alia, accompanying her all the way through without involving me. People might not see it that way. Mr. Nate, don't have double standards. Why do you get furious and claim possession when Omar thinks of me, but you turn a blind eye when it comes to yourself? Why only allow officials to set fires but forbid commoners from lighting lamps? Govind knew Angie wouldn't let this slide easily. He had strongly opposed it initially when Krista suggested it, but Krista dismissed it with a few words. If you casually refuse, people could die at the dinner table. Now thinking about it, others dying from drinking too much was just as bad as being tormented to death by his wife. I am innocent. I believe you are, Angie nodded sincerely, stopping Govind's words and sipping her water leisurely. Was it over that quickly? Mr. Nate was uncertain. An occasionally gentle person like her usually meant something worse was coming. Mr. Nate and Teacher Sue are here, Graham's voice interrupted the tense atmosphere. I invited them. You were away last week, so it's a good chance for us to have dinner together as a family today. Do I commit a capital offense? Am I being sentenced to death without even a trial? Govind didn't believe Angie simply wanted a family dinner. Could she have called Arlen and others to gang up on him? Wife. I was wrong. Where did you go wrong? Everywhere. Acknowledging his mistake was the right thing to do, especially when Angie might be concocting ways to torment him. Brother, did you break the law again? Elena and others heard this upon entering. Unintentional questions led to intentional responses. Arlen and his wife sensed something was amiss. Angie smiled, not exactly breaking the law, just. Seeing things turning nasty, Govind pulled Angie into his embrace. It's my fault. I'll stay home more and spend time with you. Without waiting for her reaction, he carried her upstairs, leaving the three downstairs staring at each other. Greyhammed, did your master and madam have an argument? Flustered, Greyhammed shook his head. Master doesn't dare argue with Syra. He has the intention but lacks the courage. Let me go. Govind pinned her to the bed, looking down at her. The issue with Alia isn't worth getting upset over. What happened these past few days? If Angie really intended to quarrel over Alia, she would have already caused a scene. Guess. Govind's expression turned serious, all previous warmth vanishing. He held Angie down with one hand while pulling out his phone with the other. While dialing, he muttered, Angie, you're harder to control than a pig during the Natnar New Year. Why should you control me? Go ask Isaiah what happened these past few days. Don't tell me, or you'll get a broken leg. Hearing Govind's tone, Alali quickly got up from bed and grabbed an assistant named Jingwei. Where's Isaiah? In the basement. Finding Isaiah who was polishing a car, Alali asked directly, what happened to Christy during Mr. Nate's absence? Stopping mid-task, Isaiah replied earnestly, oh, quite a lot. Which event do you want to hear about? Looking sternly at Isaiah, Alali relayed Govind's exact words. Mr. Nate said, don't tell him, or you'll get a broken leg. Isaiah. About 5 minutes later, Alali returned and recounted everything to Govind. Upon hearing this, Govind released Angie and pulled her up. He looked grim. Who drugged her? Don't know. And the kidnapping, who was behind it? Tension filled Angie's heart as she stared at Govind, immediately guessing the next line. Next, will you say Omar? Can't mention it. Hearing this retort, Govind's face darkened. Was she defending him? It's fine. It's not like he's my man, so it's none of my business. I'm open and honest, unlike you, who plays both sides. You fire someone in front of me, but the next minute, they're back. Saying you couldn't help it? Adults shouldn't fail at such simple matters or they'd be useless. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure, ensuring natural and fluent English while preserving the story's coherence. Chapter 526. While wanting to officially announce our relationship, you're spreading rumors with another woman. There's a hierarchy of urgency in matters. In your mind, my thoughts and feelings are simply not as important as your work. If my thoughts really mattered most to you, you wouldn't give me a chance to overthink things. Angie reached out to touch Govind's face, as if reminding or warning him, Mr. Nate, whether I care or believe is one thing, but whether your actions respect me is another. She could choose not to care, but there were certain things that Govind should never do. This was the basic principle of being human and the unspoken bottom line between spouses. While you want to officially announce our relationship, you spread rumors with another woman. Can I interpret this as you wanting to make me a laughingstock of all Jingang? I'm not so pathetic that people can mock me for deluding myself when the male lead in reality loves someone else. This is the second time. If it happens again, be prepared to resign. Bang. After saying this, Angie went into the bathroom, leaving Govind alone in the bedroom, staring at the closed bathroom door. Suddenly, a wave of anger rose within him, disregarding whether Arlen and others downstairs were present. He dialed Gemma. I want to see you on Puyun Mountain within half an hour. If it weren't for Gemma's independent actions, he wouldn't be facing Angie's cold treatment now. After a business trip of nearly 10 days, he had hoped for warmth upon his return, but instead found himself isolated, almost as if banished to the cold palace. Boss Nate, I'm at the company right now. It will take at least half an hour without traffic, let alone now. Fuck. Linkling up. Gemma looked irritated at the cut-off call. Not caring about the ongoing meeting, he grabbed his phone and car keys and ran out, not even having time to put on his coat. The winter in Jingang was bone-chilling once the sun set. As soon as he arrived at the parking lot, the biting cold made him more alert, realizing this matter wasn't simple. He called Alali. What's wrong with Boss Nate? He's arguing, what else? Gemma, why did he call me here? Alali scratched his head. With my 32G IQ, I can't keep up with your 518G brains. Don't ask me. Stuck in traffic all the way to Puyun Mountain, coincidentally arriving during dinner time, Gemma smelled the appetizing aroma from outside the door. President Su, President Nate is having dinner with family. Then I'll wait, Gemma said tactfully. Govind, being such a busy person, rarely took time for family dinners, and she needed to be respectful. Thinking of waiting in the car, she hadn't turned around yet when a cold voice called from inside, come in. The two simple words weighed heavily on her spine, bending the typically strong businesswoman. Upon entering, she felt the tense atmosphere. Seeing Arlen and Elena also there, she greeted them one by one. Haven't eaten yet? Join us. Elena asked Greyhammed to bring chopsticks. No rush. Tell me what happened first, Govind's deep, magnetic voice echoed in the silence, making everyone hush. Elena shivered and edged closer to Elena, sensing the sudden chill. Gemma didn't waste time, knowing why he came, addressing Angie calmly while recounting facts, causing Angie some embarrassment. Christy, Alia was supposed to be dismissed, but we met President Leah on our business trip to London. After some conversation, Marcel impressed us, turning us into a disadvantage. Dismissing Alia would have damaged their reputation. With year-end charitable contributions to offset taxes, our vice presidents couldn't negotiate successfully even after drinking until stomach bleeding. When Marcel proposed rehiring Alia, I accepted. This issue wasn't originally related to President Nate, but due to my inappropriate comments, he reluctantly agreed. I told President Nate, your casual rejection means employees could drink themselves to death, and he complied, showing concern for subordinates. If Christy has objections, I can address Alia. Gemma didn't want to say this last part but knew Angie's nature. Keeping silent wouldn't be good for her. Alia held a nominal position in the company, irrelevant and monitored closely by department managers, unable to stir trouble. Everyone knew she was eyed suspiciously, even while maintaining appearances. Gemma's well-reasoned explanation left no room for error. Angie felt like swallowing a fly, feeling choked. Govind was distancing himself from the situation, making her seem unreasonable. Alright, playing this game? For a moment, only the purring of a cat broke the silence. Arlen and Elena remained composed. As a husband, you should consider your wife's feelings first. There are many ways to care for subordinates without making your wife uneasy. Managing personal affairs before national ones requires prioritization. Here, you failed to consider Angie first, which is your fault, Arlen rebuked. Seeing this, Gemma sought help from Elena, knowing this was a family matter. You can go if you're busy. Gemma nodded in gratitude and left. Dinner was suffocating for Angie. Although Arlen and Elena sided with her, Gemma's words still stung. Unable to swallow her emotions, Elena noticed and suggested, my friend opened a shop, inviting me to warm it up tonight. Will you join me? No. I think it's fitting. Young people should socialize, not stay home all day. Before Govind could refuse, Elena interrupted, urging Angie along while signaling Greyhammett to fetch her coat. Their swift actions showed they couldn't wait to get the two out of the house, fearing another argument. Translation complete. Chapter 527, If you're not mad, kiss me. My elder brother, though not my biological brother, is someone I understand very well. Once he's decided on something deep down, it's hard for him to change. Due to his upbringing, he's not the type who would waver in loyalty or desire others while having someone. Rest assured, he wouldn't look at Alia favorably. Teacher Nate said that since childhood, he's been highly self-disciplined. A few years ago, before you two got married, our family worried that he might develop a disdain for marriage and love due to the influence of our parents. After all, encountering such an irresponsible mother made things tough for him. Elena drove, glancing at Angie sitting in the passenger seat as she consoled her. Angie tugged at her hair, I'm not worried about this. Then what are you worried about? It seems Govind couldn't figure out why you were upset. I don't even know what I'm worrying about, I just want to provoke him. CHSSSS, hearing this, Elena missed noticing a traffic light, causing the car to stop on the pedestrian crossing. This startled Angie, who gripped the handrail tightly. You're done for. Psychologically speaking, if a woman wants to play with a man for no apparent reason, it's highly likely that she's fallen for him. Angie. After saying this, Elena realized something was off, but it's nothing serious. Falling in love with your husband is normal. My elder brother is still pretty great. He's rich, handsome, has a great figure, and doesn't hesitate to spend money. With a bit of coaxing, he'd do anything for you. Flirting a little could turn him into a perpetual motion machine that earns money for you. Then, why go through the trouble of earning a living in the entertainment industry? Just lie back and be a wealthy lady. When you get bored playing with him, you can use his money to support some younger men. Perfect life winner. Angie. That's why he's not my real brother. If he were, he wouldn't have said something like that. Most of Elena's friends were from the medical system. She originally thought they would go somewhere artistic like a resort villa, but ended up entering a bar. She was a bit stunned. You have a friend who runs a bar? Isn't it normal? What kind of friend? A former intern doctor. After half a year, he felt being a doctor was too noble and unsuitable for him, so he quit and opened a bar instead. Elena sighed as she spoke, still need money for that. Don't you have any? Elena shook her head upon hearing this. Did you hear that? I'm so poor I jingle. Why don't you ask Govind? How can I always ask him? I'm already grateful that he accepts my mom being with teacher Nate. One shouldn't push things too far. Elena was already very thankful to meet the Nate family and didn't dare to ask for more. Although Govind gave her quite a lot every year, she used it for other things. Asking again would make her seem greedy. Angie glanced at Elena, thinking this kid was genuinely sincere. People shouldn't care too much about face, otherwise, they'll end up poor. In the bar, music blared deafeningly, and the smell of smoke and alcohol mixed together, making it hard to breathe. Elena hooked up with a few colleagues immediately upon entering, leaving Angie sitting idly by, listening to their chatter. Out of boredom, she turned her head and spotted a familiar figure. Elena lifted her cup and followed Angie's gaze, inwardly exclaiming, damn. Isn't that Alia and Yesenia? What a coincidence. Don't go tearing into them, it would be beneath you. Elena held Angie's hand earnestly. Angie gave her a sidelong glance. Do I have that much free time? Go chat with them, I'll go to the bathroom. The bathroom is in the backyard, be careful. This bar had been transformed from a traditional courtyard house. The owner wanted something unique. Angie followed the signs out of the door and found the bathroom in the yard. Wrapping her coat around her, she walked toward the bathroom. On her way out, she bumped into Alia. Christy. Hearing someone call her, Angie blinked and looked at her, waiting for more. Not knowing whether she was truly innocent or pretending, Alia said, I've been watching your new drama with Hector recently. You two are really a perfect match. Angie smiled politely, thank you. I added your WeChat last time, but somehow it's gone. Can I add it again? Sorry, my phone is with my assistant right now, Angie replied smoothly, rejecting her. How did it go away? She had simply deleted Alia. People like her don't deserve to stay in her social circle. Alia watched her leave, sighing sadly. A girl lurking in the dark corner pulled her gaze away from Angie. You didn't get it? She won't give it to me. It's okay, following her on Weibo is the same. By 10:30, Angie and Elena left the bar. In such a small place, all sorts of people mingled, including ruffians. As soon as they stepped outside, Angie almost got groped by a few drunkards who didn't know their mother's name. Without thinking, she kicked out. The man clutched his lower half and knelt before her, moaning in pain. Get lost. You bitch, one of his minions started cursing and moved to attack Angie, but before they reached her, they were thrown away by someone else. Who the hell? Instantly, the curses stopped. Seeing the cold-faced, intimidating man standing behind them, the thugs cowered instantly. This man had too powerful an aura, they couldn't afford to mess with him. Alali, take Elena home. Govind led Angie into the car, where he sat in the driver's seat, frequently glancing at her. Seeing Angie tense up, he suddenly hit the brakes and parked under a tree. The streetlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled shadows over them, creating an unreal beauty. After pondering, he leaned slightly sideways, his wrist resting on the back of the seat, asking gently, still mad? Angie, hearing his deliberately gentle tone, glanced at him sideways. When was I ever mad? I knew it, our precious Gua isn't that petty. If you're not mad, then kiss me. Angie. Ji Zhanghe. Not kissing means you're still angry. Mr. Nate, are you 3 years old? Yes, right now. Mr. Nate nodded seriously, his keen eyes watching Angie's every move. Seizing an opportunity, he gently grabbed her chin, sealing her lips. Pressing her tightly against his chest, feeling her heartbeat synchronize with his passionate heart, his dry and rough palm landed on her thigh, rubbing and touching closely. While their lips entwined, Govind's warm breath enveloped her. I was wrong about this. I apologize, sorry, darling. Chapter 528, don't you know how dirty you are? How are things going with Pete in the capital? Do we have enough evidence to put him away? Someone is protecting him. In the driver's seat, Govind held Angie's palm gently while driving back to Puyan Mountain with his other hand on the steering wheel. The car was warm inside, with the windows slightly open, allowing scents to mingle. The luxurious scent after their encounter and the cigarette smoke from Angie's fingertips blended together, creating an especially intimate atmosphere. This cigarette originally belonged to Govind, but she took it over, playing with it as she occasionally puffed on it when it was about to go out. Govind knew Angie smoked. She had heard of Lincolnson's Jingang's habits at university and even saw her a couple of times. However, later on, this habit seemed to disappear. It was the first time in over a year of marriage that he saw her smoke again. When did you learn how to smoke? Why don't you ask who taught me to smoke? Who taught you? Govind asked, following her lead. My father taught me. He said if I was interested in men who indulged in such things, why shouldn't I try becoming what I'm interested in? Angie, holding the cigarette, continued, turns out, once you have certain things, they're just like that. Govind thought to himself, true to Freddie's style. Angie's demeanor indeed resembled her father in some ways, seeking excitement in extremes and finding peace within it. Freddie spent his life searching for thrill and then loved his family to find stability. Technically, Freddie was dead, otherwise, this wild horse would eventually run off under his influence. What if we give Pete exactly what he wants? Push him to the brink, offer him a few pieces of silver to leave, and observe for a few days to see who he turns to. Then we'll root them all out. Women do indeed hold the most venomous hearts. The broad-shouldered man nodded during a traffic light break, suppressing a smirk. It sounds good. Listen to your wife. Pete was detained in the capital for investigation. Overnight, everyone guarding him left without a word. People outside are gone. Gone. Why? The elder found this strange. These people were too presumptuous in their coming and going without a trace. I'll check on Lizette and Grandma in Jingang. Surrounded for days, his thoughts were consumed by escape and how to get Lizette closer. If she wanted to slip away without anyone watching, it would be too easy. Stop, the elder shouted as someone tried to leave. How can you think of love and personal matters now? If I hadn't known you cared for her, I wouldn't have agreed to your arrangement. Now, focus on getting us out of this mess, not on love and affection. Yuan, personal feelings may lead to longer suffering. Pete paused at the elder's serious tone. For the Tai family, he only saw them as tools for advancement. But Lizette was different, she was the only lifeline he clung to in the darkness. Losing control of this lifeline made him feel extremely insecure. Thus, despite the elder's well-meaning words, Pete didn't respond emotionally. Just let me go and come back. Yuan. Yuan. The old man trembled with anger at Pete's departure, hammering his cane in frustration. Suddenly, he thought that if it were Lemuel, he wouldn't act so irrationally. A wolf without ambition will die soon. The next morning, the doorbell rang urgently at the Thai residence in Jinggang. Before the maid could ask, the visitor asked first. Who are you? Hearing this, Lizette came downstairs, recognizing Pete. A new maid. What happened to the previous one? Pete looked suspiciously at Lizette. She couldn't bear Grandma's temper and left. In the living room, the atmosphere became awkward. Lizette gestured for the maid to prepare breakfast. Pete changed shoes and entered the house, leading Lizette into Grandma's room. Upon seeing Pete, the bedridden grandmother acted like she saw a savior, fiercely urging, "Kill her, Yuan, kill her." Seeing this frail woman demanding her death, Lizette realized she had been too merciful. If Angie were here, she probably wouldn't let the old lady speak at all. Pete was shocked, shifting his gaze from the emaciated grandma to Lizette. She did this. Why? The elderly can't withstand such torment, can they? Do you really not understand why? When she tormented me, you pretended to be blind and deaf. Now, I'm simply returning the pain she inflicted on me. I've barely begun, and she can't handle it already? We have a long way to go. As long as she lives, I'll continue. You can't imagine the years I've suffered unless you've experienced it. Should I listen to your plea for mercy? Lizette's tone was firm, leaving no room for Pete to argue. Lizette, you've changed. She used to be gentle and innocent, like a blank sheet of paper, now a stranger. That's because of you. Lizette glared at him angrily. Why do you accuse me? Since you raped me and forced me into marriage, I've never been the same. Pete grabbed Lizette's arm, pushing her against the wall, his tone harsh. How did you find out things you weren't supposed to know? But do you believe I can expose all those secrets you dare not reveal? Do you believe I can take everything you have now and dismantle it? As Lizette said this, she shook off his hand. Don't you know how dirty you are? Don't touch me. Chapter 529. After Lizette finished speaking, she was just about to leave when someone pinned her down on the sofa. The man parted his knees and knelt beside her, holding her slender wrists above her head, immobilizing her completely. You think I'm dirty? Who's clean then? Lemuel? Do you know how many outrageous stunts Lemuel pulls in private? Did you know that the man you loved in your youth found another woman on the night of your wedding? If he truly loved you, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Open your eyes, Lizette. People live for different reasons. I want the status within the Thai family, and isn't Lemuel the same? You find me dirty, but didn't you initially come to the Thai family aiming for the position of young mistress? We're both not good people, and neither of us has pure intentions. We're both old tortoises. Stop pretending to be an innocent victim. Shut up. Was your father's death really because of the Thai family? Was that suicide note really written by your father? You schemed for everything, and I let you get it all. But now, you turn around to accuse and blame me. In life, one must never forget where they came from. Gay finished speaking, leaving Lizette stunned on the sofa, her chest heaving violently. The other party, watching, couldn't suppress the tumult inside and picked her up horizontally to carry her upstairs to the master bedroom. Not long after, when the housekeeper downstairs had prepared breakfast and was about to call them to eat, she stood at the top of the stairs and heard Lizette's cries of pain, anger, and moans intertwining, a tragic and desperate symphony. The man's interrogations were stark and jarring amidst the despairing wails. Ding dong. In the morning, a message came into Angie's phone. She picked it up and glanced at the screen, which read simply, "Back in Jinggang." In the bathroom, Govind emerged in a bathrobe. Angie's gaze lingered on the slightly opened collar of the robe before slowly moving away after a few seconds. Gay is back in Jinggang. Did Lizette tell you? Govind nodded and went into the walk-in closet to change, casually tossing the bathrobe onto the long bench. He slipped into a gray shirt and stood in front of the mirror, buttoning it up one by one. Seeing this, Angie threw off the blanket and walked over in her silk camisole. Taking advantage of him putting on his suit pants, she pulled out a belt from a drawer in the central island. As her delicate fingers wrapped around Govind's waist to fasten the belt, the man's breathing grew heavy, his abdominal muscles tightening. He looked down at her with a heated breath falling upon her head like feathers caressing her heartstrings. Without lifting her head, Angie knew that Govind was looking at her as if she were prey, almost ready to devour her. I can do it myself, he said, holding her hand gently, the warmth comforting in the cold winter. Click. The man buckled his belt. If you keep teasing me, we won't be leaving today. After last night's events, Angie felt like she had almost stepped into the gates of hell. After more than 10 days apart, Govind's stamina was formidable, making her realize that she was fortunate to be a living person. If she were an object, he might have molded her beyond recognition. Not sure who's teasing whom, she muttered, picking up the tie next to her and handing it to him. Govind smiled, took the tie, and adjusted his appearance in the mirror. Open the second drawer. What? Just open it. Angie hesitantly opened the drawer, revealing a black velvet box. She placed it on the counter and opened it. A diamond necklace? Blue and white intertwined, the entire necklace featured 4-leaf clover petal designs, from large to small, intricately crafted. One glance told her it was immensely valuable. At first sight, Angie fell in love with it. Her voice betrayed her joy. How much did it cost? It doesn't matter. Try it on. Govind picked up the necklace and draped it around Angie's neck, fastening it. In the mirror, the black silk nightgown Angie wore complemented the necklace perfectly, exuding an air of elegance and sophistication. Very suitable for you. Where did you buy it? I got it at an auction. It's said to be a private collection. Angie touched the necklace, admiring it in the mirror. So should I consider it a collector's item? No need. Our family isn't lacking in money. Mr. Nate, hearing you say that makes my love for you grow even deeper. Govind chuckled. Internet comments were indeed right. Men only made women feel valued when spending money. He leaned down and nibbled on Angie's ear, causing her to flinch in pain. Join me for dinner tonight. What kind of dinner? An internal company event. Oh. In the afternoon, Elon brought a stylist to Yun Mountain, carrying a strapless black evening gown. This is? President Nate asked Christy to change clothes and join him for a dinner. Angie was puzzled. Isn't it an internal event? Internal events usually didn't require such formality, right? Yes, but some executives bring their wives or companions. If Christy dresses casually, she might be overshadowed, and President Nate would lose face. Angie understood. Men needed their pride too. Everyone wanted their wives to look beautiful. It was dark by 6 in the winter. A black Bentley stopped outside the spa center, leaving Angie momentarily stunned. Here. This place was where Govind usually entertained officials and dignitaries, wasn't it? Yes, chosen by President Nate. Is there any special significance? I don't know. This is also my first time here. Govind explained about the private clubs graded by access levels. Some were accessible to anyone, others not. Angie draped a black shawl over her shoulders and entered. As soon as she walked in, she saw Krista in a red dress answering a phone call. Surprised to see Angie, Krista commented. Christy, the necklace on your neck is worth half of Yun Mountain. Years ago, Govind spent a fortune building Yun Mountain, shocking everyone. This year, he purchased the necklace Angie wore from a foreign private collector. Almost 6 billion. Expensive? Krista hung up the phone and shook her head. Not expensive. 6 billion. Angie. Isn't that expensive? As long as you're happy, adding another zero, Mr. Nate would be willing. Indeed, since you've never been here, Mr. Nate arranged tonight's internal banquet in a spa center that doesn't normally serve outsiders. For me? Angie asked in confusion. Why else? Normally, when I accompany him for business dinners, I only go up to the second floor. Secretaries like Elon can only wait at the entrance. But thanks to you, we can enter today. Chapter 530, Govind loves her more than wealth and power. The wealthy are never short of places to enjoy themselves. This private bathing center offers everything from a tea room to dining halls, swimming pools, private hot springs, and guest rooms. Unlike Wang Jintai, which is a revenue-generating spot, this place is for entertaining guests. When it's not being used for banquets, it's just an extravagant expense. Go on in. In the banquet hall, the heaters were fully operational. 6 tables surrounded the central area. Govind, dressed in a black suit, stood in the middle of the hall, chatting amiably with the group executives. The atmosphere was warm and lively, unlike the tense and somber tone during meetings. Angie paused at the doorway, her eyes briefly flickering as she looked at the man in the center of the room. The longer I stay in business, the better Hua Lincolnsons gets at choosing men. A top-tier talent like Mr. Nate will always be the focus wherever he goes. You owe that to CEO Su. Without your help, I wouldn't have managed to secure him. Back then, when she was trying to get close to Govind, she could pinpoint his schedule accurately, all thanks to Krista's secret assistance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had the capability. Krista waved her hands in alarm. Heaven forbid, only you and I should know about this. No one else must find out. Otherwise, she'd be dead for sure, having betrayed her own boss in the worst way possible. With Govind's devious mind, she'd vanish without a trace. Come in. As Angie hesitated, Govind extended his hand toward her. He stood elegantly, naturally becoming the center of attention even when stationary. Angie glanced at him, unsure why he did this, but under the intense gaze of everyone, she placed her hand in his. This momentary hesitation would later lead to countless rumors circulating in Jinggang. As soon as Angie entered, staff members took away her shoulder wrap, revealing her slender shoulders and an exquisite, priceless necklace. None knew that all the CEOs accompanying Govind on the London business trip were aware that Chairman Nate had spent a fortune to buy this invaluable necklace from a private collector. It cost enough to build a skyscraper in a second or third tier city. Although it wasn't worth it, he spent the money willingly. And now, this necklace was around Angie's neck, meaning something clear to all. Govind, with one arm around Angie's waist, moved towards the center of the hall. The once lively gathering fell silent as they approached. In the quiet, Govind looked at Angie and announced firmly, "Let me introduce my wife, Angie." Whispers filled the air. This straightforward introduction was like dropping a bomb in still water. A rumor spread by the parties involved is different than a personal announcement. Especially coming from the chairman of Montegegmeo Group. Looking back, Angie had more scandals than a company's annual news, enough to sustain a PR firm. Given her history and the previous rumors surrounding them since school, everyone assumed these were just stories. Who would have thought the rumors were true? Today's event was not just an announcement but also a statement to everyone within Montegegmeo Group to be mindful. Krista, standing beside, watched the CEO's gape in shock and shook her head. Some people really hadn't seen anything. Mr. Nate and Hua Lincolnsons are a perfect match. Could this be two childhood friends finally finding happiness? One of the wives responded first, breaking the ice. The crowd followed suit, showering praise. Congratulations, Chairman Nate. Wishing Mr. and Catherine Nate a long and loving marriage. Angie felt a strange sensation, like being nibbled by thousands of ants. She had seen too many secrets and pretenses in the elite world. Govind's openness left her utterly defenseless. She realized he was guiding her step by step onto the right path. Her twisted, unhealthy relationship, shaped by her father's influence, was gradually being corrected. Compared to her, Govind was a phoenix walking in sunlight, reversing her malformed mindset with every step. Angie suddenly felt relieved. It was fortunate that it was Govind. She almost believed all men were like her father. And she almost thought all marriages were shrouded in secrecy. That night, amidst the praises, Govind became intoxicated, accepting drinks without refusal. Drink after drink, he lost himself. Angie tried to stop him, but Krista restrained her. It's rare to see him this happy. Let him have his moment. Hua Lincolnsons, have you ever experienced the moment when light shines into darkness? When has your marriage been blessed by so many? In his heart, you do matter. Tonight, he is delighted because everyone is wishing you both a long-lasting and loving marriage, publicly acknowledged. No more hiding, no more secrets. For marriage and wife, you weren't his best choice, but he chose you, and that's what truly matters. He believes in his choice, including you. Angie's heart clenched hearing Krista's words, feeling the constriction make it hard to breathe. I've been with him for 6 years and have never seen him explain anything to anyone. But you are different. You surpass his career ambitions. Men love wealth and power, it's human nature. But Govind loved Angie more than all of that. After the party, Govind was drunk and unconscious. Ali and Isaiah helped him to the bedroom while Graham had hurriedly found some sober-up medicine. Servants brought hot towels for Angie. Govind, half-conscious, lifted his eyelids, staring at Angie in daze, and murmured, Amy? Yes, it's me. Lift your hand, take off the clothes. Govind obediently raised his hands, lying on the bed as Angie undressed him, removing his suit and tie. Wife. Yes? Do you love me? Yes, I do. Angie responded sincerely. Chapter 531. Graham came up with an antidote for intoxication just in time to hear these words, and suddenly, she was at a loss, unsure whether to enter or leave. She stood at the door, somewhat perplexed. Angie picked up a pillow to help support Govind's back against the headboard and glanced behind her. Come in. Here's the hangover medicine, Syra. Angie poured the pills from the bottle cap into her palm and handed the warm water along with the pills to Govind's lips. Take the hangover medicine first. A drunk person is unusually obedient, letting themselves be handled anyway, opening their mouth whenever told. Bring a warm towel. Angie had never served anyone before, not even Freddie, and those so-called ex-boyfriends were certainly not worthy. Her first time serving someone was given to Govind. Though she had good intentions, her methods were clumsy. Graham had watched Angie's awkward movements from the side, her eyebrows almost knitting together. After a few seconds, she reminded, Syra, you should unbutton Mr. Nate's shirt first. Angie paused, holding the towel, thinking, is it that complicated? Perhaps because she was touched by Govind this evening, despite feeling disdain, her hands did not hesitate. Following Graham's advice, she unbuttoned the man's shirt first before wiping his face and neck with the towel. As she passed the towel to Graham, Govind opened his eyes and looked at her, half drunk and half awake, the water-like gleam in his eyes almost making Angie dive right in. What are you looking at? I'm happy, Gugu. Because of the official announcement? Yes, it feels like waiting till the clouds part to see the moon. That Govind would describe their relationship with such humble words as waiting till the clouds part to see the moon was something Angie hadn't expected. Those 7 short words revealed his humility, which greatly contradicted his status. Are you that happy about becoming official? The man's body slid down slightly, half reclining on the headboard, one hand resting beside him and the other covering his eyes, laughing suddenly. This laughter seemed to come from deep within his soul, profoundly stirring. He said, you don't understand, you don't understand. With Govind's frequent shaking of the head, Angie recalled stories from romance novels where long-held love finally became true. Govind's words truly left Angie puzzled. For Govind, Angie was the only rose blooming in his barren life, red and passionate, illuminating his entire youthful and dark existence. During high school, Govind lived alone, like an elderly person without family. His mother didn't want him, and his father was busy working. Every day, he either faced large pots of food in the cafeteria or leftovers on the stove. Upon returning home, he found himself in a cold 2-bedroom apartment. The laughter and joy from the university faculty area felt alien to this lonely spirit. This period ended when Angie appeared. No one would ever know how moved he was when he saw a girl in a pink down jacket standing under dim lights while riding his bike home as usual. That teenage tremble continued into his late 20s. After achieving success, he stood at the top of Montegegmeo Group and saw Angie wearing a pink dress on television. At that moment, he realized the thorn from his teenage years had pierced his heart a decade later. It turned out that the loneliness he had felt during his years of success needed to be filled by Angie. Fortunately, he had worked hard and was no longer that listless, solitary youth. Otherwise, how could he deserve her? Angie looked at Govind, capturing all his emotions. The relief of regaining what was lost was evident on Govind's face. Then, Govind mumbled drunkenly, fortunately. Fortunately what? Catherine Nate asked. Govind lowered the hand covering his eyes. Instantly, Angie saw the moisture on his eyelashes and the back of his hand, pausing momentarily. Was he crying out of happiness? This surprise persisted until the man placed his palm on her hand. Fortunately, I am who I am, you are who you are, and we are who we are. If I weren't me and you weren't you, what would happen? Govind's befuddled mind heard Angie's question and surprisingly cleared up a bit. What would happen? He would make her become herself, transform himself into himself, and then they would become them. Just like dealing with Leroy. Outside, the cold wind howled, bending the trees at the mountain villa. The wind was so strong that even soundproof windows couldn't block the eerie cries outside. In the bedroom, Govind removed the necklace from Angie's neck and placed it on the bedside table. Foreheads touching, he whispered softly, using his gentle voice to tempt her, "Can I?" Angie didn't respond but pressed her hand on Govind's neck and kissed him gently. A room full of warmth and tenderness. Mr. Nate has really thought it through, marrying Geraldine. Old Zhao, your PR department will have plenty to do, someone commented. Have we ever been idle? The manager countered. Krista came out and overheard everyone teasing. She playfully yet earnestly said, by inviting everyone today, Mr. Nate shows that Geraldine is someone very special to him. Be careful, if you say anything inappropriate that reaches Mr. Nate's ears, don't blame him for favoring beauty over talent. Oren's warning is noted. Upon hearing Krista's reminder, everyone broke out in a cold sweat, knowing it wasn't wise to gossip about leadership matters. Cornelius, remember to handle things properly at home. The person mentioned earlier said flippantly but understood well enough today's gathering included only spouses. Given Govind's current marital bliss, if any subordinate acted too dirtily, they might never reach the 30th floor of Jingang headquarters. Recently, Govind planned to promote certain people. Branch company managers vied fiercely for promotion to the 30th floor, representing power at headquarters. Who wouldn't be tempted? However, if a subordinate had too many scandals, Govind likely wouldn't tolerate their presence around him. The next morning, Angie woke up to glaring sunlight. Just as she was about to turn over, the hand across her waist startled her. Turning back, she saw Govind. Rarely does the sun wake a diligent worker like Govind still in bed. Where are you going? Just as Angie tried to get up, the hand pulled her back. To undertake an important matter involving deep communication between humans and nature. The man's hoarse voice sounded broken. Speak plainly. P. Chapter 532. Could it be that Christy likes him, and he wants to pamper her? The floor heating was on in the room. Star didn't feel cold as she stepped out of bed barefoot, but stepping onto the bathroom tiles sent a shiver through her. She tiptoed back to bed and slipped her cold feet between the man's waist and abdomen. Govind didn't show any aversion. Instead, he reached out to hold her feet and gently rub them. His temper was impeccable, not even showing the slightest hint of morning grumpiness. Compared to the second-generation rich brats in Jingang with small skills but big attitudes, Govind was a miracle among men. At that moment, Star felt as if his hands were not just rubbing her feet but touching her heart, making her feel like her heart was dancing joyfully atop a mountain peak. Smiling about what? Wishing I had stinky feet. If you did, tomorrow's entertainment headlines would definitely feature young white flower's feet stink to high heavens. I'd still be beautiful with stinky feet. Govind hummed in response, his voice clear though drowsy. Yes, beautifully stinky. That day, Govind had a rare day off. Star preferred staying at home rather than going out. The temperature in Jingang had plummeted the previous day, leaving the forest barren overnight, evoking a desolate winter chill. She lay lazily on the living room sofa, hugging a cushion. While yawning, she noticed someone stumbling towards the front yard over the sparse grass. Govind wore a sweater under a down jacket and held a long-haired calico cat. Why does it look so unkempt and rebellious? It came from the yard. I have no idea where this little thing is from. This cat keeps sneaking into the yard for Cheese's cat food. It's quite smart, Graham had remarked, feeling oddly familiar with the cat. Go get a cage. Let's neuter it first, then check for any health issues. Star. Did it dig up your family grave? You catch it, and you castrate it. Govind glanced at the person sprawled on the sofa, looked at Graham, who promptly fetched the cage and took the cat to the pet shop. With unknown origins, do you want its descendants to populate Puyan Mountain? Elena's stupid ragdoll ran off and got pregnant once. When it returned, it delivered a litter of kittens of different colors, black, white, gray, and orange, and each kitten had a different father. That's how chaotic the pet world can be. Indeed, feelings were real. After washing his hands, Govind sat beside Star and picked up the novel she had been reading. It had been very popular online recently and made it to the bestseller list. Govind remembered when this novel first came out, the internet wasn't as developed yet, and Star would excitedly tell him about the melodramatic plot twists. While she was enthusiastic, he found it rather ridiculous. Interested? Planning to turn it into a drama? Glancing at the title, Govind put the book aside and asked Star, to the study? What's wrong? Come with me. Star didn't care much, lying down anywhere was the same to her. Then carry me up. As you wish. Mr. Nate, are you sure you didn't get the name wrong? Krista repeatedly checked the name Govind gave, finding it odd. A businessman actually showed interest in investing in a novel-to-drama adaptation. Interest was one thing, but being interested in someone else's work seemed unusual. Krista thought Govind must have been a top student and never wasted time on romance novels. Now that he was in society, it was even less likely. Wouldn't it be because Christy liked it, and he wanted to support her? Is something wrong? Quite a lot. The copyright for this novel was bought by Arlo Yuan last year. Omar? Yes. Govind went silent, gripping his phone tightly. So, Star read this novel because Omar invited her? But if you want to take it from him, it's not impossible. Snap! Before Krista could finish speaking, Govind hung up abruptly, leaving no room for further discussion. What's his problem? Krista muttered to himself as he sat down. Returning from the call, Govind stood by the sofa, looking down at Star with an unreadable expression. She felt puzzled. What's wrong? Did I offend you? Do you want to produce this novel? Yes, it's a great story, and the partner is excellent. If it becomes a hit, why not? What makes it so good? Everything. Star wondered what was bothering him. Say what you need to say, don't make me guess. Did Omar invite you? How did you know? Do you like the novel or the lead actor? Both. Timing, location, people, all essential. Plus, our ongoing drama is already a hit. Partnering again will attract more fans and boost ratings. I'm destined to be a film star. Govind. Fine, all his fussing was for nothing. Star's determination to become a top actress meant he secretly harbored jealousy, while she focused entirely on her career. Fine, it's all good. By the end of the year, Star was busy filming and attending brand events, working around the clock. Sometimes she couldn't even return home from Jingang, let alone when abroad for shows. Both she and Govind were extremely busy, seeing each other only every few weeks as the new year approached. Not until the weekend after New Year's Day, 20 days before the Spring Festival, did Star finally get some rest. Going home? No, I've booked an indoor hot spring spa. I'm inviting everyone to relax tonight. Upon hearing this, everyone in the company erupted in excitement. In the cold winter, soaking in the warm hot springs made Star feel relaxed. Her long hair loosely tied up, she lay on the edge of the pool, looking almost ethereal. Burnell sat behind her, admiring her smooth back and slender figure leading down to her shapely buttocks. Someone once described Star as exuding wealth from every pore. Enjoying the view? Don't turn yourself gay. Burnell sipped the flower tea from the edge of the pool and lazily turned around. Tell me, how many men envy Mr. Nate? If I were a man, I'd be obsessed with you too, keeping you locked up like a songbird, constantly demanding affection. So perverted, thank goodness you're not a man. How's Elsie doing today? Everyone from the company is here except for her. Her mother might not survive the winter. Please note, I translated this passage carefully, respecting the original context and tone provided. If there's anything specific you'd like adjusted or further explained, feel free to ask. Chapter 533, Lizette is pregnant. As ancient people say, winter takes lives, most elderly and sick people can't survive the winter. Angie, upon hearing this, buried her face in her arms. She thought of Elsie's words, how they had depended on each other for their whole lives. With great effort, Elsie sent her out of the village by doing odd jobs. However, after a few years of better living, she fell ill. A serious illness lasting 3 years. Elsie spent all her savings and was in deep debt to pay for medical treatment. If it all ends, Elsie would truly have no more family left. You should look back at her situation and send her some money. I only transferred 30,000 last week. They have stopped the treatment, so there's not much cost now. Then give her a vacation. Burnell glanced at Angie and nodded, it's already done. Despite never experiencing hardships, born with a golden key and inheriting a huge fortune from her late father while also gaining an unexpected husband, Angie should be standing atop the world without knowing human sorrows. Yet, she genuinely cared about those under her. These next couple of days, are there any schedules where I might run into Omar? Do you need to find him for something? Just to discuss the investment shares for the new drama. She wanted to be the boss, a capitalist, not to be controlled by others. As it approached 11, Angie prepared to leave the club. In the distance, she saw a familiar figure quickly enter the restroom from one of the private rooms. What's wrong? Burnell noticed her pause and felt puzzled. Angie shook her head, nothing. You go wait for me in the parking lot. I'll just use the restroom. Burnell, concerned, told someone from the company to accompany Angie and reminded them to be observant. Approaching the restroom, sounds of vomiting could be heard. Angie glanced behind her, expecting employees but saw Francine instead. This quick glance halted Francine, who stopped just outside the bathroom door. Angie pushed the door open, finding Lizette bent over the sink, throwing up. And it wasn't from drinking, but more like morning sickness. Instantly, Angie's heart tightened. If Lizette is pregnant, then their plan? Can it still proceed? The vomiting subsided, Angie handed her a tissue. Without looking up, Lizette muttered a faint thank you in a hoarse voice that broke one's heart. Only when the tissue was thrown away did Lizette lift her head, catching Angie's reflection in the mirror, revealing panic. Judging by your expression, are you pregnant? Angie's overly beautiful eyes narrowed, penetrating everything. Maybe not, Lizette replied, her breathing slightly rapid. Maybe? Angie's voice rose slightly, filled with frustration. The two of them had torn their faces apart. If she were pregnant now, what did it mean? To keep or not to keep? Keeping would be irresponsible to the child. Not keeping, too. Lizette trembled under Angie's tone. She took a deep breath, shuddering slightly. Even if so, it's not my choice. Gay has me confined, constantly monitored, leaving no chance to resist. Angie caught the main point from her words. Is Gay around? Yes. Meeting whom? The secretary of Jinggang. What's their relationship? The secretary has close ties with several powerful families in the capital. Gay wants to seek help indirectly. So it was him. Seems there are people protecting him in the capital, which seems to work. If Govind knew his long-term partner was behind this, how would he react? Sir, this is the women's restroom, you can't enter. Mind your own business. You. When the sound came from the door, Angie's expression changed slightly, opening the stall door and entering. Gay rounded the corner and saw Lizette standing pale by the sink, her fingers gripping the edge tightly. How are you? All right, Lizette shook her head. Gay looked around. Just you? Or what? Who else? Lemuel? Her sarcastic remark made him frown slightly. He moved aside, letting Lizette pass first, casting a cold glance at the girl nearby as she left. For a newcomer like Francine, though aware of the ruthless tactics in the industry, encountering someone giving her such a cold stare was a first, and she couldn't help but shudder. After about 3 to 5 minutes, Angie emerged, looking at Francine. Let's go. I own a sister, that person doesn't seem friendly. Angie paused, turning to gaze steadily at her. This moment made Francine feel a tremor in her soul. I heard from Bernal that the web series you worked on finished. Yes. Angie remained silent, her long lashes casting shadows over her eyes, a subtle reminder or warning. I only need obedient people, not talkative ones. I understand, I own a sister, don't worry. Daring not to make waves, after all, she was brought up by Bernal and heard bits and pieces about Angie. Just. How did you get here? Angie got into the car and saw Govind sitting inside, working on his laptop with documents spread out, seeming to have been there for a while. Happened to be nearby, so I came over, Govind said, covering her with a blanket. Who upset you? Saw Lizette and Gay inside. Gay was meeting Secretary Lee, and Lizette seemed pregnant. Govind was slightly surprised, glancing at Angie. It was unclear whether he was more shocked by Gay meeting Secretary Lee or Lizette's pregnancy. After a moment, he nodded indifferently. Good, let them lock themselves in and not harm others. The chauffeur-driven car headed towards Puyin Mountain. After a hot bath, Angie dozed off, resting in the back seat. Half asleep, she thought about Gay and Secretary Lee. Under dim lights, Angie turned to see Govind working on his laptop, the weak light accentuating his sharp features. The question troubling her turned into another phrase. How many days since we've seen each other? Govind didn't look up. 12 days and 22 hours. Do you miss me? Isaiah, driving, almost hit the lane line, quickly raising the divider, knowing the upcoming conversation wasn't for his ears. Govind glanced at Angie, observing her lazy yet seductive posture under the flickering streetlights. An itch formed in his heart, like being clawed repeatedly. He closed the laptop, removed his glasses, and placed it on the documents. Calling Angie over, come here. Chapter 534, you have your day, I'll have my night. Angie lazily leaned against the seat, blinking her eyes as she gazed at Govind, looking rather reluctant to move. Unwilling to move? Tired. The man glanced sideways at her, a faint smile curling the corners of his lips, which couldn't be suppressed. Under the warm yellow streetlight, she seemed soft and fluffy, like a little fox. Govind reached out and gently ruffled her hair, exuding a gentle and amiable demeanor, much like a next-door big brother. If work is too hard, just come home and live comfortably as a rich housewife. Don't make things difficult for yourself. It's not easy being a kept woman, with my personality. I can never be one, Angie replied. What kind of personality? Govind asked, following up on her comment. I'll start a fight at the drop of a hat. His hand moved from her hair down to her earlobe, gently caressing it. The smooth, unadorned earlobe felt perfect, and the man's smile widened, mysterious and inscrutable. No problem, you have your day, I'll have my night. Boom, Angie's ears instantly turned red, her gaze meeting Govind's, sparkling and mesmerizing. Freak. Just then, the car stopped in the parking lot, and Angie pushed open the nanny car door and got out directly. Govind watched her angry back view, unable to hide his amusement. Syra, are you okay? Mina greeted her from inside the house, noticing Angie's flushed face. No issue. Cheese, come here, Angie beckoned. The cat lying on the carpet lifted its tail and darted toward her. Angie picked up the cat. Do you agree that Govind is a freak? Meow if you do. Meow. Mina. Govind. So childish. Lizette and Gay returned to the Thai family house and heard moans coming from the old lady's room, followed by a nurse rushing out. Syra, you're back. The old lady soiled herself. We tried to help her change, but she wouldn't cooperate. Syra? Before the maid could finish speaking, Lizette gave her a cold look and walked away. The stunned maid looked at Gay, unsure what to say. Gay glanced at Lizette heading upstairs and went straight to the old lady's room. Just as he approached the door, he caught a whiff of urine. He subtly frowned. Yuan, kill her, kill her. The old lady mumbled incoherently, every word hitting Gay's sore spot. No wonder Lizette treated her this way. For years, Lizette had been suppressed by the old lady and now, finally, had the upper hand. Yet, the old lady still wanted Gay to kill her. Kill her. Gay hesitated at the doorway, lacking the courage to go in. Take good care of yourself, I'll send you back to the capital soon. Yuan. Yuan. This old lady isn't easy to deal with. That young girl looks fragile but has clearly suffered much at her hands, the maid commented once Gay was out of sight. Want to kill someone? Have her grandson commit a crime? Unbelievable. Gay disappeared upstairs as the maids downstairs continued their gossip, paying no heed to whether the old lady could hear. The old lady breathed heavily in frustration. Just accept it, many elders would simply be left to die in your condition. Be grateful someone still takes care of you. Yeah, let us change the pad. If I were you, I'd enjoy these last moments while someone cares for you. Look at how cruelly Lizette treats you despite being so delicate. Get out. Get out. Do you need to be so annoying? Just pull it out. Upstairs, Lizette had just changed into loungewear and headed to the bathroom to wash her face. I'll arrange for someone to send the old lady back to the capital. I'll go with her. Don't you dislike the old lady? Lizette remained expressionless. I'm not comfortable leaving her to others. She always liked me taking personal care of her, right? You want to slowly kill her under the guise of personal care? Why not? Lizette asked, glancing behind Gay and seeing no one before continuing. She's not your real grandmother, and both of you have always been driven by interests. Any affection between you is secondary. We're both sly foxes, why pretend? Whether real or not, years of living together have fostered some feelings. That's final, I'll contact someone in the capital to pick her up. Lizette looked at Gay with a lethal glare, gripping the bathroom sink tightly. Do you really intend to treat me this way? How am I treating you? Gay retorted. As bad as she did to you, she never tried to kill you. Isn't what you're doing now tantamount to killing her? There's no such thing as truly understanding another's pain. Gay couldn't fathom the humiliation Lizette endured from the old lady, and Lizette couldn't grasp Gay's indifferent stance. Later that night, Gay was busy managing social relationships. Lizette, after bathing, came downstairs for a glass of water, telling the maid to rest. After drinking casually, she carried the cup to the sink, saw a damp cloth nearby, and, holding it, pushed open the old lady's room door. Inside, the room smelled of sandalwood incense mixed with urine, a nauseating combination. The sound of dragging a chair woke the sleeping old lady. By the dim light from outside, she saw Lizette in white pajamas standing beside the bed, startling her. You bitch, what do you think you're? The half-dry towel fell over the old lady's mouth and nose. Lizette looked down impassively at the struggling old woman, memories flashing through her mind, sharp words from Angie. So useless. Even a woman with one foot in the grave can control you. A person like her wouldn't last 2 days near me. Isn't Miss Bai's current plight due to her own weakness? Follow me, and you thrive, defy me, and you perish, it's never a choice. With those thoughts, Lizette's grip tightened, and her heart hardened. Chapter 535, supported by boldness? Heave. The cloth was pulled away from the old woman's nose and mouth, and she began breathing heavily and rapidly, like a fish gasping for air. She had never felt how precious air could be. Her sallow face revealed panic as if she had narrowly escaped death. At this moment, she paid no attention to what Lizette held in her hands. Compared to life and death, everything else seemed insignificant. What she had never expected was that the meek little girl would grow up to become an executioner, holding a sharp blade and coming after them. If only she had known this would happen, she would have eliminated every member of the Bai family back then. Rebel, rebel. I should have finished you off with your father, Lizette didn't want to hear her babbling. She folded the cloth in her hand, expressionless, and bent down slightly to place it back over the old woman's nose and mouth. Each time she acted, there was not a trace of mercy, her intention was always to take her life. This was the first time Lizette had ever done something like this. Though her hands trembled, she was acutely aware of the emotional breakdown inside her. If the old woman returned to the capital, medical resources would be poured into saving her. Once she recovered, the next step would be to kill Lizette. Rather than wait to be killed, it was better to act first. After playing the role of a good girl for over 2 decades, Lizette's resolve was now akin to that of a skilled fighter. Her mind echoed with Angie's words, if weeds aren't eradicated by the roots, they'll flourish again in spring. If one must choose between the priest's death and the fellow priest's death, the dead one must not be oneself. Let her think about killing you, fear you, dread you, then you will win. Seeing the old woman almost unable to catch her breath, Lisette lifted the cloth from her mouth and looked down at her struggling figure. Do you regret it? That you didn't finish me when you had the chance? But what can you do? By keeping me alive, you merely wanted to torment me and put on a show of compassion before others. My existence was proof of your mercy, but who knows how cruel you truly were. Knowing that Lemuel and I were deeply in love, you still separated us and wanted to force me into bed with an old man. If not for the unexpected encounter with Gay, I would have been just another tool you used to ingratiate yourself with others. Arranging for Gay to marry me was just a last resort for the sake of your family's reputation. People say I have good fortune, but only I know it's sheer luck. You. Before the old woman could say more, Lisette continued folding and unfolding the cloth in her hand, causing panic and fear to slowly creep across the old woman's face. All her words froze on her trembling lips. Keep talking. Why did you stop? Seeing the old woman go silent, Lisette laughed lightly. Do you know what this is? A rag from the sink. The old woman felt something rising in her throat. Lisette sneered. You need to stay alive. If you die, where will I find someone to exact my revenge on? Take your time, we have plenty of time. With that, Lisette tossed the cloth onto the nightstand and walked away. Just as she reached the door, she saw Gay standing there, looking at her with complex eyes, like he was facing a complete stranger without any emotion. Are you a star from Milagros Company? On this day, Charlene was taken by Bernal to a salon for a haircut. Halfway through, a sudden voice drew her attention. Charlene responded politely. Staff member. What kind of staff member can afford such a place for a haircut? I seem to recognize you. Didn't she bring you on several variety shows? Faced with these questions, Charlene felt awkward and didn't know how to respond. While she knew people in Milagros' circle disliked her, this was the first time she directly felt it. Why don't we add each other on WeChat? Who knows, maybe we'll work together in the future. My phone is in the car. Charlene casually found an excuse to refuse. The person holding the phone scowled, while another nearby scoffed, she's showing contempt for you. Don't get ahead of yourself. Haven't you heard the saying? Even a rich man's dog can bite freely. Thud, the person threw their phone on the counter, glaring at Charlene with hostility. Had she not been getting her hair done, Charlene felt this person might have attacked her. At 3 in the afternoon, Charlene left. Someone sitting opposite her remarked, is Christy human? In Jingang, even her dogs are above people. Why trouble yourself over someone like her? Hearing this, the person turned and smiled, recognizing Laurel, the arrogant daughter of a high-ranking official. Their paths rarely crossed due to different circles, one political, the other business. Laurel thought Yesenia would retort, but instead, she stayed silent, surprising Laurel. That evening, after finishing filming, Angie returned to the company. Bernal told her about Charlene's encounter earlier. Holding a thermos, Angie frowned. Who? Laurel? Indeed, Secretary Lee's daughter. Hearing this, Angie chuckled. Looks like things came easily. Gay had recently been trying to connect with Secretary Lee, and Angie had been wondering how to approach him. What a coincidence. I'm going. Not heading out to review scripts. To seduce, Angie said openly, picking up her bag and putting on a mask before heading straight to the parking lot. Parking beneath Montegegmeo Tower, she took the exclusive elevator to the top floor without any hindrance. Upon entering, she saw a group of executives in Govind's office. Hearing the door open, they turned around, leading to an awkward silence where Angie felt like digging her toes into the ground. Cough, Mr. Nate, carry on. Good day, Syra, the group greeted as they passed by. Standing at the doorway, Angie's body was stiff, her movements mechanical. Scared? Afraid to come in? Govind leaned back in his chair, smiling at Angie. Who says I'm scared? I dare enter wherever my husband's people are, why not here? Govind. So Angie's boldness comes from acting tough? Chapter 536, Did the cold air come just to touch me? Isn't there a variety show tonight? That's all in the evening. Is Pete still in Jingang? Milagros pulled over a chair and sat down, lazily propping her cheek with her hand as she watched the person opposite. It was rare to see him wear anything other than a suit. A black high-neck sweater made him look even leaner and sharper. The sleeves were slightly pushed up, revealing slender yet not bony forearms that would feel great to touch. Milagros sized up Govind from head to toe with an unabashed gaze, almost like stalking. Govind stared at her for a moment before pulling his sleeve down to cover his forearm. Milagros let out a hiss, somewhat displeased. Don't be so formal, we're like old married couples, what can't you show me? Catherine Nate may not know, but your leering eyes are like a cat in heat, ready to pounce on me anytime. Shouldn't you feel honored? I don't go after just anyone, which proves you're special and irreplaceable. KTV with me? You're making it up, I'm speaking based on facts. Milagros reached out, leaning over the table to try touching Govind's arm, but the man subtly leaned back, avoiding her roving hands. You braved the freezing cold air to come all this way just to touch me? Why not? Milagros propped her chin, blinking her eyes as she looked at him, then added, men can get aroused anytime, but women can't just touch men whenever they want. Govind. Discussing such shameless topics with Milagros gave him a headache. You haven't answered my question. Milagros stopped teasing and turned serious, waiting for his response. He's still there. The old man is in the capital, and he's in Jinggang. No need to worry, he can't cause much trouble. Can't cause much trouble, but it's quite annoying. Pete's existence felt like a fishbone stuck in the throat, neither coming out nor going down, making one incredibly uncomfortable. If this situation ended without incident, it would be fine, but it lacked something. If you can't handle this kind of annoyance, how could you be considered elite? As Govind spoke, he dialed for a coffee, while Milagros said, what should I endure and what shouldn't I? Doesn't this make little sense? Govind's gaze moved from the computer screen to Milagros. Just as he was about to say something, the intercom buzzed, and Elon's voice came through, Chairman Nate, those people at the gate are back. Even this small matter needs to be reported to me? With thousands of employees here, isn't there anyone capable of handling this? Tell Krista, either do it or leave. Montegagneo doesn't keep idle workers. Elon on the other end trembled holding the phone. Not knowing what to do, it wasn't proper for the issue to escalate to the company's doorstep, but the opposition wouldn't listen, no matter what they tried. If this continued, it would harm the company's reputation. Plus, this was indeed Krista's responsibility, making him cannon fodder today. Whether it was good or bad luck for Krista, one couldn't say. Good luck, because she was now hospitalized with stomach bleeding. Bad luck, because this difficult task fell on him. He assistant, why not report directly to the office? Maybe the boss will scold you less since the boss lady is here. Do you think the boss would care about face in front of the boss lady? Govind and Milagros's relationship had never been stiff. When necessary, they acted accordingly, and when scolding was due, they did it. Entering now would only make the boss lady witness him getting yelled at. Worse, with an audience. What's wrong? Milagros noticed Govind walk to the window and look down, his expression turning grim, indicating he faced a tough situation. Krista's recent project had an accident. The family of the victim refuses to accept compensation, protesting outside the company every day. An accident? Was it severe? Milagros was surprised. Govind nodded, the victim is in ICU, it wasn't our fault. The site managers were stealing steel late at night and fell during a chase. The hospital says they won't last long. Why not negotiate for compensation directly? Unsatisfied? Milagros asked. Govind nodded, unfazed. Both parents are poor farmers, and people from poor areas can be obstinate. They'll seize this opportunity to ask for a huge amount. How much? 5 million. Milagros took a sip of Govind's coffee. From our perspective, it's not a large sum, but the company has rules, and we can't agree to such a demand. It's easier dealing with devils than small ghosts. Such issues should be resolved quickly, but not by us. Do you have the party's information? Govind was taken aback, looking at Milagros perplexedly. She lay back lazily in her chair, taking off her boots and attempting to sit cross-legged before realizing she wasn't at home and put her feet back down. Seeing this, Govind retrieved a coat from the rack and covered her legs to prevent any awkward exposure. I have connections for these kinds of matters. Send me the files, and I'll help you resolve it. How will you solve it? Govind asked while instructing Elon to come in. Soon, Elon delivered the relevant documents. Milagros flipped through them casually, understanding the situation. I don't have time today. I'll help you resolve it tomorrow after the variety show. You won't tell me how? Trade secrets, Chairman Nate. If I told you, how would I stay in business? Milagros hooked her fingers around Govind's neck and kissed his lips, petting the back of his head like a cat. Another variety show with Omar? The man asked, his broad hand circling her waist. Milagros smiled without answering, confirming everything. Chairman Nate, I've invested money into this production. I must maximize the 20 billion benefit you provided. Investments can't result in losses, right? Shouldn't you be happy that your wife is so career-driven? Praise heaven, you're not finding rivals for me. That's the happiest thing. Milagros laughed, standing on tiptoe, brushing her fingers against his waist, pulling him closer. So, Chairman Nate fears jealousy. Don't you? I'm not afraid. If you betray me, I'll ensure you suffer. Milagros glanced down. This translation aims to maintain the tone and structure of the original text while ensuring it reads naturally in English. Please provide further sections if needed. Chapter 537, The Female Gangster of Jinggang. The next day, right on time, the group of people downstairs started banging drums and gongs again. Elon had been waiting anxiously since the crowd arrived, as Angie promised a resolution by the second day. Left and right, no solution came. His anxiety escalated, pacing around the office like an ant on a hot pan. He's special assistant, you should just take what Catherine Nate says with a grain of salt. How can someone from such a noble family handle this situation? You might as well go to the public relations department, one staff member said. Exactly. Though she is the daughter of the former richest man, I doubt she has ever seen such a scene. Elon gave the speaker a glance and asked in return, do you know why she can be the boss's wife while you cannot? If the PR department is so powerful, why haven't they snagged General Manager Nate? If you have free time, focus on your own tasks instead of gossiping about Catherine Nate here. You guys are more anxious than Chairman Nate himself. After saying this, Elon grabbed his down jacket and headed downstairs. As he stepped out of the company's main entrance, a cold gust blew past him, making him shiver. His fury instantly subsided by half. Scanning the crowd, Elon noticed no significant changes among today's protesters. Just as he turned to leave, he heard a shrill cry behind him. It was you? Your son impregnated my daughter and didn't take responsibility. The aggrieved family member panicked at this accusation. What nonsense are you spouting? My son is currently in ICU, how could he have gotten your daughter pregnant? And now you deny it? Do you want evidence? The woman pulled out stacks of photos from her bag and flung them at the other party. Look, these are pictures of your son with my daughter. They were supposed to meet our parents during the new year, but then this happened. If we hadn't found you first and told you about your son's condition, you wouldn't even know. Now that you're discussing compensation, include my daughter's share too. You say it's his, who knows if the child in your daughter's belly belongs to anyone else? Don't believe me? It's almost 8 months along. In 2 more months, the child will be born. DNA tests will prove everything. If my daughter's child is yours, you'll need to split the compensation and provide support. Suddenly, the debt collection drama escalated into a heated altercation. Both parties tussled violently, creating a chaotic spectacle. The unexpected disruption made the victim's side flee in disarray. Offer money? Divide the compensation? They were already scrambling to get more, they would never willingly share their hard-won compensation. The commotion lasted about 30 minutes. As Elon returned upstairs, he encountered Angie in the hallway and hurriedly pursued her. Christy, how did you manage that? This is simple. I found the man's ex-girlfriend and gave her 100,000 yuan to cause this trouble. Is the baby in her belly really his? Angie shrugged, how should I know? But for now, let's just say it is. Elon gave her a thumbs up. When it came to being shameless, no one could match her. Angie patted him on the shoulder. Learn well. When dealing with scoundrels, use their tactics. For issues unresolved between us, involve a third party. With this fuss today, they probably won't come to collect debts anytime soon. They'll want to settle quickly and get paid. Are they really going to wait for the baby and do a DNA test? Share the money? What you need to do is contact the hospital and ensure they guard the patient closely. I suspect they will attempt to disconnect life support tonight to kill him, leaving his child without a father. Without a willing relative, a paternity test can't be forced. Also, once he's dead, it benefits both sides. His death simplifies things. Understood. We need to keep him alive to resolve this faster. Smart. Tell them once they sign the agreement, the money will be transferred immediately. Everything else is their concern after that. Got it, I'll take care of it. Elon felt almost indebted to Angie. No wonder she was known as the female gangster of Jingang and managed to secure Chairman Nate. Christie's capabilities truly deserved admiration. What's happening? A mother and daughter appeared, claiming to be his ex-girlfriend, 7 months pregnant, demanding a share of the compensation. Investigate them thoroughly, they couldn't have just popped up out of nowhere. In the black Mercedes, the man's expression darkened. He'd meticulously orchestrated a scheme to implicate Govind, only for an unforeseen twist to foil his plans. If true, fine. But if not, those responsible must be eliminated. In the Thai residence, Lizette watched as someone ascended to the study on the 2nd floor. Sensing something, Tai Yuan turned abruptly, making her heart skip a beat. She changed course and entered the bedroom. In the study, Tai Yuan pulled out a tablet and examined the photos. I investigated the area near where that mother and daughter live. Surveillance showed Christy visited them the night before last. The girl had indeed dated the man for some time but later broke up and lived with another man. The child in her belly likely belongs to someone else. They haven't faced such a scenario, they probably want a quick settlement. If this keeps up, our plan may fall through. Snap, Tai Yuan's pen broke under his grip, his murderous intent apparent. Angie again. Angie again. Fine. Instead of pulling Govind out, Angie surfaced. Did she think he couldn't compare? Investigate Angie's schedule. The person standing before him replied that it was easy to check, remaining in the room and tapping away on his phone. Christy has a fan meeting tomorrow night. Location, this was getting too much. Angie had caused too many disruptions. This time, she must be dealt with. Hashtag chapter 538, Killing Milagros. In the Intercontinental Hotel, Milagros was seated in the lounge as a makeup artist was styling her hair. When the hairspray was applied, some of it drifted into her eyes, causing her to turn her head slightly from discomfort. Did it get into your eyes? The makeup artist noticed Milagros's reaction and became tense. Milagros fanned her eyes. It's fine, how much longer? Just 10 minutes more. The fans have started entering one by one. You guys clean up here, I'll leave right after it ends. I'll have Isaiah drive the car to the elevator entrance. On the 12th floor meeting hall, Milagros had arranged a small gathering. She wore a warm knit dress. As soon as she pushed open the door, the bustling conversation inside abruptly stopped. Everyone's gaze landed on Milagros, who had just entered. How are there still men here? Bernal glanced at Milagros. You're asking this knowingly? Don't you realize both genders fall for you? Not to that extent, even middle-aged people around 40 or 50. Bernal looked over the crowd and spotted the person Milagros referred to. That guy? He's given you several million over the past 2 days. 2 days? Milagros asked. Bernal nodded. 2 days. Something flashed through Milagros's mind, but it passed too quickly for her to grasp it. The meet and greet proceeded harmoniously for 2 hours. The whole process was as perfect as a family gathering, with Milagros chatting and taking photos with her fans. Such fan events were not strictly necessary, but what could be done when Christie was so wealthy, willing to spend hundreds of millions annually just for these fan gatherings? No one in the Beijing and Hong Kong entertainment circles did this like she did. Milagros, can we take a photo? From the crowd, a man in his 40s or 50s, who had spent $1 million over the past 2 days, approached her humbly, his face showing utmost respect, as if fearing rejection. The humility in his demeanor left no room for misinterpretation. Milagros nodded. She stood beside him and took a photo. He remained polite, neither deliberately getting close nor making any inappropriate moves. This increased Milagros's positive impression immediately. Used to encountering arrogant men who expected servitude after spending a bit of money, Milagros felt less guarded around someone so normal. Thank you. Thank you, the man replied politely, bowing as he watched Milagros leave. My face feels stiff from smiling so much. Milagros massaged her cheeks to ease the tension in her facial muscles after the event concluded. Isaiah has already driven the car to the elevator entrance. I'll go fetch your shawl. The assistant went ahead and opened the lounge door. Milagros waited for her as they headed towards the elevator. Just as she reached the elevator entrance, before she could press the button, a voice behind her called out, Christie. Turning around, she saw the man from the photo earlier standing behind her. Do you need something? I wanted to take a photo with you using my phone. Is it alright? Since it was a fan meet and greet, she couldn't be too aloof. Under normal circumstances, Milagros would have declined without hesitation. Sure. After some consideration, she nodded. As he approached her, he rummaged through his pocket. At this moment, Govind's WeChat call came in. Lowering her head to check, she prepared to answer it. But as she bent down, a sharp pain shot through her lower back, spreading densely and causing her nerves to tighten to the extreme. Bang! Her phone fell to the ground. Milagros's face was full of shock and fear. Struggling to turn around, she found herself paralyzed by the intense pain radiating from her back. A cold knife was embedded in her back, and the sense of imminent death overwhelmed her. The fortune teller under the overpass wasn't wrong. Life is never perfect. Geraldine, over these few days, I've come to know you well. You are very beautiful and intelligent, but different paths lead to different ends. I admire you, yet I cannot spare you. Ding dong, the elevator door opened. The man stepped forward to leave. Milagros, losing balance, fell, managing to grab the hem of his coat in her last desperate effort, like an animal fighting for survival. With one foot already inside the elevator, feeling resistance, he brushed her hand away. Seeing no hope, Milagros reached for her fallen phone on the floor. Just a centimeter away. Suddenly, a leg kicked the phone several meters away. If I want to kill you, why would I give you a chance to live? His cold and haughty words echoed above her. The human instinct to survive triggered various protective mechanisms. Tears streamed down her face as the man hesitated momentarily before steadying his resolve. Since ancient times, beauties have short lives. Geraldine, don't blame others. The elevator doors slowly closed, and Milagros's fingers curled faintly against the carpet. Alley? Isaiah was waiting in the car for Milagros when someone knocked on the driver's window. Sir, said Catherine. Nate didn't answer her phone, and he wants you to go up and check. All right. Isaiah glanced at the time. It had only been 3 minutes. Given Milagros's usual slow nature, it usually took 10 minutes from calling for the car until she came down. How long had it been? But Mr. Nate had instructed him to do it. Inside the black Bentley, Govind saw Isaiah enter the elevator. Just as he lowered his head, he noticed a well-dressed man emerge from another elevator, repeatedly wiping his hands with a handkerchief. On closer inspection, Govind saw bloodstains on the man's palm. His brows furrowed. Alley, get someone to follow that man. Who? Following Govind's gaze, Alley didn't ask more and directed someone to follow the man. Sir. Just as Alley turned around, hearing the car door open startled the man wiping his hands. He froze, his spine stiffening like a cornered beast activating its defense system. The tension was palpable. Govind noticed the change instantly. An ominous premonition surged within him. Then, Isaiah's call came in. Men's instincts and sixth sense made Govind's scalp tingle. Vague panic spread from his heart to every limb. Later. He had long heard of Govind's formidable reputation. Knowing he must find a way to die if caught by Govind, fear enveloped him. In an instant, the man ran. Quick as lightning, Govind bent down, pulled out a gun from the back seat, and fired 2 shots into the man's calf. The muffled sounds alerted nearby security, who apprehended the fleeing man. "Sir." As the gunfire ceased, the elevator door opened, and Isaiah rushed out, holding a bloodied Milagros, his voice trembling as he shouted for help. This chapter conveys intense emotion and builds suspense effectively, maintaining the original tone and style while ensuring natural and fluent English translation. Chapter 539, Angie graced be alright, graced not die. Angie? Angie? Wife? Govind's legs trembled as he saw Angie drenched in blood. He had never been so anxious in his entire life. Neither when he was expanding his business empire nor when he faced personal danger had he felt such panic. All the countless dangers he endured could not match this one moment of Angie being in peril. What was this about being a king? What about being a business tycoon? At this moment, Govind felt all these titles were meaningless. Right now, he was merely Angie's husband. A simple, flesh and blood person who wished for his wife to live a long and prosperous life. He had committed numerous wrongs in his lifetime. Even if he was locked in the deepest hell for eternity, suffering unimaginable torment without rebirth, or even if the 10 kings of hell meticulously detailed his crimes, none of it mattered. But Angie, she must be all right, she cannot die. Drive to the hospital. Allely, take care of this. On the way, Isaiah sped through traffic, ignoring red lights. Fortunately, it wasn't peak hour, otherwise, they would have struggled to move forward. Yet, even then, Govind still felt too slow. In the back seat, cradling the unconscious Angie, he repeatedly urged, faster, 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 his voice rising higher each time, almost a roar. If you listened closely, you could hear the trembling fear in his tone. Not just Isaiah, but even Allely, who had always followed him, hadn't seen this side of him. With untold wealth and high status, this son of privilege, whose business empire was ever expanding, usually carried himself with an air of arrogance. No matter where he stood, he was a sight to behold. But today, Isaiah realized he was also human. Through the rearview mirror, Isaiah saw Govind's reddened eyes brimming with moisture, his whole body trembling like it had been struck by lightning. The car stopped at the hospital entrance. Elena had been waiting with her team. Seeing Govind carrying Angie from the car, her back stabbed by a knife, everyone panicked instantly. Lay her down carefully. Natekali, Govind was their hospital's VIP, staying in the VIP ward, or else, news of this incident could cause a storm in the entertainment industry. Who would have thought that half an hour ago, people were watching Angie's fan meeting live, praising her beauty and generosity, only for her to be rushed to the hospital within the next 30 minutes. Elena called for help and pushed Angie into the operating room. If not for professional protocols, Govind might have rushed in himself. "Mr. Nate, it's my fault. I failed to protect." Bang! Before Isaiah finished speaking, Govind, furious, kicked him hard in the stomach, eyes blazing with rage. "This keeps happening. If it weren't for Angie's persistent defense, you wouldn't be alive." He had long been dissatisfied with the 2 people by Angie's side, Isaiah and Elsie. They were originally her close assistants, yet their repeated failures put her in danger. While Elsie had valid family reasons, Isaiah was clearly neglecting his duties despite his high salary. Isaiah, suppressing pain, got up but dared not speak. Isaiah was frustrated too. From the beginning, when Freddie approached him and Elsie, the main goal was to keep an eye on Angie, with safety secondary. Thus, Angie never wanted them too close. Elsie, being female, was less restrictive, while Isaiah was often forbidden by Angie from getting too close. This was why such incidents kept happening. "Get out, replace Isaiah with Allely." Isaiah left, supporting his waist. Soon, Allely arrived, seeing Govind standing in the hospital corridor, his cold and lonely presence overwhelming the area. The hospital, a place of life and death, seemed like mere scenery beside him. San Arlo is reviewing things. Burnell is downstairs, afraid to come up. Upon hearing this last part, Govind's murderous intent was evident. Is there anything she isn't afraid of? Burnell was genuinely terrified. She never dared provoke Govind. If Angie was harmed, Burnell knew she deserved worse than death. So that night, she had no choice but to call Krista for help. Around 10 o'clock, Krista reached the hospital and saw Burnell shivering outside in a thin coat. "Why didn't you go up?" "Afraid to." Incidents not involving life threats are forgivable, but this time, no one was around to protect Christy. Dozens of staff members couldn't ensure her safety. Burnell, in ancient times, this would warrant clan extermination. Faced with Krista's harsh words, Burnell bowed her head shamefully. "We did fail in security. But with public opinion brewing, I fear we can't suppress the news once it spreads. Each celebrity has those few crazy fans and rivals. If the news got out, Angie's hard-earned position might be jeopardized." Krista stared at Burnell, thinking, does she really suit management? The boss was in surgery, unsure of her fate, and Burnell was worrying about the company's future. "Understood, leave it to me." "Thank you, Oren." As Krista hurried upstairs, calling the PR chief to handle the situation, news of Angie's injury spread online. Some discussed it in groups, trying to post on Weibo for traffic. But their posts wouldn't go through. Some noticed this anomaly. Can anyone try posting Angie's news on Weibo? What did you say? 2 asterisks. Damn, even her name can't be typed. Is everyone muted? Typing won't work. Can I send a voice note? I heard Angie was stabbed by a fan during a fan meeting. Tried posting on Weibo but nothing went through. Her name gets censored. Really? Let me try. Chapter 540, Suspected Miscarriage. The person who had gone to verify returned shortly after, spouting a string of expletives. Damn. It's true. I told you so. Christy must have run into real trouble. Such a grand move. If Govind isn't pulling the strings behind it all, I find it hard to believe. Just waiting for the drama to unfold. Huge drama. Could she really have been stabbed? Why hasn't this big news hit the media yet? She's been very active lately. I heard that the drama she invested in is now screening and receiving excellent reviews. It might even win some awards. She has been busy promoting the drama every day. If something happened, wouldn't that be a total loss? And profitable indeed. You're an idle rich guy worrying about a billionaire female celebrity. Even if she suffers losses, what does it matter with Govind's wealth and power? She can afford to lose a lifetime's worth of money. Herman. You've got a point. You're right, Christy's fate is enviable. In her past life, her father supported her. Now, Govind is backing her up. Once they get married, given the Nati's esteemed family values, their child won't be any less remarkable. And if Govind dies, she will still have her own son to take care of her. Isn't this reality just mirroring the online world? Jealousy is ugly. Krista arrived at the hospital and saw Govind sitting on a long bench, slumped over, his elbows on his knee supporting his head, looking utterly dejected. Krista glanced at Alali, who shook his head. Just as he was considering how to console him, urgent footsteps echoed down the corridor. Krista turned to see a group of doctors rushing towards them. Instantly, the despondent man seemed to snap out of his daze, abruptly standing up and grabbing a passing doctor. Which operating room? Number 2. What's wrong with her? Govind's voice was frantic, almost terrifying. The doctor trembled, visibly distressed, yet afraid not to answer. They suspect a miscarriage and need an OBGYN to check. Sir, please let me go. Say that again. The words, suspected miscarriage, made Govind's mind reel, his blood seemingly rushing to his temples, shaking his very soul. The harsh, volatile voice frightened the doctor to the core. Even someone accustomed to life and death couldn't withstand this man's ferocity. Seeing this, Krista and Alali rushed over to pull Govind away. The situation in the operating room is urgent. You should release the doctor so he can attend to the situation. Govind was on the brink of losing control. Krista's words did little to sway him, but he was gripping the doctor's arm as if ready to snap it. Govind? Angie needs the doctor. The man didn't budge. Krista pulled at his hands, saying, let him go. Angie is waiting for the doctor to save her. Do you want to watch her die on the operating table? At this, Govind loosened his grip slightly. Seeing this, Alali and Krista quickly freed the doctor's arm. The doctor bolted into the surgical area, breathing a sigh of relief as he rushed inside, closing the door behind him. What's going on? She's hemorrhaging. The bleeding is massive. Check what's happening. Inside the operating room, Elena stood frozen in shock, her blood-stained hands trembling. Although the blade was in Angie's lower back, she was bleeding profusely, like during a heavy period. Anyone who had seen medical dramas or read romances would know exactly what was happening. If she was pregnant, the baby. Would Govind go mad? It was unimaginably cruel. Elena, tell me. My sister-in-law, what's happening? Just say it. A colleague from OBGYN looked at the monitors, face grim. It's what you guessed. Can you have someone sign the surgery consent form? Let a nurse do it, another doctor suggested. But there's a man outside who nearly lost control when I told him it could be a miscarriage. A nurse might not handle him. I'll go. Elena kicked open the door, taking the consent form from the nurse. She was immediately grabbed by Govind. His grip on her shoulder felt like crushing bones, his voice trembling and fearful. How is she? Elena opened her mouth but couldn't bring herself to speak. She wanted to tell him, but certain words just couldn't come out. Though the two had never publicly expressed their desire for a child, being a loving husband, this was incredibly cruel to him. Angie was someone Govind had meticulously planned for over a decade. The depth of love etched into his very being was unshakable. She couldn't bear to tell him. Elena shakily handed the informed consent form to Govind, her hand holding the pen unable to lift. Govind read the top of the document, informed consent form. Then the next line, significant bleeding, ultrasound indicates substantial retained material in the uterus, requiring dilation and curettage. Govind's eyes shot up to Elena, needing confirmation. She nodded gravely. This nod felt like a death sentence for Govind. He had always hoped for a child, sharing countless intimate moments without protection, hoping for a miracle. But now, the miracle came and then vanished. Suddenly, Govind coughed violently, spitting blood onto Elena's shoulder and green scrubs, splattering her face. Krista and Alali were horrified, catching him. Govind. Brother. Breathing unevenly, Govind pushed everyone away, leaning against the wall, reaching out for the consent form. Elena handed it over. The man who signed billion-dollar contracts without hesitation now had a shaky hand. Govind's signature was crooked but unmistakable. Elena took it back and went into the operating room. The moment the door closed, cries echoed. Govind. Govind. Sir. Sir. Chapter 541, Mess with my wife and child? Who gave you the courage? Not talking? Keeping your lips sealed so tight? How much did Pete pay you to be this tight-lipped? Since you already know who's behind this, why do I have to say it? It's different. What you tell us is not on the same level as what we already know. In the basement, Darren twirled a knife in his hand. His relaxed demeanor made it seem like he was sitting in his own tea house. He looked at the stubborn man bound to a chair with admiration for his pride but disappointment at his silence. You should know that if Govind were here, he wouldn't care about your stubbornness. He'd crush every bone in your body. If you don't want to suffer, just talk. The man remained unmoved, tied up but unbending. Not talking? We can write too. We are civilized people. Solving things civilly would show better character. Why bother with him? Jonathan exhaled a smoke ring, looking at the man and waving him over. He whispered something into someone's ear. Soon, a person entered carrying a basin of water. Jonathan walked over and kicked the man's injured calf, causing an intense wave of pain. The man trembled violently, biting down hard on his teeth to stay silent. Despite this, sweat dripped from his forehead. Jonathan knew he was dealing with a tough one, a rare breed loyal until death. This world has people like him, loyal mercenaries willing to die for their employers. But who were they dealing with? Back when they followed Govind overseas, they had seen and used every imaginable tactic. It had only been these past few years in Jingang where they had left such methods behind. They took apart men like him one by one, never failing. Jonathan increased the pressure on his foot, pushing the man to his breaking point. A guttural scream erupted. Pour the water. A bucket of salt water was brought before the man, poured scoop by scoop onto his wounds. This brutal method was taught to them by Govind back then. Instantly, more screams echoed through the room. Even ironclad strength couldn't withstand this. Not talking yet? Still so stubborn? I thought Pete didn't have anyone competent enough around him. I guess I was wrong. Darren twirled a pen in his hand, standing up slowly. Just as he prepared to act, the door behind him was kicked open. Turning around, they saw Govind standing at the doorway, his eyes bloodshot like a demon from hell. His cold aura was chilling, as though a winter ghost had entered the room. Fear gripped them. Darren and Jonathan exchanged uneasy glances, sensing impending doom. Pete had acted before, but Govind had never been this enraged. Was it because Angie wasn't doing well? If Angie were gone, Tilda would surely skin Govind alive. Get out, said the bound man hoarsely. Darren and Jonathan hesitated, wanting to ask more. Krista entered, pulling them aside. As the secret door closed, cries of agony rang out from within. What's going on? Is Christy severely injured? Krista pursed her lips. It's a matter of life. Dead? Jonathan's voice rose sharply, startling Krista, who clapped a hand over his mouth, nervously looking back. Don't say such things. Then tell me what happened. Angie miscarried. Darren and Jonathan felt a pang of unexpected emotions. They had never really considered having children. While marriage was a near-future possibility, fatherhood seemed distant. They never imagined this scenario, but now that it had occurred, it hit them unexpectedly. They could choose not to have children, but no child should die because of others' actions. That was a humiliation, an intolerable pain for a man who couldn't protect his wife and child. Darren lost all feeling for a moment, fumbling through his pockets for a cigarette. After a while, he turned to a bodyguard for one. Inside the room, Govind stood before the man, holding a sharp knife dripping with blood. The strong metallic smell spread throughout the room, making everyone feel nauseous. The man met Govind's gaze with fear. You must have heard my name before, considering you ran from me. If you knew my methods and still dared to harm my family, should I call you brave or ignorant? The man shivered as he looked at his bleeding leg. Seeing Govind was like a rat meeting a cat, his entire body was trembling. Govind's reputation preceded him both abroad and domestically. Abroad, too many had witnessed his methods. He was always at the top of any list of people not to provoke. These were people who lived on the edge of death, risking their lives for money. Losing money wasn't scary, nor was losing life. What was terrifying was neither dying nor living fully. Pete sent you. Govind wiped the knife with a towel. This wasn't a question but a simple statement of fact. A 7-inch stab wound that damages internal organs, dead or crippled. Bakered people? The man remained silent. Govind threw the bloody towel on the table, revealing the gleaming blade. He flicked the man's wrist again, eliciting another cry. His voice was eerily calm, as if chatting about the weather. Do you know who taught this 7-inch stabbing technique? The man nearly passed out from pain. Govind choked him by the neck, forcing him to look at him. You used my technique against my wife and child? Who gave you the courage? Suddenly, the man's eyes widened in realization. Could he be? Splat, knife plunged deep, and the man spat out blood, splattering Govind's white shirt in vivid red streaks. Beautiful and tragic. Darren. Outside, Darren and Jonathan were smoking, trying to regain composure when they were startled by the door opening abruptly. Turning around, they saw blood on Govind's shoulder. Before they could react, his cold, harsh voice stopped them in their tracks. It reminded them of the early days of their startup. Take him to the Thai family. Govind was going to take Pete's life. Chapter 542, Disabling Pete. The house is empty. The housekeeper said they have a flight back to the capital tonight. Both Lizette and the old lady were taken with them. They ran? Jonathan was surprised at Darren's words. Indeed, they had the guts. Govind sat in the back seat, frowning slightly as he glanced at the time and asked seriously, what time is their flight? After checking with the airport, it's 11 o'clock. They should still be on the airport highway now. The man's expression darkened as he sternly ordered, get out of the car. Darren was taken aback, staring at Govind for a moment, not comprehending immediately. Get out of the car. Seeing that Govind wasn't joking, Darren hurriedly got out, watching helplessly as Govind got into a black Bentley and drove away. What's wrong with Govind? Krista, in the car behind, realized something was amiss. She anxiously opened the door and looked at Jonathan and Darren standing in the cold wind. Pete has left, with an 11 o'clock flight. Krista was shocked, then why are you just standing there? Waiting for Govind to go and fight them alone? Why aren't you chasing after them? Panic, fear, and worry surged through Krista. Suddenly, she understood Burnell's actions. Pete could die, but not by Govind's hand. A newly risen business tycoon must not be tainted with blood. If it happened, it would devastate his future, career, and life. Burnell undoubtedly understood Angie too. She could lose or fall, but not because of such an incident. Darren chased after Govind in his car while Krista called someone on her phone, trying to persuade. However, on the other end, the call rang but no one answered. It wasn't far from the Thai family residence to the airport highway, traveling at 60 miles per hour, it took about 30 minutes. But once on the airport highway, Govind began speeding, eventually stopping abruptly in front of Pete's vehicle. A sharp screech of brakes was heard, avoiding a collision just in time. Mr. Sam, the chauffeur called out. Pete, sitting in the back, instinctively reached to steady Lizette. Whose car is this? It seems to be Chairman Nate's car. Govind? Yes. Pete furrowed his brow. He thought such an incident would keep him focused solely on Angie, yet here Govind stood, calmly confronting him. Clearly, Angie wasn't in mortal danger. Otherwise, why would Govind chase after him? What are you doing? Lizette grabbed Pete's arm when she saw him preparing to get out. He glanced at her, with Govind blocking the way. What do you think I'm going to do? What can I do? Lizette, sometimes I really can't tell who my allies are. Lizette choked on her words, finding no immediate retort. Suddenly, the rear door slammed shut, and she watched Pete step out to stand before Govind. Mr. Nate still finds leisure time to come see me. I presume Christy is unharmed then. Hearing unharmed, Govind felt his heart clench painfully, but in front of others, he kept composed. Giving Mr. Tai a gift. Govind walked over, opened the back door, revealing a barely conscious man lying inside, bleeding profusely like a dying beast. Cool air rushed in as the door opened, partially waking the drowsy man. His eyes, filled with pleading and sorrow, sought Pete's, causing Pete's heart to tremble. After a moment, Pete turned his gaze away. I thought Mr. Nate wouldn't dare to soil his hands with blood. The Montegegmeo group has grown so large, if anything goes awry, Chairman Nate's years of effort might be wasted. That's none of your concern, Mr. Tai. Mr. Tai should worry more about himself instead. Pete assumed Govind found him to settle accounts. Even if not, he wouldn't let him off easily. Yet, here he stood calm and distant, as if nothing had happened between him and Angie today. Cold winds whipped along the airport highway with occasional planes flying overhead. Standing beside each other, they gazed intently at one another. Pete, cautious and attentive to Govind, didn't notice what was happening behind his vehicle until Govind turned and left. Later, at the airport, Pete was stopped due to drug trafficking suspicions. Police found a large amount of drugs in his vehicle and demanded his cooperation. At 11, instead of boarding his flight, Pete was detained. At midnight, Govind appeared in the interrogation room, holding a metal rod which dragged on the ground, producing a harsh sound. Pete looked up and recognized Govind in the dim light. As Govind approached, he removed his black coat, revealing bloodstains on his shoulder. You. Before Pete could speak, Govind casually draped his coat over the chair back, then raised the rod, striking Pete's shoulder blade. The sound of bone dislocation and Pete's suppressed grunt echoed. Does it hurt? Govind asked flatly. Pete panted heavily, immobilized by the agony. Govind's blow had been mercilessly forceful. In that instant, he knew his arm was broken. Seeing Pete silent, Govind struck again. I asked, does it hurt? Cold sweat dripped down Pete's forehead. Not speaking means it doesn't hurt. Govind nodded and circled to the other side. Silence means you can endure. Govind seemed almost insane, forcing Pete to speak. But Pete, hardened from long-standing rivalry, refused to give in easily. Fearless even in death, Govind, seeing you like this, driven mad, brings me joy. The crazier you get, the worse it is for Angie. Kill me, and I will have company, then I'll be satisfied. The more Pete spoke, the darker Govind's expression grew. Glaring at him, Govind spat 2 words, a company to death? Do you deserve it? Dying isn't easy for you. Rest assured. As he spoke, the rod struck Pete's other shoulder. Within a minute, both arms were crippled. Screams echoed in the darkness. Govind wasn't done yet. He kicked over Pete's chair. Govind, this is illegal. Seeing Govind raise the rod toward his legs, Pete panicked, trying to stop the impending violence. An ominous feeling surged in his mind. Was Govind planning to cripple him completely? Illegal? You harmed my wife and killed my child without fearing the law. What should I fear? Ah! Screams pierced the night sky, startling birds from the trees. Note, the translation retains the original tone and style, preserving the emotional intensity and dramatic progression of events. Chapter 543, The one who wants to make it public is you, and the one who can't protect them is also you. What's wrong with Boss Nate? Has he gone mad, trying to kill Pete? Outside the room, Apollo heard the miserable cries and the dull thuds of sticks hitting flesh, feeling confused. They were all people who had known each other for many years. Govind was always composed, his emotions never visible on his face, someone who wouldn't change his expression even if Mount Tai collapsed before him. Yet today, he acted like a mad lion. How terrifying. Regardless of his character, just by his current status and position, if he made the slightest mistake, the Tai family would seize the opportunity, leading to another vicious battle. Wasting so much time over a fleeting emotion didn't seem like something Govind would do. Though fortune comes from taking risks, at this point, Govind should be seeking stability. Apollo scanned his 3 companions beside him, seeing them avoid answering but looking quite upset, which made him curious. What's going on? Just tell me. This is maddening. Christy has miscarried. Holy shit. Apollo exclaimed in shock, unable to recover from the news. How could this happen? No wonder. No wonder Govind lost control. Hurting his wife and child deserved severe punishment. Apollo swallowed hard, licking his dry lips, unsure of how to speak as he stared at the tightly closed door. Govind, with his outwardly calm but inwardly intense nature, must be on the verge of collapse inside. This was his first child. Especially one conceived with Christy. Losing what he hadn't yet obtained. To Govind, this was a devastating blow. The iron door creaked open, revealing Govind putting on a coat nonchalantly, beads of sweat running down his forehead, showing just how fierce the fight had been. Opening the door revealed 2 entirely different scenes. Behind the door, he was the devil. Outside, he was still the capitalist standing at the peak of power. No trace of the devil remained. An elegant man emanated a rusted smell, like an extreme collision. Don't let anyone die, Govind murmured, straightening his collar. Before leaving, he paused and looked at Krista. Get me a spare set of clothes from the company lounge. He wanted to go back to the hospital to see Angie. If she woke up and saw blood on his clothes, she would worry. At the hospital, Govind found Arlen and Elena standing outside the ward talking with Elena, with Tilda nearby. The atmosphere seemed tense, as if they'd just finished arguing. Dad. Slap. As Govind walked past, about to call out, Arlen turned and slapped him across the face without a word. The sharp sound echoed through the hospital corridor, startling Tilda, who was on the phone. She hung up immediately. Arlen pointed at Govind, yelling angrily, that girl married you, and she ends up hurt here and there. How are you supposed to be a husband? Fights between adults are one thing, but not protecting your wife and son. Do you men only have this much skill? Govind's head turned from the impact. In 30 years, no matter what mistakes he made in youth, Arlen had never laid a hand on him until today. It's my fault I didn't protect Angie, Govind admitted, his demeanor deflated. Elena stood by, watching helplessly, though she was pained. With Tilda present and Angie in the ward, this was far more serious than a simple injury. She grew up in luxury, never harmed. But under your watch, everything went awry. Govind bit his lip, his whole being tense. His once erect posture appeared somewhat hunched today. Angie's accident seemed to have taken the strength out of his spine, humbling even such a proud man. Tilda had seen Govind in all his glory, but today. At the hospital, let's stop, Tilda interrupted, stopping Arlen from raising his hand again. You two chose this path. I can't say much, but play and joke as you may, my daughter raised for 20 years shouldn't lose her life in your hands. Again, the Tai family? Faced with Tilda's question, Govind hesitated, knowing full well today's events could have been avoided if he hadn't repeatedly spared the TYS. A deep sense of regret flooded him, wrapping around his heart, making it hard to breathe. Tilda's silence indicated her understanding. If you had dealt with the TYS from the start, none of this would have happened. Weeds left uncut will grow back. Your methods are ruthless and untouchable, but what about Angie? Govind, you want to make it public but can't protect anyone. What am I supposed to think as a mother-in-law? If I didn't know you, would I think this was all you're doing? To eliminate Angie and claim her vast fortune? Tilda's words stunned everyone. Looking at their frightened faces, Govind faced her question unwavering, confident from within. You know, I never thought that, nor would I. The tension in the hospital corridor was palpable. Krista, holding a change of clothes, broke the ice. Rest assured, Mr. Selenag. If Boss Nate ever dared to do that, Teacher Nate would skin him alive. Boss Nate is just repressed and bad at expressing himself. He treasures Christy more than anything. He wouldn't hurt her at all. Please don't be angry. Krista handed the bag to Elena, gently comforting Tilda. Tilda didn't intend to cause too much trouble. Given Angie's shallow nature, as long as no one else captured her heart in Jingang, she wouldn't divorce Govind. She fell for a good-looking man in her teens and nearly lost her life to him in her 20s, a lesson she had to learn herself. With Tilda calmed, Elena dared approach Govind, offering soft reassurance. Don't blame your father, but we need to show respect before Angie's mother after what happened. I understand, Govind nodded. Thank you for caring. No problem. We're family. I'll go see Angie. Chapter 544, The Man Cries Out. When Govind entered, Angie hadn't yet awakened. Due to her injury on the lower back, she could only lie face down on the bed, covered with a hospital blanket that left only her head exposed. Her ashen, pale face was heart-wrenching. Tilda was right, if he hadn't repeatedly tolerated Pete's actions, this wouldn't have happened. All of this started because of him. He truly deserved death. Should wake up by late night or tomorrow morning. Do you want to take a shower and change clothes? Everyone had noticed the tense atmosphere but dared not speak up. Now that things had quieted down, Govind squatted beside Angie's bed, his head lowered, and inadvertently revealed the bloodstains on his clothes. There was no doubt what had transpired before he arrived here. Angie had just been pushed out from the operating room, after which Govind turned and left with murderous intent, presumably to settle accounts with Pete. Go later. Go now. Angie could wake up at any moment. Would you want her to see you like this when she opens her eyes? Elena gently urged him, noticing his lack of response. She continued, Go. I'll stay here and call you immediately if she wakes up. Only then did Govind show some reaction. He nodded and got up from the bedside but stumbled slightly, nearly falling over. If it weren't for grabbing hold of the bedside table, he might have hit the ground. Elena, startled by his sudden stumble, quickly walked a few steps forward, intending to help him. Why do you persist? Going against Govind, giving up your position as a wealthy young man for this? Now, your hands and feet are useless. Are you satisfied? In the pitch-dark room, Pete lay in a pool of blood, his limbs broken by Govind. Just half an hour ago, he was a well-dressed, dashing heir. Now, lying on the ground, he looked like a dog on its last breath, his life hanging by a thread, all depending on Govind's mercy. Darren clicked his tongue and said to the silent Pete, By the way, did you know your wife is pregnant? Instantly, Pete's sinister eyes flew open, glaring at Darren fiercely. Just think about it, how coincidental. You arranged for someone to stab Christy, so Boss Nate broke your limbs, it's even. Christy lost her child, and your wife will likely lose hers too. It's just fair since you're one family. You're related by blood. If looks could kill, Darren would be dead 1,000 times over. If you're so capable, why don't you just kill me instead of hurting innocent women? True, hurting women isn't a real feat, Darren retorted. Angie wasn't innocent, she thwarted my plans time and again, leaving me in trouble. If she weren't involved, it might be different, but she is. She wanted to remain detached but couldn't. Blame Govind for dragging her into this mess and failing to protect her. Darren chuckled, imagine if Govind heard this, he wouldn't have stopped at just breaking your limbs. Pete closed his eyes. Overpowered by Govind, he had no choice but to accept his fate. Upon waking, Angie felt every bone screaming in pain. She shifted slightly on the bed, followed by the appearance of a haggard, weary face with stubble and red eyes. The wrinkles on the white shirt told her he had stayed the entire night. Awake? Any discomfort? Do you feel unwell? Does it hurt? Angie moved her lips, trying to speak, but found her throat parched, unable to form a word. Drink some water, Elena, who had prepared a straw earlier, said. After a few sips to moisten her throat, Angie finally spoke. Did you avenge me? Avenged. Stabbed him back? Govind nodded, yes, stabbed back. Angie felt relieved. She had dreamed about avenging herself. If Govind hadn't done so, she would have been furious. Amy. Seeing Angie silent, Govind squatted beside the bed anxiously, like a stray dog reunited with its owner, terrified of being abandoned again. Angie opened her eyes slightly, noticing the worry and unease in Govind's gaze. She tried to lift her hand to touch him but couldn't manage it. It hurts. It's my fault, too careless, Angie's complaint made Govind's eyes instantly redden. Initially, she should only have a backache, but now he felt every organ in pain, making her feel guilty. Why was she worthy enough to make this powerful business tycoon cry? Don't cry. I'm not dead. Angie's words, I'm not dead, seemed to touch a nerve with Govind. He bowed his head and sobbed silently. The mournful sound echoed through the ward, startling Angie, who felt frozen in place, unsure how to react. Outside the ward, Tilda paused mid-step, preparing to enter. She never imagined seeing Govind like this. In the world of business, profit mattered more than feelings, but Govind showed a stark difference between his treatment of others and of Angie. About 3 to 5 minutes passed before Angie joined in, bursting into tears alongside Govind. I must be dreaming, I must be dead. Oh. I'm dead, what about my money? My luxury car, my mansion? I've only properly toyed with one man in my life. Listening to Angie's wails, Tilda's mouth twitched. What a domineering boss in love with an intellectually challenged woman. Well, it's karma for Govind. Selenag auntie, why don't you go in? In the morning, Elena stretched her neck and walked from her rest area to check on Angie. She reached the ward door only to find Tilda standing outside, clearly disapproving. Then came Angie's weak but persistent cries. Elena. Inside the ward, Mr. Nate, who was just mourning over Angie's supposed death, still hadn't recovered from her dramatic outburst when another shock came. Toying with men is something new to me in this life. How many do you wish to toy with? Angie. Translation ends here. Chapter 545, Separation, Divorce, a one-stop service. The crying stopped abruptly. Angie blinked her eyes, her eye sockets red and swollen. She looked at him with an aggrieved expression. Her pitiful appearance sent a jolt through his heart. Responding out of context, he asked, I'm still alive? I didn't die. So why are you crying? When I was kidnapped before, I didn't see you cry then either. 4 questions in a row, regardless of which one Govind answered, it would not be detached from that incident. Yet, if he did not respond, Angie would inevitably find out from someone else. A myriad of emotions flickered across Govind's face in an instant, hesitation, worry, unwillingness. He was unsure how to broach the topic. And he had no idea how Angie would react once he opened up. He was worried that knowing this matter might affect their relationship. He feared it would become a thorn, piercing into their already difficult marriage. After all, as Tilda had said, it was indeed due to his carelessness and repeated indulgence of gay that led to this bitter result. If Angie pursued this matter, what should he do? Angie endured the pain in her lower back and observed Govind's changing expressions. Just by looking, she could tell that his emotions were incredibly complex. As for herself, her thoughts were clouded like a thin mist over her mind, neither clear nor coherent. A script she had read recently flashed through her mind. She felt a chill run down her spine. Is it possible? I have a terminal illness? Thinking this, she began to feel distressed again. Her money. Her luxury car. Her mansion. Her incomparably beautiful face. Seeing Angie about to wail again, Govind hurriedly interrupted, no. Angie immediately restrained her emotions. Seeing that Govind still wasn't speaking, she considered the worst scenario. Did you cheat on me? Nonsense, Govind instinctively scolded. Angie licked her lips and sighed without pursuing further. You keep worrying. My back hurts, I don't want to talk. Outside the hospital room, Tilda waited until their crying ceased before pushing the door open after composing herself for a moment. Hearing the sound of high heels, Angie lifted her eyelids to glance outside. Seeing Tilda, she had a foreboding feeling. Ever since she entered the entertainment industry, Tilda hadn't visited her more than once for any injury or illness unless it was life-threatening. Tilda had definitely come last night when she was stabbed. Her visiting again today, did it mean she really didn't have much time left? Am I really not dying? Tilda casually placed her rare leather handbag on the sofa and handed a tablet displaying some bodyguard and manager profiles to Angie. Glancing at the tablet, Angie asked, what is this? These are some bodyguards and managers I've picked for you. Don't I have Isaiah and Burnell already? Do you think they're suitable? Tilda asked rhetorically. Angie was puzzled. How are they unsuitable? From last year to this year, you've repeatedly gotten into trouble while these two were not around you. They're getting paid huge salaries for doing the easiest job and often abandon their posts, leaving you vulnerable. Are they really suitable? If something happens to you because of them, firing them would be lenient. Tilda had long intended to dismiss both but held back because of Angie's protection. With Angie now injured, it was a good opportunity. It's not their fault. I dislike having people follow me. Whether you like it or not doesn't matter. The important thing is that they failed in their duties. You. I don't have time to listen to your rambles. Give me your answer tonight. Tilda didn't want to argue further and glanced deeply at Govind. That gaze was inexplicable and laden with meaning. You say Mr. Nate didn't tell Christy that the baby is gone? Krista came to the hospital but was pulled aside by Elena outside. The latter nodded. Mr. Nate has been in agony all morning. When Ms. Selenag left, she looked at my brother's face so ominously, as if she was telling him his execution time. Krista pondered. Trouble. Ms. Selenag likely plans to tell Mr. Nate that she will reveal it herself if he doesn't. If this comes from Tilda, the situation changes entirely. If Govind confessed, it would be penance, an admission of guilt, and an attempt to make amends. But if Tilda told Angie, wouldn't any mother prioritize her own child? She would blame Govind, causing Angie's displeasure, leading to separation and divorce, a one-stop service. What can we do? Concern etched on Elena's face. If they divorced, Govind would lose his mind. Go get him out. Let me talk to him. Nodding, Elena went inside to find Govind. By afternoon, Angie woke up groggily, feeling a bit more energetic and clear-headed. She noticed Elena accompanying doctors on rounds, including a particularly familiar face. After some thought, she remembered him. Once the doctors left, Angie inquired, "I was stabbed in the lower back. Why is there an OBGYN here?" Elena cast a horrified glance at Govind. Govind's back stiffened. Forcing a smile, he asked, "You know him? Which girl hasn't had menstrual irregularities?" Due to the hectic schedule and stress, she sought out a renowned OBGYN for her menstrual issues. Now she recognized him as the specialist who treated her. The famous doctor in Beijing whose appointment fee reached 5 figures. Govind signaled Elena to leave the room. As soon as the door closed, he spoke hesitantly. "There's something I don't know how to tell you. As long as it's not infidelity, embezzlement, debt, or a secret child, everything else can be worked out." Dropping to her bedside, Govind met Angie's eyes. Gently holding her hand, he stroked it softly. "The stab wound last night was in your waist area but didn't damage vital organs." "But?" This sentence clearly harbored a hidden meaning. "You were pregnant." Thunderstruck, Angie felt as though a bolt of lightning had struck her head. Their usual antics did sometimes lead to loss of control, but given her menstrual irregularities and the fact that they hadn't conceived in over a year, she always assumed she was either infertile or had difficulty conceiving. She never expected pregnancy. Yet today, hearing Govind say she was pregnant brought a mix of emotions, sourness, helplessness, joy, and even fear. Her mind raced with conflicting feelings. Chapter 546, Angie's Comfort. Perhaps it wasn't meant to be. No. She was pregnant. Govind should be thanking heaven. He could finally tie her down in the shackles of marriage for life. But something was off, very off with his emotions. Then? Angie asked cautiously. Her question struck a painful chord for Govind. His eyes welled up slightly, and he quickly lowered his head, burying his face in her bony hand. When the dampness came, Angie felt a shiver run through her body. Her back stiffened as if nailed to the chair, unable to move. An ominous premonition crept over her, more terrifying than watching a horror film in a crematorium at midnight. Govind's emotions were flooding uncontrollably, almost beyond control. Angie opened her mouth, suppressing the pain that spread all over her body, and croaked out, "Gone?" The moment she said, "Gone," Angie noticed Govind's grip on her hand tighten slightly. Now it made sense why Govind had lost control when she said she wasn't dying. "It's my fault. I underestimated them and was too merciful, giving them the chance to hurt you. I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Hot tears from his hand seeped into Angie's heart. Instinctively, she wanted to pull away, but this action caused a fleeting panic in Govind. He looked up with red-rimmed eyes, gripping her hand even tighter. Angie halted her attempt to withdraw her hand. Looking at Govind, she managed to say comfortingly, "Perhaps it wasn't meant to be. The abbot of Marthashan Temple did say, didn't he? That one shouldn't rush when the timing isn't right." And she clearly remembered the next line, "Forcing the situation will only lead to difficulties." Isn't that exactly what happened to Govind now? Was Angie upset? A bit sour, perhaps. Knowing and losing everything at once made it hard for her to accept. But compared to Govind, her feelings were insignificant. Angie stayed in the hospital until the end of January. On the evening of January 18, 2019, with the doctor's permission, she was discharged. On the way back to Puyin Mountain, Angie gazed out the window, noticing the festive decorations outside. For the first time, she felt out of place with the holiday atmosphere. In a financial city like Jinggang, the festive mood never lacked. Just after Christmas, New Year's Day was coming. The crimson lanterns and decorated Christmas trees somehow harmonized beautifully. Sitting in the back seat, Angie checked her phone. Her WeChat notifications kept flashing. What's wrong with Christy? Has she gone kaput? Is her name still taboo? They've blocked 2 of my accounts already. It's been a week. The agency hasn't issued any statements. I infiltrated her fan group. They said there was supposed to be a live stream yesterday, but it got rescheduled. Just rescheduled, not cancelled, so she must still be alive. If she were dead, Leroy would laugh himself awake in prison. Compared to Leroy laughing, I'd rather see Christy alive. Angie scrolled through her WeChat messages, but couldn't find any updates from Kimberly. The last post on her Dreamance was from last month. Vanished? Even when her best friend was nearly killed, she hadn't seen anyone come forward. Angie rubbed her head, finding the cars heating too strong. She tried to lower the window for some fresh air, but a large hand stopped her. Don't expose yourself to cold wind. Are you being overly cautious? 100 days for bone injuries, especially when you... Govind didn't finish, afraid to mention their lost child, which had become a taboo between them. Seeing Govind getting emotional, Angie nodded understandingly and stepped back. Okay, I'll listen to you. The car drove straight to the underground parking lot at Puyin Mountain. As soon as Angie got out, a blanket fell over her shoulders. So considerate. She had never received such treatment before. Perplexed, she glanced at Govind. Upon turning her head, she felt herself drawn into his gaze, almost being pulled into a whirlpool. After days away, as soon as they entered, the ragdoll cat leapt from the coffee table toward them, meowing loudly. Angie instinctively bent to pick it up but stopped mid-bend, remembering her injury. Govind saw this, gently supporting her while picking up the cat and placing it in her arms fluidly. Want to rest upstairs? No, I don't want to lie down anymore. After several days in the hospital, she felt like mushrooms were growing around her. Besides, Angie wasn't the type to fuss over small matters. Injuries on set were common. Bone fractures and bleeding weren't rare either. This injury had already been treated for days and was nearly healed. I'll have Bernal come over later. Upon hearing this, Govind, who was drying his hands with a hot towel handed by Meena, paused. Looking at Angie disapprovingly, he said, there are only a few days left till the end of the year. Rest at home, work can wait. There are still 2 weeks left. Angie patiently reminded him. Just 2 weeks, a blink of an eye. I can't let the crew wait for me forever, can I? Angie grumbled, clearly displeased. If it were usual times, Govind might have retorted. Since Angie had just returned from the brink of death, he chose not to argue. After drying his hands, he handed the towel back to Meena and went upstairs. About half an hour later, Angie was playing with the cat using a toy. She received a call from the assistant director, informing her that filming had been postponed until the snowfall at year-end. Confused, Angie asked, didn't they say a few scenes would be filmed during the year-end snow? The assistant director awkwardly laughed and replied, initially, yes, but many people in the crew have been busy with promotions, and the director decided to use special effects later. Angie didn't press further but sensed something amiss. Upstairs, she pushed open the door to Govind's study and found him on a call by the computer. Seeing Angie, he hastily ended the call. What's wrong? Did you contact the crew? Yes, Govind responded. Without waiting for Angie to respond, he continued, I support your work and understand your dreams, but that doesn't mean I'll let my wife, who just came out of the hospital, go out in the freezing snow to work. I'm not useless enough to do that. Our family's conditions allow you to take it easy and rest properly. Just do it for me to feel less guilty and more at ease, okay? Govind's heartfelt words touched Angie deeply. Indeed, sincerity was always the ultimate weapon. Before she could speak, Govind cupped the back of her neck, tilting her head up, and leaned down for a long kiss. Chapter 547, Is merely losing one's life a small matter? Is losing a child also a small matter? The next morning, as the sun's rays illuminated the signboard of Marthakshan Temple, the 4 characters, Daxiang Badian, shone brightly. Just as the temple gates opened, the monks conducting the early service in the main hall saw a man standing outside in a black down jacket, his figure tall and graceful, exuding an extraordinary presence. Mist swirled around him with every breath, testament to the bitter cold that had gripped Jingang City in recent days, breaking past records for the lowest temperature, especially in secluded places like Marthakshan Temple. The man's mink-lined hood flapped in the icy wind, directionless. Mr. Nate, the abbot is waiting for you. Inside the meditation room, the abbot stood by the desk, grinding ink. As Govind entered, the abbot turned a brush towards him and said, Mr. Nate. The man took the brush and wrote 2 lines on red paper before handing it back to the abbot. Years later, when Milagros's relationship with Govind reached its lowest point, Kimberly told her, ask not yourself but the heavens and earth. They visited Marthakshan Temple together to have the abbot read their fortunes, leading Milagros to this eternal lamp, where she realized the answer had always been there, she just couldn't see it. At 7:30 a.m., Govind returned from Marthakshan Temple to Puyin Mountain. Milagros was still asleep as he quietly went to wash his hands. Suddenly, Greyhammed entered. Sir, the guard at the mountain pass says Bernal is here to see Syra. Bernal? Good, very good. Since he wasn't going to seek her out, she had come to him instead. Let her in. As Bernal entered, the staff were busy dealing with ice on the mountain roads. Inside Puyin Mountain Villa, warm air contrasted sharply with the freezing outdoors. Miss Wei, please wait a moment, sir will be down shortly. Mr. Nate? Bernal asked in surprise. Yes, Greyhammed nodded. Hearing Govind's name unsettled her, she was here to see Milagros and wasn't prepared to face Govind. Upstairs, Govind gently entered the master bedroom, covering the sleeping Milagros more securely with the blanket. In a daze, Milagros woke up, asking, what time is it? 7:30, it's still early, go back to sleep. Okay. Where's cheese? I'll bring it up for you. Govind descended the stairs, picked up the cat from its bed, and placed it in Milagros's bed before returning downstairs. In the tea house, Bernal fidgeted anxiously until Govind arrived, standing up quickly like a student facing a principal. Mr. Nate. Govind hummed in acknowledgement and asked, did you see Isaiah when you came in? Yes. Since Milagros didn't want to see Isaiah, Govind had reassigned him to guard the gate. Bernal was startled upon seeing him but dared not ask further. What are your thoughts? Govind asked, pouring himself a cup of water and waiting for her response. He was almost telling her outright to resign. Bernal's heart raced but refused to give up. This oversight was indeed our fault. Please give us another chance. Another chance? Govind swirled his cup gently. Not everyone gets a second chance, Miss Wei. You know better than anyone that life doesn't offer many do-overs. Your divorce from your ex-husband was partly due to emotional reasons and partly because of your father's death. Life isn't full of second chances. Both you and Isaiah were personally chosen by Adelard, and Milagros has always tried to protect you. I don't want to force them away and harm the couple's relationship, but I can't feel safe leaving you around Milagros. The message was clear to anyone who heard it. Govind wanted them to resign voluntarily. Exactly like any other corporate forced resignation scenario, Burnell thought. Capitalists never change. I understand Mr. Nate's intentions. I'll make a decision soon. 3 days, Govind stated firmly, allowing no room for argument. I understand, Burnell nodded, handing over Milagros's end-of-year schedule. Please forward this to Mr. Nate. Govind gave a slight nod and called Graham in. He said 2 words, show her out. Geraldine, this is Lizette. Upstairs, Milagros stirred in her sleep and answered the phone. It's Lizette. Geraldine, is something wrong? I need to see Gay. Milagros propped herself up, confused. Gay? Yes, he should be under Mr. Nate's care. I'll call you back. Milagros put on a bathrobe and went downstairs, entering the tea house to find Govind. He sat in a chair, holding a cup of hot water, while the opposite cup still steamed. Guests. Just left, Govind set down his cup upon hearing Milagros's footsteps, rising to greet her. Not resting longer? Milagros glanced at the table, recognizing the documents and realizing who had just been there. Was it Burnell? Yeah, she left something and then had to go. Milagros didn't quite believe it. She looked at Govind, hesitating, and finally chose her words carefully. You're always thinking about me, which makes me happy and grateful. It's always better to start with compliments. But I'm an adult. Adults consider not only right and wrong but also how they get along with others. Over the years, Burnell has managed the company well, helping me expand externally. My business has thrived thanks to her efforts. After my father passed away, many resources vanished, but Burnell worked tirelessly to secure opportunities, even ending up hospitalized with stomach bleeding from excessive drinking. Asking me to fire her now feels unfair. It would be like kicking someone when they're down. Govind understood. No matter what, she favored them. A great leader doesn't dwell on minor mistakes. If I can't forgive such errors, how can I establish authority in the company? Minor issues? Do you really think so? Almost losing one's life is a minor issue? Losing a child is also a minor issue? Chapter 548, She Deserves It, Having Irritated the Gentle Husband. Angie stared at Govind, her eyes clear and unhesitating as she agreed with his statement. The mastermind is Gay, not Burnell. If we're talking about faults, aren't your faults greater than Burnell's? Mr. Nate, don't take it out on an innocent person. As soon as Angie said this urgently, she realized something was wrong. Talking like this to Govind at this time undoubtedly felt like stabbing him in the heart. Sorry. Indeed, it is my fault. I didn't mean it that way, Angie tried to explain but felt helpless. Her slender fingertips massaged her temples, her head ached. My point is, I hope you can respect my decision. As you wish. The man left these 2 words and, suppressing his anger and tense emotions, left the tea house. Angie sighed heavily and turned to chase after him. At the study door, she stopped in her tracks by a heavy door closing sound. She deserves it, having irritated the gentle husband. When should her mouth have been silenced for a few days? Angie stood anxiously at the door, fearing that Govind might be depressed inside and suffocate himself to death. She rubbed her face and adjusted her emotions before turning the knob, peeking cautiously into the room. As soon as the door opened, a wave of cigarette smoke hit her. Govind heard the door open and turned on the window in front of him, extending his hand holding a cigarette outside. Why don't you finish smoking first, and I'll come in later? Angie smiled awkwardly, preparing to leave. Come in, the man's stern voice commanded. Angie had no choice but to comply, awkwardly scratching her nose as she entered with less confidence. Govind casually extinguished his cigarette on a nearby pine tree outside the window. He then turned to look at Angie, waiting for her to speak. After much contemplation, Angie changed the subject. Is Gay in your hands? Alexis just called me, saying she wanted to see him. After I dealt with Gay, shouldn't she be grateful and seize the opportunity to escape far away? Why would she approach? Are you sure it's her who wants to see him? Not someone else? What do you mean? Angie had an ominous feeling, suddenly realizing that there was some trembling in Alexis's voice earlier. Could it be? Govind didn't reply to Angie, instead pressing the intercom to summon Alalie from Greyhamid. Go check if Clem has come to Jingang. Do it discreetly, lead the team yourself, and also find out where Alexis is. At 8:30 a.m., Angie, dressed in a fitted knit sweater and wide-leg pants, all in beige, exuded a cozy yet elegant vibe as she went downstairs for breakfast. As she sat at the dining table, Govind's phone rang. Alalie on the other side said, Clem has come to Jingang, and Alexis is being restrained by him. She's currently at the Thai family villa. Alalie continued while observing the scene, it seems Clem knows something. Despite the cold, Alexis is kneeling in the courtyard, shivering. Alalie thought, in wealthy families, everyone is ruthless. Even towards a pregnant woman, they could be so cruel. Isn't it true that once you enter a wealthy family, you are plunged into an abyss? Understood. Come back now. Just as Govind hung up, Angie put down her cup. Is Alexis in danger? Likely, Govind responded nonchalantly. Can we? No, Govind interrupted, rejecting her offer outright. Each person must face their own destiny. If Alexis chose this path, she must have been prepared for it. If she were truly smart, she should have left Jinggang immediately when Gay got into trouble. Since she stayed, there must be a reason. Your interference would only cause her to endure more unnecessary suffering. Angie, mind your own business and let others deal with theirs. Govind touched the cup in front of Angie, noticing it wasn't warm, so he swapped it with his own. Let's eat first. At the Thai family villa, Alexis knelt in the courtyard, wearing only a white turtleneck sweater. Inside the house, Clem watched the Felicia lying on the bed, shaking with anger and unable to speak clearly. His expression was complex and unreadable. Behind him, Bart looked at the two newly hired maids brought in by Alexis. We really haven't done anything. Miss Bai hired us just to clean and take care of household chores. We've been taking care of the Felicia since she fell ill. How could we mistreat her? That's right. Miss Bai couldn't have mistreated the Felicia. Instead, the Felicia always beat and scolded Miss Bai. We can't stand seeing this. The two trembled, daring not to lie. The middle-aged man in front of them seemed not to be easily provoked, and the old gentleman in the room appeared even more imposing, likely a high-ranking official from a prominent family. Clem never expected that after returning to the capital for just a few days, things would change drastically in Jinggang upon his return. While Bart was questioning them, his phone rang. He stepped aside to answer. After listening, he came back with a grave look. Sir, they said she was detained at the airport. They didn't specify where she was taken, claiming it was a direct order from the top. Top brass? Yes. Which top brass? Isn't it better to just say Govind's name? Furious, Clem pondered for a moment, then cautiously continued, there's something I'm not sure whether to say or not. Speak. It said that the eldest son hired assassins to kill Christy first. If this incident originated from Christy, it might be difficult to negotiate. Bring Alexis in, Clem roared. Bart brought her from the courtyard. Alexis's face was pale, trembling from the cold. On the sofa, Clem fumed, his hands shaking as it rested on his cane. Call Angie out. On what grounds do you think I can make her come? On the cruise ship, you two were very close. I'm not blind. Close? A dirty person like me doesn't deserve to be close to Christy. You must be desperate and delusional. Scoundrel. Clem shook violently with anger, his eyes bulging with rage, as if ready to tear Alexis apart at any second. Chapter 549, should have killed you back then. How? Am I wrong? If the Thai family wasn't driven to the brink by Lady Nina, they wouldn't have come to Jinggang seeking Govind's help, right? When you abandoned her, you didn't even blink. Now that you need her, you shamelessly try to pull her into your camp. The Thai family has always been so heartless and unrighteous. Those who follow you thrive, those who oppose you perish. You consider yourself superior, but in truth, in the eyes of the people in the capital, you're nothing more than a bunch of refined scoundrels being overshadowed by your own daughter, struggling bitterly to turn things around, only to be unexpectedly finished off by someone you mistakenly trusted as one of your own. If Govind were an ordinary, unremarkable person, would you still seek him out? To secure their future, you sacrificed your own daughter, colluded with her stepmother to rape your beloved child, and forced her into prison. If it weren't for Lady Nina escaping on her own, she might already be reincarnated by now. As Lisette screamed these old grievances, the room fell silent. Bart and the old master were both stunned. They had thought no one remembered this decades-old matter. What is this called? Is this called, if you want no one to know, don't do it? Or perhaps, what goes around comes around? The elder's face flushed red from the shock of Lizette's words, and he abruptly stood up from the sofa, his cane thumping loudly against the floor. Who told you? Who told you all this? Does it matter who told me? If you do something, heaven sees it. If you want no one to know, don't do it. You dared to do it but can't take responsibility? Deservedly, Lady Nina wants to kill you. Deservedly, she trampled the Thai family into the ground. These are all your karmic retributions. When you die and face the 10 kings of hell, will you explain all your evil deeds while alive? Will it send you straight to the 18th level of hell, never able to redeem yourself? Bastard. Sir. Don't. Overwhelmed with rage, the elder swung his cane without thinking, striking Lisette. She instinctively shielded her head. Bart tried to stop him, but it was too late. The cane landed squarely on Lizette's back. A muffled cry of pain echoed through the room as Bart's outstretched hand froze midair. When the pain spread throughout her body, Lisette did not scream in agony. Instead, a bitter laugh began to emerge. Lying on the sofa, she felt the warm stream of blood trickling down her thigh, feeling no sorrow, no struggle. She laughed wildly, like a madwoman lying on the sofa, laughing until tears streamed down her face. Seeing the bloodstain on her leg, the elder froze. Bart regained his senses and angrily shouted at the bodyguards behind him, "What are you waiting for? Drive her to the hospital. Do you see it? The Thai family is doomed because of you. People like you should be barren and watch your loved ones die before your eyes, one by one. That's what you deserve. You try and save Pete. Bring him out and let him know you personally killed the child he cherished and longed for. I find joy in watching you two destroy each other. Shut up, just shut up. I should have killed you back then, the elder bellowed, his fingers shaking violently as he pointed at Lisette, his body radiating murderous intent, longing to strangle her immediately. The paragraph structure and line breaks have been maintained as per the original text. Chapter 550, could it be because of a crush on my wife? Mr. Tai, right? Someone has accused you of intentional homicide. Please come with us. The old man was still dazed when the police officer stood in front of him, his mind preoccupied with what Lisette had just said. How did she find out? Only he and old lady Tai knew about it, and they had done it so secretly that no one else could possibly know. Even Bart wasn't told at the time. What killing? By Miss reported at the hospital that you beat her to miscarriage. Is this true? I didn't know she was pregnant or that she had a miscarriage, the old man said firmly, showing no signs of admitting guilt. The policeman nodded, scoffing. I find that you upper-class people dare only play but not confess. The video is already here, yet you still claim ignorance? Are you really so desperate as to harm your own granddaughter-in-law? Bullying her because she's an orphan without any family backing? Cut the nonsense. Either come with us willingly, or we'll take you by force. Don't waste our time. Bart watched the awkward old man beside him, staying silent as the policeman took him away. As the old man left, his gaze fell on Bart, as if he wanted to say something. The next morning, healthcare workers were preparing for ward rounds in the corridor. Angie, dressed in a black down jacket, with a hat and mask covering her face tightly, appeared at the hospital. Pushing open the ward door, she expected Lisette to still be resting. Instead, she found Lisette lying awake in bed, her once sleek long hair now disheveled, looking utterly exhausted. I knew you would come. Lisette didn't turn her head, recognizing Angie's familiar perfume scent. Angie closed the door behind her, placing a thermos on the bedside table. Chicken soup. Thank you. The old man is at the police station. You should deal with him instead of wasting time with me, Angie remarked. After all, her goal from the start was to destroy the Tai family. Gay was already under control, and with the old man gone, the Tai family would crumble, and their supporters would flee. By then, the Tai family wouldn't be a threat. What do you want? Angie asked, instead of answering her question. Lisette was surprised and glanced sideways at Angie. Whatever I want, you'll give it to me? Just tell me. 2 million yuan to leave Jinggang. Angie frowned. 2 million wasn't enough to buy even a small apartment in Jinggang. Think again. 2 million is just the price of a bag for me. Angie's implication was clear, she could ask for more. Lisette smiled faintly. It's enough. Being able to leave this prison satisfies me. Seeing her resolve, Angie nodded. Good, make sure you've thought it through. I'll have the money sent over this afternoon. Brother Zhen, I asked around at Angie's studio, but everyone kept tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Omar suspected something happened to Angie but couldn't uncover anything, no matter how many connections he used. Stranger still, mentions of Angie online seemed to be censored immediately. Suddenly, everyone was panicking. Speculations ran rampant in the entertainment industry. Could this all be achieved by Govind alone? Do you think Mr. Nate can't do this alone? Should we ask the old man? Ask what? How? Do you want him to know I'm worried about a married woman? Omar shot back without hesitation, leaving Anwar speechless. After a moment of silence, Anwar muttered, You finally admitted it. Fuming, Omar answered a call. On the other end, the old man from the Arlo family asked, Are you in Jinggang? Yes. The Tai family said something happened to the old man in Jinggang. Go check it out. The Tai family? Govind? Omar understood and hurried to the police station. When he mentioned the old man's name, the officers gave him odd looks. What's your relationship with him? Friend. Then wait. They responded impatiently. After about half an hour, Omar saw the interrogation room door open, and a man in a black coat emerged confidently, striding down the hallway as if it were his home. Govind noticed Omar and flicked ash from his cigarette. Rivals meeting, eyes red with envy. Omar showed his guardedness clearly, while Govind, seated in the role of husband, remained calm. Didn't expect to see Chairman Nate here. Govind puffed his cigarette. Neither did I expect to see actor Arlo here. Aren't you afraid paparazzi will put you on the front page? Chairman Nate has means, my family isn't lacking either. Gossip about me doesn't stick easily. Govind sneered. A crying child gets fed, but this saying doesn't apply to all relationships. Where does actor Arlo's animosity towards me stem from? Could it be because of a crush on my wife? Unrequited love breeds jealousy. Crash, in the lobby, someone knocked over a cup hearing this explosive exchange. What shocking news. Chairman Nate married? Actor Arlo crushing on Jinggang's richest man's wife? This gossip would bring riches. No worries about money in the future. Govind took a puff of his cigarette, casually extinguishing it in an ashtray. If grandfather Arlo knew you fancied a married woman, would he break your legs and lock you up? Actor Arlo, elite ladies flock to you like moths to a flame. Why bother lusting after another man's wife? Chairman Nate, from what I know, she publicizes everything she truly loves. Your constant, my wife, talk sounds hollow. She might replace you anytime. I'll be waiting. Chapter 551, Don't get on my nerves like a complaining husband. Apollo had just returned from outside after finishing his errand and immediately heard this line, exclaiming in surprise. Not many people in Jinggang dared to challenge Govind like that. As he walked closer, he exclaimed, this wasn't the Milagros and Charles C.P.? Recently, everyone at the bureau had been obsessively following the historical drama starring Milagros and Charles, nearly losing their minds over it. He hadn't expected. Charles, oh my god. Isn't this Charles? I've been following your show with Milagros lately, you two are just so perfect together, such strong CP vibes. Can we take a picture together? Apollo, damn. Before Apollo's astonishment settled, the female colleague who entered with him rushed toward Omar as if he were her favorite candy, unstoppable. Hearing these words, Omar glanced provocatively at Govind. Govind's face turned grim, and the hand hanging by his side clenched slightly. Glancing at Apollo, he strode away. Meow. In the living room of Puyin Mountain, Milagros was lying on a beanbag sofa by the window, basking in the sun. A ragdoll cat nestled on her. Both human and feline were dozing when they suddenly felt a lightness on their chests, followed by the cat's pitiful cry. What happened? Didn't you go see Evander? Did he upset you? Patty, tea, Govind muttered, calling out for Patty. When she arrived with the teacup, he asked, guess who I saw at the police station? Who? Guess. Milagros, my ex-boyfriend? Your ex-ex-boyfriend? Your ex-ex-ex-boyfriend? After a few guesses with no response, Milagros gave up, so who is it? If you don't want to know, fine. Omar. Seeing him is one thing, why are you venting on me? Am I your punching bag? When I saw all those women throwing themselves at you, I didn't come home to nag. If I did what you did, you'd be dead 100 times over. Stay away from me, don't get on my nerves like a complaining husband. After expressing her displeasure, Milagros waved for him to stay back. Seeing this, Govind's temper flared up, rising from his feet to his head, his face turning black with anger. Patty wished she could vanish into thin air at that moment. Sure enough, Suzone was right. This couple wouldn't last long without fighting. Hold on, Govind restrained his anger and was about to leave for the annex building but was stopped by Milagros. You're going to see Pete? I'm coming too. An opportunity? Govind had just lost a round and been yelled at by Milagros, now feeling even more agitated as he saw her struggle off the sofa to put on her shoes. With an evil smirk, he asked, want to go? I do. Ask me nicely and I might let you. Please. Govind. Fine, adaptability suited her well indeed. Annex building. The basement was dark, and Milagros smelled blood before she even got close. She paused at the steps until Govind offered his hand. Wait here if you're scared. Are there many souls here? Govind's extended hand stiffened slightly, his fingertips curling where Milagros couldn't see. Behind them, Alali felt a shudder at Milagros's question. How many people in power had clean hands? Not just Govind or Adelard, even Tilda today might have similar situations. When Milagros spoke, a cold wind seemed to rise, validating her question. There are none here. Nor anywhere in Puyin Mountain. Sorry, I shouldn't have asked. Milagros realized her mistake and quickly apologized. I will tell you anything you want to know if it's safe. What can't be told? If telling you would endanger you, I won't. Some things should only be hinted at. Milagros understood. When the iron door opened, the mix of blood and urine stench was unbearable. Milagros covered her nose and saw Pete lying on the ground like a broken stray dog, wearing a suit stained with disgusting substances. Milagros's perfume wafted through, startling Pete awake. This perfume, Lizette used to wear often. He thought. Seeing Milagros, she detected relief and gratitude in his eyes. For a moment, Milagros thought he was relieved it wasn't Lizette standing there. You're still alive? You actually survived? Upon recognizing Milagros, Pete's voice rasped, hoarse and anguished. I'm still alive, aren't you disappointed, Sam Tai? Your luck. You're quite lucky too, surviving with limbs gone for days. Chairman Nate must be merciful. Heard your child is, ah. Pete's words were cut short as a polished leather shoe pressed on his back, eliciting a sharp scream of pain. Milagros tugged her pants leg and slowly squatted beside Pete, her tone calm as if stating a simple fact. Sam Tai, did you know? When Grandfather Tai came to Jinggang and learned of your troubles, he took his anger out on Lizette. One cane strike sent her to the maternity ward where she miscarried. Nonsense. Don't believe me? Alali, turn on the lights. The sudden bright light in the dim environment made Pete wince. Milagros pulled out a paper from her pocket, unfurling it and showing it to Pete. Patient, Lizette. Age, 24. Medical information, maternity ward, DNC procedure. In that instant, the proud Pete appeared deflated, lifeless, like someone drowning in despair. Milagros placed the slip on the ground, and Pete crawled towards it as if struggling in deep water, desperate to confirm the information, fearing he had misread. After a few minutes, the iron door closed, and a tragic wail echoed through the basement. Like a wandering soul at midnight, seeking a path home but finding none. The heart-wrenching cries carried years of resentment, sounding like a child who had lost everything. Pete loved Lizette. But in the wrong way. The Thai family's downfall was self-inflicted. Syra, your phone has been ringing. Milagros picked up her phone and saw several missed calls, frowning slightly as she called back. Amy, has Diendy been with you recently? No. Milagros replied, we haven't seen each other for almost 2 weeks. Upon hearing this, the caller's voice choked up. She said she'd visit you, but we haven't been able to reach her for 2 weeks. Hashtag chapter 552, 9 years of action movie education. Syra, Kimberly indeed left home and was driving towards Puyun Mountain. However, the surveillance footage shows that she stopped at a supermarket near the mountain entrance. When she came out, her way was blocked by a car with a capital city license plate. After a brief argument, Kimberly got into their car. And it seems like she knows them. She went willingly. Willingly? Could it be she encountered someone special? Angie's mind raced as she quickly reviewed all the connections around Kimberly. Suddenly, something clicked in her mind. Can you trace the license plate? John. Capital city, surname Arlo. Could this be someone from Omar's family? Omar, John, what a coincidence. Their names sound so familiar. No need to investigate further, I'll ask around. Angie hung up and called Omar. The person on the other end seemed slightly worried, wondering if this was about what happened at the police station earlier with Govind. With these thoughts, Omar hesitated before answering the call. When Angie called again, a gentle voice asked, are you busy? Not really, I didn't see the call, Omar replied with righteous indignation, not betraying his lie. Anwar, standing nearby, found the sunflower seeds in his hand suddenly less appetizing. I need to ask about someone. Does your family know a John? Upon hearing his brother's name, Omar's eyes darkened, and he sat up straight from his lounging position on the sofa. Why do you need to know about him? Do you know him? He took my best friend. Since you know each other, could you help me check on her? Angie was direct, having known Omar long enough to understand his personality. Straightforwardness always worked better than beating around the bush. Omar flipped through his phone contacts, stopping at a number labeled Sucker. John kidnapping Kimberly? Why would he come all the way to Jingang for that? Isn't John not interested in women? Why would he kidnap Hua Lincolnson's best friend? Did he want her to model a 13-piece bikini? Anwar pondered aloud, noticing Omar's conflicted expression. In the capital, everyone knew John was a thorn in the Arlo family side, a brilliant young man, ruthless and influential, monopolizing half of the capital's real estate economy, but also one who shunned women. Rumors outside were so rampant that they could make Arlo ancestors roll over in their graves. According to the old patriarch of the Arlo family, why doesn't he just stay a good man instead of acting gay? And John's response back then still circulated in social circles, go from 11 to 10? Born to like being inferior? Omar sighed, dialing a number. On the other end, John answered curtly, what's up? You took Kimberly? Do I know her? I know her best friend. Who? Angie. There was a pause, then a realization. Your new rumored girlfriend? Didn't you prefer men? Why take her? I just don't like women, not that I can't. She's already been sent back. You didn't even. Omar wanted to say more, but the call was abruptly cut off. Holding his phone, he cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, Angie was still waiting for Omar's call when she unexpectedly received a call from Kimberly. Where have you been? Kimberly stood at the airport, wearing a white coat, completely different from what she had worn earlier. The details are complicated, I'll tell you when I get back. I need to call my mom first, she said, annoyed as the airport announcement started. Near midnight, Kimberly called again. Angie, groggy from preparing to sleep, sat up upon hearing the ringtone. Home yet? Just got here. Nadak isn't on my side. Last time in London, I went to a gay bar with a friend to see what all the fuss was about. Drank too much and ended up sleeping with a guy. Thinking he was gay and I didn't need a sister-in-law, I just left. Angie understood, so, he came looking for you. Bloody hell. Kimberly cursed vehemently. If I had known he liked both, I wouldn't have gone there. Being gay and liking men should mean loyalty. What a fickle-minded freak, neither male nor female. Do you know who it is? Angie rubbed her neck, leaning against the headboard. How would I know? It's Omar's brother, John, the heir of the Arlo family and CEO of Arlo Corporation. Holy shit. So, did you two, for those days? Kimberly didn't want to admit it, but they both knew the truth. I said no, do you believe me? Being able to last several days must mean good stamina, not bad for a casual fling. Angie avoided the question. Kimberly. Others get 9 years of compulsory education, you've had 9 years of action movie education. At year-end, Angie gave Lizette a sum of money, after which Lizette left the troublesome place of Jingang. Gay was deported abroad by Govind. As for the Thai family, they barely clung to existence. On New Year's Eve, Angie finished dinner at the Nate family residence and rushed to attend the Spring Festival Gala hosted by the Jingang TV station. Just in time, almost late. Christy, fashionably late as always. Famous stars are different now. Knowing I'm famous, you still provoke me? Do you want to stop working? Angie sat down at an empty spot assigned by the makeup artist. The makeup artist showed no interest, seemingly used to such scenes. Working at the station for so long, such dramas between female celebrities were commonplace. Nina glanced at Angie in her light blue gown, her eyes gleaming. Initially, she had coveted this dress, only to be told it was already reserved. Given the popularity of their show and the invitation they received, who else but Angie could have reserved it? As the lead actress, how could anyone refuse her, especially when Angie was also the investor? Nina had to endure it. But even so, seeing Angie couldn't stop her from throwing a few jabs, thinking about how they debuted at the same time with similar talents, yet Angie soared while protected by her father and husband. Translation complete. Chapter 553, Does Omar even know that she is a married woman? Nina really lacks insight. Knowing full well that Christy is the investor of this show, she still mocked her. Christy brought her success, yet Nina doesn't even express gratitude but instead entertains ulterior motives towards her. I wonder how a woman like her managed to enter the entertainment industry. Who isn't saying that? It's no wonder people who enter the industry at the same time as her are doing better than her. How does someone with this level of intelligence even think about joining the entertainment circle? Even without her father's help, Christy could still do better than her. At the event, Christy's gown was by far the best. As the second female lead, she even wanted to overshadow the first lead. Didn't she consider who really boosted this drama? When Hill heard her say this, his expression looked as if he had just heard a horror story. Just see how miserable she has been recently, unable to get any drama or advertisement roles. If it wasn't for Christy's drama, she wouldn't be anywhere. Who knows if there will even be such a person in the entertainment industry after a few years. Many female stars have arrogant personalities. Usually, they would try to court only capital tycoons and not television directors. Yet Nina, just a few months ago, tried flattering the director from their station, which shows how bad her situation was. Ridiculous. Rudy is the same. Stay away from her, don't let her infect us, they said. Nina sat in the dressing room, having not left yet. The staff outside, arranging clothes, were loudly disparaging her right in front of her face. Her hand on her knee clenched tightly, trembling continuously. They scheduled their program in the middle, singing the theme song of a TV drama. Director told them to prepare, and only then did Nina come out holding up her fluffy dress. In the backstage area, she cast a glance at the straps of Angie's gown. A wave of hatred flashed through her mind. Please welcome Omar, Angie, Nina, forth wishing you wealth. On stage, the lights dimmed as Omar went up first, followed by Angie, then Nina, and finally the second male lead. Lowering her head to walk down the steps, Angie felt her skirt tug slightly. Before she could look back, the feeling disappeared. Because the cameras were all ready, she didn't investigate further. Walking to her previously marked position, music started to play as their voices rang out together. Simple bodily movements on stage were quite normal, but while moving, Angie felt something was off. Her gown seemed loose and might fall off. Beside her, Omar noticed something amiss and took a quick look when the camera panned toward the audience. He saw the straps of Angie's gown unfastened, hanging precariously. Almost immediately, he reached out to Angie's back, steadying the gown that threatened to slip. At the Nate family residence, everyone was in the living room waiting for Angie's segment. As the camera focused on the scene, Elena muttered angrily, "Does Omar even know that she's a married woman? How can he just touch her so casually? And he's supposed to be an emperor?" Elena was venting while preparing to post on Weibo, but Govind seemed to sense something else. He held his teacup, fingers brushing against its edge, deep in thought. After leaving the backstage, Omar called the crew over and started questioning, "Are the makeup artists and costume designers all temporary hires?" "No, they're our own staff." "Why do you ask?" Ignatius asked the crew member, puzzled why the normally amiable emperor actor suddenly turned on them. "Angie, come here." Omar waved her over, pointing at her back. "Look." The crew member, watching monitors backstage, wondered why they suddenly acted so intimately on stage. Moreover, during rehearsals, the director mentioned this part but was rejected by Omar. Why was it different now? "Got it. It's a significant oversight. Rest assured, we'll look into it," the crew member responded. "Not necessary, it has nothing to do with the makeup artist. Just give me the surveillance footage of this section when I go on stage." Omar understood instantly upon hearing Angie's request. "Do you have suspects?" "Pretty sure. I'll go change my clothes." New Year's Eve night should have found her snuggled in bed at home, touching Govind's abs and asking for New Year's money instead of enduring the freezing weather and working for hard-earned pay. But as her job required, she couldn't back out. Christy, the surveillance footage. Angie took the tablet, thinking she would find clues, but the moment of darkness just before she stepped on stage revealed nothing. "Thank you, take it back. This is indeed our negligence, and we will. Not a big deal. Everyone is already displeased about working overtime on New Year's Day. Let's not create more trouble. Pretend you don't know about it." "But..." The crew member hesitated. Angie gently patted him on the shoulder. "I won't pursue this further." "Why worry?" "Why worry?" "Because you're worried I will pursue it, right?" In this industry, appearances matter, but behind closed doors, who knows what happens? People say good things to your face, then stab you in the back, especially on important days like today. Thanks, Christy. I'll mention this at the next meeting. Sis, I believe Nina did this. She was the only one behind you. I think so too, but we lack evidence. Without evidence, we can't move forward. Elsie grinned, struck by the lack of evidence remark. Understood, I'll be right back. About 3 minutes later, a scream erupted from the dressing room. Who used my sweater to wipe peaches? Knowing Nina was allergic to peaches from her assistant's complaints last time in the production team, Elsie knew exactly what to do. This would definitely cause her facial issues. Elsie returned triumphantly as Angie smiled and gave her a thumbs up. Close to 11 o'clock, Angie informed the station she wouldn't participate in the countdown ceremony and left early. Returning to the Nate residence, she noticed Tilda's car parked outside, warming her heart. Mr. Nate still cares. Knowing you miss General Selenag, sis, wealthy and thoughtful men are rare treasures nowadays. Blushing, Angie scolded Elsie, stop talking. The drawer in the passenger seat has your New Year's gift. Get home safely. Sure thing. Elsie watched Angie enter the house, then opened the passenger door. Seeing stacks of cash inside, she nearly cried, overwhelmed with emotion. Had it not been for Angie's financial support, her mother might not have survived. Upon entering, Angie sensed something off. There was a mountain of gifts piled in the center, something unseen before she left. Elena rushed over, seemingly relieved. Sister-in-law is back? Cold, huh? I'll draw you a hot bath. The living room felt stifling. Angie asked, what's going on downstairs? Some madam named Nina from the capital city decided to send so many things here on New Year's Eve, making brother and dad upset. Chapter 554, Disbelieving in Love and Men, Except You. Faye? Shouldn't she be as far away from Govind as possible? Didn't she always think Govind was her shame? Why would she come closer now? What does it mean? The bathroom filled with the sound of running water. The bathtub sat awkwardly in the middle of the spacious bathroom. It was an afterthought added later because Govind knew Milagros liked to bathe in a tub. It looked somewhat out of place. But it showed his attentiveness. Milagros stood in front of the mirror, removing her makeup. Elena muttered behind her, do you know how interesting it was when she sent someone to deliver things here? He said, thank you to Big Brother for solving Catherine Alizé's troubles. He truly lives up to being Faye's son. When Dad heard this, his face turned dark immediately. For so many years, he hasn't said anything heavy, but today, he retorted, just born but not raised, she doesn't deserve it. What did your brother mean? Elena squatted beside the bathtub, playing with the water, then looked up at Milagros who was squeezing facial cleanser. Can I see through my brother's thoughts? He went out to make a call and came back in, probably arranging for stuff to be moved right now. My mom was embarrassed. She was just chatting happily with your mom about family matters. But with Dad's ex-wife pulling this stunt, it became awkward for everyone. Milagros laughed, afraid? Elena hummed, scared. How can I not be scared? You don't know what my life was like for the past 20 years? My biological father was abusive and even blackmailed my mom after the divorce. It was only after enduring until his death that I met Teacher Nate and finally understood what it means to have a loving father. This hard-earned happiness, I'm naturally afraid of losing it. Don't worry, it won't happen. If such a day ever comes, your brother will be the first one against it. Blood is thicker than water. She's his real mother, who knows what will happen in the future. Not okay. Elena suddenly thought of something and sat up to look at Milagros. I need to take advantage of the time while I still can see him as my brother, and get more money from him. Otherwise, if we lose our relationship later, how could someone like me meet such a big businessman? Milagros wiped off the cleanser and watched Elena rush out like the wind, freezing in mid-action. Just as she finished and lay in the bathtub, someone knocked on the bathroom door. Who? Your mom. Wait, I'm bathing. Haven't I seen everything? Even as a child, you didn't shy away from running naked around me. Open up. Milagros thought, all these people have such bad timing. Everyone likes to intrude when someone is bathing. In their past lives, they must have been water ghosts. Tilda entered, noticing the bathtub placed incongruously in the middle of the bathroom, making the space feel odd. She saw Milagros tying her robe and taking out a hairdryer from under the sink. Finished soaking? Not in the mood. The hairdryer buzzed, and Milagros lazily responded. Tilda leaned against the door, dressed in a black turtleneck sweater, her long hair pinned up. In her 40s or 50s, her face remained youthful thanks to her privileged lifestyle and modern skincare technology. Did something go wrong with tonight's event? The gown strap was cut. Minor issue. Don't oversleep tomorrow morning. We need to visit your dad's grave. Oh. Not willing? How could I be unwilling? He's my father. I licked his boots enough when he was alive. Visiting his grave is nothing much. After changing into pajamas, Milagros joined the Nate family in the living room for the New Year countdown. As midnight approached, Govind had someone bring her down jacket, bundling her up before stepping outside. Where are we going? You'll see. At a residential area near Jinggang University, with an unobstructed view and few high-rise buildings, Govind led her to a grassy spot where Ali and several bodyguards were ready to set off fireworks once the countdown ended. As fireworks lit up the sky, Milagros looked up in awe. Instantly, the night was transformed into daylight, breathtakingly beautiful. This explosion of fireworks concealed all the dirtiness in the world and swept away all sorrows. Govind? Milagros's dazed gaze slowly retracted, turning to look at the man standing behind her. He nodded gently. Bend down. Govind complied, and Milagros kissed him on the lips. Though fireworks fade quickly, affection lingers. In this brief moment, Milagros lost her heart. The dazzling fireworks illuminated not only half the sky but also her heart. Amy, I hope we spend every year together, celebrating each new year. Their faces were close. Milagros stood on tiptoe and brushed her nose against his, her laughter blooming silently, serving as an answer. Govind, in my life, I don't believe in love or men, except you. Carry me back, let's misbehave. Aren't fireworks banned in Jingang? Where did those come from? Residential area near Jingang University. It's rumored that Chairman Nate paid a fine of 50 million in advance to set off the fireworks. Look at this. A curious neighbor took a photo. In the picture, business tycoon Govind bent down to kiss someone in his arms. While their faces weren't clear, anyone familiar with Milagros would recognize the silhouette. There's no doubt. The love story between the Jingang business mogul and the princess is beyond the reach of common folk. The fireworks lasted an hour. Industry insiders confirmed it cost over 7 digits just for the display. Elsewhere, Omar, having participated in a TV station countdown ceremony, was about to leave when he heard Anwar mumbling on the phone. No wonder he left early. What's going on? Anwar, startled by Omar's voice, quickly stowed away his phone. Nothing. Give it to me. Omar extended his hand. Anwar cautiously advised, I suggest you don't look. In the back seat, Omar's expression turned grim. Reluctantly, Anwar sighed and handed over the phone. The news headlines hit him, showing the affectionate image of Milagros and Govind. Suppressing his emotions, Omar tossed the phone back to Anwar, to the airport, back to the capital. The next morning, Milagros was still snuggling under the blanket, reluctant to move. Govind pulled her out from under the covers. Your mom is waiting for you. Why is she waiting? Milagros grumbled, unwilling to get up. What was the point of celebrating without a proper rest on New Year's Day? To visit your dad's grave. If you don't get up, I'll open the door. Milagros, all right. Tilda was tougher to handle than Govind. Translation complete. Paragraph structure and line breaks have been preserved. Chapter 555, Mr. Nate from Jingang sent this. After finishing up, Angie went downstairs. She had just sat at the table when Arlen and Elena handed her their New Year's red envelopes. For a moment, Angie was caught off guard. She looked at Govind, a bit puzzled. Until he nodded slightly, take them. Angie had no particular strengths except for one, she knew how to flatter. Once she received favors, even the Grim Reaper would be charmed by her. On New Year's Day, Jingang Cemetery was crowded with people carrying offerings up the hill. This plot of land was chosen by Freddy before his death, reportedly a feng shui treasure at many high-ranking officials in Jingang competed for. It truly showed the differences among people, even in choosing gravesites after death. You. As Angie pushed open the car door, she glanced at Govind. He turned to look at her and said, Can't I go? Or am I not worthy? Angie. I didn't say anything. Of course, if you think so, I don't mind. I don't think so. Even ugly daughters-in-law eventually have to meet their in-laws. Govind spoke and then got out of the car. Angie sat inside, watching him get out, scratching her head in frustration and looking at Tilda in the back seat. Why are you staring at me? Don't tell me you don't know what kind of man you chose. Bang. After saying that, Tilda slammed the car door loudly. These two should just go bomb the earth together. Both of them were so short-tempered, arguing on New Year's Day like there was no tomorrow. They'd better hope they still make money this year. At the trunk, Ali and Mina were preparing items needed for grave tending. Just as Angie got out of the car, she heard someone exclaim in surprise. Mr. Nate is here to pay respects to Cornelius. Govind extended his hand to shake with the newcomer. Does Mr. Nate have family buried here? Father-in-law. The business tycoon casually mentioned a name, which wouldn't have been surprising except that it was the word father-in-law. Was the eligible bachelor confirming he was married? Who did he marry? Could it really be the Hua family's daughter? Not only was Cornelius shocked, but everyone around them froze in disbelief at Govind's straightforward response. An official announcement? Angie, come here. Standing by the car adjusting her down jacket, Angie heard Govind's deep and affectionate call. She lifted her head and saw everyone's astonished faces. After a brief daze, she came to her senses. With so many people around, she couldn't embarrass Govind, so she steeled herself and walked over. He naturally wrapped his arm around her waist and introduced her. This is Cornelius from Taiyuan Industries, my wife, Angie. Hua Lincolnsons. No. Catherine Nate, nice to meet you. Even the seasoned businessman was taken aback by Govind's introduction. What was this? A reformed prodigal daughter? A celebrity like Hua Lincolnsons accepting such an early marriage? And Nate boss, in such a high position, was he so bored that he dove into marriage? If he chose someone easy to handle, maybe things would stay calm at home while affairs continued outside, a classic story. But he chose Hua Lincolnson's. Would he not be completely controlled? Everyone had a purpose here. After exchanging pleasantries, they dispersed. Did you see that shocked expression? Like marrying me was some bad deal. Never mind, I enjoy seeing people act like I'm amazing. Govind tightened his grip on her hand, guiding her down the steps. Yeah, you're amazing. I am amazing. I got the richest man in Jingang. What other men do I need? Angie hummed nonchalantly. Govind found the first part amusing, but what did the second part mean? What other men? Do you want more men? Of course, all different styles. You'll kneel more at your father's grave later and see if dreams come true. Since Freddie's death, neither Tilda or Angie came here unless it was a significant holiday. His illegitimate children certainly didn't visit either. Today, and perhaps the whole year, would be hard to bump into anyone. Angie knelt and placed the offerings before Freddie's gravestone, chatting idly. You never changed your habits. Loved young women, wanted them to bear your children. You made so many illegitimate children, yet few are here to tend your grave. Stop dreaming down there. If you want to bless someone, bless me. In the new year, I just want effortless gains, undeserved rewards, and instant success. Remember to help me achieve it. One step to heaven. Why not go to the moon? Poor Dad, alive he was exploited, dead and you still use him. Waverly's voice came from behind. Squatting, Angie glanced sideways at him. Waverly acted like he didn't see, pushing his son. Son, kneel to Grandpa, ask him to bless your studies. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Wanting your son to fly when you can't. Don't bother, Dad scored 6 on math exams. Even if you knock your head off today, Grandpa can't save you. Angie, don't. Halfway through cursing, Waverly felt a cold glare from beside him. Turning around, it was none other than Govind. So the man answering calls on the roadside earlier was Govind? On New Year's Day, living people argue, but dead ones shouldn't be involved. What's Mr. Nate doing here? Waverly recovered, forcing a smile. Paying respects to my father-in-law. Father-in-law? Seriously? So the rumors were true? Waverly felt a chill down his spine. Were these two for real? Damn. Huh, an awkward laugh sounded. Waverly quickly shifted gears. I always felt an inexplicable connection to Mr. Nate. Now we're family, right? Who knew I'd become Mr. Nate's brother-in-law someday? Sure, keep boosting yourself. Capital City. On New Year's Day, Faye rarely woke up early to cook dumplings for her husband and child. In her elegant house dress, she had just finished mixing the dough when a servant informed her that someone had delivered a gift. In the capital, although prosperous, receiving gifts on New Year's Day was considered very taboo, whether in business or politics. Who would be so clueless? The person delivering it said it was sent by Mr. Nate from Jingang. Chapter 556. No wonder he was raised without a mother's guidance. What's this? Not sure, Faye said, emerging from behind and taking the gift box handed over by the servant. William, who was now in his mid-50s, held an exalted position. Numerous dignitaries in the capital relied on him. The Liang family had maintained its high status and prestige since 100 years ago, being one of the few families with 3 generations celebrated in the entire country. Faye married him at 30, bearing 2 children within 3 years to solidify her position as Cyril Yang. For over 2 decades, her husband held a high office, and she had both a son and a daughter. People praised her for turning a hand of bad cards into a winning game. William walked over, watching Faye using a small knife to open the package. The sound of the knife slicing through tape seemed particularly harsh in the quiet morning of New Year's Day. Layer after layer of packaging concealed an item. She carefully peeled off the bubble wrap, finally revealing a photo frame. Inside was a photograph of a family of 3. In the picture, she looked young and beautiful, wearing a floral dress with 2 braids, holding a baby in her arms. Beside her stood her first husband, Arlen. This photograph evoked a sense of peace typical of that era, unbreakable by anyone. Back then, she decided to leave and took this only photo with Arlen before she went. Originally intended as a keepsake, she never expected it to become a sharp blade piercing her heart 30 years later. As if the bullet from 30 years ago hit her squarely between the eyes. Seeing the photo, Faye's breath caught in her throat. She hastily threw the photo back into the box, astonishingly fast. Noticing her reaction, William's lips curved downward slightly as he steadied her shoulder. He reminded her gently, there's still an envelope inside. I don't want to see it, Faye refused vehemently. William sighed softly and reached for the envelope in the box, intending to open it, but Faye snatched it away, unwilling to show her vulnerable side. She hurriedly opened the envelope. Inside was a handwritten letter, bold and strong, deeply imprinted on the paper. Catherine Ali Z. Happy New Year. Upon receiving your gift, I was taken aback and felt greatly alarmed. I, Govind, have always lived my life without accepting unearned benefits. Around 25 years ago, during the Spring Festival, while living in the faculty apartments of Jingang University with my father, We received your overseas New Year's gift. Back then, I was delighted, feeling that someone remembered me. But afterwards, you were completely out of touch, becoming the subject of gossip as someone who abandoned her husband and child. Thus, I understood the division between us. Our peaceful lives over the past 30 years have been disrupted due to your appearance. Just as Mingzi's mother moved 3 times and Fang Zhongyong's tragedy remind us, I hope you can adhere to your original choice made 30 years ago, staying true to your initial intentions. Upon receiving your gift, I went through the old, soon-to-be-demolished building where I found this photo. I personally wiped away the dust, cleaned it, wrapped it in multiple protective layers, and sent it to you via chartered plane with utmost urgency, fearing you might not receive it. I hope this photo serves as a reminder of the choice you made all those years ago. Sincerely. Abandoned son, Govind. Upon closer inspection, the dot above the abandoned character in the signature was forcefully inked, forming a large black mark on the back of the paper. After reading the letter, Faye's palms broke into a cold sweat, and her fingers trembled involuntarily. Reminded? She had gone through 9 months of pregnancy and brought him into this world. How could this be a reminder? Who knew how much courage she needed back then to bring him into this world? Now, the child she struggled to bring into this world had become a thorn in her heart. Her long fingers crumpled the letter, wishing she could confront Govind and slap him right there. This was the person she brought into this world, facing societal scrutiny and risking her own life. Instead of gratitude, he used these words to stab her. All easy? I'm fine. Ask the kitchen to prepare dumplings for everyone. Faye brushed her husband's hand aside and left the living room, heading straight for the study on the first floor. Rosemary came downstairs just as this scene unfolded, casting a surprised glance at William. Dad, what's wrong with Dream? It's nothing. What is this? Isn't it taboo to deliver gifts on New Year's Day? Who's so tactless? Clearly wasn't taught manners. Rosemary approached the table, noticing the items in the box. Picking up the photo, she asked, isn't this Dream when she was younger? Who's this man and child? Don't pry into things from your mother's past. William took away the photo, leaving Rosemary standing alone, stunned. Reaching the dining room, she heard the maid chatting. Isn't it taboo to deliver gifts on New Year's Day? Why would someone be so clueless? Heard it's Catherine Al-Aziz's son from her first marriage. So tactless? No wonder he was raised without a mother's guidance. Who knows? Rich families have complicated matters. Lately, I've heard he bears a striking resemblance to Catherine Al-Aziz. Their eyes and demeanor make it obvious they are mother and son. At such a young age, he's already the richest man in Jinggang. It's a pity. Had he been raised nearby, he would be a glory to the family. If he were the Liang family's child, continuing 4 generations wouldn't be an issue. The conversation ended with the maid sighing. Rosemary stood at the door, absorbing the words, richest man in Jinggang, then went upstairs and turned on her computer. Before searching on Baidu, she imagined this person to be around 40 years old. But seeing Govind's photo, she was amazed. Becoming the richest man in Jinggang at the age of 30, surpassing many heirs from prestigious families. Govind, Rosemary pondered over this name. After a moment, she called Omar. Who's this about? Govind. Omar had just woken up and was getting ready to visit elders when Rosemary called. Surprised by this call from the sheltered Luciang, he wondered what she might have heard. Why ask about him? What kind of person is he? Omar, known for his honesty, though a rival, wouldn't belittle others to elevate himself. Brilliant youth, accomplished, ruthless when necessary, not heartless, neither good nor bad. Chapter 557, a place for wealthy ladies to enjoy themselves. On the 7th day of the new year, as the holiday season was drawing to a close, Govind had business plans in the capital and went there to attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony at the branch company. Angie, having nothing better to do, invited Kimberly to accompany her on his private jet to shop in the capital. They parted ways at the airport. Govind headed straight for the company while Angie rushed to the shopping mall. Before leaving, Mr. Nate carefully wrapped her scarf tighter and gave numerous instructions. Call me immediately if anything happens. If you can't reach me, contact Elon. Here's the alternate number for the general manager in the capital. Remember it. Feeling somewhat embarrassed by being treated like a child, Angie blushed and pinched her empty earlobe. It's not necessary to be so nervous, right? Better safe than sorry. Kimberly watched the affectionate scene between them from the side, feeling a bit out of place. She had only been missing for 10 days, yet upon returning, she found that their relationship had dramatically escalated from winter straight to summer without any gradual transition. It really hurt her single dog feelings. The National Animal Protection Act says that those who torment dogs should face capital punishment, Kimberly mumbled. Govind glanced at her. Does the national morality law mention the punishment for prostitution? Kimberly. As an unmarried young lady, please don't tarnish my reputation with such talk. If this gets out, how am I supposed to maintain my image as a proper maiden? You want to keep up appearances? See if they give you the chance. Clearly, Govind knew something and quite a lot of it. Kimberly shot a glare at Angie and asked once they were in the car, did you tell him? I swear to the heavens, I didn't. Then how did he know? Maybe he has connections with the person involved? Kimberly. The festive atmosphere in the capital wasn't less vibrant than in Beijing. The two of them took the elevator directly to the beauty clinic upstairs, where Angie was a regular customer. She would make appointments here whenever she had business trips in the capital. Upon entering, they heard loud noises in the lobby as staff members were trying to mediate a conflict. There's some drama. What drama? Just ignore it. Angie pulled Kimberly aside, noting that the circles in the capital were different from those in Beijing. Beijing was dominated by commerce, while the capital had more red generation families. It wasn't wise to mix with these people unnecessarily. Angie. Just as she sat down, a surprised call echoed, and a young girl excitedly approached her like a fan meeting an idol, eager to rush over. This person seemed very familiar. Don't you remember me? In the parking lot in Beijing, you helped me yell at someone. Angie remembered. It was during the encounter with Callista. Yes, I remember. Can you sign your name for me? I'm your fan. Last time you appeared on a show, I worked hard to become the top supporter. Angie was startled. So, the big spender who gifted her an apartment last time was this young girl? Fanaticism could indeed be costly. Sure, where do you want me to sign? The girl rummaged through her bag and finally found a notebook. Angie signed her name effortlessly. After putting away the notebook and noticing Kimberly straining her neck to look at the argument, Angie gossiped with her. That fight is quite interesting. They say there's a wealthy man in the capital who cheated on his wife with a mistress, but soon got bored and then picked up another girlfriend under 20, who turned out to be the daughter of the mistress. The official wife met this mother-daughter pair today and is now confronting them. Wow. The capital sure does have its quirks. Kimberly stretched her neck to watch, full of curiosity. That innocent-looking girl earlier was quite savvy. Judging by her looks and demeanor, she seems to come from a well-established family. It wasn't common for a typical family to spend so much money on her in one night. Aren't you curious about whose child she is? Not really. Are you giving up all your curiosities? Why care? Let me take you to a great place. Angie led Kimberly into an exclusive club in the capital designed specifically for wealthy ladies. Inside, the bartenders and staff were uniformly muscular young men, which was quite stimulating. Upon entering, Kimberly saw the shirtless servers and was utterly astonished. This humble woman vows to eat vegetarian meals and perform good deeds every day to live this elegant life. Elegant? Sir, in the top-floor conference room of Montegegmeo International's headquarters in the capital, Govind sat at the head of the table in a white shirt, his suit jacket and coat casually draped over the back of the chair. The heat and busyness of work made him oblivious to the season, whether spring or winter. Alali's soft voice barely caught his attention. Just a moment. Saira Hua took Kimberly to a Good Sister club in the capital. What are they doing there? Govind's eyes slowly moved from the computer screen. It's just. Alali hesitated, reluctant to speak frankly until Govind coldly ordered him to continue. Rich ladies' entertainment place, bars, baths, massages, everything. All the waitstaff are muscular young men. Govind. His incredulous gaze fell on Alali, making him feel a chill run down his spine. Originally focused on work and hoping to return home early, Govind's expression changed. Leaning back in his chair, he fell silent, his fingers widening as they gripped the coffee cup. The others in the room felt an abrupt drop in temperature, as if the heater wasn't enough, and dared not make a sound, wishing to be invisible. Is Kimberly still there? Yes, they were inseparable, always causing trouble together. Govind scribbled a phone number on an A4 paper. Call him and give him Kimberly's address. Alali dialed the number, which was quickly answered. Who's this? This is Alali from Montegegmeo International, reporting to Director Nate. Any news? Director Nate informed me that Miss Chu is at the Good Sister Club on street number 83 in the capital. John. Find out what kind of place the Good Sister Club on street number 83 is. John was attending a gathering with a few acquaintances, including Omar, who overheard this. No need to check, it's a place for rich ladies to enjoy themselves. They say all the servers are muscular young men. Oh, where are you going? Your friend works there. In the VIP room, someone saw John grabbing his coat and leaving, calling out after him. Translation provided according to the original structure and context. Chapter 558. A chilly voice came from above. Have you had enough of touching? At the club, Kimberly was seated in the bathing room, picking her service provider. After selecting one, she lay on the sofa waiting for service. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of a strong cigar scent, and this smell was very familiar. An image of someone instantly flashed in her mind, and she opened her eyes in shock. At the dimly lit end of the private room, a man leaned against the wall, draped in a large coat, holding a burning cigar. Kimberly drew a cold breath, startled. Why are you here? Can't I be here? What did Miss Chu say last time? Unexpected? You seem to make it a habit. Whether it's a habit or not is none of your business. We're neither boyfriend and girlfriend nor husband and wife. Does it break the law for me to find a man out? A dog catching rats, none of your business, right? After sleeping together for a few days, you think you're the real boyfriend now? Don't get too full of yourself. You have quite the mouth. The man flicked ash into the air as he spoke. I want to see if your mouth is harder or if my D***K is. John said this, casually tossing his coat over his shoulder onto the nearby cabinet. Angie. Damn. Should she leave? Should she give the two some space at a time like this? Should she know better? But watching Kimberly squirm made her so happy. Sniff sniff. Christy wants to stay and watch the live show. No, that's not my thing. You should pay attention to the surveillance cameras here. With that, Angie scampered off quickly, leaving Kimberly no chance to stop her. The private room door slammed shut, blocking out Kimberly's furious shout, "Angie, you're heartless." Bang, Angie bolted out as if fleeing, bumping into a meaty wall suddenly. Just as she thought she might have met someone handsome, a chilling voice echoed overhead, "Had enough yet?" Angie looked up in surprise. "Nate Jingen? How are you here? Aren't you supposed to be busy? Am I disturbing you while you grope some young stud?" Angie gave a sheepish laugh, feeling guilty about getting caught red-handed. "How could I? What are you thinking? I'm a married woman. My husband is perfect, broad shoulders, narrow waist, long legs, 8-pack abs, no erectile dysfunction. Doesn't he far exceed these misfits here?" "So, Catherine Nate, what are you doing here?" "Just tired from shopping and wanted to get a foot massage somewhere." Govind didn't believe her but decided to play along with her act. "If you're tired, why not find a place closer by? Why go around several streets to come here? It sounds exhausting. But isn't this place rated the highest? Geraldine looks at reviews?" "Yes, I'm not one to throw money away." Angie's voice grew softer as she talked, unnerved by Govind's look that seemed to see through her act. Picking at her nails, she mumbled, "Just wanted to see the world outside. It's not like I'll do anything inappropriate." Govind chuckled in exasperation, grabbing her hand. "Be careful not to get eaten by a carnivorous plant. I haven't even said anything, and you're already feeling wronged? Where are we going? Just leaving like this? What about Kimberly? That's none of your concern. John won't do anything serious to her. Isn't he gay?" Angie rambled on endlessly as Govind half-embraced her to the elevator. "Do you know him? Is he really gay or just pretending? He better not go after both genders. If he dares to turn Kimberly into a gay wife, I'll kill him." "Jichu?" Angie's incessant chatter was interrupted by a tender call of "Jichu" from behind. Govind's posture visibly stiffened at the sound behind him. Even though slight, Angie sensed it. Behind her, the girl recognized Govind's face and hurriedly approached. "Is it really you? I thought I got you confused with someone else." In this translation, I have maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as close to the original as possible, ensuring a natural and fluent English rendition while preserving the tone and style of the original text. Character names are transliterated using pinyin accurately. Chapter 559. In my life, Govind, there has never been divorce, only widowhood. The girl's surprised tone was as if she had encountered an old friend not seen for many years, and this old friend was on rather good terms with her. Angie felt something wasn't quite right when she heard this. Her gaze went back and forth between the girl and Govind, sizing up their relationship. "Didn't you say you were returning to Jingang?" Govind cast a side glance at the other party, his eyes light and devoid of emotion. The sharp and severe look made the girl opposite him shudder all over, staring at him as if he were a stranger. "Let me introduce. Chelsea, a classmate from my overseas study days. My wife, Angie." Chelsea thought that with Govind's previous look, he wouldn't acknowledge their relationship. Unexpectedly, he could still introduce his wife calmly while standing in the position of a classmate. "Hello, I'm Chelsea, Govind's classmate. The last time we met was 5 years ago. If you have the time, would you like to have dinner together?" Angie, holding Govind's hand, felt beads of sweat forming. A thin layer of sweat covered the man's palm. "There is no need." With that said, Govind led Angie into the elevator. Chelsea came over in 2 steps and forced open the elevator door with her bare hands, gazing at Govind with firm determination. "Wait. Let's part on good terms, shall we? There's no need for us to make things so difficult between us, right? On what basis do you think you should dine with me? Do you rely on your status or the C family status?" Chelsea didn't expect such a resolute counter-question and nodded somewhat surprisingly. "That's true, you are not only Govind but also President Nate, the richest man in Jingang." Govind cast a disdainful glance over her, and the latter's hand naturally fell off the elevator door. In the cramped elevator, the atmosphere grew tense. Angie pondered for a moment, her fingers slightly twitching in Govind's grip. She tried to think of something to say but was swiftly brought out of the elevator by the man who walked straight back to the hotel. The moment the hotel room door closed, Govind pinned Angie against the door, trapping her between it and himself. He kissed her passionately, making it hard for her to breathe. She hooked her legs around his waist as he carried her toward the bed. As they moved, clothes scattered along the way. From the suite's living room to the bed, there was nothing left in sight. At a critical moment, Angie pushed the man away, breathless. "Condom." The man glared at her through clenched teeth. "Angie, when it comes to being rational, you surpass all." Bang! The man tore open the box and threw it on the ground, using one hand to hold its corners and the other to press Angie down. He bit into the packaging. When the need was fulfilled, a soft sigh of relief filled the bedroom. Panting and groaning continued until Angie couldn't bear it any longer. Each "I can't take it anymore" and "it's too much" became a life-threatening signal to Govind. Caring for Angie had become deeply rooted in his bones. Outwardly, he was a decisive business tycoon. Inwardly, when pampering Angie, he behaved like a dog with no bottom line. Bath? I don't want to move. Angie lay wrapped in the blanket, her breathing uneven, her eyes half open, looking at the man standing by the bed in his robe, like a cat just waking up. Ex-girlfriend? The topic jumped too quickly, almost catching Govind off guard. After a moment's daze, he replied, not at all. My eyes cannot tolerate even a grain of sand. So what if she is an ex-girlfriend? Who hasn't had a past? Just don't bring a current girlfriend into the picture. Hearing this, Govind smiled, knelt on the bed, and gently peeled the blanket off Angie's face, asking softly, so little faith? Angie stared at him, her eyes clear and direct, like a little fox plotting something. I'm just reminding you that divorcing me will bankrupt you. For my own good? What else? Angie reached out from under the covers, touching Govind's nape, turning passive to active. You should know that I never lose out. Govind took her hand from his neck and massaged it gently. Marriage isn't about who loses out. Marriage might not be, but divorce definitely is. Govind felt a simmering anger with each mention of divorce, but after satisfying both hunger and thirst, his anger hadn't yet escalated. His lips quivered faintly as he pressed them down slightly. He held her hand to his lips and kissed it. Angie, in my life, Govind, there has never been divorce, only widowhood. Angie was stunned and tried to pull her hand back, but Govind gripped it tighter. Freshly finished with their battle, he leaned forward. Near the climax, he bit her earlobe and spoke clearly, word by word. I dislike the word divorce, no matter how it is said. If you dislike it, then don't let me speak. You might as well poison me and make me mute. Ah. Mouthy. Before Angie could finish speaking, the man bit her shoulder. Talk back again, and I'll bite here. Wet kisses landed on her fair neck, causing her hair to stand on end. This place was their forbidden zone. After all, she was a female star, and being caught by paparazzi would have adverse effects. Many fans were underage, so caution was necessary. Are you a dog? If I were really a dog, after licking you for so long, you'd show some gratitude. In short, Angie lacked gratitude. The next morning, Angie was woken by the urgent ring of her phone. She stretched her leg to kick Govind, missing in midair. She pulled the blanket off her head, crawling irritably to grab the phone. Seeing the caller ID made her puzzled. A number from the capital, with no name saved. I'm at your hotel, let's meet. Though she had only met this voice once, Angie recognized it immediately. It could only be Chelsea. It's 7 in the morning, Miss C wants to see my husband. Did you stay up all night waiting here? On the other end, Chelsea hadn't expected Angie to answer the call. If she hadn't figured out the relationship between the two in one night, she would have wasted her efforts. Doesn't Christy wonder about the relationship between me and Govind? Challenging her? Chelsea had found something but not completely. Otherwise, she would have known Angie wasn't easily intimidated. Angie held the phone and turned over, purposely switching it to speaker. Leaning against the headboard, she responded lightly, it's just something like an ex-Miss C mustn't think I care. To be able to call me Christy, you must have done your homework. Getting hold of Govind's private number and going through all this trouble just to introduce yourself to me? Chapter 560, yet climbed into the bed naked. Chelsea. She was taken aback, just about to retort, when she heard the sound of a door opening from the other side. The low and resonant voice of the man questioned, whose call is it? For a moment, Chelsea's heart leapt with joy. Given her understanding of Govind's past, he never liked others touching his things privately. Years ago, while studying abroad, someone at the dinner table answered Govind's phone and ended up being hospitalized after being beaten by him. She had witnessed that fight, which was caused merely by the act of answering a call. And now, Angie had answered his call without permission. Thirsty. Want some water? Whose call? The man's warm voice asked again. What surprised Chelsea even more was the offer of water. How could someone as aloof as Govind willingly get water for a woman? Chelsea, here you go. Angie handed the phone to Govind, who glanced at the number before hanging up and blocking it right in front of Angie. They've been waiting all night downstairs to see you. Aren't you going to check? Govind stood beside the bed with wet hair, holding a half-dry towel. Do you enjoy stabbing me in the heart? Angie, we are husband and wife. No matter what happens or any situation arises, regardless of a third or fourth person interfering, we must first work together to resolve these issues and protect our marriage, not lie on the same bed under one roof, filled with suspicion and ready to wound each other with knives. Neither your family nor mine is perfect. If we let our own marriage become like our parents, wouldn't you feel ashamed? Learning from mistakes, keeping the good, and abandoning the bad can make our relationship more stable. Govind's words left Angie speechless and bowed her head in shame. Compared to Govind's broad-mindedness, she felt so inexperienced. Inexperienced. If placed in special times, such thinking would have gotten her shot. I'm wrong, I apologize. Govind gazed at her. He was in a foul mood from her sarcastic remarks early in the morning, but seeing her admit fault made him relent. Come here, help me dry my hair. Okay. Angie obediently crawled over, taking the towel from him and drying his hair. His tousled hair moved through her fingertips. Govind broke the awkward silence. Any plans for today? No, could you ask how Kimberly is doing? John won't hurt her, he'll just do what men usually do with women. Angie bent over in bed, glancing sideways, but what if Kimberly doesn't consent? Not consenting? She flew all the way overseas to sleep with him and then ran away after. John searched for 2 months in the capital and still didn't find her until you helped him identify her. What does this have to do with me? Weren't you live streaming when Kimberly appeared on screen? Angie seemed so. Would Kimberly be furious if she knew Angie led to her capture? Angie shivered, feeling cold down her neck, already imagining Kimberly cursing her out. Downstairs in the lobby, Chelsea held her disconnected phone, looking dazed. The 7-star hotel was never short of attentive staff. Even if one wasn't a guest and only sat there, they were constantly attended to. Chelsea just refused the attendant's offer for help. Soon after, the attendant returned to the bar counter, puzzled. That lady, by her appearance, doesn't seem like an ordinary girl. Sitting overnight, what could she be waiting for? Probably waiting for someone. I heard her on the phone earlier. Waiting for whom? Breakfast places don't stay open all night, those who should come would have done so already. Who knows, many women are tormented by love in this world. To say she's pitiful, but her coat alone is worth a year's salary for us. The bag she carries costs more than what we can afford in a lifetime. Yet here she is, waiting all night. Rich or poor, everyone has their own troubles. Ding dong, the elevator doors opened, and Chelsea instinctively looked up, seeing Govind step out wearing a black overcoat, his hair perfectly combed. His secretary followed behind, carrying a briefcase, while he put on gloves. Govind. The desperate call halted his hand midair. He raised his gaze and saw Chelsea hurrying towards him, her steps staggered due to numb legs from sitting too long. Rushing to Govind, her legs gave out, making her fall. Contrary to her expectations, no gentlemanly hand reached out to help. Instead, Govind frowned, stepping back as if she were a plague. Pang, Chelsea knelt before him, her thin stockings clattering against the floor tiles. In the early morning, bowing so formally. Being this polite? As soon as Angie stepped out, she saw the scene and sarcastically commented, her disdain obvious in her tone. Really, honey, you don't even offer a hand? The kneeling will shorten her lifespan. Get up, Angie, wearing sunglasses, walked over, pretending to help but recoiling when Chelsea swatted her hand away. Chelsea knocked off her sunglasses in a very cunning move. Isn't this Angie? It is her. She said, husband? Married? My goodness. I'd been following her drama. Weekends don't update enough, and now this? Angie, hearing the comments around her, bent to pick up her sunglasses when a hand beat her to it, returning them to her. Angie blew off the dust. Tisk, isn't it true what people say? Clinging isn't good, Miss C, really not very graceful. Govind glanced at Alali, who stopped several staff members from taking photos. It was barely 8, and the hotel lobby wasn't busy. Angie hooked her sunglasses on her nose. Your methods are outdated, Miss C. When I wanted to win him over. She squatted next to Chelsea, whispering heatedly into her ear, I climbed into the bed naked. Your approach, I found laughable even in middle school. Chapter 561, taking you to see the adultery drama. What did you just tell her? In the car, Angie lounged diagonally in the seat, playing with her sunglasses. She responded casually to Govind's question, I told her that back then, I stripped naked and climbed into bed to seduce you. Her tricks are way too outdated, I didn't even play those games when I was in middle school. Not true. Govind's abrupt voice broke through the air. Angie blinked in surprise. What's not true? You never stripped and climbed into my bed. Angie suddenly recalled something. She usually drank, but it wasn't enough to black out. So, drinking heavily and waking up on Govind's bed the next day definitely smelled fishy. Did you kidnap me? Was it you? Right? Fine. I'll say this, you have a heart of a beast hidden under your fine appearance. You didn't strip and climb into my bed, instead, you undressed me properly while keeping yourself fully clothed. Govind intended to say more but couldn't stand Angie's arrogance. He moved his gaze from his tablet to look at her seriously, enunciating every word. Afraid she wouldn't hear him. Instantly, Angie quieted down, pouting, got it, stop it, annoying. Govind. The car stopped outside Montegegmeo Group. Govind stepped out, looking at Angie who remained seated inside, not coming up. What would I do if you're attending a meeting? You won't see Kimberly today. Where will you go alone? To shop, get a spa, anything really. Alali, follow Catherine. I don't need. Before Angie could finish, Govind turned and walked away, leaving Alali and Angie staring at each other. Alali, you make me uncomfortable following me like this. Christy, I don't want to become another Isaiah. I have old parents and young children depending on me for support. You're not married, right? How could you have young children to feed? I've recently adopted a dog. Angie. Nearby, there's an art exhibition. If you're bored, shall we go take a look? It's just across the street. Alali tried hard to make Angie not dislike him. Angie thought about it. Since she had no plans, the art exhibition sounded good. Doesn't Govind own property in the capital? He does. The penthouse suite we're staying in is his property. Who stays in hotels year-round? No warmth at all. Used to traveling, Angie wanted to go home after leaving the crew. Staying in a hotel was not acceptable. The car stopped near a roadside villa hosting an art exhibition. The interior was purely white, minimalist, highlighting the wall paintings. Angie stood before a sunset painting featuring a man in a black coat and a woman in a wheelchair with an ink-patterned blanket on her lap. For some reason, she could recognize whose blanket it was. She stared intently, unable to look away. This painting I saw by chance while filming in Switzerland. Standing behind them, this scene felt healing, so I painted it when I returned. An unexpected voice interrupted her thoughts. Turning around, she saw a long-haired artist with a bohemian aura. Are you the artist? Yep. Are the two in the painting friends of yours? He shook his head. No. They're quite fortunate then. Angie moved to the next painting, noticing a familiar silhouette in one piece. Angie, what a coincidence. Hector? What kind of coincidence is this? Omar hadn't expected to meet Angie here, visibly surprised. Recently in the capital? Yeah. Angie replied softly. Omar wanted to ask what brought her to the capital but noticed Alali nearby, understanding immediately without needing further questions. Seeing Govind's person with her, he assumed Govind must be in town as well. How come you're here? The gallery owner is a friend. Oh. Angie raised an eyebrow, glancing between Omar and the artist. Don't you feel bored alone? There's an indoor golf course nearby. Would you like to join me? Angie's eyes lit up, clearly excited. From the side, Alali called out, Catherine, he normally called her Christy privately. Today's title was meant for Omar to understand she was married. If Omar took Angie away while he was there, he'd get a beating from Govind. Is President Nate that petty? Just friends playing together, nothing inappropriate. Isn't this like having dinner together? Alali, good tea. Excellent wooey tea. Your wife going out with a man who has designs on her, and you're okay with it? Angie, still recovering from being lectured by Govind that morning, didn't want any trouble. No interest in golf. I'm more interested in John. Why don't you help me find him and expose Kimberly? Kimberly? They're back together? Angie smirked, realizing Omar's intentions, so, this golf thing is boring now. Lead me to the drama. Where are we going? You'll know soon, let's go. Omar reached out to grab her arm, thinking better of it due to appearances, he pulled back. Walking while calling someone, giving directions. Driving straight to the destination. Where are we going? Are you selling me? To John's apartment, to watch a catching in the act drama. What act? Adultery. Who's adultery? Kimberly and John. John is turning 33, single, claiming to be gay. His family is desperate, finally seeing him with Kimberly, they can't miss this opportunity to cement their relationship. Get married, hold a wedding, honeymoon, all perfect. Angie caught the oddity, interrupting Omar, wait, you're trying to have my best friend save your fallen brother? Aren't you being unfair? Note, I've maintained the paragraph structure and line breaks as per your request. Please ensure that character names are correctly used based on prior content. Hashtag chapter 562, though I am gay, I don't dislike women. Find a man. You don't love him, he doesn't love you. But you can openly enjoy the luxury cars and mansions he provides. You can ride his private jet to the villa on the island he bought for tens of millions, cuddling with a cute young guy on vacation, and he won't even mind. If you happen to die while playing a three-way, you'll still leave behind a huge fortune, just an estimate of several hundred billion. Angie. Alali. He thought it was feasible. Just wait for him to die. Isn't that sweet? There are so many jokes like this online. For example, if your husband gives you 1 million a month but never comes home, what would you do? I'd be thrilled. What else could I do? I'd thank heaven and my ancestors for their kindness. Omar gripped the steering wheel with one hand and gestured with the other toward Angie. So you see, is this not unreasonable? A wide road leading to wealth is right in front of you. Do you push your best friend into it or pull her out? Angie pondered for a moment. Don't manipulate me. I definitely won't help you deceive my friend. Whether she goes in or not is her choice. She can go in, but not because of me. She can stay out, but also not because of me. Omar was pulled back to reality by Angie's straightforward answer. Well, Christie's logic was indeed too normal. Omar stopped talking. Angie took out her phone and sent a text message to Kimberly, informing her of Omar's intentions. From the other side came 2 words, damn it. These people are all cunning as coal briquettes. I'm running immediately. Kimberly put away her phone and listened to the shower running in the bathroom. She hurriedly dressed to escape but couldn't open the door when she tried. Click. The bathroom door opened, and John, wearing a bathrobe, leaned against the bathroom door, looking at her. It's locked. If you're locked, why are you locking yourself too? Some people are so ruthless they treat themselves without mercy. Omar is bringing your family here to catch us in the act. Are you sure you want me to remain locked? Upon hearing this, John's face changed. Kimberly continued, we're just having some fun. We get undressed, go to bed, then leave after getting dressed. You wouldn't want our relationship to become public between both families, would you? Publicity wouldn't be good for either of us. Besides, you like men, and I like men. Who knows, we might even end up rivals someday. Isn't it better for us to dress up and go home to our own moms now? Who told you I like men? Kimberly. You're not gay? John seemed to think of something, muttered a sound, and nodded, then walked to the bedside table, took out a cigar, and lit it, sort of. Though I am gay, I don't reject women. Being loyal and consistent is important. People who are two-faced never have good outcomes. Ignatius, being so young and successful, wouldn't want to be struck by lightning someday, would you? It doesn't matter. If it strikes me, I'll drag you along. Actually, I wasn't sure if I liked women until you slept with me. Now, I'm not normal. President Chu has to take responsibility for this. If you dare to deny me after sleeping with me, I will break your legs and lock you in this room forever, making sure you never leave. Suddenly, Kimberly felt her legs itch. She suddenly understood Angie's extreme and twisted mindset when she was messing around with Govind. She hadn't encountered any normal romance yet. You. Bang, the door was pushed open from outside, startling Kimberly into trembling. Immediately, unfamiliar faces, old and young alike, rushed in as if they were family members. They crowded around her, asking questions and showing concern. Miss, where are you from? What's your name? How many people are in your family? How old are you? How long have you been with my son? Have you considered marriage? Our Arlo family doesn't care about backgrounds, as long as you're a woman. Kimberly. John watched this scene with a straight face, smoking calmly while staring at the frozen Kimberly. Coming back to her senses, Kimberly gave a wry smile. Auntie, I'm 17, still studying. John froze mid-motion as he flicked the cigarette ash. Hot ash fell onto his hand, burning him. He looked at Kimberly in disbelief. The Arlo family members looked at Kimberly and then John, their faces darkening like liver. Instantly, the photo albums by the door were picked up by the Felicia and hurled directly at John's forehead. You're wicked, liking men is one thing, but preying on minors? How could our family produce such an offspring? You should have been aborted. When Angie and Omar arrived, they saw John standing formally beside the bed, blood streaming from his head, but before they could comprehend, Kimberly spotted them. Drilling through the crowd, she grabbed Angie's wrist. Let's go, quickly, run. What did you do? Once in the nanny car, Kimberly drank some water from Angie's cup and then told her the story. Listening to it, Angie raised a thumb. You're impressive. Do you not fear John will kill you? Forget it, let's survive today first. Based on my years of reading romances, here's the analysis. John declares himself gay, causing trouble for the Arlo family. Finally, they believe he prefers women and will immediately marry someone to clear his reputation. And I'll be that sacrificial pawn, married not because he likes me or values me uniquely, but simply because I'm a woman. Marriage isn't animal mating where finding a female is enough. Angie. This sounds like a romance novel. Only fools would marry such a person. I wouldn't agree anyway. As Angie was about to speak, her phone rang. Harvey, whom she hadn't contacted for a long time, finally showed up. Christy in the capital? You're quite informed. Not staying informed would be impossible. Even if your exploits in Jingang were fine, you're restless in the capital. Someone issued a warrant for you in a group chat. If I didn't know, I wouldn't be doing my job. What kind of warrant? Are you feuding with someone surnamed C? Chapter 563, my husband wouldn't be that petty, would he? Chelsea. You even know her name. Seems like it's really serious. So, who started it? Did you provoke her or did she provoke you? Harvey stood by the balcony smoking while holding his phone. Inside the room, the Bow family was having a reunion dinner. Mercedes sat beside the old lady, entertaining her despite her limping leg. Although the Bow family matriarch wasn't in her best shape, she still had control over the family. Since the matriarch's leg injury, her temperament had become even more erratic, and few people in the Bow family could tolerate her. Somehow, Mercedes found a way to entertain her well, earning the matriarch's affection and dependence. The moment Harvey glanced inside, his eyes met Mercedes's. She held his gaze, but he quickly averted his eyes. She has set her sights on my man. Angie flicked her disheveled hair nonchalantly. Harvey, taken aback, finally asked, which man? How many men do I have? How would I know about such private matters? Didn't you get involved with Omar as well? If doing a drama means getting involved with a man each time, wouldn't that make me pretty busy? Harvey took out a cigarette, lit it with a snap of his lighter, and said, haven't you seen the news? The news about you and Omar at the art exhibition this afternoon is all over the media. Angie. F***K. Just as Angie hung up the phone, she received a message from the company. Before she could pick it up, Anwar's call came through first. Just say. Iona Jia, our opinion is to let the news fly for a while. It's the holiday season, and the show is on break anyway. We might as well create some buzz to ensure we can retain fans when the show resumes. What do you think? If Angie hadn't married. No, if she hadn't married Govind, she would have definitely agreed. But now that she had married Govind, letting the news fly, she would be skinned alive by Govind. There are many ways to market. But this is the most convenient, common, and hassle-free method. Iona Jia isn't afraid that Mr. Nate will scold you, right? Surely Mr. Nate understands these things since you've marketed this way before, not just because it involves Brother Arlo. Moreover, which female celebrity doesn't engage in marketing? Angie found Anwar's words eerily similar to Omar's, definitely learned from the master. Anwar, aren't you from Lincolnzhou Westlake? No, I'm not. Anwar was baffled by Angie's sudden question. Really? Then how can I smell green tea through the phone? Anwar. Playing tricks? Wails softly. I have no objections to marketing, but please don't use the boyfriend-girlfriend angle. I want to continue being friends with actor Arlo and collaborate again. If this gets too ugly, do you think another collaboration will be possible? Beijing isn't my turf, and I'm not familiar with the media here. Since the news originated here, please handle it. Let me know if you need anything, money isn't an issue. Anwar. After Angie's lengthy speech, Anwar felt his facade cracking. Christy sure knew how to strike. Giving actor Arlo no chance? Is he really that bad? Also, if I recall correctly, actor Arlo has never been involved in any scandals in over 10 years. How come meeting me once resulted in a scandal? One wouldn't dare pluck hairs off a tiger's head unless the tiger agrees, right? Angie's calm tone lacked emotion but was piercingly perceptive. Her brief words left Anwar sweating profusely, trembling as he held the phone. Until Angie hung up. Brother Zhen. Omar sat on the sofa, sipping tea silently. Having put the call on speaker, he had heard everything Angie said. Brother Zhen. Do as she says. So, does Christy know this was our doing? The last two words grew fainter. Omar glanced at him, and Anwar stopped speaking. Isn't actor Arlo in love with you, willingly creating a scandal to elevate your status? If you weren't married, it would be a great opportunity. Date him for a few days until he boosts your status, then kick him aside. Perfect, boosted status and still single. While Kimberly fantasized about such luck, Owly parked the car outside the hotel lobby. Before turning off the engine, they saw a man in a coat standing outside the hotel entrance, glaring darkly into the dusky evening. His gloomy demeanor reminded one of ravens shrouding the sun during the apocalypse, suffocating. Seeing Govind's expression, Angie swallowed hard. Forget status boosting. Let's focus on solving the immediate problem. What immediate problem? Following Angie's gaze, Kimberly saw Govind standing at the door. His cold fury radiated sharply, palpable even from afar. She shrank back. Why don't you go down and pacify him first? Owly and I can take a stroll. In the driver's seat, Owly nodded vigorously. Do you have a conscience? Leaving me to deal with this alone? What else can we do? It's your husband. Neither Owly nor I can pacify him. Angie. With no choice, she steeled herself, got out of the car, and walked to Govind's side, gently hooking her arm around his. Didn't you say you'd be busy until late? Would you be happier if I stayed later? His sarcastic tone made Angie's lips twitch. How could I? I'm not that kind of person. As they entered the elevator, Govind remained silent, not looking directly at her but rather staring at her reflection through the elevator doors, watching her with sharp intensity. Angie felt uneasy under his gaze. She chose her words carefully. Owly mentioned an art exhibition nearby, so we went. Turned out the exhibition was hosted by Omar's friend. We chatted briefly, and I casually asked about Kimberly. Then, we visited John's apartment to fetch her. These paparazzi are just making mountains out of molehills. Angie explained cautiously, watching Govind nervously. Seeing him still silent, she tiptoed closer, hugging his arm. You're not angry, right? My husband wouldn't be that petty, would he? I've been in the entertainment industry for years, occasional rumors are normal, aren't they? Govind's anger subsided slightly hearing her call him husband. Glancing sideways at her, he asked, can't I be angry? Chapter 564, Does Mr. Nate enjoy restraining love? Why are you angry? I haven't suddenly become like this, even before we got married, or even before we got involved, I was always like this. I've never changed. When you married me, you should have thought about these issues carefully. I'm a celebrity, and in the entertainment industry. Even if I hold myself to high standards, there's nothing I can do against slander from internet trolls. These problems have always been around. You can't just decide to accept it before marriage and then change your mind afterward, demanding that I change, right? You see, you work in business, and I understand the superficiality of business interactions. I also understand why you come home with traces of other women's perfume after social engagements. These were things I considered before our marriage, so after we married, I didn't complain. Govind laughed, finding humor in Angie's self-assured yet shameless words. He pressed her shoulder against the elevator wall. Angie, you're screwing with me. Nonsense, Angie denied. Can you understand when other women's perfume lingers on me? Who was it saying they'd cut off my manhood? And who tried to smother me? Weren't those things done by you? Isn't that hypocritical? I was just, Before she could finish speaking, Govind leaned down to capture her lips. What the hell? When the elevator door opened, the people waiting outside were startled by the sight inside. Govind regained his composure, holding Angie half-supported, half-cradled as he led her out of the elevator. Isn't that Carlos's rumored girlfriend? No way. How not? The clothes, the hairstyle, they're identical. The man earlier, was that Carlos? It doesn't look like him. That man exuded an air of authority, which is completely different from Carlos's gentle demeanor. Wow, cheating on two fronts? What role does this woman play? I'm really curious. Did anyone manage to take photos? Not in time. Come on, let's ask the hotel. Excitedly, they went to the hotel to find the surveillance room, intending to offer money for the elevator footage. However, as they prepared to access the footage, upon seeing the man's face on screen, the staff outside smiled awkwardly. I wish I could take your money, but the elevator cameras are broken. Broken? Yes. If the price is too low, we can pay more. They're genuinely broken. Otherwise, I wouldn't miss out on such a huge sum. It's more than I earn in a month. This. Let's go. The man beside her pulled her back. Forget it. If they're broken, they're broken. Why? I don't believe that. With their salaries, there's no reason they'd refuse such money. Maybe it really is broken. As they left, the staff deleted all the elevator recordings. The co-workers watching saw this and were puzzled, not taking the money. Some earnings are worth your life. Do you know who was in that elevator? He's the chairman of Montegegmeo Group, the largest shareholder in our hotel. Selling his information would mean inviting death. He wasn't foolish enough to risk his life for such petty gains. He feared he might not live long enough to spend that money. In the suite, Govind pinned Angie onto the living room sofa, whispering endearments into her ear. His moist kisses trailed along her neck, enveloping her in his male presence, thick and intense. When her fingers slipped under his shirt, scratching lines across his waist, he withdrew slightly. Supporting himself with one hand beside her, he grasped her chin with the other. Angie, you'd be much cuter if you couldn't speak. Angie. First wanting to break my legs, now making me a mute. Does Mr. Nate enjoy restraining love? I do. Will you join me? Absolutely not. Angie's face required millions annually for maintenance, as fresh as peeled eggs. Govind's calloused fingers from handling weapons and later signing documents, caused slight tingling sensations as they brushed against her skin. Not willing to join me, but willing to join Omar? The Arlos are a powerful family in the capital. John alone has considerable influence. Media wouldn't dare report on Omar lightly. You met briefly at the art exhibition, and media already caught it. Haven't you thought about what this means? Angie nodded. Let me sit up, my back is going to break. Govind pulled away, allowing Angie to sit up. I know. I've already warned them. Besides, if he's willing, I won't complain. With year-end show cancellations causing losses, Carlos's involvement revives interest. As a businessman, a scandal can net billions more in profit. Would you want that? Don't forget, we invested in this project too. Angie's mind was clear. She knew exactly what she wanted and didn't want. She clung to anything beneficial, ignoring what wasn't useful. Govind isn't poor enough to make his wife create scandals for money. Angie took off her shoes, sitting cross-legged on the sofa, seriously looking at Govind, being chauvinistic now. Think about it from your perspective. If someone offered you a few billion to date someone for publicity, when you were starting out and needed money, would you accept? Govind's pupils constricted momentarily at her words, faster than Angie could catch. Nonsense. Okay. Angie knew his temper was fleeting, pulling on his arm and pouting. So hungry, starving to death will leave you wifeless. Let's eat. Many top-tier restaurants in the capital, where Angie came primarily for work. Meanwhile, Govind visited various places for business or meetings. That day, Govind took Angie to a Michelin-starred restaurant with views of the city's landmarks, a perfect spot for photography. Angie pulled out her phone and handed it to Govind. Take a photo. Just as Govind was about to snap a picture, another person appeared in the camera frame. Note, the translation maintains the original tone, style, and paragraph structure. It ensures fluency and naturalness while accurately translating character names and maintaining coherence with previous content. Chapter 565. What? Yellow isn't a mother anymore? Following Govind's gaze, Angie saw Omar standing behind him, with John, who had a broken head, right beside him. Oh, wow. This peculiar connection. President Nate, what a coincidence. John greeted them in his usual manner, clearly enjoying the situation and hoping for a dramatic confrontation between Govind and Omar. After all, he didn't want all the excitement to fall on just one person. Blood brothers must share hardships. If Govind really wanted to teach Omar a lesson, John wouldn't be far behind. He couldn't enjoy society's beatings, but getting beaten by love was also fine. Govind glanced at John's head and placed Angie's phone on the table, then smiled teasingly. President Arlo, your head sure has quite a story to tell. I heard you've been involved with minors. Liking men a few years ago and now liking minors. President Arlo's tastes are quite heavy, aren't they? John didn't seem bothered and pulled out the chair next to Angie to sit down. The small round table was just enough to fit 4 people. John settled down as if it were the most natural thing, pulling Omar with him. Sit. Aren't you fond of her? This is such a good opportunity to seize. Angie, isn't this a bit too brazen? Is she not a minor, President Nate? After all, she's your wife's best friend. Govind appeared very courteous, pouring water for both of them, but his tone was icy cold. I don't have such perverted hobbies like President Arlo. John carried a wild streak in his bones, different from Omar's gentle demeanor. The former seemed like a kid left unchecked, growing up wildly, while the latter came off as someone raised carefully by family elders. These two seemed entirely different, as if they didn't even share the same mother. Perverse people have more appeal. Look at me, I at least got some taste of it. And look at my foolish little brother, sigh, John said, shaking his head. It's lucky for Christy to encounter my foolish little brother. If she met me, there would be no such luck. All those restricted loves and forbidden loves would come into play. Unrelenting until they get what they want. If everyone in the world were as perverted as you, could Earth still be green? What? Yellow can't be a mother either? Angie's fingers kept rubbing against the cup wall, nails turning pale and then red again as she listened to their verbal sparring. Maybe you two should switch tables? It's affecting my appetite. Sure, let Omar keep you company. Govind's face darkened upon hearing this, scanning Omar with a clear warning in his eyes. John didn't intend to further entangle with these two, so he patted his coat and stood up. The C family isn't easy to deal with. Christy needs to be careful. The capital is full of overt and covert struggles, intertwined with layers of complexity. Even though President Nate is in Jingang, you have many interests in the capital. You can't say you're not involved. Christy, be cautious. When Angie heard the name C, she paused, wanting to ask something, but John had already left with Omar. Even after leaving the restaurant, Angie kept replaying John's earnest words in her mind. What are you thinking about? I just feel there's something between you and the C family. Angie always spoke her mind, waiting for Govind's response. This made Govind somewhat flustered, but as the CEO, he regained his composure and countered, what could there be? That's for you to answer. You were the one who said not to dwell on the past, yet you're holding on tight. Angie, choose. Wanting things both ways and expecting cooperation? There's no such thing in this world. Angie knew better than to push her luck. She decided to remain silent. Do you know John? A business partner? How long have you known each other? 4 or 5 years, Govind replied truthfully. What's he like? Hearing this question, Govind understood where Angie was going. He glanced at her. He can sell out Kimberly and make her count his money. Angie opened her mouth to respond but thought better of it. Everyone has their own fate. On the 9th day of the first lunar month, businesses were gradually resuming production. Govind's first post-New Year work meeting was at the Monteghegmeo branch in the capital, and his first dinner with the branch president was set at a private restaurant in a traditional courtyard house. The style of courtyard houses was unique to the capital. The branch presidents in the capital were all selected by Govind for their excellence and sharp judgment. Moreover, Huazhu had already informed everyone that the boss would be present. Upon learning that the boss lady was coming, the executives all quit smoking, and the usual wine sessions turned into juice parties. When Govind entered with Angie in her white coat, he thought he might have walked into the wrong place. Hadn't every meal with the capital executives been smoky and noisy? Today's fresh air was surprisingly refreshing. Seeing Angie enter, everyone was first taken aback. Wasn't this the famous actress making headlines lately? Then came admiration. In real life, stripped of her on-set persona, Angie exuded the elegance of a wealthy, sophisticated madam. Her appearance was perfect, both seductive and dignified, the epitome of a true spouse. No wonder she could tame President Nate. Good evening, President Nate. Good evening, Catherine. Govind held Angie's hand, feeling it stiffen. Did you rehearse? Angie leaned in close, whispering to Govind. A glance from him answered her question without words. Please, feel at ease. Everyone sat down, initially chatting casually. Angie listened intently as Govind removed his coat, occasionally stroking her slender waist with one hand and picking dishes for her with the other. His tenderness was unbelievable for a man who used to be known as a business tycoon. In the early days, when Govind was starting his career, many senior businessmen looked down on him, unwilling to associate with him. Yet, in a few short years, he rapidly expanded his market, pushing the boundaries of Monteghegmeo's business map. Those who once dismissed him now sought any means, including bribery and beauty, to gain his favor, some even sending their daughters to him. But Govind remained unperturbed by such temptations. And now, who could have predicted this transformation? Business meetings, even simple dinners, often turned into work discussions. Angie, having eaten her fill, tugged at Govind's sleeve. I need some fresh air. Are you done eating? She nodded. Govind, understanding the setting might be boring for her, agreed. Don't go into the courtyard, it's cold outside. Outside, Angie stood under the covered corridor of the courtyard house, the shop keeping it warm with glass walls. She gazed at the frozen and withered plants in the yard, realizing how much less vibrant the northern city felt compared to the south. Footsteps sounded beside her, and Angie initially thought it was staff until the steps halted. Chapter 566, Bullying My Husband, I Will Fight Her. Turning her gaze, she saw not just anyone but the Fey family of 3, her husband, her son, and herself. Milagros's eyes fell on the young man beside her, appraising him. In his 20s, dressed in a black suit with a large coat draped over his arm, he exuded a casual and lazy demeanor, wrapped in an aura of warmth and refinement that indicated someone who had never truly been hardened by society. This stood in stark contrast to Govind's deep sophistication. Though born of the same mother, one child was pampered while the other grew up through struggle and hardship. Faye, upon seeing Milagros there, wondered if Govind might also be present, and a fleeting moment of panic flashed across her face. Fortunately for Milagros, this flicker of anxiety did not escape her notice. A faint smile played on Milagros's lips as she commented coolly, Catherine Alizi seems quite flustered to see me. Miss Milagros, you're flattering yourself too much, Faye replied coldly. Miss Milagros? Isn't it a bit formal for you to call me that? After all, I am your daughter-in-law. The mention of daughter-in-law made Faye's face turn dark, her gaze brimming with hostility. Milagros reveled in making her uncomfortable. If she hadn't seen her other son today, she might have let it pass. But having seen them side by side, she felt deeply that Govind didn't deserve the unjust treatment. Why should he bear the burden caused by others' irresponsibility? Why should he suffer while the heartless people lead happy lives? Facing Milagros's assertiveness, Faye chose to back down that day and not argue further. Instead, she prepared to leave with her husband and son. Just as she was about to pass Milagros, a man wearing a black suit with a white fur-collared coat draped over his arm emerged from the corner, holding a cigarette in the other hand, his demeanor relaxed yet commanding. When Govind appeared before everyone, the young family father and son were stunned. He perfectly inherited Faye's striking looks, and his presence radiated an innate superiority, almost oppressively commanding. Most surprised of all was William, who had heard much about Montagegmeo Group's CEO from others, praising his acumen and business savvy, but no one had mentioned how strikingly similar he looked to Faye. Govind had been entertaining guests in the private room. Noticing that Milagros hadn't taken her coat, he fetched it and came out to find her, only to witness the current scene. He could easily tell something unpleasant had just occurred. Ignoring the gazes of the trio opposite them, he walked straight toward Milagros and draped the coat over her shoulders. Put it on. Why did you come out? I was worried you might get cold. Milagros looked at Govind, seeing him guiding her away, pulled at the hem of her coat stubbornly, unwilling to yield like a child denied a treat. Govind understood, had she lost an argument? Finding it amusing yet helpless, he patted her fluffy head gently. Listen to me. Were you always so obedient when you were little, that's why your mom abandoned you? Milagros's words, though aimed indirectly, hit home for Faye. Crying babies get fed, did you know that? Yes, noted, Milagros replied. Let's go inside, Govind said, half coaxing and half carrying her away down the corridor. Just as they passed Faye, noticing her tense back, he glanced over. If you have time, join us for dinner. Faye. Govind. Both turned to look at the person who spoke, one in shock and the other with a furrowed brow. A feast at Hongmen is too expensive for us, Milagros rejected on Govind's behalf, glancing at Faye and dragging him back into the private room. Mr. Liang, the senior management of Montagegmeo Group is dining here tonight. William nodded, waved for the person to leave, then his gaze fell on Faye's still strained expression. He got married? To a stage actress. William nodded. Sharp-tongued indeed. Dad, why are you interested in him? Didn't the Tai family fall apart because of him? With Tai Yuan's downfall and the matriarch's condition, how long can the Tai family survive? William poured a cup of tea for Faye. Don't take it too hard, after all, he did help resolve some issues for you. She needed Govind's help with the Tai family. If not for the Liang family's development and avoiding accusations of being vengeful enough to kill her own father, the Tai family would have perished long ago. Do you fancy him now? Govind is capable and powerful, we don't need unnecessary enemies. But we shouldn't get too close either. Faye dreaded seeing Govind. Every encounter dredged up old humiliations, a living nightmare she could never forget. William understood her thoughts and nodded calmly. As you wish. After the dinner, Govind guided Milagros out to the parking lot outside the courtyard, with several executives trailing behind. The group kept their distance, sensing tension between the couple, which slowed their pace even more. Still angry? Angry? You come out without letting me handle it myself. Was the food bad? Or the wine not good? The food was good, and so was the wine, but none of it matters more than you. Faye has nothing to do with you, so there's no need to waste energy on unrelated people. Let it go, please. Saying this, Govind pinched Milagros's waist lightly. Unhappy, she brushed off his hand. I just can't stand it. Why can she be so irresponsible towards you but shower favor on her second marriage son? Why does the perpetrator live happily while the victim stays in shadow? Bullying my husband, I will fight her. Govind's icy heart warmed that day because of Milagros's words. In the chilly night wind, he stopped beside the car, gazing at Milagros with burning intensity, wanting to pull her into him tightly. Milagros, I want to kiss you, passionately. Chapter 566, Bullying My Husband? I'll take her on. Glancing to the side, she saw not just anyone but the Fei family of 3. Her husband, her son, and herself. Angie's gaze fell on the young man beside her, sizing him up. In his 20s, he wore a black suit with a coat draped over one arm, exuding a casual, lazy charm that bespoke an unweathered life. This contrasted starkly with Govind's mature and worldly demeanor. It was clear someone had been pampered while the other had grown through hardship. Fei, seeing Angie here, momentarily wondered if Govind was also around, causing a fleeting panic. Noticing this fleeting moment of panic, Angie smiled coldly. Catherine Ali Z seems quite flustered to see me. Geraldine is overestimating yourself. Geraldine? Isn't it a bit too formal, Catherine Ali Z? After all, I am your daughter-in-law. The word daughter-in-law struck Fei hard, her face darkening. Her eyes gleamed with barely concealed malice. Angie couldn't help but revel in her discomfort. If she hadn't seen the other son today, it would have been fine. But now, the stark contrast only made her feel more indignant on Govind's behalf. Why should he bear the brunt of irresponsibility? Why did the heartless end up well while the abandoned suffered? Confronted by Angie's defiance, Fei chose to back down for the day, not engaging further. She turned to leave with her family. Just as they moved to bypass Angie, a man in a black suit appeared from the corner, a white fur collar coat slung over his arm, cigarette in hand, and an air of supreme ease. When Govind's face came into view, the Liang family father and son were stunned. He perfectly inherited Fei's striking features, with an aura befitting a born leader, imposing yet natural. William was most surprised. He had often heard praises of Montegegmeo Group's chairman Nate, his sharp judgment, astuteness in business, but no one mentioned how much he resembled Fei. Govind had been entertaining guests in a private room when he noticed Angie didn't have her coat. Retrieving it, he stepped out and found the tense scene. No need to guess what had transpired. Ignoring the others' gazes, he walked straight to Angie, draping the coat over her shoulders. Put it on. Why did you come out? I was worried you'd catch a chill. Angie, noticing his intent to leave with her, clutched his sleeve defiantly, unwilling to let go. Govind understood. Had she lost an argument? Humorously exasperated, he patted her head affectionately. Be good. Were you too obedient as a child, that's why your mother abandoned you? Angie's remark aimed at Govind but hit Fei harder. Crying babies get fed, you know that? Yes, I do. Let's go inside. Govind half-hugged her, ready to leave the corridor. As they passed Fei, noticing her tense back, Govind cast an implicit glance. If you have time, join us for dinner. Fei. Govind. Both turned to look at who spoke. Fei looked astonished. Govind frowned. We can't afford your hongmen feast. Angie rejected on behalf of Govind, glancing at Fei before pulling him into the private room. Mr. Liang, senior management from Montegegmeo Group is dining here tonight. William nodded, waving the person off, then focused on Fei's still tense face. He's married? To an actress. William nodded again. She does seem quite eloquent. Dad, why are you interested in him? Didn't the Tai family collapse because of him? With Gay fallen, the matriarch incapacitated, how long can the Tai family last? William poured tea for Fei. Don't take it to heart. He did help resolve some issues. Did he? Only for the sake of Liang family development, to avoid public backlash. Had she not acted against her father already? Is Dad impressed? Young, capable, wealthy, powerful. There's no reason to make an enemy of him. But we shouldn't be too close. Fei hated seeing Govind. Each encounter revived her youthful humiliations, a living nightmare. William understood, nodding calmly, as you wish. After the banquet, Govind guided Angie towards the parking lot, followed by several executives. They trailed far behind, sensing the tension between the couple and slowing their pace. Still angry? I am. You came out when I wasn't done. What, was the food bad? Was the wine tasteless? The food was delicious, and the wine excellent. But none of that matters compared to you. Fei has no connection to you. There's no need to upset yourself over unrelated people. Forget it, listen to me. Govind pinched her waist, making Angie push him away. I can't stand it. Why can she be so irresponsible with you but dote on her second son? Why does the abuser live happily while the victim remains in shadows? Bullying my man? I'll take her on. Govind's heart warmed at her words. In the chilly wind, he stopped by the car, gazing intensely at Angie, wanting nothing more than to hold her tight. Angie, I want to kiss you, passionately. Please note, Hongmen Feast translates closely to its English equivalent, referring to a historical banquet with hidden treacherous intentions. Chapter 567, kissing the man's throat while wrapping her arms around his neck. In aristocratic families, unexpected twists are common. When things go well, everyone benefits and prospers together. When things go wrong, everyone suffers. With the loss of Catherine Tai's management, the hotels under Clem quickly became targets for rivals. Clem, proud and aloof all his life, had always disdained mundane matters, preferring to pursue scholarly elegance. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the Tai family declined, powerless to intervene beyond expressing deep distress. Govind and Angie came to visit before returning to Beijing Harbor. Upon entering the Tai family villa, they saw a stark contrast from its former glory. Only Bart and a cook were left in the house, with Catherine Tai's care falling entirely on Clem. He attended to her every need, even the most menial tasks, without missing a beat. Seeing this, Angie couldn't help but sigh, how the wheel of fortune turns. If Clem had known he would live such a life, he never would have let Lisette leave. Who told you to come? Why can't I come? Govind calmly retorted in the face of Clem's hostility. You're not welcome here. Oh. As Clem was about to close the door, Govind extended his hand, holding the door firmly open. I don't need your permission to see my own house. Clem's expression darkened. What do you mean? Isn't it clear? This house now belongs to the Nate family, not the TYS. Nonsense, when did we sell the house? You didn't, but others did. Govind stretched out his hand, and Alali handed him a contract. Unfolding it, Govind showed it to Clem. It's clearly stated here, the ownership has changed. Are you trying to scam us? Does it matter? He had countless methods to drive someone out of the capital, far more ruthless than this. This method was almost gentle by comparison. Clem realized that only he and Bart knew where these documents were stored. Who else could be behind this? Bart, was this your doing? Clem rushed into the kitchen, grabbed Bart's arm angrily. Was it you? Did you sell this villa? Bart remained composed. No, it wasn't me. Besides me, who else knew where these documents were? I've treated you like family all these years. Is this how you repay me? Sir, after following you for so many years, you doubt me because of others' words? Bart's retort brought Clem back to reality. He turned to see Govind standing at the door, smiling. Angie then walked in as if she owned the place. I don't like this central courtyard. Tear it down. And dig up all the roses in the garden. Replace all the furniture and redo the interior design. Afterward, I'll invite dozens of male models to dance here for 3 days and nights. Govind knew Angie was being intentionally overbearing. But hearing her final remark, he didn't get angry. Instead, he looked back at her fondly, filled with deep meaning. You two are truly in cahoots, Clem said. Yes. We're indeed colluding. So move out immediately. If not for me, you'd still be wandering in some pigsty. If not for me, you wouldn't even be here, Clem added. Govind raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to continue. Clem hesitated, laughing bitterly. You don't know why Faye feels ashamed of you, why she never wants to see you again. The answer is long, you must ask her yourself. Bart, overhearing this, frowned slightly. Seeing Clem pause, he relaxed his grip. What good does knowing do? Can it change the past? Time travel? If not, why imprison yourself? Do you think saying this will make me speculate or seek answers? Angie scoffed, scanning Clem's wrinkled face disdainfully. In just a year, the changes were profound. It felt like decades had passed. Do you let what Clem said affect you? In the car, Angie leaned in curiously. Not really, Govind replied, rubbing her palm gently. What are you thinking about? Did you notice Bart's expression? Angie recalled. Yes, he seemed hesitant when seeing us off. But it doesn't matter. If he has something to say, he'll come forward. We just wait. That night, while Govind was working, Angie lay on the bed applying a mask and chatting with Kylie on WeChat. Suddenly, the phone rang. She invited the person upstairs and removed the mask. Barefoot on the carpet, she knocked on the study door. Bart is here. I let him come up. Govind set his glasses aside, allowing Angie to press him into a chair. She sat on the armrest, caressing his neck tenderly. Look up. Govind complied, always enjoying her provocations. He wanted nothing more than to lie bare and be completely exposed to her. Outside, the doorbell rang, but inside, Angie kissed Govind's throat, wrapping her arms around his neck. Feeling his heart race, he pulled her towards the bed. Wait, Bart is outside. Let him wait. Chapter 568, Govind's wineglass shatters instantly. About 2 hours later. The suite door opened, revealing a man in a white bathrobe, his hair still wet from a shower. Govind stepped aside to let him in. In the living room of the suite, the man poured himself a glass of red wine. Facing away from Bart, he leaned lazily against the bar. Would you like something to drink? No need. Govind didn't press the matter. Holding his glass, he sat down in front of Bart and looked at him, swirling the red wine in his cup. It must be important for you to come see me so late at night, Mr. Bart. Bart gazed at the composed Govind, his hands on his knees nervously clenching and unclenching. After several attempts, he finally gathered the courage to speak. I came here to talk with President Nate about Catherine Nina. I have been the Thai family butler for over 40 years. My family was once indebted to the TYS, so after I grew up, I stayed with them. The year I joined coincided with the patriarch's second marriage. Many past events were unclear to me, and thus, I ended up doing many things that harmed your mother. By the time I realized this and wanted to make amends, it was already too late. Recently, I learned that old lady Thai had committed some heinous acts in her pursuit to become the matriarch of the Thai family. She orchestrated the death of the patriarch's first wife, and... Bart hesitated, looking conflicted as he glanced at Govind. These matters shouldn't have reached his ears, but he wanted to make amends for Viviana and ensure she wouldn't die by the hands of her own son. There seemed to be no other way. And she orchestrated the rape of Catherine Nina. Upon hearing this, Govind's back stiffened. His gaze darkened with a businessman's keen intuition that told him this was not a simple matter. Tension lined his jaw as he paused mid-sip, the wineglass halting inches from his lips. For terse words emerged sharply, continue. Soon after the incident, when old lady Tai discovered your mother might be pregnant, she wanted to destroy her. However, Catherine Nina's maternal family still held considerable influence in the capital, so they sent her to Jinggang to marry someone. Smash. Govind's wineglass shattered instantly in his hand. Blood dripped profusely from where shards pierced his palm, yet he showed no sign of pain, barely even glancing at it. Instead, his eyes locked fiercely on Bart, like a vengeful judge of the dead. His voice, tinged with barely controlled fury, reverberated clearly and tremulously, go on. Bart, drenched in cold sweat from Govind's menacing presence, hesitated before forcing himself to continue. In those days, society was conservative. Aborting a pregnancy would cause scandal and harm one's family. Meanwhile, Catherine Nina's maternal grandmother knew this was old lady Tai's scheme. Besides sending her to Jinggang to get married, there were no other solutions. To Catherine Nina, you, President Nate, are a thorn embedded deep in her spine, a disgrace she can neither remove nor escape. I've come here to plead that if you ever confront Catherine Nina, please show mercy and remember the little bit of maternal love between you two. Do not destroy her utterly. Govind suddenly felt as though the first 30 years of his life had been lived in vain. No wonder Viviana always looked at him with disdain, wishing he could disappear from this world immediately. He had thought it was due to abandonment issues. But who could imagine, leaving behind a child conceived through rape? And if he was a product of rape, what then of Arlen? A short, sharp laugh broke the silence in the confined living room. Govind laughed bitterly, almost mockingly. The abrupt sound made Bart flinch, too afraid to say anything more. After a long pause, Govind pulled out the shards from his palm and tossed them onto the coffee table with a clatter, indifferent to the pain. Then, he poured the red wine over his bloody hand, the water splashing as his voice remained tightly controlled. Who was the man? Normally, alcohol on an open wound would cause excruciating pain, but Govind's face remained calm as if he had just poured plain water. I don't know. It was a plot between the patriarch and old lady Tai, with no third party involved. I only learned about it when Lizette confronted the patriarch in Jinggang last time. Do you think telling me this will allow you to remain safe in the Tai family? Bart fell silent. He knew revealing this information meant he could no longer stay in the Tai household. But compared to shelter, he sought redemption for his soul. In his youth, Viviana gave him food when he was starving. Yet as an adult, instead of repaying her kindness, he helped the Tai family destroy her further. Thinking of all he had done, Bart felt a jumble of emotions, like an old, blocked ditch, ready to overflow. He took a hotel notepad from the coffee table, scribbling his number down. This is my number. If President Nate needs anything, I'm at your service. Govind, having amassed immense wealth by middle age, was known for his callousness and indifference, traits that had become his life motto. Really? So if I asked you to harm Viviana, you'd comply? Bart froze. He thought this revelation would have some impact, but apparently, it didn't. Govind placed his bloodied hand on his knee, mixing wine and blood until it was hard to tell which was which. Do you think by coming here and telling me these things, I'll be grateful? Or understand Viviana's actions? People can be good or bad, but their faces and actions toward me are what matter. Viviana did give birth to me, but if she dares to target anyone close to me, why should I show mercy? Because she gave birth to me? Or because she was raped and had no choice? Whether she bore me or was forced into it, it means nothing to me. She was a victim, aren't I one too? Her hardships and struggles were caused by others, while mine were caused by her. Expecting one victim to sympathize with another, ridiculous. Get out. Note, names have been transliterated into pinyin for consistency. Chapter 569, Bonding with My Future Mother-in-Law. The man sat on the sofa in the reception hall for a long, long time. So long that the person lying in bed couldn't bear it anymore. After much hesitation, she finally walked out barefoot. Since Govind had sat down on the sofa, Angie had been standing by the wall, listening intently to the conversation between the two men. She had heard every word. When Bart opened the door, she cautiously lay back on the bed, creating the appearance of someone who didn't know what had happened. Angie did this merely to preserve some dignity for Govind. She knew this man was unrivaled and had an inflated ego. Living for 30 years, he found out on this quiet night that he was the product of rape, and the person who had always been kind to him wasn't his biological father. The shock of these revelations combined was no less than a nuclear bomb exploding on Earth, clouding his usually clear mind. Like a bee trapped in a spider's web, unable to find any way out. Angie stepped barefoot onto the carpet and cautiously observed Govind from the doorway between the bedroom and the reception room. After much internal struggle, she finally calmed herself and asked, "Did Bart leave?" The man, who had been sitting listlessly on the sofa, turned his hand over at the sound of Angie's voice, palm down, concealing the wound. He left. The man's voice was steady, revealing no signs of anything unusual. As Angie approached, Govind stood up from the sofa, concerned that she might step on the glass shards around him. He moved toward Angie. What happened to your robe? The crimson liquid on the white robe was particularly noticeable. Angie hadn't noticed it when Govind was seated, but it became obvious once he stood up. It's red wine. Is that really the color of red wine? As someone who often acted, Govind had used various substitutes for blood, blood bags, fake blood, and so on. The color on Angie's robe didn't look like red wine but more like fresh blood. Don't tell me it's my blood if it's not red wine. Angie replied, playing along with Govind's suspicion. For a moment, no one knew how to respond. The man spoke while using his uninjured hand to gently lead Angie back into the bedroom by her shoulder. Angie, seeing nothing out of the ordinary, asked worriedly, "What did Bart talk about with you?" "Just some trivial matters." "Shoes or bed?" Govind looked down at her bare feet. Angie curled her fingers and quickly climbed into bed. Watching Govind's broad back enter the bathroom and then reappear with a warm towel in his right hand, she said softly, "Your feet." The man sat on the edge of the bed and gestured for Angie to extend her legs, which she did. When the warm towel touched her foot, Angie felt warmth in her heart. She sat up and leaned closer to Govind. "You're off." "Where am I off?" "I can't explain it, but you're off." She knew exactly why this man was acting strange but couldn't say it outright. Saying I'm off when you can't pinpoint it means there's nothing wrong. Don't worry unnecessarily. After all, I haven't been drinking, gambling, or womanizing. Catherine Nate, put your heart at ease. Govind placed Angie's feet back under the covers, pressing down the thin down blanket. Inside the covers, Angie moved her toes, her tone uncertain. Apart from these things, aren't they all trivial to you? Drinking, gambling, and womanizing shouldn't be defined that way. If doing something makes you happy, do it without worrying about its boundaries. Temporary happiness isn't true happiness, Govind responded seriously to Angie's question. Living in a world where life itself isn't secure, yet hoping for lasting happiness? Mr. Nate, are you making things difficult for others or for yourself? And Angie looked at Govind with a serious expression. I care about your emotions, your feelings, not whether you've been womanizing or gambling outside. Boss Nate, is that how you see me? Govind felt guilty at Angie's words, leaned down, and kissed her. I should trust you more. Don't be upset. Angie sighed and lay sideways on the bed. Go shower, you smell. When Govind returned, Angie was already asleep, her long legs sprawled across the white sheets, leaving no corner of the bed for him. The man sighed softly, took the cigarette box from the bedside table, and went into the study. Tap, tap, tap. In the morning, as Angie was packing her belongings to return to Beijing, she heard a knock on the door and glanced at Govind. Mr. Nate, Mr. Liang would like to invite you for a cup of tea. Angie paused her packing upon hearing the noise at the door, walking over to listen. The person outside saw the flutter of Angie's white dress inside and shifted their gaze to Govind's face. No need. Govind showed no intention of engaging and simply closed the door. Only then did Angie step forward, looking at Govind quizzically. Why would he want to see you? Is he trying to bond with his stepson? If I were just an ordinary person, do you think he'd still have this thought? In this world of fame and fortune, people first judge you by your resources and status. Who you are and your relationship with them are irrelevant. Angie raised an eyebrow. Interesting. Didn't they say the Thai family had a perfect life with 2 children? If Faye wants you dead, and her husband truly cared about her reputation, he wouldn't arrange this meeting. Or, Angie's eyes followed Govind as he moved. Is it all an act? William, knowing Govind was Faye's disgrace, still arranged this meeting. It was clear he didn't want anyone to feel good. Why don't we check it out? You want to go? After all, the Thai family can't stir up any significant trouble now. Aren't you curious about Faye's next move? When the suite door opened, the person inviting Govind was on the phone with William, informing him of the situation. Seeing Govind, they were somewhat surprised. The address. Caught off guard, the man gave out the address while still on the phone. Initially scheduled to leave in the afternoon, Govind postponed his trip. By the time he arrived at the tea house, William was already there, brewing tea, waiting for him. Hua Lincolnsons, I've sent you the address, but I advise you not to antagonize the Liangs. Angie sat on the sofa, holding her phone while listening to the curtains swish. She tapped her nails. Nonsense, am I antagonizing them? I'm just bonding with my future mother-in-law. Future mother-in-law? Would she constantly try to get rid of your husband if she were your future mother-in-law? Stop flattering yourself. Your tone sounds rather lighthearted. Has Mercedes stopped bothering you recently? Need help? Doing human things, thank you. Translation completed according to guidelines provided. Chapter 570, a slap came head-on, leaving him stunned. Faye, who could turn adversity into triumph, rise to her current position, and ensure that those who had once wronged her met their just deserts, she was undoubtedly a person with an iron will and strong self-control. As Harvey would put it, her schedule was both easy and difficult to track. Easy, because she was persistent in pursuing long-term goals, undeterred by obstacles. Hard, because her status made her untouchable in the capital, with few daring to offend her openly due to the formidable young family backing her. When Angie found this elegantly decorated yoga studio, she was momentarily dazzled by its tasteful and private ambience. Geraldine? Yes, Angie removed her sunglasses perched on her forehead. Being a celebrity did have its perks. Faye's long-time membership at this exclusive yoga studio required new members to undergo strict vetting, including financial checks and background investigations, but for her, everything was expedited as soon as she announced her name. You look even more beautiful in person than in your videos and photos. Thank you. Angie was not camera-friendly, and people in the circle often described her in peculiar terms. They said that what set her apart wasn't her face but the languid and world-weary demeanor that money and privilege bestowed upon her. Her almond-shaped eyes held a disdain for the world, a testament to how upbringing shapes a person. Please follow me, Geraldine. Our owner is busy with another guest, so if you wouldn't mind waiting in the tea house for a moment. Can I look around first? Of course, feel free. I'll get some tea for you. Angie nodded, wandering around the place without seeming to focus on anything specific, yet her gaze missed nothing. Catherine Ali Z, this way. A sound from upstairs made Angie pause. She stood on a path of pebbles, wearing the indoor slippers provided by the yoga studio, her toes curling inside them. She then turned and entered the tea house. As Faye descended the stairs, she heard the sound of breaking glass coming from the tea house followed by a staff member's anxious Geraldine. At the mention of Geraldine, Faye stopped, immediately recognizing Angie's voice. I'm sorry, I've caused trouble. It's okay, please step outside while I clean up, the staff member replied, trying to keep their composure. Hearing Angie's words, Faye froze. Huh? Catherine Ali Z? Wasn't Govind invited over? Why are you here? Faye's grip on her phone tightened as she realized the seriousness of the situation. With a glance at Angie, she left without further engagement. Watching Faye hurriedly depart, Angie's lips curled into a satisfied smile, knowing she had achieved her goal. Janelle, find out where Mr. Liang is. Janelle hesitated upon receiving Faye's call. Investigating William's movements was no trivial matter, and any misstep could be problematic. However, Faye persisted, do it, and if anything happens, say I ordered it. Janelle reluctantly complied, and after about 5 minutes, he called back, he's at Baker Ju Tea House. Does Catherine Ali Z know Mr. Liang requested a meeting with me? Do you want her to know, Chairman Nate? Govind idly stroked the rim of his glass cup as he listened to William's question, his expression unchanging. Does it matter? Does it not? Faye is your wife. If you don't care about her feelings, why should I? I thought you'd recognize her as a mother. I doubt Mr. Liang asked me here today merely to test me on Catherine Ali Z's behalf. William showed no sign of being offended, instead pouring Govind more tea. Tea leaves and water were never meant to blend, yet external forces bring them together to form the cherished drink we all love. Just as things cannot always coexist or remain opposed, there's a time for reconciliation. You're an intelligent man, Mr. Nate. William's words hinted at the possibility of eventual harmony between him and Faye. Govind chuckled lightly, remaining calm despite sitting before one of the most powerful men in the nation. Moving his cup away from William, he explained, teas vary greatly, each requires different brewing temperatures. Green tea and yellow tea need 80 to 85 degrees Celsius, white tea and fresh pu'er 95 to 100 degrees Celsius, oolong 100 degrees Celsius, black tea 95 to 100 degrees Celsius. Compatibility doesn't mean appropriateness. Forcing a foot into the wrong shoe only leads to pain. Talent tempered with patience breeds greatness, and I admire you, Mr. Nate. Govind scoffed at this pretentious compliment. He valued not talent but the power and benefits that money brought. After all, in William's position, wealth had to be discreet, unless shielded by someone else. A mere mortal living an ordinary life can hardly be considered great. With that, Govind poured the tea into a saucer, placing the cup upside down. I've enjoyed the tea, Commander Liang. Excuse me. William shifted his gaze from the overturned cup. In the entire nation, only Govind dared show such overt disdain toward him. Creak, the wooden door of the tea house opened as Govind stepped out. Smack, a slap came head-on, leaving him stunned in place. Chapter 571, Thank goodness you are my wife. Govind stood at the tea house door, half his face swollen from the strike. As he regained his composure, a chilling and fierce gaze fell on Faye's face, exuding faint murderous intent. Inside the tea house, William turned around abruptly upon hearing the commotion. Before he could even rise to his feet, he saw the composed man raise his hand and retaliate with a slap across Faye's face. I don't refrain from hitting women. Your privilege here has only ever been once, Govind said coldly, completely indifferent to whether Faye was his mother or what William thought. If Mickey hadn't spoken those words, it would have been different. He might have retained some affection and considered their mother-son bond. But since everything had been laid bare, he was her shame, an abominable consequence of her rape, someone she wanted to erase from her life forever. What was there left to cherish? A woman who unwillingly became a mother should still bear the responsibility as one, not abandon the infant to suffer the consequences while she pursued her own path freely. Even less justified was dragging an innocent and kind-hearted man into this mess. She showed no mercy, so why should he? Govind, is this how you were taught for 30 years by Arlen? You must have forgotten that I was born by a mother but lacked maternal guidance. Each word Govind spoke struck like a tidal wave, nearly overwhelming Faye. Mother and son faced off, the atmosphere reaching its breaking point. Govind pulled out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiping his hands as if touching something repulsive, his lips curling in indifference. His eyes shifted to William, saying disdainfully, "So this is the appreciation Mr. Liang speaks of?" Mr. Liang's way of appreciating people is quite peculiar, he sneered. William's gaze towards Fei now held complex emotions. Once something is revealed, it's hard to smooth things over. As Govind prepared to leave, he was grabbed by the arm. "Stop. Let go." The man glanced down at Fei's palm on his wrist, the burning sensation intensifying his inner agitation. "I went through all kinds of hardships to bring you into this world. I don't ask for your gratitude, but at least you shouldn't become the knife stabbing into me, Govind." Before Govind could respond, a clear female voice came from the doorway. "Do you listen to yourself? Hardships? Which mother would willingly abandon a child born through great suffering? Which mother would let her own flesh and blood witness the blissful harmony of a family of 4? Catherine Ali, do you think you're fooling yourself or others? You are selfish and unfeeling. To achieve your goals, you abandoned your husband and child, thinking you can manipulate the world. In truth, the most pitiful person is you. You tried to escape the Thai family, but even if they eventually crumbled, you are still the Fae struggling within the confines of that cage 30 years ago. You think you've escaped to the mountaintop, but you're only deceiving yourself. If you truly escaped, you'd forget everything and wipe away all past wrongdoings, not knowing very well they are sinful, make your child repeat the same mistakes. You didn't receive fatherly love and suffered at your father's hands, but neither did Govind receive maternal love, being tormented by you. You believe you are superior, that calling you Catherine Ali elevates you. In reality, you still carry the bloodline of the Thai family, bound to the same fate as Tai Laoja. Even till death, you cannot escape these innate traits. You want to free yourself from him? Only in death. Angie pronounced each word distinctly, almost wishing to brand them into Fei's soul. Angie, shut up. You have no right to lecture me. Angie's words, like plucking a tiger's whiskers, sent Fei into violent tremors, her emotions unraveling instantly. She had spent her life trying to dismantle the Thai family, yet Angie's words silenced her. Anger surged, and Fei's hand flew towards Angie's face. That hand stopped 2 centimeters from Angie, caught by Govind, who glared coldly. Try laying a hand on my wife. Get out. Govind yanked Fei's arm, causing her to collide with the antique shelf beside her, knocking over a cascade of items. Great job, Boss Nate, managing to protect yourself. Makes me look pretty useless, huh? In the car, Angie steadied her emotions, joking with Govind. He ignored her teasing, instead extending his hand, the item. What item? Angie pretended to be clueless. You didn't come all this way just to let Fei hit me, right? Now who talks like that? Have I ever let anyone hit you without retaliation? She laughed nervously, passing him her phone. As the video played, the corners of Govind's mouth slightly downturned. Every time Fei admits to your relationship will either save your life or serve as ammunition against her. My father said that every slap is a chance given by heaven, you have to endure it. Govind took a deep breath, drank water from Angie's cup, and said, thank goodness you are my wife. In terms of foresight, Govind sometimes felt inadequate in comparison. Angie's upbringing ensured she always anticipated the worst. Starting from the worst-case scenario meant that when things did reach their lowest point, she could still find solutions. People who habitually prepare for the worst see any challenge as manageable. Why did you meet with Govind? Back at the Liang villa, the moment they entered, Fei's accusatory tone rang out. Years of cautious strategy made her extremely careful. Even if displeased, she wouldn't lash out publicly. This was their mutual understanding with William. Thus, outsiders always believed them to be a loving couple. But in truth, they often debated for mutual benefits. Chapter 572, Concealing Your Ambition to Seek Govind. Do you want the whole world to believe that there's disharmony between you and your son? Or do you wish for everything you've worked for these past few years to become an illusion? Since you chose to pretend in front of others back then, continue with the act, don't give up halfway. William took off his overcoat and casually draped it on the back of the sofa. You can always remain calm in front of anyone except when it comes to Govind. In his presence, you seem like a wild animal driven into a corner, desperate and confused. Nina, have you never wondered why? People tend to be bound by what they fear the most. The more you see him as your humiliation, the more he has power over you. William's words sounded reasonable at first, but on closer inspection, they were full of flaws. Who was Viviana? She was someone who had crawled out of a pile of corpses. Back then, the Thai family was ruined by Syra, dragging her maternal grandmother's family down as well. Within a few short years, some died, others were injured, yet only she managed to survive barely, then climbed up to her current position using William's influence. William's words carried sincerity and insincerity that didn't require much thought. What does this have to do with your meeting with Govind? You are skirting around the topic, confusing matters, all just to hide your ambition to find Govind. William raised his eyebrows and his gaze turned cold. Ambition? Duke Huan of Qi widely accepted talents, and Liu Bei visited Zhuge Liang 3 times in his humble cottage. Each of these historical events tells us we should consider the bigger picture and the long-term benefits, right? You tolerate Bailey, but not Govind? Not the same, Viviana spoke fiercely. I tolerated Bailey for the future, but Govind standing before me makes me see only the past, all the humiliating incidents from the past. William paused, steadying his breath. Angie is right, you are a demon of the heart. Wait. As William ascended the stairs, Viviana's voice became urgent, wanting to chase after him. Dream? At the door, a girl's clear voice rang out. Viviana froze immediately, afraid to move any further. The furious look on her face gradually subsided with the sound. Did you come back? Were you arguing with Dad? No, don't imagine things. Indeed, since childhood, I've never seen you argue. William and Viviana, naturally careful in front of their children, would not let them witness anything unpleasant. Did you go meet friends? Yes. With whom? Had an afternoon tea with Chelsea. Chelsea? The youngest daughter of the C family. Didn't you say last time you saw her photo that she looked cute and adorable? If this new drama with Omar goes ahead, most of the filming locations will be in the capital. Think carefully. Burnell flipped through the contract, glancing at the recent detailed plan. She felt somewhat at a loss. In the past, this wouldn't be an issue, but now with Govind in the way, there were considerations to make. If it's in the capital, so be it. It's just a drama, how long can it take? 4 months. Angie, well done. Forgotten that it was one of Omar's big productions. Burnell, seeing Angie's hesitant expression, cautiously asked, why don't you go back and discuss it with President Nate? There's no need. Since we've decided to shoot, whether it's in the capital or the North Pole, I have to go. Burnell pursed her lips, wanting to say something but stopped. Didn't she appreciate Angie's spirit? Why did Angie feel nothing, while she herself felt hesitant? The first event after the new year is the charity auction, next Wednesday. Omar will probably attend too. You two on the same stage could generate some buzz. Traffic for dramas starting post-New Year isn't as good as pre-New Year. Be cautious, or else your 2 billion renminbi investment will go to waste. I know. If nothing else, I'm heading out. Dinner with Kimberly tonight. Burnell stopped her. Do you want to stay and review the company accounts or something? Isn't that your job? But what if I'm not around? Angie, holding her scarf ready to put it on, heard Burnell's words and sat back down. My company, my rules. No matter how far-reaching Govind's influence, as long as I disagree, no one can override my decision. The company has been well managed by you over the years. Burnell, as long as you don't betray me, you'll be here as long as the company runs. But if you betray me, you won't need Govind to punish you. I'll obliterate you myself. Understand? That warning was real. Burnell knew that beneath Angie's innocent exterior lay a sharp mind. Though aware, the serious warning was quite unsettling coming from her usual carefree demeanor. Could it be, she knew something? Just got out of the office? Kimberly found a secluded spot in the cafe, looking at something on her tablet. Seeing Angie arrive, she put the tablet back in her bag. Tidying up, Burnell? Not really. Let me advise you, when someone shows signs of turning against you, betrayal isn't far off. Although Burnell has been loyal for many years and established a position in the entertainment industry, her pride must have been hurt by Govind, leading her to think about quitting. You should preemptively weaken her influence and cut off any leaks. On the 3rd day of the Natenar New Year, Kimberly saw Burnell talking to another talent agency boss in Jingang. After bribing a waiter to record their conversation, she discovered Burnell wanted to switch companies. Taking the highest paid agent's salary in Jingang, yet considering switching jobs, was unfathomable. Kimberly told Angie about it last night, but she didn't believe it. She wouldn't dare. Fearless of me, she should fear Govind, right? Don't underestimate human nature, Kimberly warned. Angie seemed distracted during their afternoon tea, deep in thought for a long time. Suddenly remembering something, she asked, how's John? Talk something happier. What's not cheerful about that? Can it develop into a regular hookup? I think his skills must be good. Kimberly's mouth twitched. Sis, this is a cafe, not the wilderness. What rockets are you firing? Boring, let's go home. I bought you a gift in the capital. Leaving the cafe, they returned directly to Puyun Mountain. The driver parked in the garage, and Angie took the elevator straight to the 2nd floor. What did you buy? You'll see. Angie placed her bag in the living room, then led Kimberly into the wardrobe. She pulled open a drawer under the center table, taking out a red brocade box. Just as she was about to open it, Kimberly tapped under the glass cabinet. Aren't those diamond earrings here? I haven't worn them. Did I misplace them? But there's nowhere else empty. Kimberly knew Angie's jewelry cabinet well. Having visited so many times and helped retrieve items, Angie kept frequently worn pieces on the top shelf, making them easy to spot. But today, it was eerily empty. Chapter 573, Using the Office Sofa as a Bed. Syra. Angie called Greyhammed upstairs and tapped on the glass surface. Who has come up here recently? Puyun Mountain had strict rules. Govind was always very strict with the servants and housekeepers, dividing tasks clearly while being highly cautious. Only Greyhammed was qualified to enter the 2nd floor for cleaning. No one else had that privilege. Only Mr. Nate and I have been up here. Are you sure? Yes. Greyhammed nodded in response. Angie's eyebrows knitted slightly as she looked at Greyhammed. have the surveillance room check the cameras to see who came up during our absence. Start from today and work backwards. Yes, Greyhamid dared not ask more after receiving the order from her employers. Greyhamid contacted the surveillance room directly and soon returned with a tablet. Syra, a servant came upstairs yesterday afternoon from the back garden. Bring her in. Angie's face turned cold, reflecting a mix of unease and suspicion. Years in the entertainment industry made her wary of people around her, so she approved of Govind's strict regulations. In a wealthy household, servants overstepping their boundaries were strictly forbidden. Once malicious intent arises, it becomes a fatal danger. No one wants to live in constant fear. Forget it. Go downstairs and ask her to hand over what she took. Syra, what was taken? A pair of diamond earrings. Greyhamid was shocked. Angie grew up in the Hua family, living a luxurious life. Even an ordinary scarf she wore was extremely valuable. After marriage, Mr. Nate treated her generously, gifting jewelry worth hundreds of millions without hesitation. I'll handle it right away. Greyhamid hurried downstairs, nearly bumping into a man as she exited. What happened? Why are you in such a rush? Someone came upstairs and stole Cyrus' jewelry. Greyhamid was trembling with fear, worried that if Govind blamed her for poor management, she might lose her job. Govind's expression darkened visibly, his cold anger making Greyhamid wish she could disappear. Have Alalie go with you. Meanwhile, Kimberly saw Govind enter and wisely decided to leave. Angie gave her a cold glance, and Kimberly shrugged before closing her mouth reluctantly. What was taken? Not something too valuable, just a pair of earrings. Downstairs, Greyhamid brought the servant to the courtyard. Although it was late winter, the wind on the mountain top was still bone-chilling. The girl, under Greyhamid's intense gaze, struggled to breathe. Manager Greyhamid, what's wrong? Did you take something from Cyrus' wardrobe? Last time, Cyrus' company sent someone to say she didn't wear earrings during a show, and asked me to help get them. What's going on? Cyrus' company person? Yes. Do you remember their name? A makeup artist who often accompanied Syra. Greyhamid informed Angie of the details. Kimberly glanced at her and said, I told you, now you need to resolve this issue or risk being sidelined by her later. When she takes your studio staff and starts her own business, you'll regret not acting sooner. Angie felt her temper flare up. She grabbed her coat from the sofa and rushed out, with Kimberly following closely behind, afraid to miss any dramatic confrontation. A pink Bentley sat in the parking lot. Angie took the elevator straight to her company. Most employees had already left, leaving only a few who were working overtime. Seeing Angie arrive in a fury, they were visibly shaken. Alalie, lock the door. Sister Hua, what's happening? You're still here this late and look terrified when you see me. What illegal activity have you been up to? The receptionist stammered, Sis, I don't know what you're talking about. If you don't know what I'm talking about, why are you shaking? Angie glanced at her and walked straight toward Burnell's office. Sister Hua, Sister Leah isn't here. Bang, Angie forcefully pushed open Burnell's office door, catching two people entangled together who quickly broke apart in panic. Angie's mocking gaze shifted from Burnell to the man. He was none other than Jed, the CEO of another entertainment company in Beijing, Hong Kong, known for managing numerous stars. Presidently, sneaking into my company to fool around with my people, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? Jed shrugged indifferently, adults sometimes can't control themselves, can't Christy understand? Can't control yourself enough to try poaching my staff? Or maybe you have a problem in needing attention. Even though he hadn't personally experienced Angie's legendary boldness, he knew enough. If Govind could be publicly humiliated by her, he, as a mere underling, stood little chance against her. Christy is busy, I should take my leave. Knowing better than to stick around when someone needed to settle internal matters, he prepared to leave, not wanting to end up in a sticky situation. Jed. Burnell sounded slightly panicked, trying to follow him. Angie stepped aside, blocking her path. Earning the highest salary at Beijing, Hong Kong and doing the most comfortable job, yet you want to stab me in the back? Angie, water flows downhill, and people strive for higher ground. This is an unchangeable rule. Can you really expect me to stay bound to you forever? Burnell hadn't intended things to escalate this far. If not for Govind's warnings, she would probably still be plotting her future career under Angie. Fortunately, you didn't call me a twisted tree. Want to leave? I won't stop you. Angie stepped aside, nodding her head toward the door. I need time for the handover. No, you don't, Angie firmly refused. She needed to prevent Burnell from taking anything from the company. According to procedures. Procedures also state you shouldn't use the office sofa as a bed. Didn't you break that rule? Burnell, my patience is short because of how long you've worked with me. Let me remind you, Jed is married. Burnell felt embarrassed, hit where it hurt, but shot back, so what? You grew up around these things, didn't you? Shouldn't you be used to it by now? Their words carried heavy implications, revealing deeper issues and unresolved past grievances. Chapter 574. Angie swore that she had bestowed all her good temper in this lifetime on Burnell. Had it not been for the fact that Burnell had been supporting her ever since she debuted, Angie would have taken action long ago. There were two reasons for not taking action. First, considering the time Burnell had spent with her. Second, Burnell had inevitably picked up some skills from being close to her all these years. If Burnell retaliated using those methods, Angie would be at a disadvantage. Do you need my help? Jed's wife is also quite influential in Jingang. Her father-in-law is a leader in a district. It shouldn't be hard for her to ruin you. Do you want to try and see if she wants a legitimate wife or an interloper like you? Are you still craving trouble after getting hurt so badly in your last marriage? Women who have been cheated on should be more cautious in their next relationship, yet you're following others' old paths. What can I say? You deserve it. Angie walked over to Burnell's desk, threw the photo of them together into the trash bin, and said coldly, others learn from mistakes, but you just do the opposite. Betraying me like this, who else will dare take you after this? Do you think you can control everything? If not for leaning on powerful people, she wouldn't dare face off against Angie. Without Angie, there was still Jed, another influential figure. She didn't believe she couldn't find a way out. You really think you're a princess? Slap. Burnell had just stepped out of the office when she was slapped right across the face by Kimberly. Kimberly knew what Angie was worried about, so she took matters into her own hands. She shook her hand and mocked, you eat from my bowl and then scold me? Is it so easy to get $1 million annual salary? Kimberly. Be polite. Without Angie, you don't even deserve to call me by my name. Burnell covered her face and glared at Kimberly through gritted teeth. You're ruthless. Gone. As Burnell left, Kimberly entered the office and looked at Angie. Go back and discuss with Boss Nate how to handle this. What can we do? Hold accountable where needed, clean up where necessary. Do you think I'm an easy target? Angie's expression was dark, and her aura was heavy with anger. Kimberly sighed. Issue a statement first, telling everyone that Burnell no longer works for us. We can't let her exploit our name and do anything detrimental while we're vulnerable. Within 10 minutes, Angie's statement was released. The studio account and her personal account were back in her control. Not only did she issue the statement, but it also trended on hot searches. Kimberly bought thousands of bots that evening to explain the situation, how Burnell, after a failed marriage, was given a high-paying job as a studio manager thanks to Angie's generosity. But instead of gratitude, Burnell brought a rival to the office, started betraying Angie. Angie was heartbroken. The next morning, the scandal dominated the trending topics. When she called any media outlets to offer inside stories, none dared answer. Burnell angrily questioned, we've cooperated many times before, why must it come to this now? Don't you know? What status does Angie hold in Jingang circles? She's known as the Long Lincolnsons, not just for show. People cooperated with her because she paid well, had a good personality, and had the backing of the entire Hua family group. Now, you betrayed her, and a simple word from her could blacklist you. These wealthy kids may seem idle, but they are clear-headed. Your affair with Jed has spread widely. I advise you, stop challenging Angie and find somewhere to hide. Jed's father-in-law isn't someone you want to provoke. Burnell, you must recognize your place. Burnell almost screamed at the dropped phone call, furious, and dialed Jed immediately. It seemed he was on set. He answered quickly amidst the noise. Jed, what's going on? Why haven't you answered my calls all night? I didn't dare, Li Ji. Burnell heard his casual tone and exploded with anger. Didn't you promise to give me a position once I left Angie? Jed laughed, as if hearing a joke. I did say that, but I didn't expect you to fall out with Angie. She's already spread word that hiring you would offend her. Can I afford that? I'm not stupid. Even if I weren't afraid of Angie, I should consider the Hua family behind her, or even the Montegegmeo group. I can't afford to anger the law enforcement judge. Are you playing with me? Burnell realized she was trapped in a setup, one from which she couldn't escape. Everything seemed to conspire against her. Did you set me up? Jed, do you believe I can make things difficult for everyone? I can't do that, but since you're threatening me, should I deal with you before you make things difficult for me? Burnell choked, knowing Jed wasn't joking. Breathing heavily into her phone. Hearing silence from the other side, Jed laughed. Don't worry, just scaring you. After all, Sister Leah's skills are top-notch, and you even got a surgery done for me, very touching indeed. Bitch. 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 Burnell hung up the call, raging and cursing. Just as she finished dressing to leave, she was awakened by frantic knocking on her door. Burnell, open the door, I know you're in there. What are you? Daring to betray my sister like this? Come out here. Burnell. Angie's fans saw the news and surrounded Burnell's home, blocking her exit. Burnell never imagined that the fans she worked so hard to cultivate would turn against her like this. At the top floor of Wang Jintai, Haider Shao held a glass of red wine, petting the dog's head, crossing his legs as he watched the man opposite him smoke his cigar, emitting glowing embers. I've completed everything you asked me to do. If Christy comes up with something later, remember to protect me. The man flicked the cigar, a faint smile curling on his lips. All right. Chapter 575, Find a daughter-in-law for me all over the world. What does it mean that fools exist every year, but this year there are exceptionally many? Jonathan right in front of Darren felt like an exception. Could someone as obsessed with his wife and love-struck easily be fooled around by him? Govind's mouth is always lying 9 times out of 10 whenever he mentions anything about Milagros, looking for scapegoats. Well, he found one on Jonathan. Why do you look at me so deeply? As soon as Govind left, Jonathan felt Darren's gaze was somewhat off, cold and unmasked, just like looking at a fool. Jonathan coughed, took a sip of water from a cup, and replied lightly, nothing. Indeed, if Jonathan didn't bear the brunt of it, then the person who would definitely bear the blame was himself. Better to have others take the bullet for him, he couldn't be happier. Why did Lao Nate target Burnell? She has been with Milagros for years, starting from her debut. Even if she had no great achievements, she certainly deserved some credit. How could Lao Nate target her? Darren heard Jonathan's question and leaned down to pull out a document from under the table. Look here. Huang Gongzu has never had ill intentions and never cared much for money. Living in such an environment, she's never short of cash, earning quickly after entering the entertainment industry. She doesn't care about material wealth. Burnell worked for her, taking a multi-million salary annually to help with her affairs, but her hands weren't clean. 2 properties in Melbourne, a villa in Los Angeles, and 2 large apartments in Beijing and Hong Kong. These together amount to billions. Where did she get all these from? Damn. So greedy. If Milagros finds out about this, wouldn't she be furious? Jonathan browsed through the documents, eyes wide open. This is like seeing Milagros as an easy target. Setting up this mess, Lao Nate getting rid of her is mild. It's me. Anything taken from me, don't even think of keeping it. Darren swirled his cup slightly and sighed. I wonder if Huang Gongzu will show mercy this time. Jonathan pondered. She won't. You've seen how Milagros is. She always seeks revenge when wronged. Isn't Burnell stepping on Milagros's back now? Who knows if she will kill Lao Nate if she discovers this was his doing. Too exciting. Darren curved his lips, very eager to see what Jonathan thought might happen. In this lifetime, Govind can probably only suffer a bit because of Milagros. What are you thinking? The man returned home, accepted a hot towel from Greyhammed, wiped his hands, and walked to the tea room door. He saw Milagros lazily reclining on the antique-style sofa bed, with a ragdoll cat licking its paws leisurely in front of her. Milagros was worrying about how to resolve this predicament. Burnell was Burnell, but the company must not stop operating. Work in the studio couldn't halt. Seeing Govind return, she felt like seeing a savior. Mr. Nate, I'm your wife, right? With her words, Govind halted mid-step towards Milagros. Considering the implications of her words, can I say no? Milagros's insinuations hinted manipulation. If he agreed, wouldn't he fall into a trap next? Hearing Govind's words, Milagros sighed heavily while leaning on the sofa bed. Forget it. I know you don't love me, but I didn't expect you to dislike me this much. Indeed, the warranty period of marriage is only 2 years. Govind. You talk about wife this and wife that, yet when my wife has issues, you ignore them. Indeed. A man's words, deceitful devils. Believing you is like believing ghosts. One word from me, and you have 1,000 rebuttals. Talking about a 2-year marriage warranty, your next sentence probably is, even in death, we should be buried separately. Govind reached out, shooed away the cat nestled on Milagros, sat beside her, and said, Burnell betraying you was inevitable. When someone stays too long in a profitable position, they eventually become blinded by greed. Better to end the pain sooner rather than later. Solving this issue, you can then bravely explore the entertainment industry. Well, what about the empty management position in the company? What should I do? Do you really think I don't understand this? It's just that Burnell wasn't excessively troublesome, so I turned a blind eye. My goal is to thrive in the entertainment industry. Now with this issue, shouldn't I manage the company? Govind pursed his lips, looking at her with disappointment. If your father knew about your behavior, he'd be rolling over in his grave. If my father knew I married you, he wouldn't reincarnate, let alone care about my behavior. Adelard drilled into her mind from childhood not to find a gold digger, though Govind wasn't exactly a gold digger, but he started from scratch without coming from nobility. Yet the saying, once successful, the wolf becomes rampant, stuck in her ears. That's good. We saved trouble of our child meeting your father in another life, risking having a devious son running around finding daughters-in-law for me. Hearing this, Milagros felt something was off and kicked Govind on the thigh, taking advantage of whom? The man caught Milagros's smooth foot, noticing its chilliness, began rubbing it. I've selected 2 people for you. Promote Elsie and let her manage the company. You think highly of Elsie? Yes. Why? If you directly give someone a cane, they won't feel particularly grateful. But if you break their leg first and then give them a cane, they'll be eternally thankful. Elsie lost her mother, equivalent to breaking a leg. Offering her a branch, she'll gladly accept it with gratitude. Just remember, don't let go entirely. In terms of understanding people's hearts, Govind is unparalleled. His skill in using people is equally unmatched. Montegegmeo reaching its current status within a few short years attests to Govind's ability to employ talent. Whether in the company or Puyin Mountain, rules were firmly established and none dared challenge them. And Milagros, though seemingly tough, has a soft heart underneath. Govind appears polite and cultured but harbors a will as strong as a fortress, contrasting sharply with Milagros. No wonder Chairman Nate is Chairman Nate. You plan the arrangements, and I'll bring Elsie to clean house tomorrow. Do your best. With the title of Montegegmeo's chairwoman behind you, no one dares disobey. Chapter 576, 2 billion for Angie's ruin. In the famous flower district of Jingang, Burnell appeared at the entrance, wearing a hat and mask. The doorman was startled upon seeing her. Is Tara here? She is, but... Oh. Sister Leah, this isn't following the rules. Let me check if Tara has any guests upstairs. Burnell usually went straight up without being stopped. Being blocked at the door today spoke volumes. Despite this, Burnell couldn't hold back her anger. What's that supposed to mean? Do I need clearance now every time I come? Well, things have been chaotic lately. Tara set some new rules. Please calm down, I'll send someone right away, just a minute or two. Burnell frowned at the grinning doorman, pursing her lips with visible displeasure. All right. The doorman called for help and turned to go upstairs. He had barely turned the corner when someone stopped him. Isn't that Burnell? You're still letting her in? Don't you realize your situation now? Does she still think she can come and go as she pleases because of Amelie? That's enough, ask Tara and keep an eye on her. Why ask? She who betrayed Sister Nya could betray us anytime. The person wanted to say more but was silenced by a fierce glare. Shortly after, the doorman returned, politely addressing Burnell. Sister Leah, Tara invites you up. This 3-story leisure venue, ostensibly a foot spa center, was a place with hidden agendas. Burnell was stunned by its management system the first time Angie brought her here. Going further inside, she learned the woman managing it was a young lady in her early 30s, elegant and dignified, dressed always in simple cheongsams and kept out of public view. Those who knew her respected her as Tara. You came? With all the gossip around, I thought it would take longer to see you. I should have stayed away, but hiding isn't a solution. It's too passive. Sadie smiled slightly, poured tea, and handed it to Burnell. Tea. Didn't you want to ask why I'm here? Were you going to tell me if I didn't ask? Sadie retorted, her long hair held back by a wooden hairpin, giving her a serene and gentle demeanor. Yet, no one would guess how many obstacles this woman had cleared for Angie. I want to know if I can still count on you without Angie. What do you think? I will offer you more than Angie ever did. Sadie sipped her tea. Her white fingertips were as colorless as she was, delicate like a jasmine flower blooming in hell. Go on. I want Angie ruined. Sadie nodded. I guessed as much. How much can you offer? 70 million. 2 billion, Sadie cut straight to the chase. Burnell choked. 2 billion was everything she owned. Sadie's demand made her wary. Seeing Burnell sizing her up, Sadie calmly explained, ruining Angie is simple, but toppling the Huas and Montegegmeo group behind her isn't easy. Just Govind alone would be tough for me. Did you overestimate me or underestimate Angie by offering 70 million? Burnell froze, unsure how to respond. Don't worry, you can consider it carefully. After all, offending Angie means she won't let you off easily. 2 billion is too high, I can't afford it. I only do what's within my reach. Whether you can afford it is not my concern. Come out. As Burnell left, a concealed door behind Sadie opened, and Angie stepped out, dressed in a black jacket from LK with tight pants and short boots, looking efficient and sharp. You were right, she came to you. Sadie took away Burnell's cup and gave her a fresh one. She couldn't find anyone else. Good thing you didn't reveal everything. I protect my own, but I'm not stupid. Come, watch the show. Angie stood by the window, pulling aside the curtain to catch the scene below. On the street, Angie's devoted fans, having somehow tracked Burnell down, surrounded her, pushing, shoving, yelling, and even resorting to physical attacks. Burnell was trapped in the middle, unable to escape. Sadie glanced at Angie. Did you arrange this? How exciting. Angie raised an eyebrow, radiant and commanding. You haven't turned into a housewife despite marrying Govind, you've become sharper. Living with a man like Cole Briquette is bound to make you sharper. They spent their days in schemes, and gradually, scheming became second nature. Upstairs, the two women lounged by the window, watching the scene below as if enjoying a masterful film. Angie was strikingly beautiful like a red peony blooming on the road to hell, while Sadie looked harmless, a white jasmine blossom in the morning sun. Life presented different faces. Burnell once thought their relationship was purely transactional. But could money truly last? As the drama downstairs neared its end, Sadie's men dispersed the fans. Angie walked to the teacup table. It's time, I'll go see. Did you bring backup? Isaiah. Wasn't he dismissed by Boss Nate to guard the gate? How do you know whose dog is loyal unless you take them out for a walk? Burnell never imagined being attacked by fans she herself had trained. Half of Angie's fan base's combat skills were cultivated by her to protect Angie. Now, those very skills were used against her. Covering her bruised shoulder, Burnell leaned against a wall in a narrow alley, catching her breath. Suddenly, she heard heels clicking at the alley entrance. Like a wounded animal licking its wounds in the shadows, she didn't expect to be seen. Lifting her eyes, Burnell saw Angie standing not far away, hands in her pockets, her wavy long hair cascading freely, stunning in the breeze. Life, in all its facets, unfolds differently for everyone. Chapter 577, Angie, I Want You Dead. In contrast to her own disheveled state, Angie looked like a celestial maiden reincarnated. She was the epitome of elegance while the other was the picture of distress. Seeing me like this, are you satisfied? Am I satisfied with just this? You're underestimating me. The black windbreaker perfectly hugged Angie's figure, transforming a simple and unremarkable garment into something spectacular on her. Her beauty shone through even when draped in tattered cloth. Angie, business may not have been fruitful, but our respect should remain. I thought my intentions were merely different, and I haven't done anything to harm you. Is it really necessary for you to be so relentless? You didn't hurt me because you lacked the capability, not because you were merciful. If you had any backing or skill, we wouldn't be standing here today, Burnell. We've known each other for years, don't tell me you think I don't understand you. A person willing to spend 70 million to destroy another's reputation over 200 million, what else would they dare not do? Using a third of one's wealth to attack someone is a losing proposition, only someone consumed by hatred would take such a gamble. So what? Are you happy now that you've reduced me to this? Dealing with people like you is just part of my daily routine, far from satisfying. Isaiah, cut off her hand. I never let anyone who takes advantage of me walk away unscathed. That would make me appear powerless. Angie got into the black Bentley waiting at the alley's mouth. The driver, seated at the wheel, watched her with eyes as sharp as a hawk's, like God delivering final judgment. Isaiah has worked with Burnell for years. Do you think he will really do it? That depends on his choice. Isaiah, we've known each other for so long. I've helped you countless times. Can you really bear to cut off my hand? Burnell trembled in fear as Isaiah approached her, every word shaking. It pains me, but if I hesitate, others will strike at me. Isaiah knew this was Angie's final test for him. Just pretend, Burnell struggled to plead. Without turning around, Isaiah sensed someone in the car behind him watching his every move. He had considered being relegated to gate duty an act of mercy, given his repeated failures as a bodyguard. He had once thought Burnell, he, and Elsie could work together forever, but how could she dare? Geraldine hasn't been unkind to you. You shouldn't act like this. Don't preach to me. Aren't you in no better position? I failed in my duties but never intended to betray her. Can you say you had no ulterior motives? Why not? Isaiah responded while inching closer to Burnell. Isaiah, no, I'm a woman. You said you don't hit women. Isaiah. Ah. A scream echoed through the alley as Burnell felt the shoe crush her wrist, pain flooding her brain, almost making her gasp for air. Angie. Angie. Angie, I want you dead. Sadie, Burnell is back. Sadie smiled deeper upon hearing this. Before leaving, Angie had said Sadie would receive this gift from Burnell. It turned out true. One mistake was enough to drag anyone down. Envy and hatred clouded reason. Shouldn't you go to the hospital first to see your hand? 200 million, I want Angie's life, Burnell spat bitterly. I never kill, only make deals. If you need time to consider, I can give it to you. Fine, Burnell's mind was fixated on killing Angie amid the pain. Sadie nodded, wrote an account number on a piece of A4 paper, and handed it over. Just as Angie returned to Puyin Mountain, she received a text message from Sadie, done. Have you had dinner, Syra? Yes, Angie handed her windbreaker to Mina. Where's Mr. Nate? He hasn't come back yet. Angie nodded, walked to the kitchen island, fetched a bottle of red wine, poured it into a pot, added some spices, and set it on the microwave oven. Soon, the aroma of red wine and cinnamon spread through the air. Angie stood beside the counter, wearing a tight lace-trimmed knit top, her hair cascading down her back, illuminated by the warm lights above, giving her a soft, gentle aura. When Govind entered, he saw Angie gazing at the bubbling red wine. He switched off the flame and asked, back already? Still thinking about Burnell? Thinking about work. Where were you? You reek of smoke and alcohol. Govind, noticing Angie's displeasure, shrugged off his suit jacket and hung it on the chair. I reek too much and now my wife thinks I'm drinking. Angie rolled her eyes. Don't exaggerate. Want some? Angie took out glasses and glanced at Govind. Govind pulled up a chair, sat down, and nodded. Yes, please. She poured the mulled wine into the glass, releasing its rich fragrance. The scent struck Govind as familiar. Where did you get this? From the third shelf. Govind paused. What? It's worth a couple million. Angie raised an eyebrow. You keep such expensive wine in the kitchen instead of the wine cabinet? No one cooks wine in the kitchen, Govind chuckled. Angie didn't argue, holding her glass as she walked to the living room window, arms crossed, gazing out into the foggy yard. Winter was fading, and spring would soon grace Puyin Mountain. Behind her, Govind put down his glass, wrapped his arms around her, nuzzling her neck like a pampered puppy. He kissed her gently, creating an intimate scene. The peaceful moment enveloped the living room in warmth. 2. Mina's voice faltered at the doorway. The remaining word remained unspoken. Govind held Angie close, his eyes flashing a warning glance. Mina shrunk back. What is it? Elsie is here. Chapter 578. Come, let me absorb some essence. You mean you want me to manage the company? I'm not suitable for that, am I? I can do some odd jobs, but managing a company is out of my league. Plus, I have no experience in it. As Angie picked up the wine decanter to pour for Elsie, she suddenly remembered something. Are you driving? Yes. Then have some water. There will be someone to guide you, don't worry about anything else. In this situation, I can't entrust this responsibility to anyone, Angie continued. Do you mean, you're going to train me? Elsie asked incredulously, her eyes filled with confusion as she stared at Angie. Angie nodded. Something like that. Elsie was stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. Even without Angie's training, she would work for her all her life out of gratitude. After all, Angie had bestowed upon her too many favors that she could never repay in this lifetime. When her mother fell ill, if not for Angie's support, she might not have survived until this year. Whether it was medical resources or financial aid, Angie had always provided them without hesitation. I have one more thing to confirm with you, Elsie nodded sincerely. Speak on. Since your mother came to Beijing for treatment, I arranged through Bernal to give you almost 10 million. How much did you receive? Startled, Elsie replied, though I received quite a bit, it's far from 10 million. Do you have pen and paper? I'll calculate it. Angie had someone bring her pen and paper. Elsie found the transfer records quickly. In total, 5.7 million. Bernal actually did this? Elsie couldn't help but gasp. This wasn't just betrayal, it felt like Bernal was pocketing the money while Angie worked hard to earn it. Who was working for whom? I've sent all the company documents to your email. Look them over tonight and go with me to the company tomorrow morning to clean house. Elsie knew Angie wasn't joking. However, any protest seemed futile, so she nodded reluctantly. Isaiah, did you come in through the main gate? Just as Elsie stepped out of the courtyard, she saw Isaiah getting out of his car, holding a gift bag from Kimberly's studio containing dresses. Isaiah nodded. How are you doing recently? Regarding your mother's matter? Everything is settled. Elsie looked at Isaiah, licked her lips thoughtfully before speaking. Big Sister Tong is generous, but Bernal's actions. I know all about Bernal's betrayal. I won't turn against the boss like that, rest assured. Elsie nodded. She had no right to lecture anyone. Indirectly, she said, I thought the three of us would last forever. Bernal left the hospital with her arm in a cast, drenched in cold sweat. The chilly wind outside made her feel more alert, and as she became more conscious, the pain grew sharper. Move, emergency lane, don't block the entrance. What are you doing? Can't you see people here? Move aside, it's not like you broke your leg. Bernal, in her daze, was pushed around by people. In moments of helplessness, the world's cruelty was palpable. Finally dragging her weary body home, she found fans waiting outside her residential area's gate, clearly there to cause trouble. Driver, just drive in. The taxi driver glanced at her. This is a high-end complex, we can't enter with this kind of taxi. You should know that. Bernal. She bought the place for its privacy, never expecting that very privacy to become a barrier now. Then turn around. Take me to a nearby 5-star hotel and drop me off. The next morning, Angie had just woken up and was leaning against the bedhead when her phone notified her of an incoming deposit. 100 million renminbi arrived in your construction bank account. Angie immediately called Sadie. On the other end, she sounded just waking up, hoarsely saying, Bernal's money has arrived. Everyone gets a share, half for you. Just half? Don't forget all her money came from me. There's still some from her own labor, right? Sadie sipped water casually. Fine. Leave the rest to you. Got it. Up early? Just as Angie hung up, intending to snuggle back into bed for a few minutes, Govind, sweaty from his downstairs gym session, came upstairs. Yeah. Come, let me absorb some essence. Angie lazily stretched her arms, waiting for Govind. He closed the bedroom door, looking at Angie lovingly. Sweaty like this, wouldn't you mind? Then go wash up. Sleep a little more, it's still early. I can't sleep because I'm thinking. Govind headed towards the bathroom and glanced at the digital clock on the bedside table. It's 6:40 a.m. If you're not in a hurry, we can do something meaningful after my shower. Get lost. Govind chuckled, approaching Angie. One hand propped on the bedside table, the other cupped her head, both fiercely and affectionately. Come, let hubby kiss you. 8 a.m. The studio atmosphere was somber. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to speak. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in. Is it true? I saw online posts saying Elsie's mom was sick and that Big Sister Tong's money for her treatment was embezzled by someone? Right. Big Sister Tong is generous, why lie about such a thing? But what about Elsie's mother? She passed away shortly after the new year. Elsie held the funeral alone in her hometown without informing anyone at the company. That's despicable, stealing life-saving money. Whispered murmurs spread rapidly. Su Wanga sat in the corner, hands clasped together, visibly nervous. The moment the door opened, Angie entered wearing a black coat. A Chanel custom suit hugged her perfect figure, making her look businesslike unlike her usual casual self. Everyone, sit down. We're having a meeting. In the conference room, Angie sat at the head of the table, with Elsie and a previously unseen woman standing behind her. Angie didn't waste time on trivial matters. Her icy gaze swept the room like a knife, her long fingers tapping the table neither softly nor forcefully but with an eerie, almost menacing air. Those whose names I call will pack their things and leave. Zhao Ku, Su Min. When Angie rattled off 8 names, dead silence ensued initially. Then came protests. Why? You need reasons to terminate us, and proper notice according to labor laws, don't you? Chapter 579, Money Can Make the Devil Grind, and I Am That Devil. Angie raised her index finger forward. Elsie, standing behind her, glanced at her and tossed a document. Why don't you open it and take a look before speaking? Your dismissal is solely due to the few years of service you've contributed to the company. Otherwise, instead of me sitting here, it would be court personnel. The person who was just boasting turned pale upon seeing the document. Lips pressed together, wanting to say something but aware of their own faults. Within 3 to 5 minutes, those named one by one stood up and prepared to leave. Eldest Cameron said that once you step out this door, mind your mouths. Think carefully about what should or shouldn't be said. The materials we have are sufficient to send you inside within their validity period. If you don't want to end up like Burnell, watch your steps. Isaiah looked at the few preparing to leave with their belongings and warned them. Everyone acknowledged their faults and dared not act rashly. They left one by one, heads hanging low. From now on, Elsie will take over Burnell's position. This person beside her, Martha Koo, is Elsie's secretary and the third spokesperson for the company. Say hello. At this brief meeting, Angie gave up her seat for Elsie and went to Burnell's former office. Standing inside for several minutes in silence, she instructed someone to bring in a box and collected all photos related to Burnell from the walls and cabinets. Seal these away. Yes, Isaiah nodded in response. Where is Burnell? At Z Hotel. On the 3rd day after Burnell paid the money, she anxiously checked her phone every day for updates and even tried to gather information through social circles, but nothing came. Frustrated, she put on her coat and went to Ting Fong Tower. I'm looking for Sadie. Lou Martha isn't here. Not here? Where is she? Burnell had a premonition of impending doom. We don't know where she is. But I saw her red BMW parked in the lot as I came in. How can you tell me she's not here? Burnell's heart tightened. She used all her assets to buy Angie's life, and now the person who took the money wasn't doing the job. Wasn't this equivalent to killing her? Leah Jia, Sadie has more than 10 billion in assets. A BMW parked in the lot doesn't mean much. If she's not here today, come back another time. This time, Burnell didn't even enter Ting Fong Tower. But having come this far, how could she leave without trying? A chilly wind blew, and the late winter sky turned dark, casting a thin mist over the entire city, obscuring everything like being trapped in hell with no way out. Burnell sat in her car at the entrance until dawn, finally seeing Sadie come out of Ting Fong Tower, wearing a black coat and stepping into a business Mercedes. Seeing Sadie, Burnell hastily pushed the car door open and grabbed the closing door. Sadie, collecting money and eliminating troubles, what does that mean? Sadie leaned against the seat, hugging her coat, smiling calmly. I don't want to disappoint you, but someone offered 4 billion to buy your life. What should I choose? Burnell froze upon hearing this. She knew Sadie was capable of such actions, she'd seen her methods countless times. Such a woman, like a white magnolia flower, employed ruthless and cunning tactics when paid to do a job. Burnell, I value relationships. Someone offered 4 billion to make you disappear within 10 days. I took 2 billion from you, which means you've paid for 5 days to save your life. Listen, run quickly. After 5 days, I'll have to follow the rules. There's always an order, Sadie, you must follow the rules. With me, Chairman Mao is the rule. Money can make the devil grind, and I am that devil. Sadie stared at her, speaking slowly, pushing aside her hand and glancing at the driver, who immediately closed the door. The Mercedes drove off. Sadie, may you die miserably. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you go. I curse you to never find peace. Screech, 2 cars rushed out from behind, blocking Burnell beside Ting Fong Tower. Before Burnell could react, she was pulled into a car. What are you doing? Where are you taking me? We're not doing anything, just inviting Miss Burnell for a visit. If you behave, we'll get there peacefully, otherwise, it might get awkward. About 10 minutes later, the car stopped in front of an old villa. Burnell was led inside. She hadn't even steadied herself when a young lady in a white dress sauntered out sweetly. How are we treating guests? No tea or water. Miss Wei, please sit. Who are you? Burnell eyed her cautiously. Oh, the woman seemed to realize something, stood up, and extended her hand towards Burnell. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Chelsea. You brought me here for a reason? To help you. Help me? Why? Chelsea smiled pleasantly, sitting on the sofa, looking at Burnell as though she were an innocent princess, an enemy of my enemy is my friend. Besides, I'm probably the only one in Jinggang who would be willing to help you now. I understand your hardship. Angie, that kind of pampered rich girl, never experienced any hardships in her life. Even after you've been serving her loyally for so many years, she overlooks your efforts, exaggerates your mistakes, and dismisses you. You must feel very wronged. No matter how hard you worked for her managing the company, making some mistakes is only human. Yet, Angie dealt you a heavy blow, which is too harsh. Chelsea's words were gentle and persuasive, putting things in Burnell's perspective, nearly touching her. Burnell watched her cautiously, fearing this was another scheme concocted by Angie and Govind. Are you involved with them? I need to leave. Seeing Burnell turning to leave, Chelsea snapped her fingers nonchalantly. A guard at the door instantly handed over a check. 2 billion, my sincerity. Miss Wei can consider working with me. These 2 billion hit Burnell right where it mattered. After the double blow from Angie and Sadie, seeing this check felt like a ray of light shining directly on her. Burnell pondered for a moment, took the check, and turned to Chelsea. What do you want me to do? Note, in this translation, I've adhered strictly to the original Chinese text, maintaining its tone, style, paragraph structure, and line breaks, while ensuring the English is natural and fluent. Chapter 580. Are you thinking of changing wives? You've been offending quite a few people lately. What do you mean? Milagros stood in Pyeongchan's wardrobe, looking at the formal dress she planned to wear the next day. She had received a call from Colton and was somewhat surprised. They wouldn't contact each other frequently unless something was up. Burnell came to see me tonight but was taken away by 2 cars with Beijing plates at the entrance of Tingfeng Tower. Milagros frowned. Send me the license plate numbers. You sure are resourceful, having connections even under the imperial city. People who mix in this world can't just waste time. If you need anything, just say it, Milagros replied casually before hanging up. Colton's WeChat message came in with an image she opened and glanced at, then forwarded it to Jermaine, asking him to help check who owned these plates. Shortly after, 2 words came back, see family. Seeing the words, see family, Milagros laughed spitefully. Sure enough, they were relentless. She couldn't contain herself and called Jermaine late at night. It seemed he was about to sleep when he answered, still a bit confused. What's the background of the C family? They're quite significant. In the capital, they can match up with the Arlo family through marriage. The patriarch of the C family is on par with Govind's stepfather. This C family has 2 women. The elder daughter stays secluded, avoiding worldly affairs, while the younger daughter, Chelsea, has always been in the public eye. She just returned from abroad before the new year, and the C family seems to be grooming her. The Arlo family is involved in politics, business, and entertainment, but the C family has stayed focused on one path. Has she been living abroad all this time? Los Angeles. That made sense. Govind's company headquarters was in Los Angeles. It seemed that Govind didn't think much of it, but Chelsea didn't feel the same way, or else she wouldn't have come all the way to Jinggang to confront Milagros. Help me find out what the relationship between Chelsea and Govind is. Damn. That piqued my interest. Jermaine suddenly became alert, no longer sleepy. Why ask? Planning to divorce him? Why keep a man who isn't clean? Milagros. You're actually happy Govind isn't clean? I love seeing gods descend to earth, elites being humiliated, virtuous wives turning into prostitutes, and monks breaking their vows, he said, enjoying every bit of his twisted pleasures. I'm so normal, I just want to see things I never experience. Go find out, or I'll make trouble for Margaret, making sure you don't get any peace. The most poisonous heart belongs to a woman like you. Milagros hung up, standing in front of the large dressing mirror, deep in thought. If Govind and Chelsea truly had no ties, she wouldn't have chased him from the capital to Jinggang as an unmarried man. A family like the C family wouldn't allow such behavior. Noble families valued lineage above all. Bringing back a girl to groom her as an heiress meant they invested heavily in her. For Chelsea to act this way now was undoubtedly against her family's wishes. The sudden touch on her shoulder made Milagros gasp. Turning around, she saw Govind standing behind her, his presence sparking anger. Do you want to scare someone to death? Are you thinking of changing wives? Govind returned from social engagements that day, half drunk and half sober. He entered the bedroom to find Milagros staring into the mirror, intending to approach her affectionately. But as soon as he raised his hand, he was unexpectedly shouted at. Why are you so angry? The man frowned, clearly displeased. Are you a ghost? You walk without making a sound. Govind pressed his lips together, his gaze icy. Playing mind games with demons outside was one thing, but coming home to be yelled at by his wife left him seething with unventilated anger. Sir, sobering soup. Give it to Catherine, let it clear her head. Govind walked off. Milagros wasn't willing to back down, quickly catching up. What do you mean? Did I provoke you? Who's getting mad here? Catherine, grey-hammed, noticing the brewing conflict, stepped in front of Milagros. Sir had drinks tonight and vomited in the yard upon returning, likely feeling unwell. Catherine should be magnanimous and not take it personally. Grey-hammed was adept at diffusing tension, knowing both had hard heads and wouldn't listen to advice, using one's suffering to appease the other. It's not like I forced him to drink. What does this have to do with me? Don't tie me into this. Marriage requires mutual tolerance. When Mr. is unwell, more tolerance from Catherine will reciprocate later. There's no right or wrong in love. Home isn't a place for arguments. Milagros refused to admit defeat. Stop persuading me, go talk to him. At his age, he shouldn't quarrel with me like a little girl. He should know better as a man. Bang. The bathroom door slammed shut, startling Greyhamed, spilling some of the sobering soup. No wonder Milagros never suffered losses in life. Her mindset was unbeatable. Believing firmly that it wasn't her fault, and even if it was, so what, this mentality was unmatched. Sir. Greyhamed pushed open the study door, met with a pungent tobacco smell. The ashtray, previously empty, now held several cigarette butts, with one still smoldering. He glanced sideways as Greyhamed entered. Who did Catherine meet today? She went to the company and has been upstairs since. No one visited. Govind remained calm, tapping his cigarette into the ashtray. Leave the soup. Steam from the sobering soup rose, mixing with the smoke in the air, creating an ambiguous yet distinct scene. Their initial relationship was just like this. No visitors. Yet she was holding her phone, clearly answering calls. Allely, check Catherine's call logs. He always sought precise answers. Soon, Allely sent a string of numbers and a voice message. The top number is from Harvey, familiar to Sir. Others are studio calls, except for the one starting with 177, which is from Tingfeng Tower's owner. Tingfeng Tower? Yes. Put it aside. Deal with Harvey, reminding him what to say and what not to say. Chapter 581. The next morning. Harvey had barely woken up when he was disturbed by a knock on the door. In a small villa not far from the Bow family's ancestral residence in the capital city, Harvey rubbed his head and opened the door to see an aunt standing there. What's up? There's someone at the gate looking for you, saying it's urgent. Who is it? The aunt shook her head. I don't know him. Click. On the other side, the main bedroom door opened. Mercedes, wearing a black spaghetti-strap silk dress, stood at the door, glaring at him unhappily. Mr. Bow, in the courtyard downstairs, Harvey cautiously looked at the few people before him. What's going on? Nothing much, just that Chairman Nate asked us to deliver a few words to you. Nate? Harvey had a foreboding feeling. Govind? Yes. What did he say? Chairman Nate said, it takes 3 years to learn how to speak, and a lifetime to learn when to stay silent. You should know what to say and what not to say. Harvey remembered the call from Angie last night. Had Govind heard it? Otherwise, this person wouldn't have sent people so early in the morning. He knew Govind was outrageous, but he didn't realize he was this bold. This guy treats the capital like Jingang. So please tell Govind, this is the capital, not Jingang. Bang. Leet. As Harvey was about to storm back inside, someone pressed his shoulder and shoved him into the pillar by the door. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? Chairman Nate said, if you listen, we talk nicely. If you don't listen, then we'll deal with you. I damn you, Govind, you deserve finding a woman like Angie. Damn you, may you be ridden by women in this life and the next. Come on, hit me, I promise I won't fight back, just hit me here. Harvey pointed at his forehead. If you guys don't kill me today, I'll definitely complain to Angie, and see if anyone can handle him. Did a ghost hit you? Early in the morning, Angie was brushing her teeth when over 10 WeChat messages exploded into her mind. Yeah, a ghost hit me. Govind sent people to my place this morning to beat me up because of your call last night. Aren't you too unfair to drag me into this? Do I look like a cannon fodder? Are you two water ghosts pulling everyone down with you? Am I born to get beaten? Block me. Don't contact me again. I helped my friend twice, only to be stabbed twice. I don't want to die unjustly. Angie put down her electric toothbrush and rinsed her mouth. Tell me, how much do you need? 50 million. Harvey played both strong and humble, knowing that everything costs money. I'll give you another 20 million if you help me investigate something. Is this labor fee? Beating fee. Harvey. You're actually quite nice. If she asked him to investigate something and Govind found out, he would certainly come after him again. This poor child, born without power or wealth, sacrificed by the family for marriage alliances, it's cruel to bully him too much, her conscience wouldn't allow it. Angie changed into home clothes and walked downstairs. She heard the cat meowing miserably as she reached the stairs. What happened? The cat went out last night and came back this morning all dirty and covered in leaves. Sir is combing its fur right now. Mina replied. Angie glanced at the battle between the man and the cat, thinking that this kind of task should be done by servants from Alban, not by him personally. She turned to go into the dining room. Mina watched silently, knowing that their sir wasn't doing this idly. It was probably pent-up anger from last night, and the stupid cat just ran into him while he was out jogging this morning. Otherwise, would the cat willingly let itself be combed? Syra, aren't you going to see? See what? Do you expect me to squat beside him and count every hair? Prepare breakfast, bring me a cup of black coffee. Isn't Syra not fond of black coffee? The servant questioned. My heart hurts, I want to drink it. Mina couldn't retort, Angie's remark made him lower his head. At the bar behind the dining room, the sound of running water filled the air as Angie stirred her bird's nest soup with a spoon. Her eyes on the bowl, her ears on the activity behind her. As Govind sat down, Angie's gaze appraised him. The man met her gaze without hesitation. What do you want to ask? How does Chairman Nate know what I want to ask? You look like you're ready to interrogate me. So? Is Chairman Nate going to answer or not? I can answer, but I won't volunteer anything. Angie sipped her coffee, her expression arrogant. Really? Didn't you seem very eager in bed? Modesty when needed, boldness when required, you taught me that. Angie nodded, putting down her cup and standing to face Govind. Good. She turned to leave the dining room. Where are you going? Guess. You have no work today. So? Angie asked. His cold words and disdainful look made Govind feel uneasy. Just as Angie was about to go upstairs, he held her against the railing. Wasn't it you who started yelling? You still have emotions? Don't I have the right to have emotions? So dominant. Should I ask if Earth could be renamed after you? Did I upset you? Govind, despite reluctance, asked. Despite always speaking kindly and serving her wholeheartedly in bed, why had she become so angry with him? You finally asked the right question, Mr. Nate. Why did I upset you? Angie extended her long fingers and plucked a strand of cat hair off Govind's black pajamas. How about this? Accompany me to a banquet tonight, and we'll discuss everything later. What kind of banquet? A charity gala. Why the sudden change of attire? Where will I find an upscale evening gown at this hour? Angie wandered aimlessly through Kimberly's studio, occasionally flicking dresses on the racks. Burnell knows I'll attend tonight's charity gala since she followed Chelsea. That mermaid gown you made won't be practical for confrontations. Just a confrontation, you only need to look beautiful. Who will really fight? Angie pulled at her lips. What if? Kimberly glanced at Angie and threw the gown onto the sofa. Govind aggressively expands his business empire without any hesitation. Pete's fate stands as a warning. If Chelsea really has ties to him, and he maintains this ambiguous stance, consider replacing him. Chapter 582, I love watching virtuous women confront scumbags. How about this one? It's a body-hugging dress. No way. She was going in with the intent to confront someone. She had to eliminate any potential obstacles that could hinder her performance. This one, a tiered skirt. You can even do the splits in it. Angie glanced at the black tiered skirt. It wasn't very pretty, but it allowed for easy movement. Angie reluctantly nodded. Kimberly noticed her lack of enthusiasm. Want something to drink? A cup of coffee to clear my head. You haven't answered my question. If Chelsea really has a relationship with Govind, what are you planning to do? Castrate him. The coffee machine was grinding beans as Kimberly leaned on the counter, gazing at Angie with conviction. If you said this 6 months ago, I'd believe you, but now, can you bear it? Love is like this. Loving without realizing it. Someone might confidently think they can walk away unscathed, but in reality, they're already deeply entrenched. With your usual self, as long as you don't love Govind, whatever he does shouldn't concern you. Or, you wouldn't have waited until now, you would have castrated him already. Angie remained silent. If she loved, she did. But she had the ability to extricate herself if needed. That night. At the charity gala in Jingang's entertainment circle, Angie appeared in a black tiered skirt, her long slender legs encased in red high heels. Her long hair casually draped behind her ears, simple yet elegant, but her natural beauty couldn't be hidden. As she swayed into the venue, everyone's eyes followed from her attire to her face. Did she solve the company issues? Participating in a gala now shows the problems aren't too serious or have already been resolved. It should be resolved by now. Angie's fans are so fierce, Burnell is doomed. Don't you agree? It's quite ironic how Burnell betrayed her. The salary she offered is enviable across the industry. Many female stars don't earn millions in a year, yet Burnell, as an agent, earned easily without being loyal. It's fortunate she met Angie, otherwise, anyone else couldn't handle her. Indeed. But who will be lucky enough to be Angie's next agent, considering how generous she is? Rumors spread through the crowd. Have you heard? Jed originally wanted to poach Burnell, but after this mess, no one dared to take her. Offending Angie means Jed can barely function in Jingang. How vindictive she is. If Jed offends her, they'll always have troubles. Not worth it. This deal isn't worth it. As they chatted, they saw Jed leave his artists and approach Angie. They exchanged glances, inviting everyone to watch. Angie felt everyone's peculiar gazes and turned to see Jed approaching with a grin. Angie scoffed, aren't you just like a pair of balls hanging under the eyebrows, only blinking but not watching? Can't you tell I'm not pleased with you? I definitely can. I'm here to apologize for offending Christy. You didn't show up to apologize these past days. Why now? Angie scanned the area, seeming to understand. Is it because your company needs me to give you a break tonight? Christy is wise. We're here to create buzz. Angie responded, I can give Mr. Lee some face. Thank you for your kindness, Christy, I'll never forget. Just because I can doesn't mean others will. Jed's flattery halted abruptly, staring at Angie's unpredictable expression. What do you mean, Christy? Angie crossed her arms, raising her chin to gesture Jed to look behind. That's Burnell? Who's beside her? I don't know her, but isn't the lady further down the party secretary's wife? The secretary's wife accompanying, who could be so influential? She looks young too. Angie stepped forward, standing beside Jed, feigning a friendly tone. Let me introduce the woman next to her. She's the youngest daughter of the C family in the capital, a third-generation Red. Mr. Lee, imagine. My conflict with Burnell is just professional disagreement, but yours involves sleeping with her and then denying everything. Women hate scumbags. Imagine her in power, supported by the secretary's wife, surpassing you. Your position may not only be at risk but also implicate your father-in-law. Angie's matter-of-fact speech made Jed's face turn grim. He knew all her words could come true. Christy, can you really endure such betrayal? I can. Angie replied calmly. Jed, you're a princess. Even princesses descend from grace sometimes. Wouldn't that embarrass you? What's my reputation worth? So be it. I enjoy watching virtuous women tear apart scumbags. Jed, impenetrable. I was wrong. I shouldn't have provoked Christy. Please let me know your demands. I will do my best to meet them. Angie raised an eyebrow. Do your best? Absolutely, anything. Jed knew at this stage, offending anyone could lead to bigger issues. His wife might kick him out for damage control. Angie's cold and gleeful tone showed she was clearly expecting drama. That's what you said, I didn't force you. Christy is kind-hearted and beautiful, she wouldn't force anyone. Chelsea spotted Angie upon entering, restrained by etiquette, introduced herself around with the party secretary's wife. After about 30 minutes, she finally reached Angie. Their eyes locked, a storm brewing beneath calm surfaces. Angie smiled faintly, looking at Chelsea calmly. Chelsea reciprocated, seemingly competing for who could stay more composed. Do Geraldine and Miss C know each other? Sharon broke the tension. If we were in ancient times, with more effort, Miss C and I could be sisters, Angie replied, her gaze shifting to the party secretary's wife. Chapter 583. Govind actually listened to Angie. Geraldine, are you joking with me? Joking? Angie tilted her head in confusion, countering the question. In terms of status, Geraldine is below Miss C. Regarding family background, the Hua family are mere nouveau riche merchants, while the C family is noble and prestigious. Your statement is rather bold from any angle, Burnell said sarcastically, loud enough for everyone in the room to hear clearly. Angie lowered her head, lips curling slightly. At that moment, her side fringe fell, casting a soft shadow over her face. You really have no shame, she retorted. Slap. Burnell's words were cut off by Angie slapping her across the face. Immediately, everyone saw Angie shake her hand afterward. You really don't understand. Since I kindly let you off the hook, you should be grateful and stay away from me instead of coming near me to flaunt your power. Embezzling 300 million can easily land you in prison for life. Isn't that true? The C family, after all, is a reputable third generation. If they fall due to one person's mistake, wouldn't that be regrettable? Does old Mr. C know you found someone who betrays and forgets their own roots? Burnell's face turned incredibly pale as she glared at Angie. Geraldine sure manages everything. Good advice. Is that so? Why do I feel like this good advice has some personal grudges mixed in? Chelsea's tone was sharp, her gaze on Angie unrelenting. Angie seemed unconcerned, shrugging her shoulders. History is a lesson, Miss C should be careful. A knife in a butcher's hand slaughters, but in a warrior's hands, it saves the country. It all depends on how others use it, she remarked, obviously not backing down. Meanwhile, in the equipment room, someone handed a USB drive to a staff member. The organizer says to change the first slide of tonight's presentation. Use this version. Try it out. When did they say we had to change it? We didn't get any notice. That person's expression changed, clearly used to such situations. If they say to change it, just do it. Decisions made upstairs need not come directly from leaders to you. What time is it now? Can you comprehend? But nothing was posted in the work group. Do you not understand? Change it now, there are only 2 minutes left. What are you stalling for? Can you take responsibility if something goes wrong? Fine, move aside. I'll do it myself. In the banquet hall, the host held a microphone asking everyone to be seated. Either coincidentally or intentionally, Chelsea's seat was next to Angie. Both women disliked each other but restrained themselves for the public setting. Just as they sat down, Chelsea noticed an empty seat beside Angie. She glanced sideways. Did Geraldine bring a male companion? Guess. I thought Manager Lee was your date earlier. There are many ways to insult someone. I suggest you try another. Angie laughed coldly, pulling out her phone. Chelsea tried to see whom she was messaging but only saw Angie's phone screen protected by an anti-peep film. Everything was unclear. As Burnell had said, Angie seemed carefree but was actually very cautious. Damn. Isn't that Angie? Does the organizer want to die? Making mistakes in such an important event? It's even half-nude pictures of Angie. Heaven. Someone must be plotting against Angie here. Doesn't that break the rules of a charity dinner? How could Geraldine's half-nude photos appear at a charity dinner? Trying to get attention isn't done like this. Beside her, Chelsea sneered. If you truly wanted attention, you should release nude photos of you and my father, not yourself. You. Or, do you want to call my mom right now? I wouldn't mind. Bitch, Chelsea's face flushed red with anger. She raised her hand to slap Angie. Angie didn't dodge but leaned in to receive the slap. Suddenly, Chelsea's furious eyes turned fearful, muttering, Jichu. Turning around, Angie saw Govind standing behind her, one hand in his pocket, the other gripping Chelsea's wrist fiercely. Chairman Nate, the mayor's wife, quickly stood up upon seeing him. We apologize for not welcoming Chairman Nate properly. Govind's sudden arrival caused chaos throughout the venue. His grip tightened, almost crushing Chelsea's bones, causing cold sweat to drip from her forehead. The mayor's wife, aware of Chelsea's position, didn't want anyone getting hurt in Jingang and interjected with a smile. Chairman Nate, please release her. We can talk about it calmly. Govind didn't respond but instead looked at Angie, seeking approval. Only when Angie nodded symbolically did Govind act, showing he deferred to her judgment. The meaning was clear to all. Whispers erupted around them. Young Miss C is hot-headed, understandable. But using someone to release my half-naked photos at a charity event is a bit too much. A place for charity turned into a mess by Miss C reflects badly on both the C family and herself. Chelsea's expression changed, and the mayor's wife realized the bad blood between these two. Geraldine, making false accusations might be going too far. Bang, Alley brought a person over and threw them at Chelsea's feet. That person glanced nervously at Chelsea, then panicked towards Burnell. You said it would be fine, but you never mentioned I'd offend Chairman Nate. What are you doing? Nonsense, Burnell avoided the person's touch. I have recordings. Whether you admit it or not doesn't matter. You told me to do it, the woman said, preparing to pull out her phone to play the recording. Burnell, realizing the situation, tried to snatch the phone. Midway through her reach, she paused, noticing everyone staring at her. Instantly enraged, Burnell grabbed the woman's hair, forcing her head up. You're bluffing? Angie dealing with her was understandable, but now even a lowly server dared defy her. Note, this chapter contains sensitive material that may be offensive. Proceed with caution. Chapter 584, I came to support my wife, not to let loose. Miss C's person, shouldn't this be explained a bit more clearly? Angie leaned lazily against the chair, her leg crossed over the other as she propped her chin in her hand, watching with an expectant and entertained expression. If it's something someone else said, does Geraldine need my explanation? How has Miss C's person become someone else's? Angie's eyes flicked toward Govind, lightly tugging at his expensive suit cufflink. The diamond cufflink sparkled under the lights, dazzling and brilliant. Her affected sweet voice made people's hair stand on end. Mr. Nate, please weigh in. Govind knew this was all for show by Angie. He glanced at Chelsea and Burnell, call the police and let them handle it. Mr. Nate, today isn't the right occasion to escalate matters, perhaps we should settle this privately. At the mention of calling the police, the host felt a chill down his back. This charity gala leveraged celebrities for publicity, to showcase they were accomplishing good deeds. An incident like this would undo their efforts and invite blame, a loss that wasn't worth the risk. What kind of occasion is this? The man asked coldly. Four simple words silenced everyone. Alley. Call the police. Mr. Nate, please be lenient. I came here to support my wife, not to set horses loose. The cold, angry, and indifferent voice from Govind's thin lips instantly quieted the entire hall, even a pin drop could be heard. Even the sound of breathing disappeared. Rumors were nothing new to them, after all, this was the entertainment industry where such talk abounded. People grew accustomed to rumors. For instance, regarding the matter between Angie and Govind, everyone believed it was exaggerated until the protagonists admitted it publicly. What kind of fortune does Angie have? Did she save the galaxy in her past life? With both her father and husband being billionaires, she hasn't tasted a single hardship. Envy, pure envy. Her birth chart must be a perfect match. Note, in this context, birth chart is used instead of Botsy, to make it more understandable for English readers while keeping the meaning intact. If you prefer to keep Botsy, you can add a brief explanation. Her Botsy, or birth chart, must be a perfect match. Whether or not the whispers entered Angie's ears wasn't important. What mattered was that, becoming the focus of the entire venue, Geraldine leaned lazily in her chair, extending her index finger to entwine with Mr. Nate's little finger, gently swaying it. Alluring, fragile, innocent, various emotions played across her face. Govind captured Angie's palm and rubbed it, asserting his ownership and dominance. The host looked at the scene before him, speechless, unable to recover. Well, I can refuse others' requests but not the party secretary's wife. Angie cast a glance at the noblewoman beside Chelsea, her tone leisurely but her gaze calculating. A local official outweighs a distant authority, no matter how powerful the C family might be, they were far away in the capital. Govind, however, was the local god of wealth. Their rise depended entirely on his mood. Change our seating. Certainly, certainly, immediately from Mr. and Catherine Nate. As Angie was led away, the silent hall erupted into chatter. Voices whispered one after another without pause. Bang. As the door of the second-floor VIP room closed, Govind released Angie's palm and pressed her shoulder against the door, standing nose to nose. Their breath mingled, creating an intimate yet restrained atmosphere. Are you manipulating me? Nonsense, how could there be manipulation? Angie responded nonchalantly, her fingers rubbing his shirt collar. From last night onward, every step you've taken has been leading me into your trap for today. Is Chelsea really that important? Angie tried to push his hand off her shoulder but only had it pressed harder. Chelsea isn't important. Important is your attitude. I know you well. If someone truly had nothing to do with you, you'd stay uninvolved. Yet, in the case of Chelsea, you've hidden things from me, preferring to go out of your way to deal with Harvey rather than telling me the truth. It's unlike Mr. Nate to act so imprudently. You could have kept everyone quiet, but... Angie reached up to stroke Govind's chin, lingering repeatedly. I have ways to find out what's happening. Regarding Gay, I never blamed you. But if there's one thing, there'll be another. Others would call me foolish. Agree? Investigating to the root won't benefit either of us or our marriage. Govind tried to dissuade Angie from digging deeper. Everyone has unmentionable secrets. I protect your dignity and past, and you should return the favor. At 20, I entered the business world, and by 28, I achieved success back in Jingang. You know, in the realm of fame and fortune, no one is entirely clean. Matters of bloodshed are trivial, past affairs that can be suppressed should be. Yet, you're exposing my scars in public over a woman. Because it's a woman, I want to know the truth. Your repeated avoidance raises suspicion. Angie remained relentless. Do you know what you're doing? You raise a pet bird, feeding it luxurious meals, but then give it cheap grain. Govind, just know what answer I seek, you don't need to worry about the rest. Irresponsible, Govind thought avoiding issues that affect their relationship was best. But Angie insisted on stirring up trouble for the sake of answers, making both bleed. Leaving 4 words behind, he turned to leave, his hand on the doorknob when Angie's rational voice echoed coldly. If you walk out this door today, you'll never enter mine again. Govind halted. Turning back, he met Angie's gaze, stunned by her domineering aura. The formerly sweet and spoiled heiress now appeared calm, like a deity controlling life and death. Downstairs, the host introduced an exquisite jade bracelet worth millions. Angie glanced at the screen, then sat on the sofa, her back as straight as a pine tree, not bending an inch. I, Angie, was born proud. Walking out that door means facing a storm of rumors. Govind understood, nodding amidst the ongoing argument, acknowledging her stubbornness. What do you plan? Downstairs, Chelsea raised a bid, evidently interested in the jade bracelet. Angie glanced downstairs briefly, then returned her gaze to Govind. Chapter 585, Blood, Tears, and a Lost Child. What was the point? Mr. Nate from upstairs has bid 60 million. Is there anyone willing to offer more? Downstairs, the auctioneer's voice rang out, followed by an eerie silence. In such settings where celebrities gather, even the most famous stars rely on capital to survive. Who would dare challenge the capitalists openly? Undoubtedly, the jade bracelet ultimately fell into the hands of Govind and was now on Angie's wrist. Did you two have a fight? Elsie was sitting in the car, reviewing a movie script intended for Angie. Seeing the two emerge from the elevator side by side but getting into separate cars, he sensed something was off. It's not worth it. What happened? Did Chairman Nate upset you? Just as Elsie was wondering, Burnell came out of the elevator, her expression full of resentment, seemingly having just been reprimanded inside. She probably ran into Angie and got embarrassed. To Kimberly's place. At this hour? Elsie glanced at the time, it was nearly 10 o'clock. By this time, she usually heads back to Puyan Mountain. Is it inappropriate? It's fine, it's fine. At 10:30, Kimberly had just returned home from her studio when she stepped out of the elevator and saw Angie standing at her doorstep, dressed in a formal gown with a black coat draped over her shoulders, inputting the password. Rare visitor. Ever since you and Govind fell in love, I hardly see you around anymore. Did you have a fight with Govind? Angie switched off her phone and tossed it onto the sofa, muttering 2 words, unlucky. Kimberly clicked her tongue. When you're in love, it's all Boss Nate this and Boss Nate that. Now that you've had a fight, it's all about being unlucky. I read the news, wasn't that 6 million yuan bracelet unlucky? You really stole the spotlight today. Your rivals in the entertainment industry must be envious. And they can't do anything about it. Who else has a billionaire husband? In the bathroom, Angie applied makeup remover to cleanse her face, listening to Kimberly stand by the door and prattle, I'm hungry, let's order takeout. Call Isaiah and ask him to bring up 2 bottles of red wine from my car. If you drink here to drown your sorrows, Boss Nate won't dare to go after you, but he will definitely come after me. I suggest you go home. Wiping water droplets from her face with a towel, Angie coldly retorted, I suggest you stop suggesting. Bam. Kimberly flinched and touched her nose. Meanwhile, at Puyan Mountain. Govind and Angie both got into their respective cars. Ali noticed his master's grim expression and roughly guessed what had transpired. He drove silently, pretending to treat himself like air. Back at Puyin Mountain, Mina approached cautiously and received a cold glance. Call Catherine Nate and find out where she is. Mina shrank back and prepared to call Angie from the doorway but heard the man's stiff tone from behind. Make the call here. On speaker. Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. Upon hearing the robotic female voice, Mina felt every hair on her body stand on end. The spacious 70-square-meter study felt suffocatingly cramped. I'll call Isaiah. Mina made the call, and Isaiah didn't dare hide anything. Catherine Nate is at CEO Chu's place. Master is waiting for Catherine Nate to come home. At Kimberly's elevator lobby, Isaiah knocked on the door holding 2 bottles of red wine. Angie answered in her pajamas, taking the phone from him and opening her mouth to ask, whose call? Mina, saying Master is waiting for Catherine Nate to come home. Oh, tell him I won't be coming back tonight. Isaiah, Ma. BAM, the door slammed shut, leaving Isaiah momentarily unsure whether to hang up or not. Finally, the man's cold angry voice echoed, get out. Kimberly slipped off her turtleneck sweater and lounged on the couch in a short-sleeved shirt. Despite the heated room, she felt no chill, watching Angie expertly uncork the wine and pour it into a glass. Really not going back? When did I ever lie? If you don't return, Mina and others might suffer consequences. Angie glanced at her. Technically for them, I'm immoral and heartless, or else your statement would have emotionally blackmailed me. They aren't suffering because of me. Talking to me won't help. Kimberly bent down to pick up the wineglass from the coffee table, leaning lazily on the couch while analyzing. Govind lacked love as a youth, struggled during his entrepreneurial years, and only achieved stability and success by his 30s. This journey must have been eventful. Stories abound in the world of fame and fortune, some known, some hidden. From Krista and Darren avoiding discussions of his past, we know he isn't clean-handed. Achieving what many strive for in a lifetime took him 8 years, there must have been some unknown secrets along the way. Most capitalists resort to any means during startup, then try to cover up the truth upon reaching power. Some stories should remain untold, not everyone is as open as your father. Only Govind lacks integrity. If others hadn't confronted me, it'd be one thing, but now that they have, acting oblivious wouldn't make me useful at all. Angie swirled her glass. And? I'm not my mother. Let's wait and see. Aren't you afraid it will hurt feelings? Even if it does, Govind initiated it, not me. To clear my conscience and give up a life for Govind, if he keeps hiding things, then my blood and tears and lost child are for nothing. Kimberly wanted to dissuade her but realized some matters couldn't be mediated. Govind wanting to hide his past made sense, exposing old wounds could cripple him. But Angie pursuing the truth was also understandable. A woman who falls in love and loses a child usually can't bear it, especially someone proud like Angie. Don't you fear the truth might be unbearable? Angie finished her wine in one gulp, her lips curling slightly. If I'm in pain, I'll drag someone else into it too. As she poured another glass, her phone rang. Harvey called, his tone calm yet tinged with schadenfreude. I didn't find much, but 4 years ago, one of Boss Nate's properties in Los Angeles changed ownership. Guess who the beneficiary is? Chelsea. Chapter 586. Los Angeles's famous affluent district, with sky-high property prices and a place sought after by many celebrities where houses are hard to come by. But 4 years ago, Boss Nate transferred this house to Chelsea, who was only 19 at the time. 19? Angie was stunned. Receiving a property worth hundreds of millions at the age of 19, Chelsea could be called a winner in life. So Alban wasn't unique? He gave to her what he had given to others before. And she wasn't even the first one to experience it. The words, one of a kind, were just a joke. Chelsea is 23 now, a few years younger than you. Moreover, that property was Boss Nate's first purchase after becoming famous. It was there that he decided to move the company headquarters back to Jingang and sign for the current Montegegmeo building. Typically, a businessman values his history of wealth accumulation and wouldn't sell his first property for any reason, just so he has something to brag about in the future. Yet, Boss Nate gave his first property to Chelsea, who is 7 or 8 years younger. To say there's no story behind it, I don't believe it either, do you? Every word Harvey said hit her like a heavy stone, making her feel suffocated, with goosebumps rising all over her body and a chill running down her spine. Do you have the property information? Yes. Send it to me. There's another interesting thing. Though Chelsea received this property, due to the inability to pay the substantial management fees, she is selling it. You can do one more favor for me. Harvey knew what Angie meant and chuckled lightly. Christy, this comes at an additional cost. Trying to hike the price on me? I might not be able to finish Govind, but I can certainly finish you off. Do you want to try? Christy only bullies honest people. Wait for my news. Harvey hung up the phone, and immediately WeChat messages arrived. Angie opened them and asked Kimberly for her laptop. When the Los Angeles property information appeared on the laptop on her knees, Kimberly knew things weren't simple. Real estate agents typically provide some background about the previous owners of a house, to promote a faster sale and a higher price. Especially with this house, whose previous owner had a significant reputation and was currently in the limelight. Not mentioning him would be unreasonable. The website listed Govind's name above, followed by Chelsea's. Clearly visible, Angie couldn't ignore it. Kimberly, looking worried, advised, "Why don't you go back and talk it over with Boss Nate? One-sided accounts don't mean much. Some things need verification. With today's increasing divorce rates, divorce isn't a big deal anymore, and everyone can accept it readily. However, things must be clear. You can't be here fretting while he knows nothing, letting Chelsea get away with it." Angie saved the address, uncertain if she heard Kimberly's words or not. Not in a rush. She can't sell the mansion worth hundreds of millions overnight. "What are you thinking?" Angie remained silent, her lips slightly downturned, showing a cold and stern expression. All right, I won't ask. Really not going home tonight? Aren't you worried that Govind will?" Before Kimberly finished, the doorbell rang. "Is it Govind?" While guessing, Kimberly opened the door and saw Govind standing outside, his black coat carrying the chill of winter, and his neatly combed hair slightly damp. Kimberly stepped aside to let Govind in, closing the door herself as she sat in the foyer. Seeing the worried look on Isaiah's face, she felt that the young lady was truly pitiful, having become overly cautious after being disciplined by Govind, almost clinging to Angie's belt loop. "Go home." "No. Angie, do you have to argue with me? Even knowing we argued, you still hid the truth. It shows that my anger doesn't matter much to you. I said some things aren't appropriate to discuss openly. If they can't be discussed openly, why didn't you tell me privately when we're alone? Govind, you find grand excuses for everything unnecessary. Why bother? What are you doing?" The wine glass Angie was holding was taken away by someone, and then Govind carried her off. Just reaching the elevator, Awali rushed up. "Sir, there are reporters downstairs." Govind glanced at Angie, understandingly offering, "Do you want to walk or should I carry you?" "Reporters?" Her upscale community would never allow reporters inside, the property management would be flogged otherwise. Kimberly sensed something was amiss, checked the community group on her phone, and messaged the property management asking about reporters downstairs. They replied with a resounding no. Fine, Govind was playing tricks on Angie again. Kimberly put away her phone, cleared her throat, and just as she was about to speak, Awali shot her a pleading look. Until Govind removed his coat and draped it around Angie, half carrying and half pushing her into the elevator. "Boss Chu, saving a life is like building a 7-story pagoda. Please help." "What does that have to do with me? Angie is my close friend. Your survival means nothing to me." "It's not." Awali seemed puzzled. "These two crazy lovers, normal people like us should stay away. Believe me, they'll probably just end up hooking up once they get home. Better safe than sorry, please, please." Awali clasped his hands together, nearly bowing to Kimberly. At Alban, Greyhammed, wake up soup. Back at Alban, Govind couldn't contain his anger. He changed his shoes and entered the house, even shouting at the cat he passed. In contrast, Angie shrugged off the black coat and threw it on the sofa before heading upstairs, leaving a gracefully dignified figure for Govind. Not long after Angie went upstairs, Govind brought the wake-up soup, receiving earnest advice from Greyhammed before ascending. "Sir, lady is young. Be lenient. A couple shouldn't harbor grievances overnight." When Govind heard this, his anger barely simmered down. Advice? Angie, when obstinate, was harder to handle than a pig during the new year. Reasonably, a man at Govind's level, with billions of assets, wouldn't heed anyone's advice, especially from a paid servant. But he was new to being a husband and genuinely wanted to protect this cherished marriage. Surprisingly, he nodded. Chapter 587, didn't do something to promote marital harmony? The usually proud man walked to the bedroom door with a cup of sobering soup, suppressing his anger repeatedly and deliberately concealing his fury. After calming down for a long time, he pushed the door open and entered. Not seeing Angie in the living room, she must be in the bedroom. As he entered, it seemed he startled her. She hastily stuffed her phone under the covers. This ordinary action appeared to be hiding something she didn't want him to see. Govind wiped away the confusion from his eyes and placed the bowl on the bedside table. "Sobering soup. I don't need it. I'm not drunk. Are you going to let an outsider ruin our relationship? Are you going to make your wife unhappy because of an outsider?" Every word Govind said was countered by Angie precisely, never accepting any psychological manipulation passively. "Mr. Nate, please understand that I am emotional, but I'm doing this because I care about this matter. I need a reasonable explanation to calm me down, not for you to question me. If you can do that, we can talk. Otherwise, leave and don't upset me. You, being so intelligent, have countless methods to handle my emotions. Choosing not to isn't because you don't know how, but because you don't want to." The atmosphere in the bedroom tensed again. Govind stared at Angie, his emotions fluctuating at the edge. His thin lips were tightly pressed, his jawline tense, showing his immense self-restraint. Angie's refusal to back down and Govind's avoidance led to an eventual unpleasant parting. Didn't do something to promote marital harmony last night? In Wang Jintai, Angie was changing clothes in the dressing room, a tennis racket by her feet. She listened to Kimberly's words expressionlessly. Why not let it go? A man's heart and money are with you, why care about his ex-girlfriend? I can ignore it, but not if she comes here to show off. Otherwise, if he doesn't handle it, I will. My father's experience is a lesson. I won't become like my mother. Clang, Angie changed into her outfit, picked up the racket, and entered the tennis court. In the court, Darren and Jonathan were chatting together. Seeing Angie's imposing figure approach, they were startled. What's wrong? Bankrupt? You too, come on, Angie bounced the ball, looking at them. Darren and Jonathan understood immediately. Angie had come to vent her frustration. They didn't know what would happen next. Even if they suffered, it mattered little. Angie had trained with a world champion as her coach when she was young, winning citywide championships. From then on, her reputation was established. Darren's sister practiced tennis until she couldn't bear it anymore. After about half an hour, Jonathan gave up first, lying on the ground gasping for breath. I can't go on. Holding the racket, Angie still hadn't had enough. Men should never say they can't do it. I'm not a man. Life is more important than masculinity. Mr. Natsun said lying down after exercise can affect one's manhood length. Upon hearing this, Jonathan instantly sat up, breathing heavily. I didn't study much, don't lie to me. Get up and continue. I'm done. You play with Darren. Darren heard this and couldn't help but kick Jonathan's thigh. I'm done too. Pathetic. Boss, President Montague on the phone. At Montegegmeo's top floor, Govind smoked while looking at emails on his computer. The room was filled with smoke despite the air purifier running. He took the phone offered by Elon and answered it. Kimberly handed over the phone without delay and left. Help. Speak up. Christy went crazy today, dragging us out of bed early to play tennis, torturing Jonathan and me beyond recognition. Come over quick and take her away. Huh, what the hell? Why did she hang up? Darren lay on the court floor, puzzled. Kimberly shook her head. You're really stupid. Did you think Christy's bad mood has nothing to do with Mr. Nate? Darren. Are you kidding? Govind, a lovesick fool, dare provoke Angie? Doesn't he want to live? Wouldn't she make him resign immediately? Kimberly passed them water bottles. That's what I thought, but some people just have the audacity. True. Drinking water, Kimberly glanced around. Where's Angie? She's been gone for so long. Not in the restroom? Check there. Before Kimberly left the court, she saw Angie's cool figure standing on the corridor of Wang Jintai, facing Chelsea. Herman. Really, such a small world. Darren really has no discernment, inviting anyone. Seeing Angie's expression change, the manager who was showing Chelsea around nervously called out, P. Christie. Small world, Geraldine. Meeting you here shows we have great fate, Chelsea remarked casually, clearly knowing Angie was here, having targeted her. Angie smiled slightly. I wonder if this fate is predestined or orchestrated. Whether it's predestined or orchestrated, it's fate, isn't it? Angie shook her head and clicked her tongue, but sadly, this fate ends here. Escort her out. This order was directed at the manager beside Chelsea. I paid the VIP membership fee. Refund it. Chelsea's face changed. A breach of contract costs triple the fee. Angie calmly brushed her nails. I can afford it. Once the battle between women started, no one could interject. The manager, feeling helpless, called Darren. He might resolve it if it were anyone else, but this was Christie. Unexpectedly, the phone rang near the court. Darren emerged with the phone, surprised at the scene before him. Panic, worry, regret, and remorse flashed across his face, all observed by Angie. Brother Nadio. The story maintains its original style and tone, keeping character names in pinyin accurately. It ensures the narrative is coherent with previous content, adheres to paragraph structure and line breaks from the original text, and remains natural and fluent in English. Hashtag chapter 588, not an ex-girlfriend, no relationship at all. What is drama? This is what you call drama. Chelsea's casual call of Brother Nadio confirmed Angie's long-standing suspicion. This person had genuinely been involved in Govind's life in Los Angeles. Darren felt a chill down his spine when Chelsea addressed him as Brother Nadio. If it were just in private, it wouldn't matter. But doing so in front of Christie, wasn't she trying to kill him? If Angie didn't know about it, it would be fine. But judging by her recent expression, she clearly knew something. Could this be why she's been arguing with Boss Nate lately? Darren's heart pounded like a drum, though his face remained unchanged. Inside, he was frantically trying to find an excuse. He cursed himself. When Govind had initially been indifferent to her, Darren should have aligned with Govind and not stood on the sidelines making cold remarks, making that girl think he was a good person. If she didn't think he was a good person, she wouldn't have tried to strike up a conversation today. Angie and Kimberly's stares were almost enough to devour him alive. Responding or not responding was equally bad. Responding would give the impression that they were very familiar. Not responding would seem too deliberate, as if he was trying to avoid something. So Darren pondered for a moment, then spoke in a cold tone with a look of disdain. What are you doing here? I came to visit Jingang, heard this was Brother Nadio's territory, and specially came to find you. I didn't expect to actually meet you. Chelsea said coyly, walking toward Darren to grab his arm. But Darren dodged her and looked at the manager standing beside Chelsea. Please escort Miss C out. Chelsea had been happy to see Darren, thinking finally she had a chance to reminisce. Instead, Darren wanted to kick her out. Brother Nadio, what do you mean? Believe it or not, I'm just an employee here. The boss is her, Darren pointed at Angie, adding, the boss has already asked you to leave. If I keep you here, doesn't it mean I don't want to work anymore? Chelsea's face changed rapidly. She stared at Darren, her hands clenching and unclenching at her sides. Of course, she knew Darren wasn't telling the truth. Everyone in Jingang knew the real boss was him. Even if the title belonged to someone else, management was in his hands. As long as he didn't want someone to leave, there were plenty of ways to make it happen. Today, Darren siding with Angie to chase her away meant he had chosen Angie. Feeling furious, Chelsea bowed her head slightly, then looked up with tears in her eyes. Brother Nadio, you never treated me like this before. We lived under the same roof abroad for so long, we didn't have love, but at least some kinship. Damn. Was this woman crazy? Saying all this in front of Angie? Darren quickly interrupted, enough. Don't be so ambiguous. You only stayed a few days with us, how can you talk about feelings or kinship? What are you waiting for? Escort her out. The manager firmly ushered her out. As Darren prepared to explain himself to Angie, he turned around to see her entering the coat room. Shaking, he dialed Govind's number for help, but no one answered. Are you doomed? Haider Shao had been hiding behind the door, watching the whole scene without daring to come out. He hadn't known Govind as early as Darren did. By the time he arrived in Los Angeles, Govind had already accumulated his initial capital and reached a high position. He had only heard about the luxurious villa in Los Angeles but never got a chance to go inside. It was the first time he had heard Chelsea's name. If I'm doomed, I'll haunt you. Darren was so nervous, thinking of running upstairs to fetch his car keys and hide for a few days. But upon entering, he saw Angie sitting on the sofa in his office, brewing tea. Her slender fingers lifted the teapot and poured water into the cup. Suddenly, Darren wanted to flee. Angie's back seemed to have eyes, stopping him coldly. Go ahead, I promise you'll break your leg as soon as you leave. Darren. No, I wouldn't dare to leave. Just wanted to close the door, close the door. Sit. Angie poured him a cup of tea. Wet your throat, we'll talk in a minute. Could he refuse? I'm not thirsty, not at all. Angie glanced at him sharply. Darren immediately picked up the cup. I'll drink. The scalding tea burned his throat, but he dared not say a word. Do you want to speak, or should I ask? I'll speak, I'm quite aware. It's not an ex-girlfriend, no relationship at all, just acquaintances. That girl used to pursue Boss Nate, but he didn't like her. To avoid embarrassing her, he kept things civil because their families knew each other. Civil relationship? Darren nodded vigorously, just ordinary civility, absolutely nothing more. Like what? By chance, she saved Boss Nate's life. You know, starting a business in the old days was tougher. People lived on the edge. If you succeeded, you became rich and powerful. If you failed, you lost everything. Boss Nate struggled abroad, often chased by people. It wasn't always lucky to escape. At one point, he was hunted and went missing for a long time. Despite our efforts to find him, we found nothing. When we thought he was gone, someone returned him, covered in injuries. That person was from the C family, which is how they met Chelsea. There's definitely no romantic involvement. Boss Nate is a clean person, single all these years. Even if he stays single for another 30 years, he won't like a girl like Chelsea. Angie watched him intently, looking for clues in his actions. Darren lounged lazily on the sofa, like a cat desperately trying to hide its mischief. Is that so? Of course. Darren replied firmly. Angie set down her teacup, glancing at him. I'll give you 10 minutes to tidy up and accompany me shopping. I'd rather skip it. What fun can I have shopping with a straight guy? You're a straight guy, but is your credit card a straight guy too? Darren. Damn. This is going to cost him a fortune. Chapter 589, tomorrow, I'll have someone kill Chelsea. Do you believe what Darren said? I believe half of it. Kimberly was driving while Angie sat in the passenger seat. Isaiah drove a black Porsche not far behind. He told the truth, but not all of it. Who from the C family saved Govind, he didn't mention. And why Chelsea would connect with Govind, he also left unsaid. He completely avoided talking about that $100 million mansion, Angie observed astutely. If Darren wouldn't say, she had other methods to find out. Kimberly noticed something amiss as well and gestured while holding the steering wheel. Plus, he claims they only harbored Chelsea for a few days back then, but Darren's implication clearly means someone from the C family once sheltered Boss Nate for a few days. It's full of holes. I want to see how they'll patch up this lie. There's plenty of time, there's no rush. Angie remained calm, sitting in the passenger seat, occasionally rubbing her fingertips together, exuding an air of confidence. You're being foolish. In the future, watch out and keep your distance when you see Angie. Don't just blindly approach waiting for her to set traps for you. Krista spoke over the phone after receiving Darren's call and hearing about his actions. She couldn't hold back her criticism. While Lincolnson sets traps for you, and you dig holes for Boss Nate. You really are something. You'd better warn Boss Nate in advance. Otherwise, once Hua Lincolnsons returns to manipulate him, you're dead. Although the events from those years weren't about romantic affairs, everyone has their dark sides. Whether it was Govind, herself, or Darren, they were all former secret agents operating undercover in the dark. Some things that have passed are best left untouched. Mentioning them now could cause minor embarrassments or major troubles. No one wanted to dredge up old matters while sitting at their current positions. Do you think warning boss Nate will save you? Hua Lincolnsons grew up catching adulterers with her mother. She's seen every kind of devil. Even high-level women can be stripped by her. What chance does Chelsea, or even 10 Chelseas, stand against her? Let me handle it, give me her address. What do you plan to do? The C family isn't one you can offend easily. Just handling it, what can I do? Krista hung up, carrying her phone bag upstairs. As soon as she exited the elevator, she felt the peculiar atmosphere on the top floor. The secretaries moved about quietly, even female employees who usually wore heels had switched to flats or slippers today. What's going on? She grabbed someone passing by and asked softly. Chairman Nate is in a bad mood today. He scolded several groups without reason. Even assistant he got scolded today for wearing perfume during her report, saying she polluted the atmosphere with low-quality products. Krista, being abandoned by one's wife is truly pitiful. That day, Govind waited for Angie's call all day without any result. In the evening, when he returned home, Angie was getting a spa treatment downstairs, ending around 9 o'clock. Hearing the sound, Govind held back his anger and left the study, passing through the living room into the bedroom, only to see Angie lifting the blanket to get into bed. Instantly, the man's fury erupted uncontrollably. He lit several cigarettes in succession, gritting his teeth, his voice rising from deep within his chest. Angie. What? A Cold War? Not interesting. She had plenty of ways to make Govind collapse without resorting to a Cold War. Grace, you keep defying me? Am I a donkey who has nothing better to do than defy you all day? Even going to bed annoys you? Should I move somewhere else? Give the master bedroom to you all? Angie used you all instead of you. These two words nearly pushed people's emotions to the breaking point. Us? Who are us? Accusing your own husband of infidelity gives you great satisfaction? Or does it add luster to your life story? Govind said, walking to the bed and grabbing her chin. Even if I did something with someone, it was before we got married. After marriage, I've been clean and haven't done anything wrong to you. Can you let go of the past? Why must you hold on, torment me, and neglect me for amusement? Aren't you idle lately, with no projects, finding me unpleasant? Angie turned away, pushing his hand off her chin. First, I can certainly ignore your pre-marriage liaisons, but post-marriage, if your fling starts seeking me out and you can't handle it, then I must. Second, amusement. Grinding down a man I've shared a bed with for 2 years is less satisfying than grinding down a puppy. Don't overestimate yourself. While I still have some feelings for you, choose, either you deal with Chelsea so she doesn't come to me, or I'll deal with you. Are you confident I won't do anything to you? Isn't that obvious? She leveraged Govind's affection for her and his inability to speak openly about past events, pulling him back and forth in indecision. Govind laughed, nodding repeatedly. All right, all right. He stubbed out the cigarette on the bedside ashtray, tossed his tie onto the carpet, and as his fingers touched the belt at his waist, Angie felt a chill. What are you planning? I want to have you, can't you tell? Don't think one-night stands will solve everything. Once you please me, these issues will be resolved. Of course, I know the issues need solving, but I understand your nature too well. Without sex for 10 days, plus Chelsea floating around Beijing, who knows if I'll come home late one day and you'll suspect me of sleeping with someone. Better to submit my assignment early. Angie choked. That's exactly what she thought. Seeing her silent, Govind undid his shirt buttons, smirking. Caught me right? Angie evaded. Not tonight. Lie down, let me take care of it. As a lawyer, you should know marital rape is illegal, right? So, guess if a lawyer like me can turn illegal into legal? Govind, let me go. If you dare touch me today, I'll have someone kill Chelsea tomorrow. This chapter continues the intense domestic drama between Angie and Govind. Angie's suspicion and frustration towards Govind deepened due to his past secrets and connections with Chelsea. The chapter showcases their complex relationship dynamics, emphasizing themes of trust, betrayal, and power struggles within their marriage. Chapter 590. Could Darren have told you that it was the C family who saved him? Are you prepared to deal with Angie? In the suite of a 7-star hotel, Chelsea stretched out her hand to admire her freshly done nails. Even though she wasn't at Wang Jintai today, she could still make Angie embarrassed, which made her happy. This isn't something you should worry about. Bernal was puzzled. If you don't tell me, how can I help you? Do what I ask you to do and don't ask unnecessary questions. But. What? Don't think staying by my side has much value to me. I just keep you around to annoy Angie. You'd better understand your place, said Chelsea as she put down her hand and picked up a wine glass, lazily swaying it in her hand, appearing both lazy and disdainful. People like you, I've seen many since childhood. Even calling you a traitor would be understating your sins. In ancient times, if you were caught sneaking around nobility, exterminating 3 generations of your family would have been too lenient. Angie lifted you up, gave you a life of wealth and prosperity, but instead of cherishing it, you stabbed her in the back. Anyone in the country with even a bit of reputation would cast you aside like an old shoe. Do you think you'll still be able to survive? Why did you still look for me then? Burnell's mental state was worn down by her words. Her spine was taut. Chelsea took a sip of wine and said nonchalantly, I already said. You're useful to irritate Angie. If you don't leave yet? Don't come near me unless I call you, or you'll pollute the air. Burnell came out of the room with a green face, trembling with anger. Although Angie was arrogant and looked down on people, she didn't bother acting with them, but this Chelsea was different, acting one way in front of others and another behind their backs. Like an old sow wearing a bra, all show and no substance. She thought that fawning over someone would give her an upper hand. Losing Angie, she hoped to find another silly benefactor to support her luxurious lifestyle. Now it seemed that staying with Chelsea wasn't a long-term plan. Once she got the money, she'd leave and live abroad. Someone from Chelsea's entourage entered and saw Burnell standing in the hallway, deep in thought, and glanced at her sideways. Second miss, Burnell doesn't seem like a good person to keep around. She won't cause much trouble anyway. After what Angie did, she is already widely despised in Jingang. Chelsea asked contemptuously, did you find out what I asked? I did. Kimberly frequently visits a bar near her company. She usually drinks a couple of glasses and leaves after getting familiar with the owner. We should be able to find her there today. Let's go. In the bar, Kimberly sat on the bar stool, leaning lazily against it while waiting for the bartender to prepare her drink. She scrolled on her phone idly, eating sunflower seeds. The bartender glanced over, saying, the turmoil in Christie's company isn't resolved yet? You are well informed. The bartender handed her the drink and laughed, just kidding. Keeping up with gossip information is what you taught me. Just as he spoke, someone sat next to Kimberly and greeted with a smile, what will you drink? Same as her. When Chelsea's voice sounded, Kimberly thought it couldn't be so coincidental. Turning her head, she indeed saw Chelsea's face that badly needed cleaning up. What a coincidence, meeting each other in such a big city. Heard you say this twice in one day. It really makes me feel nauseous. Miss C, aren't you quite versatile, from married men to unmarried girls? Chelsea gazed coquettishly at Kimberly, dressed in a black straight bob with a white sweater, embodying the classic white lotus flower look. Removing her coat, her embroidered short skirt highlighted her long slender legs in thigh-high boots, almost malnourished looking from excessive dieting. Compared to Angie's natural beauty, she was worlds apart. Miss Chu, you're joking. If I wanted to eat, I'd only eat Mr. Nate. Others don't interest me. Pity that Mr. Nate has OCD and doesn't fancy your type. If you truly loved him, why chase him for so many years? If I were you, I wouldn't have the face. A well-off young lady turned into a third wheel disrupting someone's family. For a red third generation, you've certainly ruined some reputations. Chelsea remained unaffected by Kimberly's sarcasm and casually took a sip of wine. Miss Chu, there's a misunderstanding between us. Did Darren tell you something? Didn't he tell you that when Mr. Nate was cornered by killers, it was my family who saved him? You believe such tricks. According to Mr. Nate's dominant personality, if it were true, he would have dealt with me long ago instead of tolerating my actions repeatedly. Besides, Pete's case serves as a warning. How would he let his marriage falter again? To let things go unchecked implies debt. If Manager Chu wants to know the nature of this debt. Chelsea pushed a card over with an address written on it. Ask Angie to come here to find me. From Chelsea. Ow. In Alban's living room, Kimberly saw Angie in pajamas, noting the fresh red and purple marks on her wrists, neck, and arms, knowing they had engaged in intense activities the night before, with Govind taking the lead. How late did you two talk last night? Kimberly felt awkward mentioning it, given Angie's possibly imperfect mood today. Angie didn't directly answer, checking the address on her phone. Remember where I met Omar in the capital last time? Where? Angie waved the card in her hand, right here. A gallery, someone is holding a private exhibition, suddenly recalling a painting on the wall. Why meet here? You'll know when we get there. I'll go with you to see what game she's playing. Angie called Tilda for a private plane. By the time they reached the capital, it was evening. Where's Catherine? Govind cancelled all social engagements and overtime, returning home earlier than ever, fearing Angie might accuse him of coming home late. Manager Chu came by this morning, and they went out together. Where did they go? Catherine didn't say. Govind's eyes darkened, glancing at Greyhamed with a warning. Alali, check where Catherine went. Translation complete according to guidelines. Chapter 591, Govind grabs Chelsea by the neck. Syra went to the capital. The moment Alali said these brief words, Govind's entire body exuded a murderous aura, his gaze sweeping over Greyhamed with thick dissatisfaction. Prepare the plane, we're heading to the capital. Govind's black limousine, which had just entered Puyun Mountain not long ago, came out again in perfect order. The leading car was number 88888, and the trailing one was 06699, with the regular 5257 in between. They sped off toward the airport at incredible speed, seamlessly disappearing from the roadside onlooker's sight. Follow them. Second miss, Mr. Nate's route seems to be taking him to the airport expressway. Follow them. Chelsea spoke up once more, her tone icy and cool. On the other side, Angie got off the plane and rushed straight to the art studio. She bought that painting. Not long after she entered, the painter she met last time emerged, standing behind her and hesitantly calling out, "Geraldine?" "It's me," she replied. The man nodded, glanced at the painting in front of her, and his eyes wandered between Angie and the painting. "Although I don't know why Geraldine has been so fixated on this painting both times you've come, someone dropped something off for you today." "Do you know who dropped it off?" The man shook his head. "No, it came via courier. They said before I closed for the evening, someone would buy this painting, and if it did sell, I should definitely give this envelope to the buyer." "Thank you." Angie took the item. "I'll wait for you in my car at the entrance. Wrap it as quickly as possible." "Rest assured." Angie returned to her car with the item and opened the envelope. Inside was a photograph, a sunset over high mountains. Compared to the oil painting, the photo had even more impact. "This isn't Boss Nate?" "Who's the woman beside him?" "Is it Chelsea?" "It looks a bit like her but not quite." Even Kimberly recognized that the person in the picture was Govind. How could she not recognize him when she first saw the oil painting? She vaguely felt the person resembled Govind. Sure enough. Everything had its trail. "Did she make you travel all the way to the capital just for this photo?" "What does it mean?" "Big miss, we have the item." Angie put the photo into her bag and glanced at the items in Isaiah's hand. "Drive back to Jinggang." Mr. Nate, Westlake Longjing, a staff member at the VIP lounge, brought over a pot of clear tea. Govind nodded solemnly, his tight jawline striking fear into anyone nearby. Even if they had ulterior motives, no one dared to approach him. The ground crew lady returned, knocking on the lounge door. "Mr. Nate, there's a lady outside looking for you." "Who is it?" She didn't mention her surname. Upon hearing this, Govind felt a faint anticipation that it might be Angie returning. He looked at Alali, who understood and opened the door to take a glance. Unexpectedly, Chelsea slipped inside. A single word shattered all of Govind's fantasies about Angie, Jichu. Instantly, the restrained emotions surged within him. The murderous aura became palpable, yet he managed to contain it. "Who told you to come here?" "I came on my own." "Get out," the man suppressed his anger. "Angie went to the capital, and I gave her the photo of you on the Swiss mountain. Do you think what will happen after she gets that photo? Someone like Angie, if she finds out you have any infidelity, she will definitely get rid of you. She doesn't love you, she loves your money, your status, and the sense of achievement you bring her. And that woman too, only I." "Ah." Before Chelsea could finish, Govind stood up, his rough fingertips grabbing her neck, lifting her off the ground. The suffocating sensation instantly made Chelsea's face pale. Govind showed no mercy, his hands around her neck seemed ready to choke the life out of her. "Chelsea, if not for the sake of your family, you would have died hundreds of times. Who gave you the nerve to meddle with my family?" "Huh?" Chelsea frantically tried to loosen his grip, attempting to escape. "Don't you dare underestimate me. If not for that lingering sentiment and the promises I made to others, you wouldn't have survived since the first time you provoked my wife. Chelsea, what misconception led you to believe I'd tolerate your provocations repeatedly?" Bang, Govind swung her aside with a toss. Chelsea's back hit the low coffee table, causing tears to stream down her face. Seeing this, Alali walked over, closing the VIP room door and blocking the curious gaze of the staff member outside. Chelsea lay on the floor in agony, the intense pain in her back making her feel like death was imminent. "You knew I was provoking Angie, but you didn't do anything to stop me. Doesn't that mean I'm special to you?" When Govind heard the word special, he couldn't help but laugh. He stepped closer, his expensive leather shoes silent on the carpet, but the oppressive atmosphere around him sent shivers down Chelsea's spine. She struggled to rise, but Govind's throw had taken half her life force. "Remember this, goodwill runs out eventually. Do you think you'll have much left after exhausting your credit with me? You promised to protect me." The events of the past weighed on both their minds. Govind still harbored some nostalgia, which was why he had given her the villa in Los Angeles. "I did promise to protect you, but not indefinitely. Once or twice was enough. You think there'll be a third time?" "Govind, are you not afraid I'll tell Angie everything about what happened back then?" Threatening him? "No one who can threaten me has even been born yet." The man leaned closer, grabbing Chelsea's chin forcefully, almost snapping her jawbone. "You should know that coffins hold the dead, not the elderly. If you want to die, I have plenty of ways to make sure you're gone without leaving a trace for the C family. The respect I've shown you, if you appreciate it, I can still treat you kindly for the sake of the C family. If not, you'll bear the consequences yourself." Chelsea trembled slightly from Govind's few short words. She had never seen this side of him, so ruthless and deadly. During their years in Los Angeles, though he was reclusive and cold, he hadn't been nearly as lethal and menacing as he was now. This man seemed to have crawled out of a pile of corpses, radiating murderous intent. "Sir." Alali answered a phone call outside and whispered something into Govind's ear. Chelsea faintly heard the word Syra, knowing it must be related to Angie. Chapter 592, No way you can sentence me to death because of one photo. A day had passed in the blink of an eye, and when Angie arrived at Jinggang Airport, it was already around 1 o'clock in the morning. "Catherine Nate, this way please." Angie had barely stepped out when she was greeted by ground staff. She looked at them with confusion. Is there something wrong? There are some forms that need your cooperation to fill out. It won't take more than a minute or two, please come this way. Isaiah, Angie didn't want to waste time on such trivial matters. It has to be done in person, Catherine Nate, it won't take too long. Though reluctant, Angie did not wish to make things difficult for the staff. With a silent nod, she followed them toward the VIP lounge. Airports were always divided by class, regular waiting areas and VIP lounges were standard. Those with private jets like hers had separate lounges situated apart from others. Angie followed them through twists and turns until they reached a car that stopped at the entrance of the VIP lounge, where the ground staff guided her inside. The moment Angie entered, she saw a man seated in the VIP room and Chelsea lying on the floor. The atmosphere was tense, heavy as if the air couldn't be cleared, oppressive and suffocating, like the calm before a storm. Her gaze shifted from the prone Chelsea to Govind, filled with bewilderment. Allali, throw her out. Before Chelsea could struggle, she was dragged away from the floor and pulled out. Suddenly, only Angie and Govind remained in the VIP room. The man approached her, took her hand, and prepared to leave but was met with resistance from Angie. Govind glanced down at his rejected palm, then said casually, you wouldn't want tomorrow's headlines saying we have marital issues, right? Can Mr. Nate use a different way to threaten me? I wish I could, but who would have thought you love your reputation more than you love me? Govind grabbed her hand and led her away from the VIP room. The black 5257 retraced its route back toward Puyan Mountain. Throughout the journey, Angie remained silent, leaning back against the seat, eyes closed in rest. An untouchable demeanor radiated from her. Isaiah, bring the item inside and place it in my study, somewhere conspicuous. Isaiah hesitated but dared not disobey Angie's orders. He carried the framed painting upstairs into Govind's study under Govind's watchful eye. I bought a painting. Would Mr. Nate join me upstairs to admire it? Govind vaguely understood Angie's intentions and followed her upstairs. The moment he stepped into the study, he saw the painting. Shock, disbelief, and jumbled memories surged within him, striking his soul. It felt as if he were transported back to 2012, still the ruthless Govind determined to achieve his goals by any means necessary, while they struggled in Los Angeles. Day after day, it was either chasing someone or being chased. Past scenes flashed before his eyes like a slideshow, endless and unyielding. Suddenly sensing the icy tension beside her, Angie turned her gaze towards Govind. Instantly, the tightness in his expression dissipated. Immediately following was a statement, I admit the man in the photo is me, but you can't sentence me to death just because of one photo. The man in the photo is you? What about the woman? Govind turned his gaze to Angie, suddenly understanding. What you want isn't whether the woman in the photo is Chelsea, but rather who she is, right? You're desperate to dig up her past to ease your doubts. Isn't it enough to know she isn't Chelsea? Is pursuing it further really necessary? Not Chelsea, but definitely someone related to Chelsea. It was no longer a question but a definite statement. Given your character, if Chelsea meant nothing to you, you would have nipped her attempts to challenge me in the bud. But you didn't. Instead, you allowed her repeated provocations. If what Darren said is true, that the C family once saved your life, what does that make the girl in the painting? From Los Angeles to Switzerland, one in North America, the other in Europe, a distance of 9,540 kilometers. You, Govind, wouldn't be leisurely watching sunsets with an unimportant person, right? So what? Are you planning to dig into everything? Do you want me to list every girl I've ever known since elementary school? Let you eliminate one by one? You say you don't care if she was my ex-girlfriend, as long as she doesn't confront you. But look at how you act now. Does it align with what you said initially? Govind moved closer, pressing Angie. If you truly love me and want to know everything about me, I understand. But not in this manner. Angie. You're crazy. A ghost standing by my bed at midnight with your hair down? Tilda was fast asleep. In her half-asleep state, she sensed someone staring at her. Turning over, she saw Angie standing beside her bed, looking like a vengeful spirit, which made her burst into curses. Flipping on the light, she threw a pillow at her. Did you lose an argument with Govind? Don't say ominous things. I'm just too lazy to argue with him. If you were my child, I'd know exactly what you're thinking. If you really didn't want to argue with him, why did you return home at this hour? Your type, infatuated and forgetful, how could I not recognize it? One day, I'll send him to meet my father. Tilda watched Angie climb into her bed and kicked her disdainfully. Go take a shower. Am I cotton candy? Am I not allowed to bathe? Go, take a shower. Then wait for me, don't sleep yet, Angie pouted, appearing aggrieved. Tilda sighed helplessly and nodded, gesturing for her to go. While Angie bathed, Tilda called Isaiah and Kimberly to inquire about the situation. Having grasped the gist of it, Angie emerged from the bathroom warm like a cat and crawled into the bed. Govind has a woman outside? He dares? Pretty bold, aren't you? So bold that instead of throwing him out, you run back here yourself? If I acted like you, considering all the women my father had, I would have been furious. As long as a man spends money on you and returns home daily, let the rest slide. Govind, a prime catch, even if he doesn't find others, others will find him. As long as they don't directly threaten your position, pretend you don't know. In the 21st century, a rule of law society, adultery is illegal. Illegal? Bastards already have inheritance rights. What law is broken? You're stupid. If Govind finds another woman, why don't you divorce and find your own man? When he comes back home, you come back home. If he roams freely, so should you. If he indulges himself, spend his money to buy your happiness. Treat marriage with the principle of not imposing on others what you do not desire. Men need freedom. Coercion only leads to compromise. Chapter 593, resembles you? The next morning, as Krista stepped out of the elevator, she heard shouts echoing down the corridor. Elon was seen slinking out of Govind's office, his demeanor forbidding anyone from approaching within 20 meters. Krista stood in the hallway, uncertain whether to proceed or retreat. Just as she hesitated, Alali passed by, and she grabbed him. Where are you going? To see Mr. Nate. At this time? Are you suicidal? Didn't you see what's going on inside? Alali sighed. Accompanying a ruler was like living with a tiger, difficult before, even more so now. She thought that after Govind married Christy, they would be spared the brunt of his temper. But it turned out Christy wielded her power indiscriminately, affecting everyone around. The damage is wide-ranging, comparable to an atomic bomb. If I don't go in, my fate is sealed. Did you know that the Los Angeles villa Mr. Nate gave Chelsea now has a buyer interested? Do you know who the buyer is? Who? Why would Chelsea sell that villa? Has she lost her mind? Can she afford not to? Annual maintenance and management fees are substantial. For a pampered heiress without any particular skills, supporting herself and an estate is impractical. Krista pondered. The house indeed posed a financial burden for Chelsea. Selling it while Govind was still influential could fetch a good price, ensuring a worry-free future with several $billion. You still haven't told me who the buyer is. Christy. What the hell? Shouldn't you quickly inform Boss Nate? Alali sighed, glancing at his arm being held. You can let me go now. In the office, when Alali informed Govind about the situation, he met only silence, a long, oppressive silence. Christy uncovering the Los Angeles estate implied she knew many things. If this marital conflict escalated, reaching a resolution would be extremely difficult. A man reluctant to reveal his dirty past to his wife and a fiercely competitive woman made for a tug-of-war with inevitable losers and winners. Who would lose and who would win? Later, when Angie looked back as the victor, all she felt was regret. Anything else? For a long time, just as Alali thought Mr. Nate wouldn't speak, a sigh accompanied a weary inquiry filled with resignation. We're still investigating. Where is Catherine Nate? She returned to the Hua residence last night, but Elsie said she might start filming in the capital next Monday, working with Hector on the new drama. Tell Elon that Sue will handle tonight's event. Understood. It seemed Mr. Nate intended to find Angie. Who? Govind, Angie replied to Sadie. The person holding the teacup paused mid-air, gazing at Angie with disbelief. After a long pause, she advised earnestly, do you know why your mother has held the position of Lady Hua for so long? Because she never meddled. What does it matter if you and Govind live their lives as they please? As long as he provides for you, be content as Catherine Nate. His affairs are none of your business. But it hurts. After listening to Tilda's advice last night, she thought she had come to terms, but the old feelings resurfaced. Humans are contradictions, self-healing at night, shattering during the day. You've never faced real hardship. Did you think of how meddling could unearth more than just an ex-girlfriend but also his painful past? Angie, for some, simply standing in the sunlight is already a great effort. Why force someone to relive their pain, exposing their scars for your amusement? If Govind loves you, maybe your marriage can endure despite the revelations. But if he doesn't, forcing him to clear his name will only end your marriage. Ultimately, do you love him? Or do you love your false pride more than a real person? Angie remained silent. Others' advice she could ignore, but Sadie's words were hard to refute. Coming from someone who had emerged from darkness, those unspoken pains were profoundly lethal. She had been in the sunlight for too long. She sighed deeply, trying to reconcile with her inner demons. Leaning against the leather sofa, she glanced outside the window. Winter in Jinggang offered little scenery, just barren trees visible from the third floor. Your phone, Sadie reminded her. Angie checked her phone, almost hanging up until seeing it was a Beijing number. Hesitating, she answered. It's me. Let's meet. Upon hearing Chelsea's voice, Angie's lazy demeanor vanished. Why should we meet? Don't you want to know Govind's past? I can investigate myself, I don't need you to tell me. Angie, you're too confident. Here's the address, you'll come. Chelsea hung up, about to toss her phone when two messages arrived, one with an address, the other with a photo. In the photo, Govind sat lazily on a couch with a woman standing behind him, dressed in a white dress with black hair cascading down her waist, exuding an air of serenity like a lotus untouched by mud. But what struck Angie was how the girl resembled her. If Angie were a red spider lily blooming on the path to hell, then this girl was a white lotus, distinctly different yet strikingly similar. Resembles you? She considered many possibilities but never this one. Did Govind love her or this girl? To whom did he say, I love you? Ugh. Nausea surged, and Angie rushed to the bathroom, dry heaving. Curious, Sadie picked up the phone and froze upon seeing the photo. Chapter 593, Resembles You? The next morning, Krista had just stepped out of the elevator when she heard angry shouts echoing down the hallway. Elon emerged from Govind's office looking dejected, an atmosphere of keep your distance lingering around him for 20 meters. Krista stood in the corridor, unsure whether to move forward or back. As she hesitated, Allely walked by, and she grabbed him. Where are you going? To see Mr. Nate. At this hour? Are you tired of living? Haven't you seen what's going on inside? Allely sighed. The saying, serving a ruler is like serving a tiger, wasn't without reason. It was difficult before, but now it's even harder. Originally, everyone thought that with Govind getting married, they'd be spared since Christy would distract and frustrate him enough. But who would have thought that Christy wielded such immense influence, targeting anyone regardless of their status? Her impact was vast, comparable to a nuclear bomb. If I don't go in, I'll be dead meat. Do you know that the Los Angeles villa Mr. Nate gave Chelsea has potential buyers? Do you know who the buyer is? Who? Why would Chelsea sell it? Has she gone crazy? Can she afford to keep it? Annual maintenance and management fees are no small sum. For an idle rich lady with no special skills, who can barely take care of her own basic needs, maintaining a villa is impractical. Krista pondered and agreed. To Chelsea, the villa was indeed a burden. Selling it while Govind still held a good reputation could fetch a decent price. Receiving several billion would ensure a worry-free life thereafter. You haven't told me who the buyer is. Christy. Damn. Why aren't you rushing to tell Boss Nate? Allely sighed and glanced at his arm being held. Let go of me. Inside the office, as Allely informed Govind, he met with a long silence and palpable tension. If Christy could find out about the Los Angeles villa, it meant she knew a lot more. This marital conflict, once initiated, would be hard to end. A man who doesn't want to reveal his dirty side to his wife and a strong-willed woman unwilling to yield, this dynamic between them would inevitably have a loser and a winner. Who would lose, and who would win? When Milagros looked back on this situation as the victor, all she felt was regret, nothing more. Is there anything else? After a long pause, Allely thought Mr. Nate wouldn't speak. But then, with a sigh, a weary voice asked almost helplessly, what else do you have? We're still investigating. Where is Catherine Nate? She returned to the Hua residence last night. But Elsie said that next Monday she might join the production team in the capital to film a new drama with Hector. Tell Elon that Sue President will handle tonight's engagement. Understood. It seemed Govind was going to find Milagros. Who did you ask about? Govind, Milagros replied to Sadie. The person holding the teacup paused mid-air, looking at Milagros with disbelief. After a long silence, she advised earnestly. Do you know why your mother has remained Madison for so long? Because she never interferes or asks questions. Your relationship with Govind isn't perfect, but does it need fixing? As long as he provides for you financially, focus on being his wife and ignore his affairs outside. But I feel uncomfortable inside. After Tilda's advice last night, Milagros thought she had come to terms with it, but she reverted to her old self in the morning. People are complex, they mend at night but break during the day. You've never suffered. Have you considered that digging into the past might unearth not just his ex-girlfriend but also his unsavory history? Milagros, some people struggle just to live openly. Why force them to relive painful memories, showing their vulnerabilities to you? If Govind loves you, after seeing his past, your marriage might survive. But if he doesn't love you and you expose his scars, forcing him to prove himself, do you think your marriage will continue? Ultimately, do you love him? Or do you love your false pride more than a real person? Milagros held the teacup silently. Others' words were easy to ignore, but Sadie's hit home. As someone who emerged from darkness, she understood unspoken pain. She stood too long in the sun. She sighed deeply, reconciling with her inner shadows. Leaning back in the leather sofa, she glanced out at the street. Winter in Jinggang offered little to look at, bare trees visible from the third-floor window. The phone, Sadie reminded her. Milagros checked her phone, ready to hang up until she saw a call from the capital. She hesitated but answered. It's me. Let's meet. Chelsea's voice on the other end made Milagros's mood shift from lazy to alert. What reason do we have to meet? Aren't you curious about Govind's past? I can investigate myself. No need for you to bother. Milagros, you're too confident. I'm sending you an address, you'll come. Chelsea hung up, about to throw her phone away but paused at 2 messages. The first was an address, and the second was a photo. In the photo, Govind sat lazily on a couch with a woman standing behind him, wearing a white dress and black hair down to her waist, her demeanor serene like a lotus flower, untouched by filth. That wasn't the focus. The focus was that the girl bore a striking resemblance to Milagros. If Milagros were a red flower blooming on the path to hell, then the girl beside Govind was a white lotus, distinctly different. Resembles you? Milagros imagined many scenarios but never this one. Did Govind love her or the girl in the photo? Was his, I love you, in bed directed at her? Nauseating, Milagros rushed to the bathroom, dry heaving. Sadie, curious, picked up the phone and froze upon seeing the photo. Translation provided aims to convey the meaning accurately, naturally, and consistently in English. This maintains the tone, style, and paragraph structure of the original text while providing a fluent English translation. Chapter 594, Chelsea was in a car accident. If the person in the photo wasn't Angie, she didn't quite believe it. But if the person in the photo was indeed Angie, she still didn't quite believe it. Yet, these two people were incredibly similar, their faces matching about 70%, with the only difference being their clothing and makeup. However, Angie had worn such outfits during her early acting days when she played innocent young maidens. After all, she started her career under the name of a pure and innocent maiden. Turning to look at the man in the photo, he was lazily leaning on a sofa, holding a cigarette between his fingers, wearing a tailored suit that accentuated his figure perfectly. The Govind in the photo exuded sharpness and arrogance, clearly basking in his early success, completely different from the current composed and profound him. Upon returning to Jingang, Govind became much more stable and low-key. He possessed the magnanimity to embrace diversity and the skillful means to navigate through life, the only difference being that he no longer carried an air of arrogance. It was as though time had sapped away his vibrancy, or perhaps he had been hit by some major life setback. Ugh. The sound of retching continued. Sadie put down her phone and entered the bathroom with a tissue box. She watched as Angie leaned over the sink, vomiting violently. Are you pregnant? Don't talk nonsense. Feeling better? Sadie patted Angie's back gently. Angie slightly straightened up, saying, "Great better. Did looking at the photos make you sick? Are you worried that Govind found you to be a stand-in for the girl in the photos?" Sadie's question seemed to have touched a nerve with Angie, and the retching resumed, causing her legs to go weak. Unable to support herself against the sink any longer, she started sliding down. Sadie quickly caught her but, limited by her strength and concerned about dropping Angie, she called out loudly for Isaiah to come in. "What happened? Do you need to go to the hospital?" Sadie, slightly sweating, covered Angie with a blanket, responding to Isaiah, "No need, please leave." Isaiah was somewhat uneasy but nodded and left. Standing at the door, he hesitated before making a call to Tilda. Tilda answered, hearing about Angie's issue, knocking over the teacup beside him. "What happened?" "I'm not quite sure. Sadie is taking care of her. I can't decide, so I'm asking you about the situation. Bring her back." Click. The door behind them opened, and Angie emerged with her bag, her pale face hidden beneath vibrant red lipstick, as if she had just touched up her makeup. Young Mississippi. Angie glanced at the phone in Isaiah's hand, her expression cold. "Who did you call?" "Syra." Isaiah didn't hide it and turned on the screen for her to see. Angie took the phone and reassured Tilda, "I won't die, don't worry. You tell me first, if you die, who should I seek justice from?" Angie snorted, "Govind, who else? Get the company lawyer to my house tonight. I need to consult with them about something." "What is it?" Tilda felt a sense of foreboding. "Divorce. I want to divorce Govind." Tilda. Well. All his efforts last night till 6 in the morning were for nothing. I advise you not to act rashly. Not knowing whether that photo is real or fake yet, if it's real, Chelsea sending you the photo has another intention. If it's fake, she went through so much trouble for a reason. Going there recklessly would be jumping into a trap. Then what do you suggest? Angie looked at Sadie. She thought for a moment, "Let me go for you." Inappropriate. Why inappropriate? I've braved Africa, what can little Chelsea do to me? My own matters must be resolved by myself. Angie waved her hand, signaling her to go in. In the car, she gave Isaiah an address to head straight there. Chelsea provided an address near an office building, a 2-story Japanese restaurant with elegant decor. Parking along the road made it visible. There's no parking opposite. Let me circle around to drop off young miss and park later. No need, stop here. I'll cross the street. Just be careful. I'll come as soon as I park, Isaiah cautioned. Angie nodded. She reached for a hat next to her to put on. A screeching brake sound suddenly rang out. Angie turned her gaze and saw several cars clustered together, blocking the entire road. What's going on? Angie asked, puzzled. Isaiah lowered the window to check. Looks like a car accident. It was hard to determine immediately if anyone was injured, but passers-by were already calling 110 and 120 on their phones, creating chaos. Should we not go? We've come this far. If I don't go, they might think I'm afraid. Get out. Angie put on her hat and mask and opened the car door. They arrived at the meeting place, but Chelsea was nowhere to be seen after half an hour. Angie's patience wore thin, and she stormed out. Back at the Hua residence, as she stepped inside, the villa door opened almost immediately. Turning her head, she saw Govind standing at the entrance, suppressing his anger. His gaze seemed to sentence someone to death without a hint of restraint despite being at the Hua residence. The atmosphere became tense. Angie showed no intention of inviting him in, and Govind made no move forward either. The two stood facing each other across the sofa, a vast and unbridgeable gap between them. After a long silence, Govind's cold voice cut through the stifling air. You met Chelsea this afternoon? Accusatory? Angie understood. Indeed, even after beating Chelsea last night, an important person wouldn't become less important because of it. She pulled the corners of her lips up faintly and nodded, yes. Angie, Govind's barely contained fury erupted with that one word. Govind laughed bitterly, his smile cold and terrifying. All right, you really are Angie. Bang, Govind slammed the door shut and left. Angie stood in the living room, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Isaiah. Young Mississippi. As Isaiah came in, Angie's phone rang. Seeing it was Sadie, she answered. Did you meet Chelsea this afternoon? Yes, but I didn't see her. As soon as you left, I worried you might follow. I saw a car accident at the intersection, and Chelsea was carried out of the car covered in blood. Angie. So, Govind just came to accuse her, thinking she caused Chelsea's accident? Chapter 595, The sky is falling, and she comes to argue with my daughter. Alali, who is that? Someone the boss knows. Elena watched as Govind rushed in, frantically concerned about someone in the operating room. Any onlooker could tell something was amiss. It wasn't a business partner or subordinate, and the sudden concern seemed odd. And she's young and beautiful. This combination just seems off. Could this be some cliché third-party drama? Wouldn't Angie flip out if she found out? What kind of acquaintance? How long have they known each other? Why is he so anxious? Has my brother fallen for someone else? Alali. For Angie to lose her place in Catherine Nate's position? That'd mean Govind wants to die. He wouldn't dare, even if given 10 chances. Seeing Alali's ever-changing expression, Elena thought of the worst possibility. Is she a schemer or an innocent lamb trying to blind him? Why don't you ask the boss yourself? I really don't know. Elena glanced at him, pulling out her phone from her white coat pocket as she walked down the corridor. She wasn't going to call Angie. If there were issues between them, Angie might not tell her. When Kimberly received Elena's call, she was initially puzzled but became attentive when asked about Chelsea. Do you know her? How can I not? She got into a car accident and was brought here. Holy shit. Did Angie do it? Hearing this, Elena sensed something wrong. Holding her breath in a corner, she feared missing anything important. What's the relationship? Explain it to me. Kimberly analyzed the relationships among the three. First stunned, then rebutting, Elena said, impossible, definitely not an ex-girlfriend. Nate never mentioned it. Anne. And what? Angie is the light of his life. How can there be another woman? You don't know how much he suffered to be with her. It absolutely can't be Chelsea. If it's not Chelsea, why no explanation? Is he 30 years old and suddenly mute? Elena choked on her reply. Kimberly then pondered aloud, why did Chelsea get into a car accident? My first thought was Angie. Does Govind think the same? If he thinks that, he's on his way to being a single man. Elena shivered, stammering, it can't be that bad. You don't understand Angie, she'd jump into the Yellow River rather than clear her name for someone irrelevant. I'll call you back. Elena noticed Govind coming up from the other end with Krista. She went to meet them. How is she? No news is good news. Boss, should you go see Angie? I'll handle everything here. Boss, surveillance footage shows it wasn't Catherine. Alali, holding a tablet, panted as he approached, beads of sweat on his forehead. He handed the tablet to Govind. Chelsea indeed met Catherine, but by the time she arrived, Chelsea had already been in an accident. Moreover, Catherine passed the scene unaware it was Chelsea. So, this has nothing to do with Catherine. If this incident had nothing to do with Angie, would Govind's position be at risk after making such threats? With Angie's personality, changing would be inevitable. Boss, didn't you confront Angie about this? If true, you must protect your status. If I were Angie, I'd divorce you. Govind's gaze turned gloomy on Elena. Green or replaced, neither outcome was desirable. Krista roughly understood Elena's thoughts, following up, yes, you should check on Hua Lincolnson's. Don't harm the marital bond. As long as Chelsea survives, it isn't a huge issue. Govind's jaw tightened, giving a terse affirmative. As soon as he left, Elena cast a gossipy look at Krista. What's the deal? Both married men, still caring about other women, don't want wives anymore? Do you remember the woman we saw in the Los Angeles nursing home? Yes. What about her? Her sister. Elena. Not much trouble. This girl could have lived happily after taking the money, but somehow tangled with Angie. Knowing Hua Lincolnson's intolerance, conflicts arose. Govind owes her and can't touch Chelsea, but the woman in the nursing home can't be exposed, or it's a dead end. In the end, only Hua Lincolnsons can suffer. In conclusion, things got messy. Elena was anxious, tell Angie the whole story. In this state, telling the truth could prevent worse outcomes. At this point, one spouse's well-being outweighs anyone else's. Focusing on staying or survival issues now was pointless. How do you explain that? Tell Angie you once had a secretary identical to her, and ask if she's like Yuan. Your brother isn't a saint, he has biases. If Angie knew this, they'd definitely divorce. Govind, fearless in business, becomes cautious with Angie. Despite feeling no emotional ties, there are entanglements. Elena, perplexed, stared at Krista, lost for words. At the Hua residence. Within 2 hours of leaving, Govind returned. Opening the door, the housekeeper exclaimed in surprise, "Son-in-law. I'm here to pick up Angie. The miss has left, she's probably boarding her flight now." "Where?" "She's heading to the capital, preparing for her new project. She told us to inform Catherine Nate that she won't be back for 3 to 4 months. 3 to 4 months? A chill shot through Govind's heart. His emotions fluctuated wildly before he finally thanked the housekeeper and left. Tilda, returning home, saw the housekeeper mumbling and asked what happened. The housekeeper recounted the afternoon events to Tilda. Upon hearing this, Tilda threw her bag onto the sofa. "Unbelievable, coming in to argue with my daughter. Never let him in again." Shaken by Tilda's sudden temper, the housekeeper dared not question, only nodding vigorously. Chapter 596, Divorce Agreement. "Sis, we're here." Angie, leaning against the chair, heard Elsie's voice and peeked out from under the blanket to look outside the window. The plane was taxiing. She sat up straight, moved her shoulders, and turned on her phone. As soon as it was on, dozens of text messages flooded in along with calls. When Govind's call appeared on the screen, Angie didn't even think about it before tossing the phone aside without answering or disconnecting. It was a strategy of blatant indifference. "Ignatius's team says we should head to the hotel for the script meeting first. Tomorrow morning, we'll go near the border area. I'm considering whether to get you 2 more bodyguards. Without me around, it might not be convenient for Isaiah, a man, to be alone with you. Later, I can ask Sadie for a few female bodyguards." "Sure." Angie yawned and nodded. Elsie was surprised at how agreeable Angie was and couldn't utter any prepared words of persuasion. "Would you like a cup of coffee? Let's wait until we arrive. Have you remembered what I told you to do?" Elsie nodded. "I remember. If Chairman Nate gets rid of me, remember to help collect my remains. I don't have grand ambitions in this life, just want to be wealthy while alive and buried next to dream after death. At least, I'll still be able to rely on the old days down there." "You won't starve down there." She must either have swallowed a tiger's heart or wanted to die, daring to deliver the divorce agreement to Govind. It was like walking onto a chopping block, but since Angie instructed her, Elsie couldn't back down. It was risking her life indeed. Angie shook her numb legs. "Rest assured, I'll burn paper money for you during festivals. You won't have to beg when you're down there, definitely richer than being alive." Elsie drove Angie to the capital and then returned to Jingang. By the time the plane arrived in Jingang at 9 in the evening, Govind was having a restless night. Elena sensed something was wrong and complained at home, pulling Arlen away from his doctoral students' meeting at school. Now, the atmosphere in the Nate family was stifling, with only Arlen's scolding voice filling the living room. Everyone suffered alongside Govind, including Darren and Jonathan. Govind had been living for 30 years, yet being educated by Arlen was a rare occurrence. However, ever since he married Angie, such reprimands became frequent. "Professor, that happened so many years ago. Who counts the scores from 6 years back now? Christy wasn't even around then." Upon hearing Darren's explanation, Arlen's temper flared up. "If the matters from 6 years ago haven't been settled, you not only doubt your incompetence but also let others think your wife is unreasonable. Is this your capability, Govind?" Darren. Jonathan. This high-level reverse KTV is indeed something. Teachers are truly teachers. Darren felt anxious, not necessarily because he favored Govind, but understood his predicament. "Professor, this can't be blamed on Govind entirely. I admit I did mishandle this matter," Govind interrupted Darren, knowing some things shouldn't be spoken lightly lest they cause catastrophic consequences. "Sir, Elsie is here, saying she has brought something from Madison." Owlie opened the door cautiously, sensing the tense atmosphere inside and lowered his voice. The scolding was interrupted, and both Darren and Jonathan breathed a sigh of relief. "Let her in." Elsie entered, carrying a full tote bag from Dior. She pulled out a document and handed it to Govind. The title, Divorce Agreement, leapt out immediately. The living room's relaxed atmosphere tightened again, like a volcano before eruption, heavy pressure making it hard to breathe. "What does this mean?" the man asked coldly, enraged. Elsie didn't care about anything else. Initially, she thought it best not to disturb parents with such matters, but since she belonged to Angie, she cared more about following Angie's emotions and instructions rather than worrying about Govind or anyone else. Christy said the content is straightforward. Mr. Nate just needs to sign directly to avoid wasting time. No property division is involved. Mr. Nate's assets remain his, and hers stay hers. Damn. How could someone willing to kill for inheritance give up such a sweet deal? Darren picked up the divorce agreement and examined it, his face turning grave as he read through it. Jonathan muttered, "This is quite a rush to dump Boss Nate. Not even caring about money." Seeing Govind's darkening face, he shut up instantly. Those not wanting to divide property generally aimed to end the relationship sooner. Angie's move was confusing. A person obsessed with money. Well, looks like Govind was in trouble. Angie was looking for a new husband. Where is Angie? She's currently in the capital, moving to the border area tomorrow. This drama's theme is unique, so the filming location will be far. Hotel, the man tersely stated. Elsie hesitated but spoke up. What would Mr. Nate finding Christy achieve? With her new drama starting, she'll be rooted in the set for a while. Your current relationship isn't something easily explained. Clearing up misunderstandings won't bring Christy back, nor will abandoning Montegegmeo's business to accompany her solve anything. Two strong people together, one always has to soften their edges and bear the pain to approach the other. Right now, it doesn't seem like Mr. Nate has that intention. Jonathan suddenly found Elsie different since she took over Angie's studio. Angie had elevated her from a supporting role to a leading one, changing her aura completely. Standing amidst the crowd, she analyzed pros and cons clearly, much like a female capitalist. Govind's face darkened as he pushed Elsie aside, taking the divorce agreement. This isn't your concern. Alali, prepare the car. Hearing Govind's decision, Elena quickly followed. I'll come along. If Angie loses in a fight, I can offer some help. Missing out on fun makes you an idiot. As Elena reached the door, Elenalio's chilling warning echoed behind her. If you step out, I'll break your legs. This translation maintains the original tone, style, and structure, ensuring natural English language flow while preserving the story's continuity. Chapter 597. Angie finished the script meeting and had a quick meal with the crew. She had just returned to the hotel and was about to pull out her room key when she heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. After many years in the entertainment industry, she was cautious. Turning around, she saw Govind walking briskly towards her. Angie took a deep breath, composing herself as she looked at him. Govind finally stopped in front of her, his steps showing signs of exhaustion. Not coming in? Is there something? Angie asked coldly. Let's talk inside. You wouldn't want tabloids to catch us meeting late at night before your new drama even starts shooting, would you? Govind's words seemed caring for Angie but were just a means to an end. Angie stood still in the corridor, staring at him. Love it or not, what can I do? I can only control myself, not others. If journalists capture our marriage trouble, it will save me from holding a press conference. Seeing her firm stance, Govind's lips tightened, his jawline tensing. Angie, I don't want a divorce. What does that have to do with me? Whether boss Nate wants or not has nothing to do with me. I only care about what I want. The cold look on Angie's face made Govind feel alienated. The guests passing by cast curious glances at them, making Govind uncomfortable. Problems should be solved behind closed doors. Come in, Govind extended his hand to take the room card from Angie. When his fingertips touched her, Angie felt a wave of nausea and uncontrollable irritation, quickly dodging his touch. When Govind tried again, Angie pushed open the window and threw the room card down from the 27th floor, swift and resolute. Her tense body told Govind she wasn't joking. Seeing this, his heart clenched as if a hand had grabbed it tightly, making it hard to breathe. He realized he couldn't handle Angie's feelings anymore. The expression of disgust was powerful, and Govind hadn't expected that just because of Chelsea, they would come to this impasse. Have you figured out who caused the accident? Was it me? Govind, since you